Jian Ran believed she had married an ordinary man, only to discover that he had transformed into the esteemed president of her company. Moreover, he was the enigmatic heir to the empire of Asia's wealthiest tycoon, a ruthless and cold-hearted captain of the business realm. Jian Ran, here is my bank card. The password is 131224. Feel free to manage any household necessities as you see fit. The words spoken by her newlywed husband before he departed lingered in Jian Ran's ears, even hours later. To be honest, her understanding of the man she had wed was woefully scant. Aside from his name Qin, Yueshi knew little else about him, not even the identities of his family members. Jian Ran often pondered where she had found the audacity to marry a man she had only met twice. 10 days prior, with the enthusiastic assistance of her friend Ling Feiyu, she embarked on yet another blind date, where she encountered this man named Qin Yu. She had not harbored any expectations after being framed 3 years ago. She had lost the privilege to be selective. She was now subject to the scrutiny of others. Consequently, she arrived 15 minutes early for the blind date, knowing she lacked advantages in her personal circumstances. She aimed to make a good impression in other ways, hoping to find a suitable partner and bring peace of mind to her parents. The man arrived precisely on time, dressed impeccably in a suit, which suggested he considered this meeting significant. Jian Ran's initial impression of him was quite favorable. His greeting was simple yet effective. "Miss Jian, hello. I am Qin Yu." His voice, rich and resonant, added an enchanting quality to his words, further elevating her perception of him. Their conversation was brief and polite, and they exchanged contact information before parting ways. Having been on numerous blind dates, Jian Ran did not invest much significance in this encounter, believing it would dissolve like many before it. However, she was taken aback when she received a call from Qin Yu 2 days later. His tone remained courteous. "Miss Jian, do you have time this evening?" That night, he invited her to a Sichuan restaurant for dinner. Jian Ran was not fond of the awkwardness that often accompanied such arrangements. The atmosphere was stilted, and she found herself eating very little. As she contemplated an excuse to leave, Qin Yu spoke first. "Miss Jian, I will be available next Wednesday. How about we obtain our marriage certificate that day?" Marriage certificate? Jian Ran was taken aback by his statement. "Yes, the marriage certificate," he reiterated, his demeanor serious and devoid of jest. Marriage certificate? Jian Ran struggled to comprehend, pinching her thigh to assure herself that this was not a dream. She scrutinized the man before her. Qin Yu possessed striking features, bold eyebrows, bright eyes, and a sculpted visage that would stand out in any crowd. His serious demeanor led her to question the impulsiveness of his proposal, given that this was only their second meeting. His deep, magnetic voice resonated once more. "I believe Miss Jian share my perspective that blind dates are a means to form a family and lead what society deems a normal life. Indeed, that is my thought, but we have only just met twice. Do you not think this is too hasty?" Jian Ran voiced her concerns. While she longed for a family, she had not anticipated such a rash decision. "Perhaps it is rather quick," Qin Yu conceded, his expression unchanging. "After our first meeting, I took 2 days to reflect. I was favorably impressed by you and believe our personalities are compatible, prompting me to take this step." Jian Ran furrowed her brow, displeased. "In my view, marriage is not a trivial matter. To try? What if it does not go well?" Before she could finish, Qin Yu interjected. "Miss Jian, we are both adults and do not expect an illusory romance. We are quite aware of what we desire." Jian Ran remained silent, studying Qin Yu's face. At first glance, he appeared calm and unassuming, a suitable candidate for marriage. But could she truly entrust her future to a man she had met only twice? Was it truly feasible? Noticing her hesitation, Qin Yu added, "Perhaps I am too eager and have not considered your feelings. If you find me acceptable, please take your time to contemplate. I await your call." That evening, Jian Ran pondered the situation long into the night. She acknowledged that she and Qin Yu shared similar beliefs, particularly regarding the non-existence of true love. After suffering profound betrayal, she had ceased to believe in love altogether. After a sleepless night, the following morning she dialed Qin Yu's number and accepted his proposal. On that day, Jian Ran took her household registration book and, in the afternoon, she and Qin Yu registered their marriage. As they exited the Civil Affairs Bureau with their marriage certificate in hand, an indescribable feeling washed over her. They say marriage represents a woman's second life, but it seemed deceptively simple, just a mere formality that etched Qin Yu's mark upon her existence. Yesterday marked the day Jian Ran moved into Qin Yu's apartment. He had exhibited chivalry, offering her the master bedroom while he retired to another room. To her astonishment, before leaving for work today, Qin Yu entrusted her with his bank card. How could he be so confident in handing over his entire fortune to someone he barely knew? Jian Ran, the media reporters are waiting inside. The board members and the new president will arrive shortly. What are you daydreaming about? The stern voice of the public relations manager, Su Yui, interrupted Jian Ran's reverie. She quickly collected her thoughts and adopted a serious demeanor. Manager Su, my apologies. I will pay more attention. Su Yui scrutinized Jian Ran, her tone severe. Jian Ran, although you are a staff member in the business department, your manager has assigned you to assist our public relations team. I expect you to be alert and not hinder our progress. Jian Ran bit her lip and nodded. Manager Su, I was momentarily distracted. It will not happen again. Su Yui continued to regard her for a moment before shifting her focus, summoning several colleagues responsible for reception. Everyone, let's focus intently. Today's press conference must be executed flawlessly. We cannot afford any mistakes, Su Yui declared, her serious gaze sweeping over each member of the team. Chapter 2. The mysterious big boss, the public relations department, along with temporary colleagues brought in for support, responded in unison. Su Yui's gaze ultimately settled on Jian Ran. Jian Ran, I have heard that you're the most outstanding employee in your department. For the time being, you will be working closely with the new president, so focus solely on your duties regarding him and leave everything else aside. Jian Ran nodded, but had yet to respond when Ma Dana from the PR department cast a mischievous glance her way. Jian Ran, if our new president were still unmarried, would you not find yourself in a favorable position? While it sounded enticing to be near the newly appointed president, everyone understood that such a role was akin to handling a hot potato, one that no one else wanted until it fell to Jian Ran. Su Yui, with a stern expression, glared at Ma Dana. Today's events could determine our futures, so everyone, please maintain a serious demeanor. Following her reprimand, silence enveloped the room. Jian Ran took a deep breath, striving to present her best professional self. It was no wonder Su Yui felt anxious. The situation had arisen so suddenly. Just when everyone believed the company was calm, news from the board revealed a new president was on the way. However, this incoming big boss was shrouded in mystery, and department heads had been unable to uncover any information about him through various channels. Jian Ran, typically not one to seek attention, found herself stretching her neck to glimpse the entrance, eager to see who this enigmatic big boss might be. They are here. The directors and the new president have arrived. The reception staff's voice echoed through the intercom, prompting her colleagues to adjust their attire and stand attentively at their posts. Jian Ran followed closely behind Su Yui, prepared to greet the much-anticipated mysterious big boss. After a few steps, a tall man clad in a silver-gray suit emerged, his elegant stride flanked by several men in black suits. Upon seeing him, Jian Ran was left speechless. The man at the forefront, dressed in silver gray, was unmistakably her new husband. Qin Yu. It was impossible. Jian Ran thought she might be hallucinating and quickly shut her eyes, shaking her head to dispel the illusion. Yet, when she opened her eyes again, the figure remained unchanged. She might have mistaken someone else, but she could never be wrong about him. His chiseled features, towering height of 6 feet 2, and the innate elegance he exuded were all undeniably those of her husband. Qin Yu. Jian Ran stared intently at the man, her lips instinctively whispering his name. As if sensing her presence, his gaze shifted toward her, causing her heart to race and her breath to falter. She could not fathom how her seemingly ordinary husband had transformed into the new president of her company. Staring at him, her mind buzzed chaotically. His glance lingered for a moment before turning away, cold and indifferent as if she were a stranger. Jian Ran's heart sank. He was indeed Qin Yu, her husband. Yet why did he regard her with such detachment? In the span of moments, a flurry of thoughts raced through her mind. The most plausible explanation was that she was caught in a surreal dream, one that felt utterly absurd. Qin Yu was always gentle and polite, never one to ignore her presence. She pinched herself hard, wincing at the sudden pain, realizing that this was not a dream, but her current reality. If this were not a dream, then perhaps another possibility existed. This man could merely resemble Qin Yu, despite being entirely different. Su Yui tugged at Jian Ran, whispering sternly, Jian Ran, what are you doing in such an occasion? Jian Ran snapped back to reality, annoyed at her lapse in focus. Su Yui urged again, hurry and keep up. Nodding in compliance, Jian Ran swiftly fell in line behind the new president. suppressing her emotions to maintain a professional demeanor in the presence of the big boss, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her husband. Su Yuai quickened her pace to catch up with the new president, opening the door to the press conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our esteemed directors and the new president. As Su Yuai's enthusiastic voice echoed, the spacious hall erupted with applause, all eyes fixed on the entrance, awaiting the reveal of the mysterious big boss. Jian Ran inhaled sharply, trailing closely behind the big boss, and upon his seating, she promptly presented the prepared documents. Despite her professional composure, the revelation that her new boss was her husband overwhelmed her, causing her hand to tremble, resulting in 2 files tumbling from her grasp. Just as Jian Ran bent down to retrieve the fallen documents, Qin Yu stooped to pick them up before her, whispering in a low voice, "Wait for me at home tonight." With his words, Jian Ran's mind exploded in confusion, leaving her momentarily dazed and unsure of her next actions. Fortunately, the attention of the reporters was elsewhere, granting her a brief moment to regain her composure. However, the observant PR staff did not miss this small exchange. With the PR team well prepared and all departments cooperating seamlessly, Qin Yu commanded enough authority to ensure the press conference proceeded flawlessly. As soon as the new president departed, Ma Dana approached Jian Ran, smirking. "Jian Ran, your little accident just now surely caught the new president's attention." Jian Ran frowned slightly and turned to Su Yuai, saying, "Manager Su, I've finished with the PR duties. I'll head back to my department now." Watching Jian Ran's retreating figure, Ma Dana stomped her foot in frustration. "She ignored me. How dare she act so aloof?" Su Yuai shot her a disapproving look. "Stop stirring trouble. If you keep this up, you might be the next to leave. Focus on your own work. If you ascend to a higher position, you'll earn your place too." Ma Dana glared at Jian Ran's departing form, muttering through clenched teeth, "Cousin, I understand." Chapter 3. Daily life after marriage. Upon returning to the office in her department, Jian Ran overheard colleagues discussing the new president with fervor, each sharing their insights as if they were intimately familiar with him. Lin Mei, a fellow colleague, approached Jian Ran eagerly. "Jian Ran, you're so lucky to be working closely with the president right from the start." Jian Ran smiled politely. "It's just work. It doesn't matter whose side one is on. If you think working beside the president is advantageous, perhaps next time you can ask the manager to assign you." Lin Mei quickly waved her hands. "Though our new president is undeniably handsome, his gaze and presence are not something we mere mortals can approach." The business department manager, Zhao Junqing, entered the office, instructing her team. "The new president will be conducting a routine inspection shortly, so everyone return to your posts and focus on your work." Upon hearing this news, Jian Ran swallowed hard, her heart racing as the reality of her husband being the new president still needed time for her to digest. She was far from prepared to confront him. As the other colleagues returned to their seats, only Jian Ran remained standing in a daze. Zhao Junqing turned to her and asked, "Jian Ran, do you have something to do?" "No, I'm fine." Jian Ran snapped back to reality, quietly clenched her fist, and hurried back to her seat to check the client information on her computer. Shortly after, the elevator chimed, and Qin Yu reappeared before Jian Ran, surrounded by a throng of people. Fortunately, he merely exchanged greetings with the department staff and listened to Zhao Junqing's brief work report before leading the group away. Once Qin Yu departed, the business department erupted into chatter. Even the usually composed Zhao Junqing couldn't resist joining in the gossip. The conversation revolved around the strikingly handsome president. Was he single or married? Jian Ran listened to their discussion in silence, pondering whether the group of women would be furious if they discovered that the name in the spouse column of the president's marriage certificate was hers. The workday eventually passed in a flurry of tension and anxiety. Once her colleagues had left, Jian Ran began to tidy up for the day. With the day's work behind her, she contemplated how to face Qin Yu that evening. Jian Ran was at a loss. Unsure whether she should return to the home she shared with her newlywed husband. As she exited the company, she instinctively turned right towards the B entrance of the subway station at the technology park. It was only after walking a short distance that she recalled she was now living with her husband. Qin Yu's apartment was not far from the technology park area. A 3-stop bus ride or a half-hour walk would suffice. Glancing at the time, she noted it was still just past 5 o'clock. Since she was uncertain about how to confront Qin Yu, she decided to walk home, allowing herself time to ponder their relationship. Upon arriving at the community, Jian Ran resolved to stop by the nearby fresh produce supermarket to purchase some vegetables and meat. Regardless of the situation, filling her stomach was paramount. Unsure of Qin Yu's preferences, she hesitated to call him, fearing he might be unavailable, so she returned her phone to her pocket. After selecting her ingredients, she headed home. As she approached the elevator, she spotted a tall figure, both unfamiliar and familiar, standing upright in front of the elevator, dressed in a light gray suit that he wore with undeniable elegance. From a distance, Qin Yu stood tall and proportionate, resembling a beautiful landscape. Jian Ran still found it puzzling that such an outstanding man, the president of a large company, would be seeking a match and had chosen an ordinary person like her on the first try. "You're back." Jian Ran approached him, attempting to greet him casually. Qin Yu turned to her, his expression as neutral as ever. She offered him a faint smile as she stood beside him, stealing a glance. There was something subtly different about him today, though she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. A quick glance revealed that he was wearing glasses, gold-framed, which made him appear even more composed and reserved. Jian Ran sighed inwardly, recognizing that they had only exchanged a few words during their second meeting, while he typically spoke very little. Now, with the revelation of his astonishing identity, she felt even more uncertain about how to approach him. Just as she was lost in thought, Qin Yu unexpectedly extended his hand toward her. Reflexively, Jian Ran took a small step back, increasing the distance between them. "Let me carry that for you," he said casually, unfazed by her unintentional retreat. As he took the bag from her hands, Jian Ran felt her cheeks flush. He was merely trying to help her with the bag, yet her mind wandered elsewhere. She looked down at Qin Yu's strong hand effortlessly holding the heavy bag. A warm sensation fluttered in her heart. Optimistically, Jian Ran thought that even without love, as long as both of them devoted their hearts to this marriage, they could live well together. They entered the elevator, and in the brief ride, neither spoke a word. Upon arriving home, Qin Yu placed the items in the kitchen and casually remarked, "I'm not very good at cooking, so I'll leave it to you tonight. You can focus on your work. I'll take care of dinner," Jian Ran replied, setting her bag down and donning an apron. "Thank you," he said lightly. "You're too polite." She forced a smile, feeling awkward. They were already married, yet their interactions felt like those of strangers. She thought it natural for a wife to cook for her husband, but his demeanor created an unintentional distance between them. Jian Ran believed that even a marriage without love should not be marked by such an estranged way of relating. Shaking off her thoughts, she turned to the kitchen, deftly washing rice, chopping vegetables, and cleaning. After a while, she noticed the tall figure standing at the kitchen door and turned to ask, "Do you need anything? Just let me know if you need help." Qin Yu stood there, his tone still flat, but with a hint of embarrassment. "Just wait a moment. I'll be done shortly." Jian Ran peeked at the clock hanging in the living room. It was already 7:30, and she worried he might be starving. She resolved to return home directly after work tomorrow to ensure dinner was ready when he arrived. No matter Qin Yu's status, Jian Ran was determined to make the most of her chosen marriage. Chapter 4. Do not mention divorce lightly. Qin Yu's lips moved, but he said little more, his golden-framed glasses revealing a depth of thought as he gazed at Jian Ran's back for a few seconds before turning to the study. For the past 3 years, Jian Ran had lived alone in a rented apartment, mastering several simple home-cooked dishes. Soon, she had 2 dishes and a soup ready on the table. "Qin Yu, dinner is ready." Jian Ran gently knocked on the study door. Receiving no response, she pushed the door open softly. Inside, Qin Yu was on a call, instructing, "You handle these matters. There's no need to report everything to me." After hanging up, he looked up, their eyes locking, and he coldly asked, "What is it?" "Dinner is ready." Jian Ran smiled, a bit hesitant to meet his gaze. "I'll be right there," he replied, his tone as indifferent as ever. They sat across from each other, eating in silence, the atmosphere growing heavy. Jian Ran attempted several times to initiate conversation, but swallowed her words upon encountering Qin Yu's distant demeanor. After dinner, Qin Yu offered to wash the dishes, and Jian Ran did not refuse. She welcomed his willingness to share household chores. It was evident from his clumsy actions that he had not done such things before. After all, how could a president of a large company handle such trivial tasks? Suddenly, a crash echoed from the kitchen as a porcelain plate shattered. Jian Ran hurried over, finding Qin Yu holding a broken plate, staring at the shards on the floor in shock. "Let me handle it," she said, reaching for the plate in his hand. "No, I can manage," he replied, stepping aside to avoid her touch, his tone unchanged. "Qin Yu, actually..." Jian Ran met his steadfast gaze but couldn't finish her sentence, nodding instead and retreating from the kitchen to let him continue. Though they were legally married, Qin Yu still felt like a somewhat unfamiliar man to Jian Ran. She wished to understand him, to know everything about him, and to be a competent wife. Yet with his status, she wondered if she could still approach him with the same intentions she had when they married. Sitting in the living room, Jian Ran picked up the remote and turned on the television, randomly selecting a news channel. Occasionally, she would glance toward the kitchen, watching Qin Yu diligently washing the dishes through the glass door. In her heart, she quietly marveled at how this man could possess such charm even while washing dishes. Perhaps Jian Ran's gaze was too fervent, prompting Qin Yu to suddenly turn and meet her eyes. In that moment, Jian Ran perceived a hint of coolness in Qin Yu's expression, quickly followed by an impeccable polite smile. Caught in the act of observing, Jian Ran's cheeks flushed slightly, and she returned a courteous smile. Shifting her attention back to the television screen, her thoughts were consumed entirely by Qin Yu. This man exuded such authority in his work, and even washing dishes seemed to carry an air of sophistication. She wondered when she might witness a less composed side of him. After tidying up the kitchen, Qin Yu returned to the living room, finding Jian Ran lost in thought. He studied her delicate features for a few seconds before speaking. Jian Ran. Startled by the melodic tone of her name, Jian Ran felt a rush of warmth to her face. Qin Yu settled onto the sofa across from her, stating, "There are some matters I wish to discuss with you." "All right," Jian Ran replied, eager to clarify their relationship during this opportunity. Qin Yu's deep gaze assessed Jian Ran before he began. "I understand the importance of keeping personal and professional matters separate. I do not wish for our private relationship to become fodder for gossip among our colleagues." Before he could finish, Jian Ran interrupted, expressing her determination to advance in her career independently, having worked hard for 3 years to achieve her current standing. And she did not want a relationship with Qin Yu to alter that. Qin Yu's expression remained calm, yet a flicker of something untraceable passed through his eyes behind his golden frames. "Regarding my role as the president of innovation technology, I did not intend to conceal it from you. I was uncertain of your feelings during our encounter today, hence I refrained from making any public announcement. Not because I wish to keep it secret. I understand," Jian Ran nodded, adding, "For me, work and life are entirely distinct, and I prefer not to intertwine my personal life with my professional environment." Their marriage was a private matter between them, and she felt no need to disclose it to their colleagues. Firstly, she wanted to avoid impacting her work, and secondly, she was uncertain about the longevity of her marriage with Qin Yu. Noticing Jian Ran's resolute demeanor, Qin Yu paused before continuing, "Have you mentioned our marriage to your family?" Jian Ran shook her head, reluctant to discuss her family matters. "I have recently taken over innovation technology and have pressing issues to manage personally. If you do not mind, I would like to visit your parents with you once things settle down." His tone was composed, as if he had anticipated that Jian Ran had not yet broached the subject with her family. "That's unnecessary," she replied directly, but quickly added, "I have had some issues with my family, and I haven't been in touch for a long time. Let's discuss this later." The mere mention of home caused Jian Ran's heart to ache, a painful reminder that her home had ceased to be hers 3 years prior, and she could never return. "Jian Ran." Qin Yu called her name with a weighty tone, adding, "You are not alone anymore. You have me." His calm demeanor held a certain warmth, and although the words were not romantic in nature, they stirred a complex emotion within Jian Ran. Despite her resilience over the years, the memories of past sorrows often resurfaced late at night, bringing her to tears. Jian Ran, after a lengthy silence, Qin Yu spoke again, "We are already married, and I genuinely wish to spend my life with you." The sudden declaration took Jian Ran by surprise. Meeting his sincere gaze, she responded, "I too am determined to spend my life with you." Qin Yu studied her graceful features for a few moments before saying, "Then, Jian Ran, could you promise me that you will not easily suggest a separation, no matter what happens?" "Yes." Jian Ran nodded emphatically. "I will strive to be a worthy wife." The sentiment of not proposing a separation resonated with her, and hearing it from Qin Yu's lips provided a sense of reassurance. Chapter 5. The considerate newlywed husband. As Qin Yu and Jian Ran exchanged glances once more, an awkward silence enveloped them as they struggled to find a topic of conversation. "Perhaps you should continue with your work. I have a few matters to attend to as well," Jian Ran suggested. Although typically cheerful, she felt an unusual sense of unease when faced with Qin Yu. "All right," Qin Yu replied, nodding as he stood to head to his study. Jian Ran watched him briefly before returning to her room to prepare materials for the following day's work. After approximately 2 hours of diligent effort, She finally finished and rubbed her aching temples. As she stepped out, she opened the door only to encounter Qin Yu emerging from the bathroom, clad in a white bathrobe, his dark hair still glistening with droplets of water, his expression exuding a cool demeanor. "It's getting late. You should wash up and rest," he advised calmly before turning away to enter his room. Leaving Jian Ran momentarily at a loss. It seemed he intended to share the bed with her that night. However, she found herself struggling to accept this reality, causing her heart to race and her breath to quicken. After spending half an hour in the bathroom, Jian Ran finally emerged, dressed in a long-sleeved nightgown that enveloped her completely. Upon returning to her room, she found Qin Yu absent, prompting a sigh of relief. Yet before she could fully exhale, Qin Yu entered, carrying a faint scent of tobacco, likely from a recent smoke on the balcony. He had tactfully avoided smoking in her presence. "Sleep well," Qin Yu said as he climbed into bed, taking the right side and leaving the left side for Jian Ran. "Oh, all right," Jian Ran stammered, her nerves causing her tongue to trip, palms growing clammy. She climbed into bed beside him, feeling the vastness of the 2-meter-wide bed, yet simultaneously overwhelmed by the presence of his masculine aura. "I'll sleep first. Good night." She hurriedly closed her eyes, wishing to drift into slumber as swiftly as possible. The more she attempted to suppress her thoughts, the more they surged. She found herself pondering whether Qin Yu might take advantage of her while she slept, yet rationalizing that such actions would be entirely normal, given their legal marriage, only added to her tension, rendering her almost rigid. Sensing her unease, Qin Yu reached out to gently caress her hair. "Jian Ran, although we are legally married, I will never force you into anything you do not wish to do." His voice retained its usual sultry quality, yet Jian Ran detected a hint of humor, causing her ears to redden. This man, could he not be so perceptive? With Qin Yu's assurance, Jian Ran's taut nerves gradually relaxed, and before long, she succumbed to sleep. Upon waking, the sun had risen high, and Jian Ran grabbed her phone to check the time, gasping, "Oh no." Her alarm was supposed to ring at 7 every weekday morning. Had it failed today, or had she simply slept too soundly? "You're awake," Qin Yu's deep, alluring voice resonated in the room. "I noticed it was still early, so I turned off your alarm, allowing you to sleep a bit longer." Only then did Jian Ran realize she was not alone in the room. She looked up to see Qin Yu, fully dressed, seated in a single armchair, casually flipping through a newspaper, clearly having awaited her for some time. Could you wait for me a moment? I'll quickly prepare breakfast," she said. Jian Ran scratched her head and jumped out of bed, hurriedly rushing into the bathroom. "Breakfast was already prepared, and I was waiting for you to join me." From behind, Qin Yu's deep voice echoed, leaving Jian Ran momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Observing Jian Ran, who appeared as startled as a frightened rabbit, Qin Yu's sensuous lips involuntarily curled into a slight smile, his cold gaze warming with a hint of amusement. Was this truly the same Jian Ran who, 3 years ago, had drunkenly berated him for 3 solid hours, even vomiting on him? After finishing her morning routine, Jian Ran entered the dining room, now clad in work attire. She wore a white shirt on top and a black skirt below, the tailored fit accentuating her perfect curves, making her appear more mature and undeniably alluring than her actual age. Upon seeing such a Jian Ran, Qin Yu's pupils narrowed slightly, and he discreetly averted his gaze, silently taking a seat for breakfast. Thus, the first command under Qin Yu's new role as president of innovation technology was to replace the female employee skirts with trousers. Noticing the exquisite breakfast spread before her, Jian Ran smiled and asked, "Did you make all this?" Just the night before, he had claimed he couldn't cook. Yet within a single night, he had managed to prepare such a delectable meal. Truly remarkable. Sensing Jian Ran's thoughts, Qin Yu handed her a warm glass of milk and replied, "It was prepared by the housekeeper." Qin Yu possessed a slight obsession with cleanliness and was quite particular about his food, generally avoiding dining out. Therefore, the housekeeper, who had been responsible for his meals since childhood, had prepped everything in advance. "It looks delicious," Jian Ran remarked as she sat down and took a bite of the pastry, which melted in her mouth, leaving a delightful flavor that exceeded her expectations. Qin Yu hummed softly, offering little else in response, appearing rather indifferent. As Jian Ran finished another piece of pastry, she discreetly glanced at Qin Yu, who was eating with an elegance that evoked thoughts of British aristocracy. He need not exert effort to exude an air of refined nobility. "Is there something on my face?" Qin Yu suddenly inquired, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. No, nothing at all, Jian Ran stammered, her face flushing as she hastily returned to her meal. If these breakfasts suit your palate, I shall have them prepared this way in the future, Qin Yu added after a prolonged silence. Jian Ran felt a twinge of guilt. There's no need to go to such trouble. Qin Yu set down his chopsticks and dabbed his mouth with a napkin, casually stating, "You're my wife." "Oh, all right," Jian Ran conceded, her heart softening at his rationale. She was his wife, and he was her husband. They were destined to share a life together. As she savored the delightful pastries and sipped the warm milk, she couldn't help but think that despite the obstacles that had barred her path to happiness, fate had still granted her a window of opportunity. Chapter 6. The cold and distant president, the fear of public opinion, was something Jian Ran had experienced deeply. If her colleagues at the company were to see her arriving at work in the new president's car, the ensuing rumors would surely be overwhelming. Thus, when Qin Yu offered her a ride, she instinctively shook her head in refusal. Although she did not ride with him, they arrived at the company around the same time. While Jian Ran waited for the elevator with a group of people, Qin Yu, flanked by two personal assistants, approached the exclusive presidential elevator. She initially intended to pretend not to see him, but feeling it inappropriate, she politely greeted him, "Good morning, President Qin." Qin Yu responded tersely, his gaze sweeping briefly over the group before he stepped into the elevator, leaving behind a cool silhouette. His aloofness did not dampen the enthusiasm of the others, who eagerly engaged in animated discussions about the new president. Jian Ran chose not to partake in the chatter, finding it somewhat amusing. Qin Yu's clear demarcation between public and private life was quite pronounced. Upon entering the office, Jian Ran managed to push thoughts of Qin Yu completely aside, immersing herself in her work. In recent weeks, she had been busy with several colleagues preparing for a bidding project for Xinhui Corporation. With the opening of bids imminent, her work intensified to the point where she often forgot to eat lunch. Renowned in the company for her workaholic tendencies, it was not uncommon for Jian Ran to skip meals, and her colleagues rarely expressed concern for her well-being. Today, however, while engrossed in her tasks, she received a call from Qin Yu. Ensuring no one was around, she cautiously answered, "Is there something you need?" The implication was clear. She preferred not to discuss personal matters at work, wishing to keep their relationship discreet. Surprised by her bluntness, Qin Yu paused before responding. "While work is certainly important, one must not neglect their meals." His voice remained calm, yet hints of concern seeped through. Jian Ran felt her cheeks warm as she replied, "I understand." On the other end of the line, Qin Yu fell silent, and Jian Ran too found herself at a loss for words. After a brief farewell, she was about to hang up when he spoke again. "I'm at room 1808 in the Lily restaurant." Instinctively nodding, she replied, "Then go ahead and eat. I want to disturb you." Jian Ran. Qin Yu's tone grew slightly firmer, and after a moment's pause, he added, "I will wait for you." "No need." She instinctively began to refuse, but before she could finish, the call had already disconnected. Glancing at her darkening phone screen, Jian Ran furrowed her brow slightly, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. What reason did she have to decline lunch with her newlywed husband? The Lily Hotel was a five-star establishment near the company, known for its exorbitant prices, a place Jian Ran typically avoided unless entertaining important clients. Upon her arrival, she hoped to evade familiar faces, but unexpectedly encountered Qin Yu's assistant. "Su Hui." Jian Ran attempted to feign ignorance, but the latter called out, "Miss Jian, President Qin asked me to come and collect you." Embarrassed, Jian Ran offered a quick smile and hurried to catch up with Su Hui's pace. Though they were legally married, the situation felt oddly akin to an affair, leaving her feeling thoroughly mortified. Upon arriving at room 1808, Jian Ran was greeted by another of Qin Yu's assistants, Lu Yong. Qin Yu rose to take Jian Ran's coat, hanging it on a nearby rack, then pulled out a chair for her. "Su Jie and Lu Yong have worked alongside me for many years. They are aware of our situation." Jian Ran nodded in acknowledgement, but remained silent, stealing a glance at Su Hui and Lu Yong. The two assistants politely nodded at her before orderly exiting the room. Qin Yu personally served her a bowl of soup, explaining, "Over the years, I have been involved in various business ventures, thus I have a few associates." Feeling reassured by his willingness to clarify, Jian Ran smiled shyly. "I understand." With the housekeeper preparing breakfast and capable individuals like Lu Yong and Su Hui at his side, it occurred to her that Qin Yu's background was likely far more complex than she had imagined. However, she chose not to delve into it, having agreed to marry him because she found him appealing rather than due to his family lineage. Neither pressed for further inquiries. They silently enjoyed their meal. Raised in a household where eating was accompanied by silence, Qin was not accustomed to conversing at the dining table. Thus, their meal proceeded in tranquility. Once both had set down their chopsticks, Qin remarked, "Even when busy at work, one must not forget to eat." Jian Ran nodded, replying, "I will keep that in mind." Sensing her dismissive tone, Qin eyes darkened slightly behind his golden frames, clearly displeased, and he continued from now on, "Let's have lunch together." Qin tone was somewhat domineering, yet Jian Ran found it not unpleasant. She looked up and smiled at him. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Qin." "However, Mr. Qin?" Qin raised an eyebrow. "Since you address me as Mr. Qin, would you care to heed the words of your new president?" This man was already wielding his identity to exert pressure on her. Having navigated the business department of innovation technology for 3 years, Jian Ran was typically astute and clever. But at that moment, she felt at a loss in response to Qin. Seizing the opportunity, Qin continued, "Then it is settled." Jian Ran was reluctant to engage in clandestine meetings with Qin every afternoon, yet she could find no excuse to decline and reluctantly nodded in agreement. In her haste, she even concocted a reason so pale and unconvincing that she fled. Observing Jian Ran's hurried retreat, Qin gaze darkened slightly, and his long fingers instinctively tapped lightly on the table, seemingly contemplating something. "Young master." A woman who appeared to be in her 40s knocked on the door, interrupting Qin thoughts. He looked up, his eyes cold as usual. "What is it?" The woman asked. "Are the dishes to your liking?" Qin had a slight aversion to filth and rarely dined out, but this Lily Hotel was one of his properties, and the elegant room, 1808, had been specially arranged by his subordinates to cater to his preferences. Naturally, his meals were prepared with care. This woman had been responsible for his meals since childhood and knew his tastes better than anyone. For each meal, she would prepare 2 dishes of Sichuan cuisine, mildly spicy. Qin did not respond, but issued another order. His dietary habits leaned towards the light, while Jian Ran preferred spiciness, a fact she had never disclosed to him. Yet Qin was aware. Chapter 7. I will be jealous upon exiting the Lily Hotel. Jian Ran glanced around nervously, relieved not to see any acquaintances. The absurdity of having to worry about being seen dining with her husband struck her as somewhat ludicrous. With a resigned sigh, she pondered whether, had she known Qin would transform into the new president of innovation technology, she would have so readily married him. At that moment, she could neither provide herself with an answer nor wish to dwell on it further. Back in the office, Jian Ran received a notification from the department manager instructing several colleagues responsible for the Xinghui company tender project to prepare thoroughly for an afternoon discussion with the president. Xinghui was a game development company and a subsidiary of the renowned Gu Group, one of the largest enterprises in the country. The competition to win the tender among numerous bidding companies was fierce and challenging. The Xinghui tender was a top priority for innovation technology's annual projects, and it was only natural for Qin, as the newly appointed president, to focus on its progress. However, Jian Ran felt somewhat uneasy. After the unsettling lunch with Qin, she was apprehensive about working with him in the afternoon, fearing her performance might be affected. Jian Ran and her team arrived early at the conference room, fully prepared with the necessary materials, yet her heart remained heavy. "Jian Ran," Lin Mei whispered as she leaned toward her, "your capabilities are well recognized by everyone. Don't worry too much." Jian Ran smiled faintly, but remained silent. Lin Mei was also a member of the project team, but she was sweet-tongued and lacked diligence, leaving many responsibilities to Jian Ran, who often had to manage everything. Another male colleague, Wang Weiming, leaned closer to Jian Ran. "Jian Ran, with you leading our preparation for this project, there won't be any issues." Jian Ran replied, "Regardless, it's always prudent to be cautious." As the project leader, her responsibilities were the greatest, and she felt her concerns weighed heavier than others. Furthermore, this project was the first she would handle since Qin appointment, and she wished to leave a favorable impression on her husband. Living with Qin in the future, she certainly could not allow him to underestimate her. "Mr. Qin," someone called out, drawing everyone's attention to the conference room door, Jian Ran included. She looked up to see Qin entering with 2 assistants, moving with elegant strides. During lunch, Qin had donned casual attire, but now he wore a handcrafted silver gray suit, a white shirt beneath, and a blue and white striped tie, exuding an even colder demeanor. "Hello, Mr. Qin." Everyone stood to greet him. "Please, take your seats," Qin said coolly as he settled into the main seat and gestured for Lu Yong to commence the meeting. He did not spare Jian Ran a glance, allowing her to breathe easier, her previously anxious heart now steadied. Observing Qin Yu's demeanor from yesterday and this morning, she noted his clear distinction between personal and professional matters, a trait he exhibited more rigorously than she did. As the project leader, it was Jian Ran's responsibility to introduce the details of their preparations. Due to her diligent work, she had personally overseen many details, and when analyzing the specifics in front of a group of executives, including the president, she felt no tension. In fact, she appeared exceptionally composed. At the conclusion, she was met with a round of appreciative applause. As she bent to express her gratitude, she sensed a discerning gaze upon her. Looking up, she met Qin Yu's enigmatic and profound gaze. Upon noticing her glance, Qin Yu smiled at her, a smile impeccably polite, devoid of any personal sentiment, purely that of a superior addressing a subordinate. Jian Ran returned a courteous smile, determined to maintain the distinction between public and private matters, asserting that she would not be outdone. With the new president present and Qin Yu maintaining a frigid expression, he resembled a celestial being, creating a palpable distance. The atmosphere was tense, yet thanks to their thorough preparation, Qin Yu affirmed their team's efforts, deeming the meeting a success. As the meeting adjourned, the project team members were elated, momentarily forgetting the executives as they chatted animatedly while leaving. Wang Weiming placed a hand on Jian Ran's shoulder. Jian Ran, if we can secure the Xinghui project, it would be an incredible honor. Jian Ran felt a surge of joy, momentarily oblivious to how intimate their stance appeared, and smiled in agreement. As long as we all work together, nothing is impossible. Jian Ran, a cold voice from behind interrupted, causing Jian Ran to stiffen slightly. She turned around politely. Mr. Qin, do you need something? Jian Ran, as the project leader for Xinghui, I need to discuss some details with you, spoke Su Huiyi, who had been beside Qin Yu. Having worked under Qin Yu for many years, Su Huiyi was well aware of his current thoughts. The other team members, sensing the situation, quickly made excuses to leave, leaving Jian Ran alone with Qin Yu. He stepped closer. Jian Ran. Instinctively, she retreated 2 steps, creating distance between them. Mr. Qin, please state your business. Qin Yu moved closer again. At this moment, I am merely Qin Yu, your husband. Jian Ran retreated further, glancing around. Mr. Qin, this is work time. Hearing her words, Qin Yu's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes narrowing behind golden frames, evidently incensed. However, his good upbringing and composure prevented him from displaying his anger overtly. After a brief pause, he spoke with a serious expression. Jian Ran, although I am well aware that your relationship with that man is innocent, seeing him embrace you intimately, as your husband, I cannot help but feel jealous. Jian Ran, clearly taken aback, never anticipated that Qin Yu would utter such words to her. In an instant, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she ultimately managed a smile, saying, Rest assured, President Qin, such a situation shall not recur. President Qin? Qin Yu's golden-framed eyes narrowed slightly, revealing his genuine displeasure. You seem busy. I'll take my leave now. Unaware of Qin Yu's ire, Jian Ran turned and departed. As Qin Yu watched her enter the elevator, his previously cool demeanor grew even more frigid. President Qin, there are several documents that require your attention. Su Huiyi interjected at an opportune moment. Qin Yu strode toward his office, coldly remarking, Are all women so competitive? Chapter 8. The absence of emotional foundations. Su Huiyi was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized Jian Ran had endured such trauma and betrayal, being left unsupported for 3 years. If she did not cultivate a semblance of strength, who would she allow to witness her vulnerability? Just then, Qin Yu halted and cast a dark glance in her direction. Su Huiyi promptly added, However, from now on, she will have your care. The conference room was located on the 23rd floor, while the business department resided on the 19th. As the elevator opened on the 22nd floor, Madonna for the public relations department stepped in. Jian Ran disliked people like Madonna, and thus stepped aside, opting not to greet her. Madonna shot a glance at Jian Ran before facing the elevator doors, her head held high. Some individuals think that by changing cities, their past misdeeds will be forgotten. Jian Ran paid little heed to Madonna's provocations, unwilling to expend energy on such a troublesome person. However, Jian Ran's apparent indifference irked Madonna, who turned to glare at her fiercely. Jian Ran, you are aware that our president is married, aren't you? Jian Ran smiled softly, thinking that if she were unaware of Qin Yu's marital status, then who could possibly know? Madonna, harboring designs to ensnare Qin Yu, presumed Jian Ran sought the same, and thus continued. This morning, the president had assistant Su send out an internal email announcing his marital status to the entire company. Jian Ran, preoccupied with the bidding for Xinhui Company, had neglected to check the internal emails, and thus was genuinely oblivious to this news. Upon learning of it, a sweet sensation stirred within her heart. Qin Yu had mentioned feeling jealous upon seeing her close to other men, provided he had already declared his marital status to preempt any romantic entanglements. Realizing this, Jian Ran couldn't help but smile. Madonna, nursing unrealistic fantasies about Qin Yu, felt her heart sink upon reading the morning's email. After a day filled with discontent, she sought someone to share her misery with. Jian Ran came to mind. She wished for Jian Ran to experience the same bitterness she had felt, yet was taken aback by Jian Ran's serene demeanor, which only fueled her anger. Enraged, Madonna stomped her foot, vowing that while she could not confront Jian Ran now, she would one day gather enough evidence to bring her down a peg. Having learned from yesterday's experience, Jian Ran hurried home after work. Eager to prepare a meal for Qin Yu before his return, she could not allow him to go hungry again. While shopping for ingredients at the supermarket, Jian Ran called Qin Yu. At that moment, he was engaged in an impromptu meeting with several senior executives. He raised his hand to signal for silence before answering the call. "Is there something you need?" Jian Ran responded, "I'm at the supermarket. Do you have any particular cravings?" Qin Yu replied calmly, "I am not picky. Do as you see fit." Hearing his words, both Su Huai and Lu Yong exchanged knowing glances. If the president truly was not picky, then it seemed unlikely anyone could be. Upon returning home, Jian Ran was busy in the kitchen, donned in an apron, her long, dark hair loosely gathered, revealing her fair neck as she deftly stirred with a spatula. Observing her, it was easy to imagine her performing equally well in her professional endeavors. Qin Yu stood in the doorway for a moment, captivated by the sight before he approached. "Jian Ran, I'm home." Jian Ran turned with a gentle smile. "Please change your clothes. Dinner will be ready shortly." Qin Yu remained still. Jian Ran. She continued her tasks, looking back at him. "What is it?" "I will go change." Though he initially suggested she need not prepare dinner after work, he found solace in the thought of enjoying a meal made by his wife. In his vision of home, it was essential to return to a table set with warm dishes prepared by her hands rather than relying solely on a cook. Jian Ran prepared 3 dishes and a soup: poached chicken, stir-fried onions with meat, and sautéed lotus root slices, accompanied by a minced mushroom soup. Noticing Qin Yu's preference for lighter fare during lunch, she had opted for simple, homely dishes. After changing, Qin Yu found the table set, but upon seeing the onions, his brow furrowed slightly before he quickly masked his reaction, which Jian Ran remained oblivious to. As Jian Ran served the soup, she filled a bowl for Qin Yu. "You've worked hard all day. Start with some soup." "All right," he replied, taking the bowl and sipping gently. Jian Ran added some onions to his rice bowl. "Onions are quite nourishing. Eat plenty." "Okay," he nodded, yet he did not immediately begin his meal, choosing instead to savor the soup slowly. After finishing one bowl, he requested another, consuming a few pieces of poached chicken and some lotus root slices. But he did not touch the rice or the onions Jian Ran had served. Jian Ran noticed this, her head bowed as she ate, feeling a pang of sadness. She refrained from speaking, aware that Qin Yu preferred silence at the dinner table, which rendered the atmosphere particularly heavy. After the meal, Qin Yu washed the dishes while Jian Ran silently retreated to her room, though she understood that their relationship had not yet reached a level of intimacy. Seeing his disdain for the food she prepared still hurt her deeply. However, upon reflection, she realized their marriage lacked any emotional foundation and was merely a union for the sake of formality. Despite being husband and wife, they were strangers to each other, not yet close enough to share such gestures as serving one another food, a clear oversight on her part. Moving forward, she resolved to maintain a respectful distance, ensuring she would never overstep boundaries again. With this clarity, Jian Ran dismissed her earlier concerns about the meal. She turned on her computer, intending to review the project plan for Xinhui, as the bidding was scheduled for this Friday. After so much collective effort, she could not allow even the slightest error. Just as she opened the folder, her phone rang, a call from her close friend, Ling Feiyu. Upon connecting, Jian Ran was met with an explosive greeting. "You little rascal. Where have you been? You didn't even inform me about your move. Were you trying to scare me to death?" Ling Feiyu had been Jian Ran's steadfast companion through the tumultuous years of high school and college, standing by her side during her darkest moments. When Jian Ran decided to pursue her future in Jiangbei, Ling Feiyu, without a second thought, packed a simple suitcase and accompanied her from the bustling capital to Jiangbei City. Concerned that Jian Ran might make impulsive decisions alone, she intended to stay for a couple of months until Jian Ran found her footing before returning to the capital. Chapter 9. Female Friends Yet. Ling Feiyu ultimately found Jiangbei, this emerging international metropolis, to be quite appealing and decided to settle down alongside Jian Ran. Together, they pooled their resources to establish a wedding dress design studio. Jian Ran needed financial security. In truth, she believed that even the closest of relationships could not be relied upon, and only money could offer her a sense of safety. She sought an additional job to earn income, which led her to join an innovative technology company, thus becoming an investor in the wedding dress studio without participating in its management. However, Ling Feiyu understood that this was merely one of the reasons. The true motivation behind Jian Ran's choice was her reluctance to pick up a pencil and sketch wedding dress designs. Hence, Jian Ran opted for a job entirely unrelated to her artistic background. That was the deepest wound buried in Jian Ran's heart, one that nobody has been able to soothe to this day. In front of Ling Feiyu, Jian Ran had no secrets. It was Ling Feiyu who had orchestrated her blind date with Qinyu. She had planned to invite Ling Feiyu out this weekend to share the news of her marriage to Qinyu, but unexpectedly, Ling Feiyu had come to her rented place ahead of time. Jian Ran listened quietly, waiting for Ling Feiyu to finish her tirade before softly saying, "Feiyu, don't worry, I'm fine. The Xinghui project will conclude this Friday, and I'll treat you to dinner over the weekend." Ling Feiyu, flustered, exclaimed, "You scared me to death. Do you think a meal could compensate for my emotional distress?" Jian Ran knew that Ling Feiyu had a sharp tongue but a tender heart, and she couldn't help but smile. "How about I keep you company for a night as compensation?" Just then, Qinyu entered, pausing slightly as he realized Jian Ran was on the phone. Despite Jian Ran's usual warm demeanor and friendly disposition, only Ling Feiyu truly understood her inner self. Qinyu was aware of this, but Jian Ran was oblivious to his knowledge. She quickly covered the phone's microphone and whispered, "It's just a female friend of mine." Regardless of any feelings involved, she would not do anything to provoke Qinyu's jealousy. Qinyu nodded, refraining from further questioning, and thoughtfully stepped outside, leaving space for Jian Ran to converse. However, Jian Ran mistakenly believed Qinyu doubted her, forcing a helpless smile. Perhaps he thought she was the kind of woman who flitted from one man to another. Jian Ran, Jian Ran. Ling Feiyu's voice rose again on the other end. "Give me your address. I'm coming over." Jian Ran understood Ling Feiyu's concern. If she didn't show herself to be well, Ling Feiyu would undoubtedly call the police to report her missing. Jian Ran gently smiled. "Stop fussing. I'll come to you." After hanging up, Jian Ran tidily arranged her things, preparing to spend the night at Ling Feiyu's, where she would confess about her marriage. She knocked on the study door, and upon receiving Qinyu's permission, she entered. "Qinyu, I'm going to Feiyu's tonight. I won't be back." Qinyu immediately stood up. "I'll drive you." Jian Ran shook her head. "No need to trouble yourself." Qinyu looked at her intently. "It's too late. I can't let you go out alone." His tone was firm and direct, making it impossible for Jian Ran to refuse. His vehicle, a spacious and comfortable Land Rover, suited his status, and he drove with the same steadiness that characterized his demeanor. After Jian Ran provided the address, the two fell into silence until they reached the destination nearly an hour later. As Jian Ran thanked him and reached the car door, Qinyu unexpectedly grasped her wrist. "Jian Ran." His voice was deep and alluring, always melodious when he called her name. Jian Ran glanced at his hand, then lifted her gaze to meet his eyes, softly asking, "Is there something else?" He released her, slightly awkward, and inquired, "Are you upset?" Jian Ran smiled. "Why would I be upset?" "Qinyu." Jian Ran pushed the car door open and stepped out, saying, "You should head back now. Drive carefully." Qinyu nodded, starting the engine and departing. Watching his vehicle disappear into the distance, Jian Ran turned towards Ling Feiyu's neighborhood. When they first arrived in Jiangbei City, Jian Ran and Ling Feiyu had shared a two-bedroom apartment. Later, after Jian Ran started working at the innovation technology company, she moved closer to her job. Even after Jian Ran moved out, Ling Feiyu kept a room ready for her, saying it was a place for Jian Ran to return home whenever she wished. Seeing Jian Ran appear before her, Ling Feiyu was too engrossed in her iPad to pay her any mind, watching a drama with rapt attention, while Ling Feiyu ignored her. A fluffy Pomeranian resembling a snowball bounded towards Jian Ran, wagging its tail and showering her with affection, clearly ecstatic to see her. Jian Ran tossed her bag aside and scooped up the little creature. Mian Mian, did you miss mommy? Mian Mian barked a few times, burrowing into Jian Ran's embrace, expressing just how much it longed for her. Ling Feiyu shot a disapproving glance. Mian Mian, you little traitor, although you're her biological one, I've raised you longer. It's unfair for you to flaunt your affection in front of me. Jian Ran squeezed beside Ling Feiyu, holding Mian Mian triumphantly. Mian Mian is smart. She knows who her real mother is. I'm a stepmother? Ling Feiyu tossed her iPad aside, playfully wrapping her arms around Jian Ran. Be careful, or I might poison your daughter. Before Jian Ran could respond, Mian Mian barked a few more times, expressing its displeasure with Ling Feiyu. Jian Ran, delighted by the adorable Mian Mian, lifted the pup to nuzzle its face. My daughter is the most considerate. Ling Feiyu rolled her eyes at Jian Ran. If you want a daughter, find a man to marry. You can have as many as you want. Jian Ran gazed earnestly at Ling Feiyu, suddenly serious. Feiyu, I've registered for marriage. Get out. Ling Feiyu pointed towards the door, but quickly realized Jian Ran wouldn't joke about such matters. Her mouth fell open in shock, and after a long pause, she finally managed to ask, Jian Ran, who is this man? Jian Ran replied, it's the one you introduced me to. Qinyu. Qinyu? Ling Feiyu scratched her head, earnestly trying to recall the name, but after a long moment, she admitted, I don't remember anyone named Qinyu that I introduced to you. Chapter 10. Heartwarming contradictions. Hearing Ling Feiyu's words, Jian Ran's heart sank, and she recounted the events of the blind date, convinced she hadn't made a mistake. Jian Ran. Ling Feiyu nervously grasped Jian Ran's hand. You must tell me what is going on. She was genuinely worried that Jian Ran might have fallen for a con artist. Jian Ran explained how she went from a blind date to registering for marriage, revealing that Qinyu was the new president of her company, which left Ling Feiyu's eyes wide in astonishment. Jian Ran, what can I say to you? Ling Feiyu retrieved her iPad and quickly searched for information about Qinyu, muttering, I bet this Qinyu is a balding, pot-bellied old man who doesn't deserve someone as beautiful as you. Before she could finish, she was stunned by the images displayed online. Although only 2 photos from Qinyu's inaugural press conference surfaced, they were enough to showcase his striking looks. Ling Feiyu exclaimed excitedly, You little rascal, slap me to wake me up from this dream. Jian Ran complied with a playful slap on Ling Feiyu's back. That's the person you see. Ling Feiyu danced with joy. Such a handsome man, and he is so capable. After all your misfortunes, have you finally struck gold? Yet, Jian Ran was not in a playful mood. She pressed, You said Qinyu wasn't introduced by you? Ling Feiyu replied, Well, I did indirectly introduce him. He was a client of the studio, and when he mentioned having some quality men around, I thought of you, so. Jian Ran picked up a cushion from the sofa and playfully tossed it at Ling Feiyu. How worried are you that I might not get married? I'm not worried about you marrying. I'm more concerned that you might not want to. Ling Feiyu suddenly embraced Jian Ran, filled with both joy and sorrow. Ran, you must live happier than anyone else, and give those people a good slap in the face. Jian Ran gently patted Ling Feiyu's back and replied, Feiyu, the past is behind us. I will not shackle myself with burdens. I will live happily and joyfully, not to spite others, but solely for myself. Jian Ran's ability to think this way brought immense happiness to Ling Feiyu. She hurried to the fridge and fetched 2 cans of beer, exclaiming, You little rascal. Congratulations on your marriage. May you find endless happiness. If that guy named Qinyu dares to bully you, fear not, for I am here. Speaking of Qinyu, Jian Ran felt quite satisfied. A hint of a smile danced in her crystalline eyes. Though we do not share love, I trust in his character. I believe we can walk this path together. That night, Jian Ran and Ling Feiyu conversed for hours, until dawn broke, yet their discussion remained unfinished. However, after an all-night talk, Ling Feiyu had finally set her heart at ease. Jian Ran's willingness to open her heart to others was truly commendable. Having not slept through the night, Jian Ran still rose early to prepare for work. She regarded her job as paramount, refusing to abandon it regardless of fatigue. At noon, when Qinyu joined Jian Ran for lunch, he noticed her lack of vitality compared to usual. After their meal, he kindly suggested, Jian Ran, there's a room for you to rest. Please take an hour. Jian Ran opened her mouth to decline, but upon meeting Qinyu's concerned gaze, she swallowed her words. Although love was absent, as her husband, Qinyu was exceptionally competent and genuinely cared for her. Moreover, she understood that without sufficient rest, her work efficiency would inevitably decline. The resting room was next to room 1808, decorated simply yet refreshingly, creating a comfortable atmosphere. Yu drew the curtains, dimming the room significantly, and Jian Ran felt her weariness deepen. He sat by the bed, covering her with a blanket. "Sleep now. I will wake you when the time comes." Jian Ran struggled to keep her eyes open. "Aren't you going to rest?" Yu replied, "I slept well last night. I am not tired today." Jian Ran obediently nodded and soon drifted into slumber. Yu remained by her side, his deep gaze intently studying her. In his eyes, Jian Ran was not immediately stunning, but rather a beauty that revealed itself gradually, a woman who grew more charming the longer one looked. Her brows were elegantly arched, her lashes long, and her eyes sparkled with clarity. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her figure proportionate. She often appeared gentle, yet beneath that softness lay an undeniable strength. It was this seemingly gentle yet resilient nature that captivated him, leading him to believe that sharing a life with her would be delightful. Jian Ran slept soundly, trusting that Yu would indeed wake her on time. Little did she know, upon awakening, the sky had turned dark. The following day marked the opening of the bidding for the Xinhui Company's project, yet she had inadvertently caused a blunder the day before, leaving her in dismay. Biting her lip, she cast an annoyed glance at Yu, who remained unfazed. "I had Assistant Su request a leave for you. You need not worry. Your team has prepared well for Xinghui's tasks," he assured her. Despite her frustration, the ultimate authority had spoken, leaving her with little room to express anger. Nonetheless, she resolutely declared, "This cannot happen again." In her daily life, Jian Ran was accommodating, but when it came to work, she held herself to high standards. Yu nodded in agreement. "Let us have dinner now." As Jian Ran turned to leave, she muttered under her breath, "Do all men enjoy deceiving?" Hearing her words, Yu's expression darkened, and he contemplated explaining himself but ultimately chose silence. Despite his intentions to let her rest, he realized he had not kept his promise. The bidding process for Xinghui Company took about half a month, with Innovation Technology Company triumphing with a significant advantage. To reward the staff, Assistant Su from the president's office sent an email announcing a company-sponsored 2-day trip to Beihai Mountain Villa this weekend. The news set the entire company abuzz. Beihai Mountain Villa, developed by Asia's wealthiest tycoon, was a premier leisure destination, boasting luxurious accommodations, a golf course, natural hot springs, and various recreational facilities. It was rumored that a night's stay cost an exorbitant sum, attracting only super-rich merchants and foreign dignitaries. No other company's employees had ever enjoyed such lavish treatment. Chapter 11. Do you wish for me to attend? Amid the excitement, the question of whether the president would participate became the focal point of discussion. While colleagues pondered this, Jian Ran's thoughts lingered on Yu. He had been on a business trip for several days, and she wondered when he would return. Although he called each night, their relationship had yet to reach a level of complete openness, often leaving both parties in silence. At that moment, someone initiated a betting activity in the company group chat regarding whether the president would attend the event, with each participant wagering 500. It was a modest sum, and many joined in. Nearly the entire department participated, resulting in a near tie. Lin Mei and Wang Weiming hurried to Jian Ran, eagerly asking, "Jian Ran, will you place a bet?" Jian Ran analyzed the situation seriously. Despite Yu's aloof nature, this was the first major event organized since his appointment. And given the opulence of the venue, it was likely he had instructed Assistant Su to arrange it. Thus, she joined Lin Mei and others in betting that Yu would attend. As the workday neared its end, Jian Ran received a call from Yu, confirming his return from the trip. Afterward, she visited the supermarket to buy ingredients, supplies for the outing, and snacks. Upon returning home, she found Yu still occupied in the study. After greeting him, she busied herself preparing dinner. During the meal, Yu remained silent, eating with refined grace. Jian Ran stole glances at him, finally summoning the courage to ask, "Yu, will you attend the company event tomorrow?" Yu appeared not to hear her, focused intently on his meal. His lack of response made Jian Ran feel awkward, and she lowered her gaze. After a while, he set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and casually remarked, "I am not interested in such activities." Though he did not explicitly decline, his statement effectively implied he would not attend. "Oh," Jian Ran responded softly, disappointment evident in her voice. "What's wrong? Do you wish for me to go?" Noticing Jian Ran's downcast expression, Qin Yu unexpectedly posed the question. She scratched her head and chuckled sheepishly, secretly thinking that his attendance was less significant than the 500 she had wagered. Under the bright chandelier, Qin Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. Since she wished for him to attend, he, as her husband, would make time for it. The next day, Jian Ran rose early. Yet Qin Yu had already beaten her to it. They had been cohabitating for a while, and no matter how early she woke, he was always dressed and seated by the window, perusing financial newspapers. Sometimes, Jian Ran felt Qin Yu seemed out of place in this era. His daily routine was astonishingly disciplined. He consistently set aside time to read the soon-to-be obsolete newspapers rather than seeking information online. "You're up." He glanced at her before returning his focus to the paper. "Good morning," Jian Ran replied, her gaze lingering on him, unable to look away. Today, he donned a pristine white leisure outfit, sitting quietly on a single sofa positioned by the window, his long legs casually crossed. The gentle morning sunlight cascaded through the window, bestowing upon him a touch of warmth. This man was not merely human. He resembled an exquisite work of art, rare in the world, so strikingly beautiful that one might yearn to preserve him. Jian Ran's fervent gaze captured Qin Yu's attention, yet he remained unfazed, calmly perusing the newspaper in hand. His appearance frequently attracted the adoration of many, a fact that irked him. However, he did not mind Jian Ran's unwavering stare. After a while, as Jian Ran's gaze lingered, he lifted his head to address her. "Aren't you supposed to attend the company event? I almost forgot, thanks to you." Jian Ran offered an awkward smile, scrambling to find an excuse. She had been contemplating how such a masterpiece as Qin Yu would fetch a handsome price at an auction when his voice, like a splash of cold water, jolted her back to reality. The company had arranged for 2 50-seater buses to transport the employees to the idyllic Beehive Mountain Resort. As the department supervisor tallied the attendees, everyone's eyes darted about, eager to see if the esteemed president would make an appearance. Lin Mei leaned closer to Jian Ran, exclaiming, "Heavens, the president must come. He simply must." Without thinking, Jian Ran replied, "He won't come." Lin Mei's eyes widened in disbelief. "How do you know?" Realizing she had misspoken, Jian Ran quickly added, "The president is typically very punctual. Since we haven't seen him yet, he surely won't show." Lin Mei's expression fell, and nearby colleagues echoed her disappointment with sighs. The sentiments were clear. The president's infrequent presence at work offered little opportunity for anyone to shine before him, and this outing was a chance to stand out. Everyone had donned their finest attire, hoping to catch the president's eye. Yet it seemed he would not grace them with his presence. After more than an hour, they finally arrived at the seaside Beehive Mountain Resort, and the first order of business was to collect the room keys. Jian Ran had initially been assigned to share a room with Lin Mei, but unexpectedly, Su Hui interjected, "Jian Ran, there aren't enough rooms available here. Why don't you share a room with me?" Su Hui was a favored assistant to the president, and her request left everyone envious. Once everyone had secured their keys and was eager to explore the accommodations, Su Hui announced, "Please wait, Mr. Qin has a few words to share." "Mr. Qin." In an instant, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. Had Mr. Qin truly arrived? Amidst their hopeful gazes, Qin Yu, clad in a tailored silver-gray suit, strode through the entrance, each step sending the female colleagues' hearts racing. Upon seeing Qin Yu, Jian Ran felt elated, not only for the return of the 500 yuan she had nearly lost, but also for the prospect of winning a little more. When Qin Yu's gaze fell upon Jian Ran, who was smiling radiantly, he mused that merely taking the time to make an appearance could bring her such joy. He approached the group, offering a courteous smile. "Enjoy yourselves, indulge in the feast. All expenses are covered by the company." Excitement erupted among the crowd, nearly leading them to shout praises for the president, while Jian Ran stood quietly at the back, contemplating the whims of wealth. Su Hui, citing the lack of available rooms, led Jian Ran onto a sightseeing vehicle destined for the exclusive villa area of the resort. As Jian Ran observed the lavish surroundings, she grew apprehensive, suspecting that Su Hui had ulterior motives for bringing her here. Her suspicions were confirmed when Su Hui escorted her to Qin Yu's private domain. Chapter 12. The apple-biting game. Upon entering through a wooden door, they were greeted by expansive lawns, and further in, pavilions, rockeries, fountains, and fields of flowers awaited. After following Su Hui for quite some time, they finally arrived at a 3-story French-style building. The interior was simply adorned, harmonizing with nature, aligning perfectly with what Jian Ran knew of Qin Yu's aesthetic. As they walked, Jian Ran couldn't help but marvel at the beauty surrounding her. It was reminiscent of a paradise, and she mused that residing here could extend one's life. Su Hui did not enter the house but stood at the entrance, stating, "Since Mr. Qin is here, he wouldn't have you stay in those ordinary guest rooms." Jian Ran thought to herself that those guest rooms were quite expensive in their own right. They were hardly ordinary. However, compared to the independent villas, they paled in comparison. Su Hui continued, "Mrs. Qin, this area is private. Others cannot enter, so there is no need for concern." Mrs. Qin? It was the first time someone had referred to her as such, and Jian Ran felt a flush of embarrassment. "Assistant Su, you could just call me Jian Ran." Su Hui smiled. "You are Mr. Qin's wife. I can find no title more fitting than Mrs. Qin to address you." Her words carried an underlying meaning. Yet Jian Ran had yet to hold Qin Yu's hand, causing her cheeks to burn even more. "You can go in and rest. I must take my leave," Su Hui said with a smile as she politely withdrew. Jian Ran stood in the spacious living room, surveying her surroundings, momentarily at a loss for what to do. At that moment, Qin Yu walked in from outside, kindly taking the backpack that Jian Ran had draped over her shoulder. Leading the way upstairs, the room is on the second floor. Despite his long legs, he deliberately slowed his pace, allowing Jian Ran to keep up. Following behind him, Jian Ran ventured, "Qin Yu, may I discuss something with you?" Qin Yu opened the door, placing Jian Ran's backpack on the luggage rack before responding. "The arrangement of accommodations is a matter for Assistant Su." Jian Ran replied, "All right, I shall accept the situation." Qin Yu moved to the window, pulling back the heavy curtains. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, a breathtaking view of the endless ocean unfolded, where the sea seemed to meld with the sky in a harmonious blend. The distant sound of waves crashing against the rocks played like a joyful symphony. Jian Ran exclaimed, "What a beautiful place." Qin Yu remarked, "If you like it, you can come here often." Jian Ran shook her head. "I'm not particularly fond of it." It wasn't a matter of dislike. Rather, she was reluctant to spend the hard-earned money she had saved on such luxuries, especially not Qin Yu's. Although he had previously provided her with a bank card, she had no intention of using it. If they were to part ways one day, she wished to retain her independence. Qin Yu, perceptive enough to sense her unspoken truth, chose not to press further, suggesting instead, "Let us go eat. After that, you should rest a bit. You will need your energy for the departmental activities this afternoon." Jian Ran nodded in agreement. After a brief interval, Qin Yu awkwardly added, "If you wish to soak in the hot springs tonight, you may return to use the private hot spring here." Jian Ran instinctively shook her head. "I could just join everyone else." Qin Yu firmly stated, "No man wishes to see his wife in such a revealing manner for others to gaze upon." Jian Ran found herself taken aback by Qin Yu's pronounced masculinity. Even in the absence of romantic feelings, he seemed displeased at the thought of anyone else looking at her. After a brief afternoon nap, Jian Ran joined a larger group, where Lin Mei expressed envy. "Jian Ran, how fortunate you are to be staying in the luxurious villa area." Jian Ran replied, "Sharing a room with the leader isn't as convenient as it sounds." She referred to Qin Yu, but Lin Mei assumed she meant Su Hui, nodding in agreement. "That is true. It's always more enjoyable with familiar faces. Why don't you join us tonight?" Jian Ran hesitated, perhaps not. The thought of Qin Yu coming to retrieve her in the middle of the night was daunting. To ensure everyone had a good time, the Human Resources Department had prepared a variety of entertaining activities, dividing the attendees into 4 teams: red, blue, yellow, and green. The first activity was a beer drinking contest, where a 2-liter cup filled to the brim with beer would be shared between a man and a woman using straws. The first pair to finish would emerge victorious, while the last would face the consequences of a truth or dare challenge. Each team promptly summoned their department managers to accept the challenge. In the first round, Jian Ran's red team triumphed, securing first place, while the yellow team finished last and faced the consequence of a truth or dare punishment. As the yellow team endured their punishment, the aloof CEO made his grand entrance, instantly becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Qin Yu gestured for everyone to continue playing while he took a seat to quietly observe the competition. With the CEO present, the atmosphere became more restrained. Yet as the host announced the second game, everyone cast aside their reservations. The next challenge was the apple-biting game, where an apple was suspended from a rope, and each team selected a pair of contestants to bite from either side. The last team to finish would face the harsh penalty of being doused with ice water. Jian Ran emerged as the star of this round, and her teammates unanimously pushed her forward to accept the challenge. Reluctantly, she stole a glance at Qin Yu, who wore an inscrutable expression, causing her heart to race as she stepped forward. Wang Weiming from the red team also volunteered to join her in battle. At that moment, Su Huai glanced at Qin Yu, but her perception differed from Jian Ran's, prompting her to clap her hands and suggest, "Shall we invite President Qin to join us?" Everyone eagerly agreed, yet no one dared to initiate the call until Su's words emboldened them. The crowd chanted in unison, "President Qin, President Qin, President Qin." After a considerable delay, Qin Yu slowly rose, his icy demeanor suggesting he was reluctantly accepting the challenge. Jian Ran's heart raced with anxiety, hoping he would not choose her. Yet he inevitably positioned himself opposite her. Gasps of excitement filled the air as the crowd reacted. The women lamented their earlier hesitation. Had they known the CEO would participate, they would have thrown themselves into the challenge without reservation. Unlike the others, Jian Ran kept her head down, wishing she could excuse herself. The host called for readiness, and the other three teams quickly gathered, while Jian Ran remained preoccupied with her thoughts, contemplating surrender. "Do you truly wish to lose?" Qin Yu's low voice broke through her reverie. Her competitive spirit ignited. She lifted her gaze defiantly, challenging him. "Who is afraid? Begin." The other teams sprang into action, while the crowd cheered, "Go, President Qin. You will prevail." Qin Yu instructed Jian Ran, "Hold the apple steady while I take a bite." This strategy was not for both to gnaw at the apple haphazardly, but for Jian Ran to stabilize it while Qin Yu consumed it. Jian Ran nodded, yet as she prepared, the scent of Qin Yu's crisp and clean aura overwhelmed her senses. The crowd's shouts grew louder. "Go, President Qin. You will prevail. Don't panic. I'm here." His deep, alluring voice reached Jian Ran's ears amidst the thunderous cheers. Taking a deep breath, she opened her mouth to bite the apple. But as she felt Qin Yu lean in, panic struck her, and she instinctively shut her eyes, her heart racing. Throughout the process, she dared not open her eyes to see Qin Yu's expression. She could only sense the apple diminishing, her heartbeat quickening. Suddenly, Jian Ran felt a warm sensation on her lips. It was Qin Yu's kiss. The crowd erupted in applause and screams. Startled, Jian Ran stumbled back. Her cheeks flushed like the red apple they had just devoured. At that moment, the host declared, "The blue, yellow, and green teams have completed their challenges. The red team has lost." As a result, Jian Ran and Qin Yu were to face the icy water punishment. Yet, as the CEO, no one dared to douse him. Just then, another assistant, Lu Yong, stepped forward, declaring, "Then I shall take the liberty of offending President Qin." The crowd cheered, and Lu Yong raised the bucket, deliberately avoiding Jian Ran. Qin Yu, however, opened his coat to shield Jian Ran, resulting in him being drenched while she remained untouched. Jian Ran watched Qin Yu, now soaked, with concern for his well-being, though she masked her worry in front of the others. Noticing her apprehension, Qin Yu drew closer while drying his hair with a towel, whispering, "Don't worry, I'm fine." With a casual smile, he addressed the crowd, "Continue enjoying yourselves. I'll go change." His protective gesture towards Jian Ran was merely a gentlemanly act, yet to the observant, it took on a different meaning. Madonna from the PR department glared at Jian Ran, her hands clenched into fists, wishing she could eliminate her rival. Despite her efforts to present herself beautifully, she had not garnered Qin Yu's attention. Instead, it was Jian Ran who stole the spotlight. Madonna had always considered herself the second most beautiful in the PR department, yet in the eyes of their male colleagues, Jian Ran overshadowed her. Consequently, Madonna harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Jian Ran, wishing only to expel her from the company. After Qin Yu departed, Madonna seized the moment, taunting, "Jian Ran, you looked rather flushed earlier. Do you have feelings for President Qin?" Jian Ran shot her a cold glare, while Su Huai interjected, "President Qin asked me to send an email within the company stating he is married to prevent any misunderstandings regarding his private life. Please refrain from discussing his personal matters behind his back." Madonna, relying on her cousin's position as the PR manager, usually felt superior, but Su's words left her speechless. Instead, she silently directed her animosity towards Jian Ran. After Qin Yu left, he did not return, prompting Jian Ran to worry for him. After a few more games, she found a quiet spot to send him a message. "Remember to take a hot shower. Don't catch cold." Some individuals simply cannot resist their base instincts. A day without flirting leaves them restless. With no one around, Madonna spoke bluntly and crudely. Jian Ran usually ignored her, having little regard for her, yet refusing to be a victim. She placed her phone in her pocket and approached Madonna. Startled by Jian Ran's sudden, intimidating presence, Madonna retreated a couple of steps. "What do you want?" Jian Ran advanced, cornering her against the wall, gripping her chin, and coldly stated, "Don't bark like a rabid dog before you've even grown your teeth." Madonna retorted, "Even if I'm a rabid dog, I'm better than you, shameless woman. Look at the disgraceful things you've done. You think you can seduce President Qin? Dream on." Jian Ran smirked. "I heard your boyfriend dumped you last month, and you cried your heart out. Now you're eyeing the CEO's bed? How shameless." Enraged, Madonna snapped, "What I went through is none of your business." Jian Ran replied, "And what type of woman I am is none of your concern either." Madonna, you're not the only one who can attack someone personally. Don't flaunt your ancient grievances as if they're trophies. Other scars are not for you to boast about." Madonna arrogantly declared, "Humph, how dare you bring that up? Believe it or not, I could expose everything and show the whole company what you truly are. She is mine." A cold voice echoed, causing both Jian Ran and Madonna to shudder. Jian Ran could hardly believe that Qin Yu would appear here. Anxiety gnawed at her. How would he perceive her in this state? Madonna's face turned pale with fright. "Mr. Qin, this situation is not as you see it." Jian Ran Qin Yu did not spare a glance at Madonna, coldly uttering a single word. "Get out." Madonna's complexion shifted from red to white, and although she wished to stubbornly explain, she was rendered speechless by Qin Yu's frigid demeanor. With gritted teeth, she stomped her foot in frustration and fled. Qin Yu approached Jian Ran, fixing his gaze upon her. Jian Ran felt a flutter of unease under his scrutiny and opened her mouth to explain the earlier incident. But before she could, Qin Yu's sultry voice interrupted. "I know it wasn't you who instigated this." Jian Ran looked up at him, biting her lip. "But what if I was the one stirring trouble, the one bullying someone?" Chapter 14. The support of the CEO without a moment's hesitation. Qin Yu replied, "At Innovation Technology, your support is the CEO. It is you who may bully others, not the other way around." "Thank you," Jian Ran murmured softly. She appreciated his unwavering support without prying further into her circumstances. What is there to thank? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, adding, "Isn't the essence of a marital relationship mutual trust and support?" Jian Ran smiled, feeling the warmth of being trusted and silently supported during these chilly autumn days. Seeing her smile, Qin Yu suggested, "How about a stroll with me?" Jian Ran was reluctant to return to any activity, but was also wary of being seen. Unsure, she hesitated. Qin Yu, not granting her time to ponder, took her hand. "Come with me." Her hand was icy, lacking warmth despite the autumn not being particularly cold. When Qin Yu's warm palm enveloped hers, his heat slowly seeped into her, halting her instinct to pull away. After a long moment, Qin Yu spoke in a deep voice in the future. "Come to me with such matters." His words made Jian Ran pause, and she looked up at him, hesitantly asking, "Qin Yu, aren't you curious about what I was like in the past?" Qin Yu withdrew his hand, and Jian Ran felt a pang of sorrow. Just as she was about to say something, his solid hand landed gently on her back, drawing her into an embrace. She looked up, astonished, as he said, "Jian Ran, your past is irrelevant to me. I only care about your future." Leaning against Qin Yu's sturdy chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, Jian Ran felt her vision blur inexplicably at his words. Like a kitten, she nuzzled against him, causing Qin Yu to tighten his grip slightly. After a while, Jian Ran lifted her head. He interrupted her. "I'll take you somewhere." Jian Ran nodded, allowing him to lead her onward. As they walked, a vibrant sea of roses appeared to their left, blooming in a riot of colors. The roses were lush, exuding a subtle fragrance. Jian Ran had seen roses before, but never such an expansive display, stretching as far as the eye could see. "How beautiful! I wish I could stay here for 10 days or half a month," she exclaimed, longing to dive into the floral sea. Qin Yu observed her, his sensual lips curling into a smile. This entire estate belonged to him. She could stay for 10 days, half a month, or even for a lifetime without issue. Jian Ran asked, "I thought roses bloom in early summer. How can they be blossoming in autumn?" Qin Yu replied, "The ancients never imagined planes could soar through the skies. Indeed, with the advancements in science, nothing seems strange anymore." Jian Ran chuckled. "Can I walk in and take a closer look?" Qin Yu nodded. She smiled at him, dressed in a white shirt paired with denim overalls. topped with a white hoodie embroidered with a bear. Her long black hair was casually tied back, presenting a fresh and youthful appearance, a stark contrast to her usual formal work attire. As she flitted about the floral expanse like a busy bee, Yu, driven by an inexplicable impulse, took out his phone and captured her essence from the perfect angle, preserving the moment. Suddenly, a phone rang, shattering the tranquility. Jian Ran offered an apologetic smile to Yu before answering. Wang Weiming, is there something you need? After a brief exchange, Jian Ran responded, I'll be right back. Hanging up, she looked apologetically at Yu. My colleagues are looking for me. I must return. Yu plucked a flower petal from her hair, saying, I'll have a shuttle take you back. Jian Ran nodded, all right. Watching her depart, Yu retracted his gaze and softly called, Su assistant. Su Huei hurried over, rest assured. Mr. Qin, Madonna's termination contract is ready. Yu coldly grunted, After parting from Yu, Jian Ran returned to her team, where Wang Weiming rushed over. Jian Ran, where have you been? I searched everywhere for you. It was quite alarming. Jian Ran smiled. The scenery here is lovely, so I took a little stroll. Wang Weiming announced. Dinner is ready. The company has arranged for us to dine at Warm Spring Pavilion. Let us hurry inside. Jian Ran nodded, stepping forward but slipped on a puddle, almost falling. Wang Weiming reacted swiftly, catching her. Jian Ran discreetly pushed him away, stepping back a couple of paces to maintain distance, politely saying, thank you. Wang Weiming's hand fell empty, and with a hint of disappointment, he replied, let us go. Just then, Yu and Su Huei witnessed the scene. Su Huei remarked, it seems Jian Ran is quite popular. Yu shot her a dark look, to which Su Huei innocently suggested, should we prepare Wang Weiming's termination contract as well? Not necessary. Yu coldly dismissed. Turning to leave, Jian Ran returned home at 8 in the evening. Upon her arrival, she found Yu still engrossed in work in his study. While the other employees were enjoying themselves, the young CEO remained diligently focused, a testament to how he ascended to such a lofty position at a young age. Yu set aside his tasks and looked up at her. You've been drinking. Jian Ran, blushing, nodded just a little. In reality, had it not been for her 3 years of dining with clients, developing a tolerance for liquor, she would have surely been incapacitated. Yu frowned slightly, advising, drinking is harmful, especially for women. Try to avoid it in the future. Yes, Mr. Qin is right. I will limit my drinking to essentials, Jian Ran replied, standing stiffly like a child who had misbehaved. I'll head to my room now. You should rest early too. With that, she swiftly retreated to her room. Disliking the scent of alcohol on her, she decided to enjoy a soak in the hot springs in the backyard. Alone in the soothing waters, Jian Ran felt utterly relaxed. Immersing herself in solitude was far more enjoyable than sharing the space with a group. Sitting in the pool, she gazed up at the sky. It was the 15th day of the lunar month, and the moon hung bright and full. Chapter 15. The intoxicated woman, they say that a full moon signifies family reunions. Yet her heart fell hollow. A person without a home is like a tree without roots, a kite with a severed string, no matter where one goes. The heart remains unsteady. Father, mother. Jian Ran softly called out to the long-missed figures, her eyes slightly reddened. It has been 3 years. Have you thought of Ran Ran? She is also your biological daughter. Yet, during that fateful incident, you abandoned her, leaving her to languish in a foreign land, forgotten for 3 long years. At times, those 3 years felt like a fleeting moment, while at other times, they seemed to stretch into a lifetime. Throughout these years, she deliberately chose to ignore news about you, fearing that what she might see would further entrench her in the abyss of pain. But could such avoidance truly lead to indifference? With a bitter smile, she shook her head. The scar deep within her soul gnawed at her like a malignant tumor. Now, although she is married to a man who is exceptionally caring and accomplished in every regard, her restless heart still yearns for a sense of security and belonging. Perhaps the effects of the alcohol were too potent. As she soaked and pondered, her head grew heavier, leading her to lose consciousness entirely. After completing all the day's paperwork, Qin returned to their room, where the lights were on, yet Jian Ran was nowhere to be found. After waiting a while without her return, he called her phone, only to hear it ringing in the room. Realizing she must have gone to the hot springs, he hurried downstairs to the backyard's hot spring pool. Upon arrival, he saw Jian Ran bobbing like a chick pecking at grains, and suddenly, she toppled into the water. Qin dashed into the pool to rescue her, feeling a surge of anger at her carelessness for falling asleep while soaking. Had he not arrived in time, her life could have been at stake. His face remained stern, yet Jian Ran, oblivious to his anger, instinctively pressed closer to the warmth, soaking his shirt with water. With a serious expression, he carried her back to the room. However, a dilemma arose. He could not simply toss her, clad in a wet swimsuit, into bed. Instead, he carried her into the bathroom to rinse her off. As he helped rinse her, the unconscious Jian Ran leaned softly into his embrace. Her feminine form and smooth skin seemed to silently beckon him. Qin Yu's gaze darkened, and he swallowed hard, attempting to feign ignorance. Yet Jian Ran's body was far from compliant, twisting and wrapping her arms around his lean waist, resting her head against his chest with a contented sigh. Being a normal man, he realized he could no longer suppress his desires. Taking a deep breath, he hastily grabbed a towel to wrap around the glistening Jian Ran before carrying her back to the room. He placed her in bed, draped a robe over her, and gazed at her flushed face. His eyes darkened further, hormones raging within him. Taking another deep breath, he swiftly retreated to the bathroom for a cold shower. After the cold shower, he returned to find Jian Ran sprawled on the bed, having kicked off the blanket, lying in an ungraceful manner. They had been married for nearly a month, sharing a bed whenever he was not on a business trip, and she had always been well-behaved. Yet, after a bit of alcohol, her true nature emerged. He picked up the blanket and covered her again, but she suddenly rolled over, kicking the blanket aside once more. Situated in Jiangbei City, which, though not particularly cold, experienced strong winds at night due to its coastal location, Qin Yu shook his head in resignation. He lay down beside her, embracing the restless Jian Ran and pulling the blanket over her once more. Jian Ran instinctively nestled closer to him, finally settling down. When Jian Ran awoke, the sun was already bright. Instinctively, she glanced towards the window, only to find Qin Yu absent. For some time, she had grown accustomed to seeing him seated by the window, reading the newspaper upon waking. Now his absence felt oddly unsettling. She turned to check her phone, only to discover it was set to airplane mode, showing it was 12:23. She had slept through the morning, missing the department's morning activities. Jian Ran sprang up, quickly leaping from the bed and dashing to the bathroom. However, as she took a step, her momentum halted. Her memory lingered on the previous night's hot spring escapade. Yet now, she found herself in a robe, with nothing underneath. This meant that last night, she had indeed fallen asleep in the hot spring. And Qin Yu had carried her back to the room, even assisting her in changing clothes. She hurriedly checked her neckline, relieved to find herself covered. But the thought that Qin Yu had seen her undressed sent her into a spiral of embarrassment. She buried her face in the bed, utterly mortified. What have I done? Qin Yu's deep, seductive voice filled the room, shocking Jian Ran into stillness, furthering her displeasure. She cautiously lifted her head to find him seated on the sofa in the corner, a folder in his hand, looking directly at her. He had been in the room all along, silently observing her childish antics. Jian Ran wished for a crack in the floor to swallow her whole. Not receiving a response, Qin Yu approached her and inquired, "Are you feeling unwell?" "I'm fine," she mumbled, burying her face in a pillow, utterly unable to meet his gaze. Qin Yu, having taken note of her earlier behavior, calmly said, "Get up and tidy yourself. After eating, we'll head back together." Jian Ran replied softly, "I have to attend the department activity in the afternoon." Qin Yu stated, "I've asked Assistant Su to excuse you." This time, they were not in the Land Rover Qin Yu usually drove, but rather in a silver gray car, driven by a chauffeur, with a license plate A1688. The emblem on the steering wheel was astonishing. Having once known someone who was passionate about cars, Jian Ran recognized it as a Bentley Mulsanne, worth several million. Chapter 16. Ordinary days seeing Qin Yu's opulence, Jian Ran glanced around curiously and asked, "Qin Yu, what business did you engage in before?" He replied, "I've dabbled in nearly every profitable venture." He spoke the truth. The Shengtian Group, under the Qin family, had invested in various lucrative industries, including hospitality, real estate, tourism, film, and electronics, thriving in all. Jian Ran, unaware of the full extent, assumed he was being evasive and lost interest in further probing. Qin Yu was busy, opening his laptop to tackle some files as his work phone rang incessantly. After about 10 minutes, he had received a dozen calls, conversing fluently in English. Though Jian Ran had passed her English proficiency exams in college, she struggled to comprehend the business jargon he employed. She caught snippets of his commands, sharp, decisive, and assertive. She surmised that he was likely handling his own business affairs. After approximately half an hour, Qin Yu finally paused, glancing at Jian Ran and asking, "What are you thinking about?" Surprised by his willingness to engage, Jian Ran smiled softly. "I was wondering about the members of your family." Having never thought to inquire about his family before, her curiosity was piqued, perhaps due to his unreserved trust in her yesterday, prompting her desire to know more about him. Qin Yu paused for a moment and remarked, "Above me are my grandfather and parents, and below me is a younger sister who lacks understanding." When Qin Yu spoke of his sister, his teeth seemed to clench, as if he were suppressing some unspoken emotion. Jian Ran, intrigued, inquired further, "What do you mean by a sister who lacks understanding?" Qin Yu furrowed his brow, unwilling to elaborate. They had been registered as a couple for nearly a month, yet Qin Yu had never mentioned introducing her to his family. Now that she had broached the subject, he seemed reluctant to discuss it. Jian Ran, hesitant to bring up her own family due to past events, wondered about Qin Yu's relationship with his family. Did he also share a strained relationship with them, or was there another reason? Although Jian Ran wished to avoid negative thoughts, she found it hard to believe in such coincidences. Perhaps Qin Yu simply did not want to introduce her to his family. After contemplating this, she pursed her lips and refrained from asking further questions. After a brief silence, Qin Yu finally spoke. "Jian Ran, my family is not in the country. They will return in a few days, and I will take you to meet them." Jian Ran smiled lightly. "That is not what I meant." Qin Yu countered. "Then what do you mean?" Jian Ran found herself at a loss for words. 2 hours later, they finally returned to their residence in Monk Jingxing. After getting out of the car, Jian Ran intended to visit the supermarket to replenish some daily necessities and ingredients. Despite being busy, Qin Yu set aside his documents and accompanied her, stating, "I'll go with you." Jian Ran, feeling guilty about his busyness, replied, "You should focus on your work. I can manage on my own." However, Qin Yu glanced at her, moved ahead, and casually remarked, "Your husband is not just for show." With a resigned shake of her head, Jian Ran followed. Qin Yu took the initiative to push the shopping cart, walking beside her. They overheard whispers from nearby shoppers. "That man is so handsome, so charming." Jian Ran couldn't help but glance up at him, her smile brightening. "Someone is praising you." Qin Yu, with an icy demeanor, replied, "I do not require their compliments." Jian Ran smirked and asked, "Then whose praise do you seek?" Qin Yu looked down at her, and she felt her cheeks flush as she quietly confessed, "You truly are very handsome, the most attractive man I have ever seen." Jian Ran spoke the truth but dared not meet his penetrating gaze, which seemed capable of discerning one's innermost thoughts. After a brief silence, he responded, "Yes, I know." Jian Ran rolled her eyes in exasperation. What kind of person was he? She complimented him, and he merely responded with that. After a while, they reached the fresh produce section, where Jian Ran selected a fish, intending to prepare her signature boiled fish for Qin Yu. She pointed to the chosen fish and gently requested the fishmonger, "Sir, could you please help me catch this one and slice it?" The young fishmonger blushed upon seeing Jian Ran and nodded, deftly preparing the fish, ultimately handing her the neatly packaged slices with a smile. "Take care, and welcome back next time." Jian Ran gratefully accepted the fish. "Thank you." Leaving the fish stall, she proceeded to the vegetable section, only to be interrupted by Qin Yu's deep voice. "You seem quite popular." Jian Ran linked her arm with his, raising an eyebrow and smiling. "Because I'm quite exceptional myself." Qin Yu hesitated for a moment before holding her hand, guiding her as they continued shopping. Once they had gathered the essentials and checked out, the task of carrying the bags naturally fell to Qin Yu. Observing him with his hands full while she felt light and unburdened, Jian Ran smiled sweetly, thinking how fortunate she was to have such a considerate husband. She noticed a touching detail. Qin Yu had not brought his work phone to the supermarket, indicating he was genuinely committed to spending time with her. As they drove home in silence, Qin Yu placed the groceries in the kitchen, stating, "Tonight, I will cook with you." Jian Ran smiled in response. "You might as well handle the dishes. Besides, I will only prepare a couple of dishes, so it won't take long." She believed having Qin Yu nearby would disrupt her cooking, so it was best to keep him at a distance. After some thought, Qin Yu admitted his lack of kitchen skills and agreed to her suggestion. Jian Ran began by washing rice and boiling it, preparing vegetables and seasonings, finally making the boiled fish. While many prefer to add bean sprouts to their boiled fish, Jian Ran particularly enjoyed including onions. Before long, the dish was ready. After tasting it and finding it satisfactory, she called Qin Yu, who was still busy with work, to come and eat. Remembering their previous experience, Jian Ran had prepared a pair of serving chopsticks. She used them to serve Qin Yu some fish and onions, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. You must try this. Tell me if it's delicious. Jian Yu frowned at the sight of the onions, his hand hesitating to lift the chopsticks. Noticing his reaction, Jian Ran anxiously asked, "Do you not like onions?" "No," he replied, for reasons not entirely clear to him. Jian Yu was reluctant to admit his allergy to onions in front of Jian Ran. Remembering the last time he had declined to eat her food, which had caused her to stay at a friend's house for a night in anger, he realized he couldn't refuse again. Looking at Jian Ran's hopeful expression, he set aside his reservations and picked up the chopsticks. Chapter 17. Calling him husband, Jian Yu sat upright, maintaining his usual elegance and seriousness while eating, not uttering a word about whether it was good or not. Having spent some time together, Jian Ran understood his reticence and chose not to dwell on it. As they neared the end of the meal, she noticed Jian Yu's face appeared unusually flushed and asked with concern, "Jian Yu, what is wrong with your face?" "It's nothing," he replied, standing up. "I have to step out for a moment. I may not return tonight." Jian Ran watched him leave, feeling a twinge of sadness. "Please be careful." Jian Yu quickly donned a coat and exited without saying another word. Once downstairs, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Drive me to the hospital immediately." On Monday, after a night away, Jian Yu called to inform Jian Ran he was on a business trip. Jian Ran, too, had a new project to prepare. According to Zhao Junqing, the leader at Xinghue had been impressed with Jian Ran's previous proposal and had specifically assigned her to this new project, requiring the submission of a preliminary proposal within 3 days. With such a tight deadline, creating a satisfactory proposal was no easy feat. Jian Ran, known for her strict work ethic, immersed herself in her tasks, often neglecting even meals. At noon, Wang Weiming approached her, concern evident in his gaze. "Jian Ran, let's go out for lunch together." Without looking up, Jian Ran replied, "You all go ahead. I'll finish this work and join you." Having worked alongside Jian Ran for 3 years, Wang Weiming understood her dismissive words and pressed his hand over hers on the mouse. "Jian Ran, let us eat first. You can come back to work afterward, all right?" Jian Ran withdrew her hand, finally meeting Wang Weiming's gaze, sensing something amiss in his expression. Her heart sank. She realized she had to clarify some matters with him to prevent misunderstandings. She pressed the standby button, stood up, and said, "Let us go." This was Jian Ran's first agreement to lunch with him, which delighted Wang Weiming. He chose a quiet restaurant, hoping to have a heart-to-heart with her. Once seated, he ordered several expensive dishes without asking Jian Ran's preferences, then smiled at her expectantly. Jian Ran understood his intentions, but pretended not to, wishing that Jian Yu would call her at that moment. Just as that thought crossed her mind, her phone rang. With an apologetic smile toward Wang Weiming, she answered, "Husband, I'm out having lunch with colleagues. You needn't worry about me." "Jian Ran, are you deliberately flaunting this in front of me?" On the other end of the phone, Ling Feiyu expressed her dissatisfaction. Jian Ran smiled more gently, responding, "Yes, I know. I've been following your advice, and I won't skip meals. If you don't believe me, I'll take a picture of my meal when it arrives." Having been friends for many years, Ling Feiyu and Jian Ran were as close as one person. If she couldn't discern anything from Jian Ran's tone at this moment, it wouldn't be Ling Feiyu. Thus, she played along, saying then, "Sweetheart, come home early tonight. Your husband is waiting to warm the bed for you." Jian Ran blushed and replied with a playful smile, "Don't make it sound so cheesy." After hanging up, another call came in almost immediately. This time, it was her legitimate husband, Jian Yu. Jian Ran felt a slight shock and glanced at Wang Weiming, shyly smiling before answering. "Hello?" Jian Yu's deep, sensual voice emerged from the phone. "I had lunch prepared for you. Why didn't you go?" Jian Ran couldn't confess that she was already eating, as it would expose the act she had just performed in front of Wang Weiming. So, she bit the bullet and sweetly said, "Husband, I'll take good care of myself, so you needn't worry." As soon as these words left her mouth, there was a long silence on the other end. So long that Jian Ran began to think Jian Yu had hung up. After a while, she finally heard his low voice, "I won't be back until Thursday. Take care of yourself." "Okay." Jian Ran silently breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Jian Yu would not return for a few days, hoping he would forget about this incident by the time he arrived. Wang Weiming had worn a wounded expression upon hearing Jian Ran call another man husband. After she hung up, he finally spoke. "Jian Ran, you're married?" Jian Ran nodded, stating, "At my age, getting married shouldn't be surprising." Wang Weiming had many words he wanted to say, but couldn't, merely smiling sadly. "I wish you all the best." Although he had feelings for Jian Ran, he felt unworthy of her, comforting himself that her happiness was what mattered. Jian Ran thanked him with a smile, feeling proud of her cleverness for revealing her marital status before he could voice his feelings, ensuring their future interactions would remain comfortable. However, that night, Jian Ran no longer felt clever. In a sleepy haze, she sensed someone sitting beside her. Initially, she was too drowsy to react. But as soon as she caught a whiff of the familiar, clean scent of a man, she was instantly wide awake. Startled, she sat up and rubbed her eyes, looking at the man at the edge of her bed. Didn't you say you wouldn't be back until Thursday? Qin Yu, appearing calm, replied. I had some urgent matters to attend to, so I flew back this morning. His original schedule required him to return on Thursday. But since Jian Ran had subtly indicated she missed him, as her husband, he couldn't pretend he hadn't heard. After their conversation at noon, he had instructed his assistant to book a flight back that evening, planning to return to work the following morning. Feeling a rush of embarrassment, Jian Ran scratched her head. Have you eaten dinner? Would you like me to prepare a late-night snack? Qin Yu had been occupied with work until 8 in the evening, then rushed to the airport to catch a 10 o'clock flight back to Jiangbei. The flight from Shaoshan to Jiangbei took over 2 hours, so by the time he reached the airport, it was nearly 1 in the morning. After transferring home, it was 2 in the morning. He had an important meeting to host at 9 the next morning, and his secretary had booked a 5 o'clock flight from Jiangbei back to Shaoshan, meaning he would need to leave for the airport in an hour. Time was of the essence, and since Qin Yu never ate the meal served on flights, he hadn't eaten since noon. He had come back without a meal, simply because Jian Ran hinted that she missed him. Jian Ran's intention to prepare a late-night snack was undoubtedly to spend a little more time with him. In that case, Qin Yu nodded, please help me prepare something. Jian Ran quickly threw on a jacket and said, please wait a moment, I'll be done shortly. Qin Yu entered the kitchen, asking, is there anything I can help with? Jian Ran glanced back at him. Aren't you hungry? He nodded, I am a bit. She handed him the prepared ingredients. Then you can wash the vegetables. Qin Yu readily agreed. Sure. As he washed the vegetables, Jian Ran stole a glance at him, appreciating his serious demeanor. His attitude towards work earned him a high score of 99, as she feared a perfect score might inflate his ego. Working in tandem, they quickly produced a fragrant bowl of mixed vegetable noodles. Jian Ran placed the bowl before him, eagerly watching. This mixed vegetable noodle is also my specialty. What do you think of my culinary skills? Compared to the chefs Qin Yu was accustomed to, Jian Ran's cooking was quite average, yet he didn't mind, nodding in approval. It tastes quite good. Receiving Qin Yu's praise brought a smile to Jian Ran's face as she returned to the kitchen, busily preparing for a while longer. After finishing his meal, Qin Yu came into the kitchen, asking, what are you busy with? Jian Ran smiled back. You mentioned you had to fly to Shaoshan early in the morning. I made some pastries and seaweed rice rolls last night. I've steamed them and put them in a thermal lunchbox, so you can take them with you to eat on the way. Jian Ran understood that Qin Yu was striving to be a good husband, and she wished to be a good wife in return. However, she felt uncertain about how to fulfill that role effectively. She wanted to give him something meaningful, but he seemed to have everything. Therefore, she used her heartfelt intentions to do small things for him, striving to be a considerate and virtuous wife. Noticing her earnestness, Qin Yu gently ruffled her hair. Thank you for being so thoughtful. You said that couples should care for each other, Jian Ran replied, playfully swatting his hand away. Stop ruffling my hair. His gesture felt like she was being treated like a pet rather than his wife. Qin Yu's sensuous lips curled into a smile as he pulled her into an embrace. How about this? Jian Ran's cheeks flushed instantly, and in a rush, she pushed him away, but he only tightened his hold, suppressing laughter that resonated in his chest. Frustrated, Jian Ran bit her lip and pinched his side, yet his firm physique hardly budged, leaving her with a sore hand instead. Not willing to back down, she bumped her head against his chest in a playful attempt to retaliate, but he once again reached out to caress her head as if she were a small pet. His low, sexy voice saying, be good, stop messing around. Jian Ran felt confused. Was she the one causing trouble? She was the one being bullied. After all, she reached out to pinch him again, but this time he caught her hand, gently squeezing it in his grasp. I need to get ready to leave. Take care of yourself while I'm gone. Wait a moment. Jian Ran escaped his embrace and placed the steamed pastries and seaweed rice rolls into the thermal lunchbox, packing them into a bag. Take this with you to eat on the way. As Qin Yu accepted the bag, a hint of warmth appeared in his usually cold eyes. His voice softening, wait for me at home. Jian Ran, blushing, nodded. Qin Yu ruffled her hair again. I'm leaving now. Jian Ran walked him to the door, watching him enter the elevator. Once the door closed, she shook her head vigorously, then touched her forehead, muttering to herself, "I'm not feverish, so what just happened was real. Not just my imagination." She was not ill. It was highly likely that Qin Yu was the one unwell. It must have been his sickness that prompted him to utter words he would normally refrain from and to engage in actions that were uncharacteristic of him. After bidding Qin Yu farewell, Jian Ran found herself unable to sleep, so she decided to rise early for a morning jog and head to the office ahead of schedule. It wasn't until Jian Ran had been busy for over half an hour that Lin Mei finally arrived at the office. Instead of returning to her own desk, she approached Jian Ran and conspiratorially whispered, "Jian Ran, did you hear that Madonna from the PR department has been dismissed?" Jian Ran's heart sank, and her expression darkened. Lin Mei, oblivious to her discomfort, continued, "I heard that she seemed to have employed some underhanded tactics against President Qin, and it was he who personally ordered her termination." Jian Ran surmised that Qin Yu had deliberately leaked such information. He did not wish to involve her in the matter. He had mentioned that her support came from the president, and he was demonstrating this through his actions, which deeply touched Jian Ran. However, she could not find joy in it. Jian Ran did not oppose Madonna's departure from the company, but she wished it was not due to her relationship with Qin Yu. She did not want their connection to be public, nor did she desire any preferential treatment at work. She aspired to rise based on her own merits. Yet now, the situation was unfolding in a direction she had hoped to avoid. Lin Mei continued, "People like Madonna deserve it. Countless individuals in the company have been hoping for her exit. Finally, President Qin has helped us rid ourselves of an eyesore." Jian Ran managed to smile. "Lin Mei, I am indifferent to whether Madonna stays or goes. My sole concern is the proposal due tomorrow." Jian Ran preferred not to engage in gossip, and she understood that the workplace was far more complex than it appeared, rife with pitfalls that one could easily fall into. She recognized the wisdom in the adage that excessive words often lead to misfortune. Over the past 3 years, her relationships with her colleagues had been cordial, yet they remained superficial, lacking genuine intimacy. Zhao Junqing hurried over. "Jian Ran, how is your draft proposal coming along?" Jian Ran replied, "I'll put in extra effort and ensure it's ready by tomorrow." Zhao Junqing warned, "Time is running out. Liu from Xinhui is heading to Kyoto tonight. If he doesn't see your proposal before he leaves, this project will be lost." Jian Ran bit her lip and affirmed, "Manager, I will do my utmost to deliver the proposal to him before the end of the workday." Zhao Junqing glanced at the clock. "If you need assistance, enlist Lin Mei and Wang Wei. Liu's flight is at 9. He must leave for the airport by 7, so aim to deliver the document to him before then." Jian Ran nodded, understood. The 3-day timeline had now been compressed to just a day and a half, a considerable pressure, yet Jian Ran did not falter. In her view, there was no work that could not be accomplished, only a lack of effort. Moreover, this project had been specifically assigned to her by Liu from Xinhui, leaving her no grounds to decline. Chapter 19. Is there a hidden truth? Jian Ran was so engrossed in her work that she skipped lunch and even neglected to drink water. When Qin Yu called, she merely exchanged a few perfunctory words before hanging up. Exhausted in the afternoon, Lin Mei brought her a cup of instant coffee. Fortunately, her diligence bore fruit, and by 5 o'clock, Jian Ran finally completed the first draft of the proposal. Though it was not perfect, it was satisfactory. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhao Junqing, Jian Ran left the office early and took a taxi to Xinhui to meet their general manager, Liu Qingquan. Upon her arrival, Liu's demeanor was unusually warm. He praised her for the quality of the proposal and showered her with compliments. His sudden shift in attitude towards her, coupled with his decision to assign her to the Xinhui project, made Jian Ran uneasy as she worried about the implications from the Gu family behind Liu. If she truly held any significance in the eyes of the Gu family, the past incidents would not have occurred. With this thought, her apprehension eased. After finally extricating herself from Liu's company, Jian Ran received a call from Ling Feiyu, requesting her presence at the studio. She returned home to fetch a change of clothes before heading to the studio, planning to stay there for the night. Upon seeing Jian Ran, Ling Feiyu twirled with delight. Ran, I have some incredibly good news to share." Seeing Ling Feiyu's excitement, Jian Ran could guess what it was, saying, "It must be about your beloved." Ling Feiyu hugged Jian Ran and exclaimed, "Chang Shuyang has successfully obtained his doctorate and has passed through several rounds of selection to join Xingtian Group, currently working at their headquarters in the United States. It is rumored that Liu Qin, the head of Xingtian, intends to relocate the domestic headquarters from Kyoto to Jiangbei, and Chang Shuyang may very well be transferred there as well." Speaking of the Qin family, the owners of Xingtian Group, They truly occupied the pinnacle of the corporate hierarchy, with even the renowned Gu and Yi families barely amounting to a fraction of their stature. The Qin family is a well-known lineage, wealthy yet exceptionally discreet, particularly Liu Qin, the current head, who has never appeared before the media. It is known that he took over the operations of Shangtian at the tender age of 22, subsequently establishing countless commercial legends that many would never achieve in a lifetime. There are even rumors that his reclusive nature stems from a disability. Others claim he is exceptionally handsome, a rare beauty in the world. Regardless of the truth, Jian Ran had no inclination to speculate, as she believed she would never have any connection to Shangtian Group. She grasped Ling Feiyu's hand and reassured her, "Dear, let's not dwell on trivialities. I will handle any matters at the studio. You can focus on your beloved." Ling Feiyu embraced Jian Ran tightly. "You truly understand me. I didn't even have to say anything for you to know I'm heading to America." Jian Ran rolled her eyes. "Haven't you said enough already?" Ling Feiyu chuckled. "Let's go. Tonight, I'll treat you." Jian Ran did not refuse, and the two set off to a nearby, well-known barbecue restaurant. The cold weather had made hot pot and barbecue establishments bustling, especially those with delicious offerings that required waiting in line. Just as they were seated and hadn't tea even ordered yet, Jian Ran received a call from Qin Yu. She glanced at Ling Feiyu before blushingly answering, "Are you done with work?" Qin Yu hummed lightly, not saying much else. Jian Ran stuck out her tongue. If he had nothing to say, he shouldn't have called. She was busy ordering food, and didn't he have the time to engage in silence with him? After a while of silence on Qin Yu's end, she asked, "Is there anything else you want to say?" When there was no response, she added, "If not, I will hang up." After a moment of stillness, she finally heard Qin Yu's low voice. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Jian Ran was taken aback, but responded earnestly, "Make sure to eat after finishing work. Take care of yourself when you're out alone." Jian Ran felt that a good wife would utter such words. The man on the other end fell silent, and she continued, "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. You have nothing else to discuss with me?" Just before she could end the call, Qin Yu interjected again. After pondering, Jian Ran recalled Madonna's situation. He must have been referring to that. She replied, "Thank you." On the other end, Qin Yu fell silent, even emitting a farewell as he abruptly hung up, his rudeness surprising Jian Ran. Ling Feiyu observed Jian Ran and frowned. "Jian Ran, were you just on the phone with your man?" Jian Ran stared at the darkened screen of her phone and nodded. Ling Feiyu exclaimed, "Come on, it's been a month since you two got married. Your phone conversations still feel so stiff? Don't tell me you two haven't even been intimate yet." Jian Ran's face suddenly became the talk of the town. She and Qin Yu had not only refrained from engaging in marital activities, but had not even shared a proper kiss. Ling Feiyu could see this, and, in a tone of affectionate frustration, tapped Jian Ran's forehead, saying, "Jian Ran, do you intend to remain a spinster for life? Even after marrying, you hesitate to fully yield yourself?" Jian Ran shot her a glance and replied softly, "It's not that I am unwilling. It's just that he has never expressed such a desire." Ling Feiyu, who had just taken a sip of water, spluttered in surprise, "You celestial beauty, sleep beside him every night, and he has never once thought of it. There are only two possibilities. Either he is incapable, or he simply does not like women." Jian Ran waved her hand dismissively. "Don't be ridiculous. He respects me. He has said he would never force me into anything I do not wish to do." Ling Feiyu raised an eyebrow, looking at Jian Ran with a knowing look. "Are you sure it is you who is unwilling, or could it be that he is incapable? Or perhaps he married you merely as a facade to conceal his true orientation?" Jian Ran, wishing to change the subject, quickly diverted Ling Feiyu's attention. "The food is ready. I made barbecue for you." Ling Feiyu dropped the topic, understanding that it was a private matter between Jian Ran and her husband, and that pressing further would yield no answers. However, Jian Ran's mind was far from settled. She began to ponder Qin Yu's recent behavior. He appeared well-fed, well-rested, and in good spirits, suggesting he was a healthy man. Yet, how could a man with no apparent issues remain indifferent to a naked woman before him? Was there truly something hidden beneath the surface? Could it be, as Ling Feiyu suggested, that Qin Yu sought her hand in marriage solely as a cover for his sexual orientation? Recalling their past discussions, Jian Ran increasingly felt that the notion of Qin Yu disliking women was not entirely implausible. For the entire evening and the following 2 days, whenever she found a moment to spare, her thoughts would drift back to this perplexing question, so much so that she failed to notice her phone ringing repeatedly. Lin Mei approached her table and tapped lightly. "Jian Ran, Your phone has rung several times. Why haven't you answered? Snapping back to reality, Jian Ran grabbed her phone to find 3 missed calls, all from Qinyu. Biting her lip, she returned the call, only to find silence on the other end, as if he were waiting for her to speak first. I was busy and didn't hear the phone, she said cautiously. What do you need? After a prolonged silence, Qinyu's deep, alluring voice finally emerged. I just called to check in on my wife during a break from work. Jian Ran smiled silently. I understand. At that moment, Qinyu had already returned from a business trip, intending to inform her of his arrival. However, he suddenly wished to witness her surprise at his unexpected presence and chose to remain silent. Su Hui knocked and entered President Qin. The headquarters building of Shangtian in Jiangbei will be completed next month. It will become a new landmark in Jiangbei and even in all of Asia. Your presence in Jiangbei has garnered attention. People wishing to meet you have already made appointments stretching 3 months ahead. It seems you will have little time to yourself in the coming days. When have I ever had free time? Qin Yu waved Su Hui off dismissively, but then recalled something and asked, I just passed by and overheard someone discussing 500 yuan? Normally uninterested in such gossip. He had merely asked because he had caught Jian Ran's name in the conversation. Su Hui chuckled. Recently, the company arranged for employees to vacation at Behind Mountain Villa, and everyone is betting whether you will attend. I must thank Jian Ran. She bet that you would go, and I followed suit with 500, resulting in quite a profit. Qin Yu's golden-framed eyes narrowed, his expression darkening. So, Jian Ran had hoped he would attend the event merely for the sake of 500 yuan. Did he not matter more than that? Aware of his displeasure, Suhi, seemingly oblivious, added, President Qin, you typically do not partake in such activities. This time, it must be for Jian Ran's sake. Qin Yu cast a sullen glance at Su Hui. Are you not eager to leave early? Su Hui has the that. Throughout the afternoon, Qin Yu remained brooding and silent, his thoughts consumed by the realization that he was deemed less important than a mere 500 yuan. Unbeknownst to Jian Ran, Qin Yu had returned home. She had prepared a meal for one and dog food for her pet, Mian Mian. As they were eating, Qin Yu walked in. When he glanced over, Jian Ran had a mouthful of food and was feeding Mian Mian a bone, creating a warm and harmonious scene of one woman and her dog. Qin Yu shot them a cold glance, uttering not a word. Jian Ran hastily swallowed her food and hurried to explain, I didn't know you were back, so I didn't wait for you. After changing his shoes, Qin Yu remained silent. Just as Jian Ran was at a loss for words, Mian Mian suddenly leaped towards Qin Yu, barking a few times in an attempt to assert dominance. Qin Yu's expression darkened further as he frowned at the little dog claiming territory at his feet. Sensing the tension, Jian Ran swiftly scooped Mian Mian into her arms, saying, Qin Yu, please don't take it out on her. Ling Feiyu was heading to America to find Cheng Shuyang, so Jian Ran naturally brought Mian Mian home to care for it. Qin Yu's lips twitched in irritation. It was clear he was genuinely vexed. Had he not possessed good manners, he might have tossed the little dog out. Yet, he remained silent and retreated to the bathroom for a shower, after which he entered his study and did not emerge again. Jian Ran inferred that Qin Yu likely disliked Mian Mian, and she instinctively hugged the dog tighter. Mian Mian, it seems Uncle Qin does not like you. What should Mommy do? Mian Mian, sensing its lack of welcome, whimpered softly. Jian Ran gently stroked Mian Mian's head. Don't be afraid, Mian Mian. Mommy will never abandon you. Tomorrow, I will take you to Aunt Feiyu's house until she returns. Mian Mian whimpered a few times, its round little head nuzzling against Jian Ran's cheek, behaving like an obedient child. Watching Mian Mian, Jian Ran felt a pang of affection. She had found Mian Mian 3 years ago when she first arrived in Jiangbei, nursing it back to health after a severe injury that nearly cost its life. Since then, Mian Mian had been her constant companion, and her feelings for the little pet were akin to that of a mother for her child. Before meeting Qin Yu, Jian Ran had been on numerous blind dates, always bringing Mian Mian along, except for the one with Qin Yu, which ironically led to their marriage. Had she known he could not accept Mian Mian, perhaps she would not have agreed to marry him. However, now that their marriage was a reality, she could not simply part ways with Qin Yu over Mian Mian. After some contemplation, Jian Ran picked up her phone and sent Qin Yu a message. Qin Yu, I apologize for not discussing bringing Mian Mian home with you beforehand. However, rest assured, I will not bring her back in the future. After composing and reviewing the message several times, she finally hit send. The message seemed to vanish without a trace. As Qin Yu did not respond, Jian Ran then prepared a bowl of noodles and brought it to him, hoping to discuss Mian Mian, but he did not even glance her way. Swallowing her words, she forced a smile and retreated. Although their marriage lacked a foundation of affection, she had entered the union with the intention of building a life together, unwilling to let Mian jeopardize their relationship. After a restless night, Jian Ran awoke early the next day, preparing to take Mian back to Ling Feiyu's residence, planning to return to keep her company after work. As she cradled Mian and entered the dining hall, Qin Yu was already seated, glancing up briefly at her before gesturing for her to take a seat. Jian Ran settled down across from him, and, after a moment of silence, he spoke in a deep tone. "Jian Ran, do you like money?" Jian Ran was taken aback by his sudden inquiry. She blinked and nodded honestly. "Of course I do." Qin Yu produced a diamond card and handed it to her, saying, "This card has no limit. Feel free to use it as you wish." Suddenly realizing something, Jian Ran tightened her embrace around Mian, declaring, "Don't even think about taking advantage of Mian. No amount of money will persuade me to part with her." Chapter 21. Women don't need a reason to be upset. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, his expression shadowed behind golden frames. As the formidable leader of Sheng Tian Group, countless individuals devised elaborate schemes just to catch a glimpse of him. Yet in her eyes, he seemed less significant than 500 yuan and a dog. For the first time, Qin Yu felt overlooked, a disconcerting sensation swelling within him. "Woof woof." Mian voiced her mild protest and discontent at the newcomer. Jian Ran quickly covered her mouth, saying, Mian, be quiet. Let mommy have a proper discussion with Uncle Qin. I trust that a gentleman like Uncle Qin would never be unreasonable. Qin Yu gazed at the pair before him, and after a lengthy pause, he replied, I have no aversion to her, nor do I wish for you to sell her. Jian Ran remained silent. Qin Yu continued, since she is your pet, I will attempt to accept her. Jian Ran bit her lip. Thank you. Qin Yu resumed his breakfast with elegance, maintaining his usual routine of departing for work afterward. Several times, Jian Ran attempted to initiate conversation, yet ultimately remained silent. This man exuded a chilling demeanor when displeased, inducing a profound sense of unease. During lunch, Jian Ran, engrossed in reorganizing the Xinghua project proposal to submit before General Lu's return the next day, opted not to dine at her restaurant. Later that afternoon, when Qin Yu called, Zhao Junqing was offering Jian Ran some advice, resulting in her missing his call. She intended to return it, but became so absorbed in her work that she forgot entirely. As the day drew to a close, Qin Yu summoned his assistant Su. What typically makes women angry? Su quickly surmised that there was likely a rift between him and Jian Ran. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, Women often do not require an explicit reason to be upset. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, reflecting on how his previous indifference might have prompted Jian Ran's silent protest today. Su added, however, women are inherently tender-hearted. A little coaxing can mend all grievances. Pondering Su's insights, Qin Yu realized he had never taken the time to sue the woman, leaving him at a loss for how to do so. Su continued, Women also appreciate romance. Simple gestures like gifting flowers or inviting her out to dinner can suffice. Qin Yu regarded Su thoughtfully, and she promptly suggested, There's a revolving restaurant in Jiangbei, a favorite among couples. Coincidentally, this establishment is under Sheng Tian's ownership and will be closed to the public tonight. Qin Yu remained silent, but the slight shift in his demeanor indicated his agreement, prompting Su to smile. I shall make the necessary arrangements. While Qin Yu typically resented investing time in placating women, he found no distaste in doing so for his wife, Jian Ran. That afternoon, Zhao Junqing provided 2 astute critiques on Jian Ran's proposal, prompting significant revisions. By the time Jian Ran was satisfied with her work, she noticed it was already 7 in the evening, and only then recalled Qin Yu. She saved her document and powered down the computer. To her surprise, she spotted a tall figure standing before her desk, 2 piercing eyes quietly fixed on her. Instinctively, Jian Ran glanced around, confirming the absence of others before asking, What brings you here? He had come to wait for her since his calls went unanswered, standing there for at least 10 minutes while she was preoccupied with work. Now that she finally noticed him, her startled expression elicited Qin Yu's desire to reprimand her. Clearing his throat to mask his irritation, he inquired, Were you expecting me to come home and cook? As she tidied up, Jian Ran responded, I'm sorry. I got caught up in my work. How about we eat out instead? Noting his silence, she added, It's on me, without uttering a word. Qin Yu grasped her hand and led her away. Although they were still in the office and no one was present, there were cameras that could capture their actions, which concerned Jian Ran. She attempted to break free, but he tightened his grip. He guided her into the private elevator, descending to the underground parking lot, where he ushered her into his sleek silver Bentley. Jian Ran obediently settled into the passenger seat and glanced sideways at Qinyu, who wore a cold, stern expression. Instinctively, she shifted closer to the door. Suddenly, Qinyu leaned towards her, prompting Jian Ran to instinctively dodge, resulting in her head colliding with the car door, causing her to gasp in pain. "Stay still," Qinyu ordered, his expression darkening further as he swiftly fastened her seatbelt, leaning closer to inspect her for injuries. Jian Ran initially intended to refuse, but upon seeing his serious demeanor, she yielded, blushing as she leaned towards him. It dawned on her that Qinyu's intentions were purely to assist her with the seatbelt, yet her imagination had run wild again. Feeling embarrassed at having her innocent thoughts laid bare, she bit her lip, wishing to hide beneath the car. She felt Qin Yu gently push her hair aside, his fingers pressing lightly atop her head as he carefully examined her for any harm. In the next moment, Jian Ran sensed something was amiss. His long fingers glided down from her crown, brushing against her cheek with a tender caress. His touch was so gentle. It felt as if he were delicately handling a precious gem. Jian Ran's breath hitched, her heart racing, and she shut her eyes tightly, unable to meet his gaze. However, after a prolonged silence without further action from Qinyu, she blinked open her eyes to discover his handsome face moving closer, his warm lips gently brushing against hers. It was a fleeting contact, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Before he released her, his voice sultry as he inquired, "Is that sufficient?" "What?" Jian Ran was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend his meaning, only to belatedly realize he assumed she was waiting for him to kiss her. Ah. Jian Ran clenched her fists, suppressing the urge to strike him. Since he believed she was anticipating a kiss, she decided to take the initiative. Jian Ran unfastened her seatbelt and lunged toward him, her soft lips pressing firmly against Qinyu's, lingering for several seconds, even longer than his initial kiss. As if competing with him, she then swiftly retreated, fastening her seatbelt again, intending to act as if nothing had transpired, though her face betrayed her, turning a deeper shade of red. Chapter 22. A romantic dinner. As Qinyu started the car, he gently touched his lips, a faint smile gracing his usually impassive eyes. This version of Jian Ran finally resembled the woman from 3 years ago. The car glided slowly out of the parking garage, merging into the bustling flow of city traffic. Yet the atmosphere inside remained so quiet that even their breathing felt amplified. Jian Ran sat upright, her gaze fixated on the window, too timid to meet Qinyu's eyes. Though she couldn't resist sneaking glances at him, he drove with utmost concentration, eyes fixed ahead, as if the earlier incident had never occurred. Jian Ran pouted, internally scoffing at his aloof nature. Half an hour later, the car came to a halt in front of a building known as the skyscraper. Qinyu tossed the car keys to the staff and entered the lobby with Jian Ran. The skyscraper, towering at 69 stories, once held the title of the tallest building in Asia and has long been a landmark of Jianbei City. Situated in the bustling commercial center of Jianbei, this area is bustling with people and vehicles, with numerous tall buildings, particularly renowned for the revolving restaurant on its top floor. Many tourists from afar would pay for tickets just to sit inside, savoring a cup of coffee while enjoying the picturesque view of Xiangjiang City across the Jianbei River. When Jian Ran first arrived in Jianbei, she had visited with Ling Feiyu, and the entrance ticket alone cost 80 yuan, not to mention the exorbitant prices of the meals in the observation area. Yet, despite the steep prices, the daily influx of visitors seemed never-ending, as if it had never ceased. Today, however, Jian Ran found it peculiar that, even before 8 in the evening, there were no other patrons waiting for the elevator. As she pondered this, a warm hand enveloped hers. Qinyu took her hand and led her into the VIP elevator, heading straight to the 69th floor. His hand was genuinely warm, or perhaps Jian Ran's hand was simply cold. Regardless, she cherished the warmth he provided. She looked up at him and smiled, asking, "Qinyu, did you invite me here for dinner?" He stood straight, facing the elevator door, and just as Jian Ran thought he would remain silent, he replied softly, "Yes." That simple acknowledgement was more than enough for her. His words were often sparse, a fact she had come to appreciate over time. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the 69th floor, a place that was usually bustling with activity, but today felt eerily quiet, with only staff members in sight. The love restaurant was adorned with roses of various hues, with a table set at the center where the roses were arranged in a heart shape. The warm orange lighting added a touch of dreaminess to the ambience. "Mr. Qin, Mrs. Qin, this way please." A beautiful waitress greeted them, her polite words failing to acknowledge Jian Ran even once. Her gaze seemed glued to Qin Yu, as if she were oblivious to Jian Ran's presence. Jian Ran mused silently that a beautiful woman could be a source of trouble, while a handsome man was simply a marvel. The waitress's gaze toward the attractive man was more blatant than a man's gaze toward a beautiful woman. Suddenly, Qin Yu halted, casting a cold glance at the waitress. "Have your manager come here." The waitress smiled. "Mr. Qin, I am the manager of this restaurant." Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, darkly insisting, "This restaurant needs a new manager." The waitress's smile faltered, but her professionalism compelled her to maintain a semblance of cheerfulness as she replied, "Mr. Qin, Mrs. Qin, this way please. I will have someone else come." After they were seated, Jian Ran couldn't help but laugh. Qin Yu looked at her quizzically. "What is so amusing?" Jian Ran forced herself to suppress her laughter and replied, "Is this how you treat the women who like you? Like me?" Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, stating bluntly, "I do not like her." The waitress was indeed quite attractive, with a splendid figure. Most men would not be so direct in their rejection. Perhaps it was the first time she had been so overtly dismissed, which explained the sudden change in her expression. Jian Ran recalled Ling Feiyu's words and found herself studying Qin Yu more closely. Most men would hesitate to reject a beautiful woman. Could it be that Qin Yu truly had no interest in women? This thought led Jian Ran to scrutinize him with curiosity. If he truly did not like women, would that be a blessing or a curse for her? As the melodious music began to play, it was a song Jian Ran was very familiar with and cherished greatly, "Your Fragrance." She couldn't help but hum along, her brows lifting, her eyes shimmering like crystal, resembling an ethereal sprite. As she hummed, she felt a gentle gaze upon her. Looking up, she met Qin Yu's quiet gaze. She smiled at him. "This is one of my favorite songs." Qin Yu gestured for the waitress to pour them some red wine, raising his glass gently. "Would you like a sip?" Jian Ran glanced at the 1982 Lafite. For someone of her modest means, such wine was extravagantly priced, and she rarely had the opportunity to indulge in it. With a wealthy boss treating her, she felt no need for restraint. She clinked her glass against Qin Yu's. "Cheers." Qin Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. "Cheers." Jian Ran tilted her head back and drank deeply from her glass, exuding a sense of boldness. Qin Yu shook his head helplessly. "That is not how you drink wine." It wasn't that he was concerned about the wine itself, but rather that Jian Ran's manner of drinking could easily lead to intoxication, lacking the grace expected of a woman. It was as if her hidden fierceness and wild spirit were surfacing. 3 years ago, Jian Ran radiated a vibrant energy, brimming with youth. Now, she had concealed the sharp edges of her past, embodying a serene tranquility. Yet whether 3 years ago or now, her unwavering optimism towards life and passion for her work remained unchanged. Feeling a sense of longing, Jian Ran instinctively licked her glossy lips. What was meant to be an unintentional gesture appeared immensely alluring in Qin Yu's eyes, a new light slowly shining within his gaze. Oblivious to his thoughts, Jian Ran excitedly exclaimed, "This wine tastes wonderful. Let us have another glass before the meal." This time, Qin Yu stopped the waitress, pouring the wine himself. "Drink slowly." "All right," Jian Ran replied, but her body betrayed her as she took another gulp of her wine. Drinking on an empty stomach could easily lead to intoxication. Qin Yu signaled for the waitress to bring the dishes. He had ordered 2 servings of fruit salad and filet mignon, both cooked to medium. Now, around 9 in the evening, Jian Ran, having not eaten all day, eagerly dug into her steak as soon as it arrived. However, as her knife and fork clinked against the plate, she noticed that Qin Yu remained utterly silent, elegantly cutting his steak without a sound, creating a perfect and visually pleasing tableau. Looking at herself in comparison, Jian Ran had never considered her dining etiquette to be lacking, but juxtaposed with Qin Yu, the disparity was stark. After cutting his steak, Qin Yu pushed his portion towards her. "You start." "Thank you." Jian Ran smiled, savoring the filet mignon cut by Qin Yu himself, feeling an effervescent sweetness inside her. After a delightful meal, she was pleasantly full, having consumed nearly a bottle of wine, causing her head to spin slightly. While her regular alcohol tolerance was decent, tonight, after sharing a bottle with Qin Yu, she felt tipsy. Jian Ran mused, Perhaps it was not the wine that intoxicated her, but rather the ambience of dining with such an attractive man, who also happened to be her husband. In the restaurant overlooking the night view of Jiangbei, accompanied by beautiful music, she realized one could easily become intoxicated by the atmosphere alone. She smiled and said, "Qin Yu, thank you for this romantic dinner." Qin Yu, with an inscrutable smile, replied in his deep, captivating voice, "If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards Assistant Su." Everything tonight was arranged by her. Jian Ran felt a surge of confusion, wanting to chastise Qin Yu, questioning if his mother was aware of how he spoke. Did he not wish to live a good life? Of course, she could only think such thoughts. She lacked the courage to confront this aloof CEO. Nonetheless, Jian Ran understood that even if Assistant Su had planned this, it could not have come to fruition without Qin Yu's approval. With this realization, she felt considerably better. Perhaps owing to the effects of alcohol, she found herself less restrained around Qin Yu and playfully pouted at him. "You contradictory man." Her pouting lips, stained with red wine, resembled luscious red cherries, evoking a sense of longing. Qin Yu's gaze darkened. "Come a little closer." His voice was sensuous and deep, imbued with an authoritative tone. While Jian Ran's heart rebelled against his command, her body obediently moved closer to him. "Jian Ran." He murmured her name, as intoxicating as the red wine they had consumed that evening. Jian Ran blinked her beautiful eyes, gazing at him in confusion. In the next moment, Qin Yu swiftly wrapped his arm around her waist and pressed his lips against hers fervently. Initially, their lips merely brushed, but soon Qin Yu grew more impassioned. Jian Ran was taken aback and embarrassed, involuntarily letting out a soft sound. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu pried open her perfectly aligned teeth and entwined his tongue with hers, demonstrating in action what a true battle of lips and tongues entailed. The kiss lingered, leaving Jian Ran's body weak and her hands instinctively clutching his shirt. Before she could regain her composure, she noticed Qin Yu's fingers gently caressing her lips, his languid voice, even more intoxicating than wine, whispering, "Now this is what a true kiss feels like." Jian Ran's thoughts spiraled. It seemed this man had been fixated on their earlier encounter in the car, revealing his petty nature. She clenched her teeth, yearning to leap forward and imitate his kiss, boldly declaring, "Don't think you're the only one who can do this. I can too." However, her imagination was rich while reality was stark, and just contemplating this made her too shy to lift her head, lacking even the courage to glance at Qin Yu. On the way home, Jian Ran stared out the car window, her mind racing with thoughts. Qin Yu had arranged such a romantic dinner for her, kissed her moments ago, and they would soon share a bed. What might happen was clear as day. As husband and wife, it was only natural for them to engage in such activities. Yet Jian Ran felt unprepared, a sense of unease lingering in her heart. When the driver passed the mangroves not far from their residence, she suddenly exclaimed, "Stop the car." The driver glanced at Qin Yu in the rearview mirror. Seeing him nod, he slowed down and found a spot to park. Jian Ran swiftly opened the car door and said to Qin Yu, "I'd like to get out and walk for a bit. You can head back first." She thought to herself that if Qin Yu returned home first and fell asleep, she could avoid the awkwardness of lying in bed together, simply chatting. To her surprise, Qin Yu followed her out, handing her a thick pair of gloves. "Put these on. I'll walk with you for a while." "No need for that," she retorted, wishing to shake him off. His presence would only suggest that she wanted to stroll with him. He raised an eyebrow, his voice low and commanding. "It's your choice. Return together or take a walk." Jian Ran thought to herself that this man had entered his domineering mode again. Neither option appealed to her, but walking together seemed preferable to lying in bed. Thus, she chose to stroll alongside him, putting on the gloves he offered with a smile. "Thank you." Qin Yu said nothing, taking her hand as they strolled along the coastal park path. Though it was late, the park was still bustling with people. Many couples passing by hand in hand, some with the boyfriends carrying their girlfriends, and others, oblivious to the world, lost in passionate kisses. Watching them kiss reminded Jian Ran of the kiss Qin Yu had just given her. She had been startled in that moment, failing to fully savor the experience of his first genuine kiss. As she reflected on it now, one realization emerged. She did not dislike Qin Yu's kiss. Gathering her courage, she discreetly glanced up at him, only to meet his gentle gaze, instinctively leaning closer into his embrace. The night breeze off the sea was chilly, yet Jian Ran, typically sensitive to the cold, felt warmth, perhaps because she had someone beside her to shield her from the wind. After a while, Jian Ran paused. her enthusiasm bubbling over as she remarked, "Qin Yu, do you know what I thought the first time I came here?" Qin Yu remained silent, yet his eyes encouraged her to continue. Pointing to the shallow waters, she animatedly declared, "I thought, if only I had enough money, I would deepen these waters and build an amusement park right in the center, open only to myself. Whenever I felt weary or down, I could come here to stroll, feel the sea breeze, listen to the waves, and watch the free-flying seabirds. Imagining it is so beautiful." Jian Ran spoke eagerly, as if her envisioned amusement park was right before her, and she was reveling in all its beauty. Qin Yu listened intently, not interrupting, but instead holding her hand. Jian Ran chuckled. "Of course, that's just a fanciful thought." Chapter 24. Like a dream, Qin Yu gently tousled Jian Ran's hair. "No matter what you do, you must first have an idea. Without thoughts, how can anything come to fruition? When hiring employees, I place great emphasis on their imagination." His words carried the weight of a leader, making Jian Ran feel as though she were strolling with a distant, aloof soul rather than her husband. Nevertheless, she was unbothered by the persona he adopted while accompanying her. It brought her joy to have someone willing to listen to her whimsical thoughts. She continued, "Don't say I'll never earn that much money in my lifetime. Even if I were to strike it rich someday, I wouldn't be able to obtain the necessary government permits." Jian Ran was acutely aware that this was merely a fanciful notion, a beautiful dream she had woven for herself, one that would remain unrealized, not only in this life but in the next as well. Noticing her tone of disillusionment, Qin Yu offered no comforting words, but tightened his grip on her hand slightly. Simultaneously, he observed that throughout her musings, her plans and fantasies had always included only herself, never incorporating him, her husband. Eventually, the effects of the alcohol began to weigh on Jian Ran, and after a short while, she found herself yawning and struggling to keep her eyes open. In her drowsiness, she vaguely sensed Qin Yu removing his coat and draping it over her, pulling her into his embrace while gently patting her back with his large, warm hand. Perhaps this was merely an illusion conjured by the alcohol, but Jian Ran optimistically chose to believe in the reality of this moment, convinced that after being cast aside by many, she could still find happiness. After all, she worked so hard to live a happier and more fulfilling life. Now, happiness seemed to beckon to her, drawing her ever closer, and she could almost drift into a blissful dream. Eventually, Jian Ran drifted into unconsciousness, unaware of how she returned home or how she found herself in bed. When she awoke, it was reminiscent of her previous experience at the seaside villa, clad in nothing but a sleep robe. This time, she was not as startled as before, knowing that even in her ignorance, Qin Yu would not harm her. Lifting her head slightly, she spotted the man in a silver-gray suit sitting on the single sofa by the window, engrossed in a newspaper. In just a month, the sight of that figure by the window had become a comforting routine for Jian Ran. "You're awake." Upon hearing her voice, Qin Yu looked up, his gaze as cool and distant as ever, as if the passionate kiss and their evening stroll were merely figments of another man's existence. Yet, more surprising than Qin Yu's usual cold demeanor was the small, obedient dog sitting at his feet. Yesterday, Mian was eager to drive away the intruder who had disrupted the bond between her and her mother. Yet today, she sat docilely by Qin Yu's feet, occasionally nudging him with her little head in an endearing display of affection. Such a transformation in the dynamics between a person and a dog within a single night is indeed puzzling. What transpired between them that she remained oblivious to? "Good morning." Upon witnessing the improved rapport between Qin Yu and Mian, Jian Ran's voice became notably lighter. The moment Mian heard her, she wagged her tail and bounded over to leap onto the bed, nestling into Jian Ran's arms and letting out a few soft whines, conveying a sense of endearment. Jian Ran affectionately patted her head, saying, "Good girl. Seeing you and Uncle Qin getting along brings great comfort to your mother." Qin Yu, setting aside his newspaper, strode over and lifted Mian with ease, declaring, "Let us head out and wait for you to have breakfast." Mian barked in response, while Jian Ran observed, feeling an odd sense that these two, no, not merely two individuals, but rather Qin Yu and Mian, a person and a dog, appeared harmonious on the surface, yet were subtly competing with one another. After changing into her work attire and completing her morning routine, Jian Ran noticed the breakfast table had once again been adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies. She couldn't help but commend the diligent Annie who prepared meals for Qin Yu, who consistently varied the breakfast offerings daily without repetition. At the table, Mian was already relishing her meal, while Qin Yu patiently awaited Jian Ran. His gaze fell upon her, seemingly pleased with her new work attire. The company had recently updated the uniforms for all female employees, replacing the perennial combination of blazers, shirts, and short skirts with tailored suits. Lin Mei and others remarked on how considerate President Qin was, as they no longer had to endure the discomfort of short skirts in the biting winter cold. Yet, aside from Assistant Su, none were privy to the fact that President Qin's directive for a uniform change stemmed from a desire to shield his wife from exposing herself to others. Qin Yu served Jian Ran a bowl of porridge, stating, "I have a project to discuss in Lin City today and 1 TB back until tomorrow." Jian Ran took a sip of the warm sweet potato porridge and nodded. "You go ahead, don't worry about me. Mian will keep me company." Mian barked twice, affirming that she would remain at home with her mother, and Jian Ran gently ruffled her fur, promising to bring back treats for her. Mian nuzzled Jian Ran's hand and whimpered softly, as if to assert her well-behaved nature. Their cheerful interaction completely overshadowed the presence of Qin Yu, who silently continued his meal with his usual grace. However, a closer observation would reveal a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes, and he childishly shot a glare at Mian. Mian, being a perceptive creature, understood the silent reprimand and barked back defiantly. Jian Ran, glancing between Qin Yu and Mian, concluded that Qin Yu was rather petty, while her Mian was both clever and considerate. Today, General Manager Liu from Xinghui was returning from Kyoto, and Jian Ran had to deliver her newly written project proposal, leaving her little time to spare. This project had been entrusted to her by General Manager Liu, compelling her to dedicate herself even more diligently to meet his expectations. After a bustling morning at the office, Jian Ran reported to Zhao Junqing and then made her way to Xinghui with the proposal in hand. The secretary escorted her to General Manager Liu's office, indicating that he had been waiting for her arrival. Although she knocked on the door and entered upon hearing an invitation, she was immediately taken aback by the sight that greeted her. In addition to Lu Qingquan, there stood a tall man clad in a black suit. He positioned himself by the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze tenderly resting upon Jian Ran. Their eyes met, and an unspoken tension filled the air as they held each other's gaze, neither willing to break the silence. After 3 years, Jian Ran had believed she would remain unaffected upon encountering this familiar face. However, the reality proved otherwise. The sight of someone once so intimately known flooded her with a tide of painful memories, brutally reopening wounds she had only recently begun to heal. Desperate to escape, Jian Ran felt the weight of her past anchor her in place, rendering her unable to move as she stared at the man before her. After a prolonged silence, he stepped closer, smiling as he remarked, "General Manager Liu, I presume this is the esteemed Miss Jian you spoke so highly of?" His voice, particularly the way he addressed her as Miss Jian, struck Jian Ran like a blow, jolting her back to reality. "Gu Xiao, yes," Lu Qingquan nodded, adding, "Miss Jian, this is Gu Xiao from our company. He is eager to hear your thoughts on this project." Jian Ran clenched her fists and took a deep breath, striving to maintain a professional demeanor as she greeted, "Hello, Gu Xiao." Despite her efforts, her voice trembled slightly. Lu Qingquan continued, "I've heard from Manager Zhao that Miss Jian has put considerable effort into preparing this proposal. Please share your insights with us." "Your praise is too generous, General Manager." Jian Ran inhaled once more, opening her laptop to present her views on the project, determined to focus solely on her work and disregard the man's presence. Throughout her explanation, she felt a searing gaze upon her, but she chose to ignore it completely. As she spoke, the secretary entered to summon Lu Qingquan, and Jian Ran was momentarily oblivious to the shift in the room until she realized it was now just her and the man referred to as Gu Xiao. With the absence of others, the smile on her face faded instantly, and she rose to leave without a word. However, the man's movements were quicker, as he reached out and pulled her into his embrace, whispering her name with deep emotion. Jian Ran struggled to free herself, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. Closing her eyes briefly, she opened them again to reveal a cold detachment. "Sir, I must insist you respect my boundaries." With that, she turned to leave, but he grasped her wrist with a firm grip. Ran, it has been 3 years. Do you still harbor resentment toward us?" Jian Ran attempted to shake off his hold, but his grip was too strong, causing her wrist to ache. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the pain and replied icily, "Please let go of me, or I shall not hesitate to retaliate." The man disregarded her words, his tone still imbued with warmth as he urged, Ran, sit down. Let us have an earnest conversation. I demand you release me." Jian Ran bit her lip, turning her head away as she fought back the tears threatening to spill. 3 years ago, she had not shed a single tear, and she would not allow herself to weep for someone unworthy today. Once more, he pulled her into his embrace, calling her name repeatedly, Ran. Despite her desperate attempts to escape, the disparity in their strength rendered her efforts futile. After struggling for what felt like an eternity, Jian Ran realized her attempts were in vain, and she ceased her futile resistance. Noticing her stillness, the man released her from his grip, his hands resting on her shoulders. Ran, I understand that you have endured much hardship in these 3 years. I am here now to take you home. Your parents and sister have been worrying about you. His words struck a chord within Jian Ran, prompting her to respond with unnerving calmness. Who are you? And what gives you the right to say such things to me? Should I tell her to go back? Can she even return? 3 years ago, when they discarded her like a pawn, they should have realized they could never return to the past. Ran, don't call me that, she interrupted, forcing down her inner turmoil and striving for calmness. I'm doing well now. Please do not disturb my life any further. Doing well? The man grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze, slowly enunciating, Ran, if it weren't for my intention to hand you the Xinghui project, do you truly believe you could have outshone dozens of companies with just a trivial innovation? Jian Ran bit her lip, regarding him with cold disdain. You. His words struck her like a steel blade, severing the pride she held for her work. For 3 years, she toiled tirelessly, crafting her own path, only to receive such a bitter revelation. It was not her efforts that were rewarded, but rather she felt like a jester manipulated at will. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath, then slowly raised a smile. Thank you for your kind intentions, Mr. Gu. I will convey my gratitude on behalf of our staff. Ran, everything I do is for you. The man reached out to caress her face, but before he could touch her, she slapped his hand away. Don't touch me. I find you repulsive. With those harsh words, she turned to the door, twisting the handle, only to discover it had been locked from the outside. She glared back at him. What exactly do you want? Ran, I would never harm you. He stepped closer, his tone laced with affection. I merely wish to hold you, to feel your presence beside me. Jian Ran pressed against the wall, attempting to distance herself, but he approached her steadily, as if he were certain of her surrender. Ran. The fire within her ignited, and she seized the ashtray from the coffee table. I told you not to come any closer. Chapter 26. The wounded captive, he smiled confidently, declaring, I know you could never hurt me. I've always known. Your love for me is boundless. How could you ever inflict harm? Jian Ran did not wish to hurt anyone. She merely sought an escape from this nightmarish encounter, wishing never to see his face again. Ran. As he reached for her once more, she acted without hesitation, hurling the ashtray at his head. The impact left a gash on his forehead, blood trickling down, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, gazing at her with a smile. Ran, I understand you are still angry with me. Go ahead and strike me. But once your fury subsides, come back with me. The wound was severe, blood cascading down his face. Yet he paid no mind, his eyes fixated solely on her. Jian Ran, frightened, shouted, Gu Nanjing, you madman, what do you want from me? Suddenly he laughed. Ran, I love the way you say my name. This version of you is truly my Ran. He reveled in her calling him by his full name, an expression of possessiveness that made it seem as if the man bearing that name belonged entirely to her. Be silent. I never wish to be entangled with you again. Jian Ran clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. Ran, you cannot escape as long as I refuse to let go. You will never be free. Gu Nanjing smiled, a mix of pain and exhilaration on his face. Jian Ran bit her lip, her body trembling. You cannot, with unwavering confidence, he smiled, softening his tone. Is there anything I dare not wish for? Her fists tightened, for she believed he would fulfill any promise he made. Ran, the one I love is you. It has always been you, and it will never change. His smile remained, but the injury took its toll. He swayed and collapsed. Jian Ran gasped, Gu Nanjing. The commotion attracted attention, and soon someone entered, finding Gu Nanjing on the floor, bleeding. Panic ensued as voices shouted, Young Master Gu is injured. Quickly. Take him to the hospital. Jian Ran heard someone calling the police, and soon there was a flurry of activity, blood everywhere, people coming and going. When she regained her senses, she found herself in a cold, dim room, confined while Gu Nanjing was taken to the police station. The murmurs of officers reached her ears. This is the one who injured young Master Gu. But for some unknown reason, he is unwilling to hold her accountable. Not only that, he insists on arranging a private room for her. However, he also wants her to be detained for 2 days as a lesson. The guards continue their discussions. But Jian Ran paid no heed. Knowing Gu Nanjing was safe brought her solace. Jian Ran understood his intentions behind having her detained. First, to remind her that she was merely a small employee in the realm of innovation. Despite injuring him, he chose not to pursue legal action, merely confining her for 2 days as a significant favor. Second, to make it clear that whether in Kyoto or Zhongbei, as long as Gu Nanjing refused to let go, she could never escape his grasp. Reflecting on Gu Nanjing's arrogant words, Jian Ran felt a bitter pang in her heart. It was not that she could not escape his control, but rather that her family could not bear to sever ties. The Jian family, once a respected scholarly lineage, had seen its prestige fade during her father's generation. In a bid to revive their name, her father sought connections with the elite, eventually aligning with the Gu family. Overnight, the once fallen Jian family regained its footing within the upper echelons of society, merely by associating with the Gu family. Furthermore, her father sold their ancestral home and valuable artifacts to purchase a villa near the Gu family's estate. Though their new residence was modest compared to others, it still placed them within the affluent community, a source of pride for her father. Unbeknownst to them, over time, the Jian family had become a parasitic entity reliant on the Gu family, with the eldest son of the Gu family as their object of desire. Consequently, after the recent turmoil, her parents had no objections. Whatever the Gu family dictated became their reality. As the Gu family no longer valued her, she became a discarded pawn in the Jian family. Now, 3 years later, Gu Nanjing had the audacity to seek her out, proposing to take her back. The thought struck Jian Ran as absurd, a mockery of her family's helplessness and her own impotence. How could she allow someone she should have forgotten to provoke her anger once more, resulting in harm? Curling up, she embraced her knees, burying her head in them, hoping to shield her heart from pain and chill. Chief Chun, why did you come in person? The guard's respectful yet panicked voices reached her, but she remained oblivious, cocooned in her own space. Only by ignoring the outside world and the individuals who had harmed her could she prevent herself from being wounded again. A loud clap shattered the silence, followed by a deep, furious voice. How dare you detain someone without cause? The guards, filled with panic and grievance, exclaimed, Director Chun, it's not us. It's young Master Gu from the Gu family. Before the man could finish his sentence, a middle-aged man bellowed, Do you still dare to quibble? Open the door at once and bring Miss Jian out. Soon after, Jian Ran heard the sound of hurried footsteps and the click of a lock. Following that, a respectful voice emerged from the middle-aged man. President Qin, my subordinates have failed in their duties. I ask for your forgiveness. Upon hearing the title President Qin, Jian Ran felt a slight tremor in her body and slowly raised her head. She saw Qin Yu standing before the middle-aged man, clad in a meticulously tailored silver-gray suit, his face adorned with the usual polite smile. However, the glint in his golden-framed glasses held an inscrutable darkness that sent chills down her spine. Qin Yu merely nodded, offering no words to the middle-aged man, referred to as Director Chun, and stepped towards Jian Ran. He approached her with purposeful strides, gently caressing her head and softly calling her name, Jian Ran. His voice, more tender than any she had previously heard, made her believe that the hostility she had just perceived in him was merely an illusion. Chapter 27. Unaware of whom she has provoked, Qin Yu firmly embraced Jian Ran, his substantial hand tenderly stroking her back. I'm sorry for arriving late. Jian Ran had never anticipated that Qin Yu would appear at this moment, and her nose tingled with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes. Yet, she refused to show weakness, forcing a smile as she looked up at him. Didn't you say you wouldn't be back until tomorrow? How come you returned early? Despite her brave facade, Qin Yu perceived her struggle, but chose not to address it. Instead, he tightened his embrace slightly, stating, I am here to take you home. Jian Ran pushed against him, lifting her head from his embrace. I've injured someone. I cannot go back with you now. You should return to your work. I will be fine. Having a fair understanding of Gu Nanjing's temperament, Jian Ran believed that if she were confined for a couple of days, his anger would subside without escalating into a major incident. If Qin, you were to take her away at this juncture, it would be tantamount to slapping Gu Nanjing in the face, and Jian Ran dared not contemplate the repercussions of such an act. Given that Qin Yu had just assumed the role of president of innovation technology, a position that required fortification, any disturbance from Gu Nanjing could jeopardize his future. Jian Ran felt that this predicament was a personal matter and did not wish to involve the unsuspecting Qin Yu or subject him to harm. Observing the somber expression on Qin Yu's face, she urged him again, Qin Yu, I truly am fine. Please go. Qin Yu, with a cold gaze, scrutinized Jian Ran and asked in a low voice, Jian Ran, do you even understand what the word husband signifies? While Jian Ran perceived the term merely as a name on her marriage certificate, for Qin Yu, it represented a lifelong commitment. I know you're my husband. Jian Ran was too preoccupied with worry about dragging him into her troubles to ponder his words. She pushed him away, insisting, Qin Yu, please listen to me this once. Otherwise, something terrible will happen. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed beneath his golden frames, and without uttering another word, he swept Jian Ran off her feet and turned to exit. The middle-aged man immediately followed, stating, President Qin, this matter is a misunderstanding. If there is anything you need from me, please don't hesitate to ask. Without glancing back, Qin Yu replied, Director Chun, thank you for your significant assistance tonight. I will treat you to dinner another day. Though Qin Yu's words were gracious, the man known as Director Chun felt a wave of dread wash over him, cold sweat beading on his brow as he stumbled in his steps. President Qin, I assure you I will provide a satisfactory explanation for this incident. Qin Yu remained silent, striding towards the vehicle parked at the entrance while holding Jian Ran tightly. As he carried her into the car, Director Chen's expression shifted dramatically. In a fit of rage, he hurled a chair against the wall, shouting, Gather everyone involved in this matter. No one is allowed to evade responsibility. Some guards, confused, bravely inquired, Director, that woman has provoked young Master Gu. How do we explain this to him? No sooner had the guard finished speaking than he received a hard slap across the face. With red-rimmed eyes, Director Chen scolded, Gu family? In front of that person, the Gu family is insignificant. That second-generation heir has no idea whose ire he has incurred. In the VIP ward of Jiangbei City First People's Hospital, Gu Nanjing, upon hearing the report from his subordinate Li Gang, flung the documents in his hand at Li Gang's face. Startled, Li Gang lowered his head, murmuring, Young Master Gu, it was Chun Sheng himself who went to fetch her. Our people were unable to intervene. Who possesses such influence that Chun Sheng personally went to retrieve someone? Gu Nanjing clenched his fists, his eyes glinting with malice. Chun Sheng, managing the entirety of Jiangbei, had never regarded the Gu family, primarily based in Kyoto, with any seriousness. Now, he was personally attending to the leader of the insignificant innovation technology, which made Gu Nanjing suspicious of ulterior motives. Li Gang, trembling, continued, this individual surnamed Qin. Before he could finish, Gu Nanjing seized upon the key detail. Are you referring to Liu Qin from Xingtian? Li Gang quickly clarified. The surname Qin is merely coincidental. His name is Qin Yu, a mere president of innovation technology who took office last month. Prior to that, he was engaged in business abroad, and we have yet to uncover any substantial backing. Hearing that this Qin had no ties to Xingtian, Gu Nanjing, infuriated, knocked over the 4-drip stand, coldly sneering. A mere president of innovation technology dares to oppose me? I shall ensure he regrets ever crossing paths with me. Li Gang cautiously advised, Young master, you have an injury on your head. You mustn't let your temper get the better of you. Innovation technology won't escape. If you wish to deal with that Qin fellow, it will be a matter of moments. You are correct. It will be easier to deal with him than squashing an ant, Gu Nanjing said with a raised brow, pridefully declaring, Then I shall entertain myself with him. Li Gang added, Young master, shall I disseminate the news that innovation technology is operating unlawfully, and that all collaborations with the Gu family and its subsidiaries are suspended? Gu Nanjing nodded. Ensure it's handled impeccably. Do not allow them to seize any incriminating evidence. Understood. I will take care of it at once. Li Gong. Gu Nanjing called out again. How are things progressing with Xingtian? Upon mentioning Xingtian, Li Gang wore a troubled expression. Liu Qin from Xingtian is notoriously elusive. No one could track his movements. He is rumored to be in Jiangbei, but that is merely hearsay, and no one has concrete evidence. Gu Nanjing rubbed his injured forehead, His anger significantly diminished compared to earlier. Send your men to investigate. We must ascertain his exact whereabouts. If we cannot locate him, I will have no explanations for the old man. While the Gu and Yi families are among the top enterprises domestically, the Qin family's Shangtian group ranks among the foremost globally. They truly stand at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. The Gu family's business has stagnated in recent years, and to expand further, their only avenue lies in establishing a connection with the Qin family. The Gu family has been attempting to reach out to the Qins for the past 2 years, seeking them abroad and pursuing them domestically, yet to no avail. Recently, rumors suggested that the head of Shangtian, Liu Qin, was returning to the country, with Jiangbei as his prime destination. Upon this news, numerous businessmen flocked to Jiangbei, eager for an opportunity to meet Liu Qin, believing that a collaboration with him would guarantee lucrative returns. Chapter 28. Trust me on the way home. Jian Ran attempted several times to communicate with Qin Yue, hoping to convey the gravity of the situation, but his cold, piercing gaze intimidated her into swallowing her words. Upon arriving home, she tugged at his sleeve, speaking cautiously. Qin Yue, please just listen to me this once. This matter is beyond your control. Qin Yue gazed at her, gently cradling the back of her head, compelling her to meet his eyes. He spoke softly, Jian Ran, trust me. Those simple words seemed to infuse Jian Ran with a lingering strength, gradually restoring some color to her pale face. She looked at him, biting her lip, and said tentatively, Qin Yue, why don't you ask me why I was taken to the police station? Qin Yue caressed her face, a look of concern crossing his features as he replied, no matter the reason, just remember that I am here for you. He had known about her troubles for 3 years, and though he was not yet in her life at that time, he felt a sense of obligation. The disgraceful member of the Gu family had hurt her 3 years ago, and back then, she was not yet his to protect. Now, as his wife, he would not allow anyone to cause her sorrow, not even the closest of kin. Jian Ran held back a multitude of words, her heart heavy with the pain of that past incident. She had no desire to unveil old wounds for others to see. She had strived to forget the darkness of her past and to look forward, and now, she resolved to trust Qin Yue as he had asked. Regardless of the Gu family's power or Gu Nanqing schemes, she would remember that challenges could be met head-on. No one could wield absolute control. With a silent sigh, she heard Qin Yue's deep, alluring voice say, I've had something prepared for you to eat. Let us have a bite. Jian Ran shook her head. I'm not hungry. Qin Yue wrapped his arms around her, suggesting, then why not take a shower? She nodded and went to wash up. When she emerged from the bathroom, Qin Yue entered with a bowl of ginger soup. This will warm you up. Drink a bowl. Jian Ran accepted the bowl and drank heartily, offering him a gentle smile and gratitude. Thank you. Qin Yue set the bowl aside and tucked her in, saying, it's getting late. You should sleep. Don't be late for work tomorrow. MHM, Jian Ran replied obediently, lying beneath the covers, her sparkling eyes gazing at him. I'll stay with you. Qin Yue said as he lay beside her, holding her hand and gently patting her back to lull her to sleep. He had been in Lin City for a project, but rushed back upon hearing about Jian Ran's incident, regrettably arriving late to find her detained for several hours. She was merely a girl yet to turn 24, and despite her usual strength, she must have felt overwhelming fear in such a situation. Yet when she saw him, she shed not a single tear, striving to maintain a smile as she spoke to him. The more resilient she appeared, the more Qin Yue felt compelled to protect her. As her husband, he wished to care for her and ensure she would never again suffer harm. Once he confirmed Jian Ran was asleep, he quietly rose and went to his study, dialing a number. Lu Yong, handle this matter properly. I don't want to hear any unwelcome rumors tomorrow. With that, he hung up the phone, indifferent to whether Lu Yong understood his intent. Jian Ran slept fitfully, murmuring in her sleep, her small face contorted with distress. She was plagued by the terrifying nightmares that had haunted her for years. In her dreams, a crowd pointed fingers at her, berating her for being the shameful daughter of the Jian family, claiming she even sought to steal her sister's man. Her dearest loved ones were nearby, yet none stepped forward to defend her. Even more horrifying was the realization that these rumors had originated from them. She tried to explain, but found herself voiceless, trapped under the weight of their disdainful gazes and the echoes of their accusations. Ran. It was her mother's voice, filled with love. Mom. Jian Ran exerted great effort to utter that word. As she reached out to grasp her mother's hand, her mother turned away in tears. You have always been clever and self-reliant. Your sister. What is the point of saying so much? The Jian family cannot afford a daughter like you. It was her father speaking, his once kind face now unrecognizable, as if she had never known him. In that moment, the tension within her snapped, leaving her heart cold. Was it because she had always been strong-willed, and because she had lost the affection of the Gu family's eldest son, that she was destined to be cast aside? Jian Ran felt an icy chill envelop her, as if trapped in a millennium-old ice cellar. Just when she felt she might drown in despair, a pair of warm hands grasped hers, pulling her from the depths of her icy prison. Jian Ran suddenly opened her eyes to meet a pair of caring, tender eyes. Qingyue, disoriented from the nightmare, she struggled to discern reality from illusion. Perhaps Qingyue was merely a figment of her imagination, a comforting presence she had conjured. Qingyue gently pulled her into his embrace, soothingly patting her back as if calming a child. How about I tell you a story? He was aware of her nightmares and the nature of her fears, yet he chose not to dwell on them, seeking instead to redirect her focus. Jian Ran rested quietly against him, nodding softly. Regardless of the authenticity of Qingyue's existence, she found solace in his presence at that moment. Qingyue playfully ruffled her hair, asking, "Do you know why a rabbit's eyes are red?" Jian Ran had heard this story in her childhood, but shook her head, eager to hear him elaborate. As she finished shaking her head, Qingyue continued in his alluring voice. Because it didn't use eye drops when its eyes were dry, hence they turned red. What was once an insightful tale was humorously twisted by Qingyue, prompting Jian Ran to giggle. Did you often doze off in class? Qingyue nodded seriously, perhaps. Chapter 29. Everything is with me. Jian Ran had no inkling that Qingyue had never ranked below second in his studies, graduating from one of the Ivy League institutions, Harvard University, having obtained his doctorate in half the time of others. You must have been scolded often, then, she remarked, feeling a twinge of sympathy for him. Puzzled by the thoughts of boys. When I was young, I consistently ranked first in every subject and was even recommended to the most prestigious university in Kyoto. However, her ambitions did not lie in that direction. She chose to pursue her passion for art. Her greatest dream was to design the most beautiful wedding dresses, enabling every girl to don her creations as the most radiant bride. Yet, that dream was abruptly shattered 3 years ago, the day she completed her wedding dress designs. Since then, she had not touched a paintbrush. Reflecting on this, Jian Ran's expression darkened once more. The tranquil life she had painstakingly built was shattered by unforeseen circumstances. Now, she felt pitiably timid, lacking the courage to share her past with Qingyue. She could not ascertain whether he would still regard her past with indifference, as he had claimed. Focusing solely on her future, Jian Ran closed her eyes, yearning to escape from his embrace. Yet, as she attempted to move, he held her tightly, and she heard him say, "Jian Ran, I am your husband." He had emphasized this fact more than once. Unable to resist, Jian Ran lifted her gaze to him. Under the warm, orange glow of the light, his expression was less frigid than usual, even radiating a gentle warmth that brought her comfort. Jian Ran nodded and smiled softly. I know. The 6 words, "I am your husband," were simple, yet they conveyed to Jian Ran the depth of Qinyu's intentions, even in the absence of love. He was determined to stand by her side through life's storms. In Qinyu's embrace, Jian Ran soon drifted back to sleep. In the latter half of the night, Jian Ran slept soundly, free from nightmares, and awoke early in the morning. Upon waking, she found Qinyu still seated by the window, diligently reading the newspaper. Hearing her stir, he looked up, his customary greeting being awake. For over a month, mornings had followed this unremarkable routine, a simplicity that Jian Ran had always longed for in her life. No matter what transpired, there was always someone by her side, enabling them to live a life of quietude and eventually grow old together. She quickly sat up, her face brightening with a radiant smile. "Good morning, President Qin." They both refrained from mentioning the events of the previous day, as if those occurrences had never taken place, or were merely a fleeting nightmare from which they had awakened. At the breakfast table, Jian Ran inquired, "Will you be on a business trip today?" Qinyu, with food in his mouth, merely shook his head in response. The workload he faced daily was far beyond what an ordinary individual could bear, but today he had to prioritize matters pertaining to innovative technology. Mian, their small dog, whimpered a few times, seeking her mother's attention. Ignored from the previous night until the morning, Mian was clearly displeased. Jian Ran picked her up, nuzzling her face against the dog's fur. Mian, I forgot to bring you treats last night. I promised to get some for you today." Mian returned the affection with a couple of nuzzles and a few whines, seemingly forgiving her mother. Qin set down his chopsticks and glanced over. Narrowing his eyes slightly, his thoughts solely occupied with one notion. This little white dog was truly bothersome. Jian Ran remained reluctant to ride with Qin to work, and he did not insist. They arrived at the office separately. As the workday commenced, many colleagues were already waiting at the elevator. Upon seeing Qin, all eyes turned towards him, greeting him with President Qin. He merely responded with a cool leading Su Huai and Lu Yong into the exclusive elevator, leaving behind an air of aloofness. As soon as Qin departed, discussions erupted among the staff. Wow, doesn't President Qin seem more handsome lately? Another chimed in. Didn't you feel like President Qin glanced at me just now? I'm so excited. Someone else wondered aloud. I wonder who President Qin's wife is? What charm does she possess to have won his affection in marriage? Another added, she must be incredibly beautiful and refined. Perhaps from a prestigious family, not one of us office workers. Listening to their gossip, Jian Ran noted that none mentioned her confrontation with the Gu family head or her subsequent detention at the police station. This surprised her, but upon reflection, she understood the reason. Gu Nanjing would not be so benevolent as to conceal such news. It could only be Qin who had intervened. Although Qin was the president of innovative technology, that company paled in comparison to the Gu family's stature. If Gu Nanjing chose to retaliate, Qin might find himself defenseless. Jian Ran did not doubt Qin capabilities, but was acutely aware of the Gu family's influence and Gu Nanjing's methods. Contemplating these matters, Jian Ran inhaled deeply, resolving to find a way to prevent Qin from becoming entangled in this situation. As Jian Ran was lost in her thoughts, her phone buzzed with a new message. Upon opening it, she read a simple sentence. Work well, I will handle everything. After reading the text, Jian Ran instinctively tightened her grip on the phone, as if that alone could imbue her with Qin strength. Upon reaching her office, Jian Ran learned that Xinghuei had terminated its collaboration with innovative technology, citing improper relations regarding the Xinghuei project. As she had anticipated, Gu Nanjing would not relent, but she was surprised by the swiftness of his actions. Colleagues from the business department regarded Jian Ran with peculiar glances. While others were unaware of her visit to Xinghuei yesterday, those in the business department were informed. Perhaps some already knew of her altercation with the Gu family's young master, and thus cast her judgmental looks. Jian Ran had faced far more vicious and terrifying gazes before, so these stares did not intimidate her. Lin Mei kicked her chair, sliding it next to Jian Ran's. Jian Ran, what happened yesterday? Jian Ran smiled faintly. Did anything happen? Jian Ran, we are good colleagues and friends. You can share with me anything you don't wish to tell others. I promise I won't disclose it. Lin Mei leaned closer, lowering her voice. Didn't you go to discuss a new project with Manager Lu yesterday? Why are they suddenly halting our collaboration? Chapter 30. A secretary is needed. Wang Weiming approached, casting a concerned glance at Jian Ran before turning to Lin Mei. Lin Mei, if your workload is too light, come help me with this project proposal. Lin Mei rolled her eyes, exclaiming, Wang Weiming, you only know how to protect Jian Ran. When have you ever offered to assist me? Wang Weiming instinctively glanced at Jian Ran, retorting, don't say such things. Although he was aware of Jian Ran's marital status, he refrained from gossiping about it within the company, perhaps out of a desire to spare her any discomfort or hold onto a sliver of hope. Jian Ran smiled gently. Let us all get back to work. These matters will be handled by President Qin. It's not our concern. Meanwhile, in the office of the President of Innovative Technology, Lu Yong was reporting the situation to Qin with utmost seriousness. President Qin, everything has been communicated as per your instructions. We shall allow that Gu fellow to gloat for a while. Qin tapped his long fingers on the desk, and after a moment he replied, this is still far from sufficient. Lu Yong and Su Huai exchanged glances. Having served alongside Qin for nearly a decade, they momentarily struggled to grasp his intentions. Suddenly, Qin shifted the conversation, stating, I need to hire an additional secretary. Given that innovative technologies operations were not extensive, and with Lu Yong and Su Huai already serving as special assistants alongside 4 other secretaries, this request seemed unusual. However, it soon dawned on them what Qin meant. Su Huai promptly replied, I will take care of this. Shortly thereafter, Su Huai sent out an internal email stating, President Qin requires an additional secretary, and the position needs to be filled immediately. Department heads may recommend suitable candidates. As soon as the news spread, female employees from various departments buzzed with excitement, eager to vie for the position of the president's secretary. Being the secretary to the president was akin to stepping into the upper echelons of the corporate world. And who knows what opportunities might arise. Even if nothing significant occurred, simply witnessing his handsome visage every day was a delightful prospect. Before long, Zhao Junqing, the manager of the business department, received a call from Su Huai. Manager Zhao, do you have any suitable candidates in your department? After contemplating her team, Zhao Junqing replied honestly, Assistant Su, I truly do not have anyone qualified. Su Huai chuckled lightly. Manager Zhao, are you certain there is no one? Zhao Junqing has navigated the tumultuous waters of the workplace for many years, ascending from an obscure junior staff member to the esteemed position of business department manager. It is clear that one cannot accomplish such a feat without possessing a remarkable array of skills. As she considered the members of her department, a glimmer of inspiration struck her when she thought of Jian Ran. Assistant Su, what do you think of Jian Ran? She inquired. On the other end of the line, Assistant Su chuckled genuinely. Jian Ran? The one who managed the Xinghui project? Zhao Junqing affirmed. Yes, that is her. Su Huai pretended to deliberate for a moment, seemingly trying to recall the individual, before stating, I find her quite capable. Let us bring her in for a trial. After hanging up, Zhao Junqing turned her gaze through the Venetian blinds towards the bustling office area, where colleagues were engaged in hushed conversations, while Jian Ran remained diligently focused on her work. Zhao Junqing could not deny that Jian Ran was an exceptionally competent assistant. Over the past 3 years, Jian Ran had climbed the ranks steadily, working tirelessly without seeking accolades. As Jian Ran's direct superior, Zhao Junqing admired her capabilities and work ethic. However, lurking beneath her admiration was a palpable fear of being overshadowed. Should Jian Ran rise to prominence before Zhao Junqing secured a higher position, she could easily find herself replaced. Currently, her only advantage over Jian Ran lay in her age and experience. As in other respects, she could not confidently claim superiority. With Assistant Su's endorsement of Jian Ran to the secretary position, Zhao Junqing recognized this as a fortuitous opportunity. She picked up the phone and dialed the internal line to Jian Ran's desk. Jian Ran, please come to my office, she requested. The call left Jian Ran feeling somewhat anxious, yet she maintained her composure as she entered Zhao Junqing's office. Zhao Junqing gestured for her to take a seat and continued. You saw the internal email from Assistant Su, correct? Jian Ran nodded. Yes. Zhao Junqing elaborated, I recommended you for the position, and Assistant Su has agreed. Please prepare yourself for the transition. Jian Ran hesitated before expressing, Manager, I have been with the business department for 3 years and wish to continue working under your guidance. Being the president's secretary means facing Qin Yu every day, and I am not keen on that. Zhao Junqing scrutinized Jian Ran, attempting to discern her true feelings. After a brief pause, she remarked, This decision has been finalized. If you truly do not wish to proceed, you may speak with Assistant Su. Understanding that this was beyond Zhao Junqing's authority, Jian Ran sent a message to Qin Yu. Qin Yu, I would like to remain in the business department. After sending the message, she received no immediate reply from Qin Yu. Shortly thereafter, an internal email was circulated announcing the postponement of the secretary position, much to the disappointment of the other eager female employees who had anticipated this opportunity. Zhao Junqing could not help but cast a lingering glance at Jian Ran in the office area, her gaze filled with deep contemplation. Recalling the events that transpired at Behind Mountain Villa, she was now convinced that Jian Ran had influential backing, though whether it stemmed from the president or Assistant Su remained uncertain. Qin Yu's sudden desire to bring Jian Ran closer was motivated by his unwillingness to witness a repeat of the previous day's events. Upon receiving Jian Ran's message, he instinctively wanted to honor her decision, refraining from imposing his will. Jian Ran was his wife, not an object to be controlled. Their relationship was one of equality, where neither party held the authority to dictate the other's choices. With this realization, he promptly canceled the addition of a secretary, leaving Lu Yong and Su Huai astonished. For years, Qin Yu had never altered his decisions. Yet today, a seemingly trivial matter had broken that precedent. Chapter 31. A love from years past, after Gu Corporation announced its cessation of any cooperation with its subsidiary, Innovation Technology, the latter swiftly initiated crisis management. though with little success. In an instant, Innovation Technology's president, Qin Yu, found himself under intense scrutiny. Observing the news, Gu Nanqing raised an eyebrow, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. A mere president of Innovation Technology dared to challenge him. He possessed countless methods to render that individual, surnamed Qin, obsolete. Li Gong, noticing his superior's good spirits, eagerly remarked, "Young Master Gu, once we release our information, Innovation Technology will have no means to retaliate." Gu Nanqing toyed with his phone, snickering coldly, "Do not celebrate prematurely. What is visible on the surface may not reflect the truth." Li Gang, puzzled, queried, "Young Master, what do you mean?" Gu Nanqing replied, "Given that surname Qin was able to summon Shung himself for assistance, one should not underestimate him." Gu Nanqing shot a cold glare at Li Gang, admonishing him to utilize his intellect more judiciously. After years of service at Gu Nanqing's side, such a level of insight was disappointing. Although that Qin fellow appeared incapable of mounting a counterattack, caution was warranted against any covert strategies. Li Gang promptly nodded, "Understood, young master. I will be more vigilant." Gu Nanqing further instructed, "Have someone monitor every move of that Qin individual. Inform me immediately of any irregularities." Li Gang assured him, "We have been keeping a close watch. He is unlikely to devise anything unexpected." Gu Nanqing, in a fit of irritation, smacked the documents on Li Gang's head, exclaiming, "Do you think I was jesting? Young master, I—" Li Gang rubbed his head, feeling both innocent and aggrieved, unsure of where he had erred. Gu Nanqing waved him off. "Prepare the car. You may go about your business today. Do not accompany me and jeopardize important matters." Li Gang, fully aware of what important matters entailed, smiled ingratiatingly. "Shall I book a room for you and Miss Jian Ran?" Gu Nanqing shot him a frosty glare, retorting, "Get lost. If Jian Ran could be so easily reconciled with me, then she would not be the one I have cherished for 3 years." In his heart, he softly called out her nickname, Ran Ran. He fondly recalled how Jian Ran used to delight in him calling her that, and in turn, she would playfully address him as Jingjing, asserting that the name Jingjing belonged solely to her, forbidding others from using it. More often, however, she called him by his full name, stating that Gu Nanqing encapsulated his entirety. At that time, Jian Ran was fiery and passionate, yet possessed a tender charm, playfully demanding his affection and affectionately clinging to him. She radiated warmth, drawing the admiration of countless men. With such excellence and confidence, how could he not love her? The relationship between the Gu and Jian families was intricate, with the Jiangs instinctively relegating themselves behind the Gu family, reinforcing the notion that the Jian family was merely an appendage of the Gu family. However, Jian Ran was different. She maintained her confidence and pride, even in the presence of the Gu family, never yielding. After their love blossomed, she worked even harder, aspiring to be a woman worthy of standing beside him. In her sophomore year, he proposed. They become engaged, with the promise of a wedding upon her graduation. He had anticipated her refusal, yet to his surprise, she readily agreed, her rationale straightforward. "I've always been preparing to be Gu Nanqing's bride. You may reserve me now, and when I am sufficiently outstanding, that will be the time for our marriage." At that time, she was merely 19, still in university, and neither family organized an elaborate engagement ceremony. They simply shared a meal, marking their commitment. Later, she dedicated herself even more to her studies, laboriously designing wedding gowns. Although still a student, her creations had already gained a modest reputation, attracting the attention of numerous studios. When she earned her first substantial income, she invited him out for dinner and proudly declared, "Gu Nanqing, I truly believe your judgment is impeccable." He smiled at her, asking, "What do you mean?" She replied, "I can now earn my own money, and quite a bit at that. If you find yourself unemployed in the future, I can support you." Reflecting on their past, a hint of tenderness surfaced in Gu Nanqing's gaze. Indeed, his Ran Ran had always been so exceptional and confident, deeply in love with him. Yet, he had ultimately brought about her downfall, inflicting deep wounds, powerless to prevent her from leaving for distant lands. Now, 3 years had passed, and he had the means and opportunity to approach her once more. This time, he would not let her slip away easily. "Ran Ran." Gu Nanqing softly called out Jian Ran's name, resolving that he would do whatever it took to keep her by his side. "Young Master Gu, the driver has been waiting for quite some time. Are you planning to leave?" Although Gu Nanqing had dismissed Li Gang, the servant dared not leave without his master's departure. Regaining his composure, Gu Nanqing masked his emotions and departed. Half an hour later, Jian Ran was immersed in her work when her phone rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, she answered politely, "Hello." Gu Nanqing cleared his throat and said, "Ran Ran, I'm at the Shanghai CAF next to your company. Come out, we need to talk." Upon hearing his voice, Jian Ran furrowed her brow, instinctively wanting to hang up. However, she heard Gu Nanqing add, "You may choose not to come, but the consequences will be yours to bear." He knew she would be unwilling to meet him. Only through such a forceful approach could he compel her to see him. He was willing to employ any means necessary to bring her back into his life. Fearing more than her disdain for his tactics the prospect of losing her forever, Jian Ran bit her lip, tightening her grip on the phone, unable to articulate her refusal. Fearing Gu Nanqing might resort to further measures. If it were only her, she would not fear his methods. However, with Qin Yu and the innovation project involved, she did not want him to be dragged into her troubles. Taking a deep breath, she reluctantly managed to utter fine. She powered down her phone, donned her coat, and took over 10 minutes to reach the Shanghai CAF as instructed. Upon arriving at the CAF's entrance, she spotted Gu Nanqing seated by the window on the second floor. He saw her too and waved cheerfully. This scene was painfully familiar to Jian Ran, memories flooding back to her mind. Chapter 32. She is Mrs. Qin once. Jian Ran had often gone on dates with Gu Nanqing, feeling blissful and sweet in those moments. Now, however, her heart was filled with revulsion. She did not wish to see him again, yet felt compelled to meet. Taking a deep breath, she strove to calm her emotions. Ascending the stairs, Gu Nanqing beckoned. "Ran Ran, I'm here." Previously, Jian Ran had relished the way he called her name, but now she shook her head, unwilling to dwell on the painful past, and sat down opposite him. Instinctively, she glanced at the bandage on his forehead, wondering how severe his injury was. Gu Nanqing smiled. "Ran Ran, you're concerned about me." Jian Ran did not deny her concern, but felt it was unwarranted since she was the cause of his injury. She did not want to embroil herself in legal troubles over a man unworthy of her time. Looking at him, she found it impossible to summon the heartache she once felt. Her heart was unexpectedly calm, surprising even herself. She remained silent as Gu Nanqing, unfazed, signaled to the server to bring a cup of coffee, saying, "This is your favorite latte." Jian Ran replied composedly, "Young Master Gu, just say what you need to say. I have no time to waste here." In the past, she would stay up late sketching designs, relying on coffee to stay awake. For a long time, she could not do without it, but eventually, she weaned herself off. Now, she only indulged when utterly fatigued. Over 3 years, many people and circumstances had changed, and Jian Ran was no exception. Yet, she felt no need to elaborate on her transformation. Gu Nanqing persisted. "Ran Ran, have a cup of coffee first. Let us discuss this slowly." Jian Ran pressed her lips together, asserting, "Young Master Gu, since you summoned me, let us clarify our conversation." "Please do not." "Ran Ran," Gu Nanqing interrupted, unwilling to hear her rejection. "I've come to Jiangbei to find you with genuine intentions. I hope you can calm down and listen to what I have to say." "Speak," Jian Ran said, taking a sip of her coffee, curious about what he would dare to say. As Gu Nanqing reached for her hand, she immediately withdrew, casting him a cold glance. His outstretched hand fell empty, and he retracted it with a hint of disappointment, then said earnestly, "Ran Ran, come back with me. Let us start anew." Jian Ran could only think she had heard the most absurd joke in the world. How could he say such things with a straight face? Did he believe she would act as if nothing had transpired between them? "Waiter, may I have a cup of hot milk?" A deep, alluring voice suddenly interrupted, causing Jian Ran to tremble slightly. Perhaps Gu Nanqing and others had not noticed the voice, but Jian Ran recognized it as Qin Yu's. Well, had he arrived? How long had he been sitting behind her? What had he overheard from her conversation with Gu Nanqing? In an instant, her mind went blank, unable to focus on Gu Nanqing's words, consumed instead by thoughts of how Qin Yu perceived her. She instinctively clenched her fists, biting her lip in anxiety, her complexion paling. Noticing Jian Ran's unusual demeanor, Gu Nanqing assumed his words had affected her and continued, "Ran Ran, you must believe me, my feelings for you have never wavered." Jian Ran remained unresponsive as Gu Nanqing poured out his heart. "Ran Ran, if you agree to return with me, I promise you the position of Mrs. Gu." "Mrs. Qin." This milk was sent by Mr. Qin. Su Huai approached with a cup of milk, smiling, "Mr. Qin has some matters to discuss and asked me to inform you to wait for him." "Thank you." Jian Ran understood that Qin Yu was coming to her aid. "I shall take my leave now. Call me if you need anything, Su Huiyi said before departing with a smile. Jian Ran bit her lip, glancing back to see Qin Yu, clad in a silver-gray suit, engaged in conversation with Lu Yong. Their eyes met, and he nodded gently with a smile. Jian Ran returned the gesture, feeling an unexpected calm wash over her. The dark cloud that had loomed overhead had vanished, and she relaxed her fists, her complexion gradually returning to normal. Turning back to face Gu Nanqing, she noticed his expression darken, and he coldly inquired, "You are married?" Once upon a time, Jian Ran had thought Gu Nanqing quite handsome, but now, juxtaposed with Qin Yu, he paled in comparison in looks, demeanor, and character. In that moment, she felt a surge of gratitude towards Gu Nanqing for not marrying her, allowing her to meet someone as exceptional as Qin Yu 3 years later. With just a small gesture from Qin Yu, Jian Ran felt an unexplainable sense of security, her voice gaining confidence. "Young Master Gu, as you've heard, I'm already married. Please refrain from disturbing our lives in the future." Gu Nanqing raised his gaze towards Qin Yu, who remained engrossed in his conversation, entirely disregarding Gu Nanqing's presence. Gu Nanqing was reluctant to accept that Jian Ran had already married. In his heart, he believed that she still harbored feelings for him. Perhaps Jian Ran was still upset about his past mistakes, but he was convinced that with a bit more effort, he could win her back. However, he never anticipated that Jian Ran would assert her marriage. Ran, do you think I would believe your words simply because you pulled someone off the street to play a role? Gu Nanqing staunchly refused to believe that Jian Ran was truly married. Jian Ran replied, "I have no obligation to explain myself to you. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. Just remember not to disturb my life again." "Jian Ran, how dare you?" Gu Nanqing gritted his teeth, his expression dark and menacing. Jian Ran countered, "Gu Nanqing, my marriage is my own choice. What gives you the right to say this? Do not forget how disgusting your past actions were. After he had committed such repulsive deeds, did she really have to remain infatuated with him, seeking his permission to marry?" Jian Ran was never the kind of woman who would foolishly wait a lifetime for someone unworthy of her affection. Gu Nanqing's anger was palpable as he declared, Ran, I gave you a chance, but you failed to cherish it. Whatever happens next is your own doing." Jian Ran looked at him, lowering her voice. "Gu Nanqing, if you are a man, come at me. If you dare harm him, I will not let you off easily." Gu Nanqing raised an eyebrow, arrogantly asserting, "Let me see what capabilities that man possesses if he dares to touch what belongs to me." Chapter 33. They are lawfully wedded. Jian Ran. Before Gu Nanqing's words faded, Qin Yu had unknowingly approached their table, gently calling Jian Ran's name. Upon hearing Qin Yu's voice, Jian Ran's body trembled slightly, instinctively. She wanted to shield him from Gu Nanqing's gaze. Yet, Qin Yu pulled her towards him, brushing a few strands of hair from her forehead behind her ear, softly saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Listening to Qin Yu's deep, alluring voice and witnessing his calm demeanor tinged with tenderness, Jian Ran suddenly felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. She smiled at him. "Did you finish your work?" "Yes." Qin Yu nodded, taking her hand. "Come on. Tonight, I'll treat you to something delicious." Jian Ran nodded, responding gently, "All right." Qin Yu led Jian Ran away, never once glancing back at Gu Nanqing, as if he did not exist. Gu Nanqing watched their departing figures, only regaining his senses after a moment. The man named Qin exuded an unspoken pressure, and merely standing beside him made Gu Nanqing feel diminished. As the esteemed heir of the Gu family, he found such thoughts infuriating, leading him to hurl a coffee cup in frustration, drawing the attention of those around him. When he glared at them, they quickly averted their gazes, pretending they had seen nothing. Gu Nanqing took out his phone and dialed a number, instructing, "Go to the Civil Affairs Bureau immediately and check if Jian Ran is registered as married to that man named Qin." After hanging up, he looked out the window, noticing Qin Yu opening the car door for Jian Ran. He instinctively glanced at the car, a rather unimpressive Land Rover. His anger flared. How dared someone with such a mediocre vehicle compete with Gu Nanqing for a woman? Jian Ran, seated in the passenger seat, turned back and met Gu Nanqing's fierce gaze. Feeling a flutter of unease, Qin Yu gently squeezed her hand, reminding her, "You seem to have forgotten what I told you last night." Jian Ran, puzzled, asked what? He subtly adjusted the temperature in the car before gazing at her, helplessly stating, "Indeed, you have forgotten." Jian Ran stammered what? Before she could finish, Qin Yu reached out, cupping her face and pulling her towards him, his warm lips descending upon hers. He gently nipped her soft lips before releasing her, asking, "Do you remember now?" Jian Ran was taken aback by his sudden action, her thoughts in disarray, and she had completely forgotten what he had just said. Blinking her sparkling eyes, she looked at him in confusion, wondering why this man seemed entirely different today, usually so quiet yet now playfully teasing her. Qin Yu caressed her cheek, his fingers gliding softly. "Jian Ran, you must learn to place your complete trust in your husband." Complete trust? Jian Ran did not wish to distrust him, but aside from knowing his name and that he was the CEO of an innovative technology company, she was utterly unfamiliar with him. How could she possibly offer him her unconditional trust? She opened her mouth to explain, but Qin Yu pressed a finger to her lips, asking, "Where do you want to go?" Flushing, Jian Ran thought for a moment. "I want to buy some treats from Yin Yin." Qin Yu squinted slightly, the little creature at home being rather bothersome. He would have to take it out and dispose of it someday. However, he did not express this. Personally driving Jian Ran to a pet food store, Jian Ran diligently selected dog food, while Qin Yu quietly observed her. She approached everything with such care, never half-heartedly. She was responsible in her work, and, as his wife, she was equally considerate, even thoughtfully choosing dog food for their little companion, paying attention to flavor and expiration dates. As long as someone treated her sincerely, she would reciprocate with even greater sincerity. Such a grateful girl. How could anyone bear to inflict deep wounds upon her? Meanwhile, having just returned to the hospital, Gu Nanxing received news from his subordinates. After reading the information on his phone, he was so enraged that he smashed his device, hitting Li Gang as he entered. Li Gang stood at the door, unsure of what had provoked such fury, frozen in place, neither advancing nor retreating. "Get out!" Gu Nanxing bellowed, striking his fist against the solid wall, gritting his teeth in anger. "Jian Ran, how dare you?" She had once declared that she would only ever be Gu Nanxing's wife, and yet, merely 3 years later, she had the audacity to marry someone else. What gave her the gall to do so while he still held feelings for her? "Gu Xiao, your hand is injured," Li Gang noted, observing Gu Nanxing's ferocious demeanor. He contemplated fleeing, but knew it would only lead to worse consequences, so he remained rooted in place. Gu Nanxing paid no mind to his bleeding hand, shouting, "Call Lu Qingquan and tell him to make a big fuss about this. I want to ensure that man named Qin never rises again." "I will call Lu Qingquan right away." Li Gang nodded repeatedly, but in his fear of Gu Nanxing's wrath, his hands trembled and his phone slipped from his grasp. After finally managing to connect with Lu Qingquan, Li Gang explained the situation, but before he could hang up, he was again startled by Gu Nanxing's furious glare. Gu Xiao, a bunch of useless fools. I've raised you for years, and at a crucial moment, you're utterly unreliable." Gu Nanxing wished he could grab someone and vent his frustrations upon them. Trembling, Li Gang said, "Miss Jian hasn't had a boyfriend for the past 3 years. No one could have anticipated that she would suddenly marry a month ago." A month ago? Gu Nanxing seized upon this key detail, recalling that it coincided with their planning for the Xinghui project. Li Gang nodded, exactly during that time. Gu Nanxing's rage cooled in an instant as he pondered, pressing his bleeding hand against his temple. "So, it is possible she sensed I was coming to Jiangbei and intentionally sought out a man to provoke me, when in reality, she and that man are nothing?" Li Gang lowered his head, wary of responding to such a statement. Upon contemplating this, Gu Nanxing's face brightened with joy. "Have someone investigate further to see if they are indeed in a sham marriage?" Li Gang replied, "Young Master Gu, this matter cannot be false. Their union is officially registered. They are legally recognized as husband and wife. As for the intricacies of their relationship, you can imagine what it entails when two individuals share the same bed." Silence. Gu Nanxing struck the wall with a heavy fist, suppressing his anger, and instructed, "Have Lu Qingquan expedite his efforts. Once we corner innovation technology, leaving that Qin character in a precarious position, let us see how he dares to vie for women then." Chapter 34. Why marry Jian Ran? Certain occurrences have transpired, and worrying about them is futile. Jian Ran resolved not to dwell on Gu Nanxing's intentions, but to continue living her life as she pleased. Exiting the pet supply store, Qin Yu inquired, "Where would you like to go next?" Aware of Qin Yu's busy schedule, Jian Ran still yearned to indulge in a moment of caprice, desiring to embody a whimsical woman before her husband. She tugged at his arm playfully. "I wish to visit the duty-free shopping mall. Would you accompany me?" Qin Yu did not confirm or deny, but simply opened the car door, saying, "Get in." Jian Ran thought it was hopeless when she noticed Qin Yu had entered the destination as the duty-free shopping mall. Previously, Qin Yu would never have taken the time to frequent such establishments. All his attire was crafted by private designers from the Qin family, meticulously chosen through a rigorous selection process. Even the fabric of his undergarments underwent painstaking scrutiny before making its way into his wardrobe. Thus, when Lu Yong and Su Huai observed Qin Yu accompanying Jian Ran to the mall, their eyes nearly bulged with astonishment. Lu Yong was the first to regain his composure, saying, "Sister Su, the transcontinental video conference was at a critical juncture when President Qin heard that Jian Ran was summoned by Gunan Xing. He immediately abandoned the high-level discussions in America to rush to the CAF. Now he's attending to pet supplies and shopping. Do you think this is typical behavior for our indefatigable President Qin?" Su Huai sighed in resignation. This is certainly not the behavior of our tireless President Qin. However, after so many years of relentless work, it is quite nice that he has someone to occasionally take time off with. Lu Yong glanced over, "Sister Su, why do you think our President Qin suddenly decided to marry Jian Ran?" Su Huai shook her head. "I cannot fathom President Qin's thoughts. He tends to reveal only what he wishes to share. If he does not wish for others to understand, they will see nothing at all. His marriage to Jian Ran is a mystery that eludes our comprehension." Lu Yong remarked, "You were by his side when he made this decision. Surely you must know something." Su Huai innocently replied, "When he decided this matter, he had me attend to other affairs. By the time I returned, they had already registered their marriage and moved in together." Lu Yong pondered, "Should we perhaps give a heads up to the old master? He is quite advanced in age and cannot handle surprises well. What if?" Su Huai regarded Lu Yong seriously. "President Qin has his plans for this matter. His personal affairs are not for us to meddle in. After all these years at his side, we should know his boundaries by now." Lu Yong understood he should not interfere and ceased discussing the matter of informing the Qin family patriarch, instead observing Jian Ran ahead. "From my observations lately, Jian Ran indeed seems to be a fine young woman. However, President Qin has encountered even more exceptional women in the past. Yet we never saw him harbor any inclination to marry them. Why then has he chosen Jian Ran?" Su Huai mused, "Perhaps it is out of compassion. 3 years prior, when Qin Yu met Jian Ran, it was during her most tumultuous time, and he had been on the receiving end of her drunken indiscretions. He presumed they would never cross paths again, yet on the very first day back in Jiangbei, 3 years later, he encountered her once more. At that moment, Su Huai had not recognized Jian Ran. A fleeting encounter 3 years ago was not easily recalled. Yet, the typically forgetful Qin Yu recognized her instantly. They had arranged to meet with the head of innovation technology regarding an acquisition when they fortuitously stumbled upon Jian Ran on a blind date. The man she was with possessed an unremarkable appearance and a rather unsavory demeanor, and as the conversation progressed, he attempted to make unwelcome advances toward her. Jian Ran, with her inherently fiery temperament, promptly slapped him. To her dismay, the man not only failed to repent, but hurled vile insults, disparaging her character and resurrecting a scandal from 3 years prior that had stirred considerable controversy. Lu Yong dismissed this. There are countless women in the world deserving of compassion. Why has President Qin never shown such concern for others? Su Huai replied, "Perhaps this is what we refer to as fate." Lu Yong contemplated before asking, "How is it that our President Qin, whose ability to remember faces is hardly remarkable, can recognize someone he met merely once 3 years prior?" Su Hui et lai. President Qin is a man of particular standards. One would remember being vomited upon by a drunken person. The mere thought of Qin Yu's unfortunate incident brought a hint of schadenfreude to Lu Yong's expression. As Lu Yong and Su Huai chatted animatedly behind Qin Yu and Jian Ran, the couple in front exchanged not a single word. Qin Yu resumed his usual demeanor, exuding an air of aloofness that kept others at a distance. It was not so much an unapproachable demeanor, but rather his habitual reticence. Throughout the journey, Jian Ran engaged in conversation, asking questions and receiving brief replies from Qin Yu. Eventually, she found herself at a loss for topics as he remained silent. Yet, despite his quietude, he never released Jian Ran's hand, maintaining a firm grip as they strolled leisurely together. Jian Ran was not typically one to meander aimlessly. She rarely had the time for leisurely browsing. Usually, she would head directly to a store with a specific purchase in mind. Today, however, without any particular items to acquire, she found herself wandering aimlessly. After some time, they arrived at a high-end scarf boutique. a brand she had long desired but could never justify purchasing. The least expensive scarves were priced in the thousands, while the newly released ones could reach tens of thousands, marking them as luxury items. A few days prior, Yu had gifted Jian Ran a pair of gloves, and she had been pondering what to give him in return. This seemed like the perfect opportunity. With winter approaching, a scarf would be quite practical. Given the price point, gifting it to Yu would certainly maintain his dignity. She tugged at his arm. "Shall we go in and take a look?" Yu nodded. The welcoming phrase had not even left the staff's lips when their expression froze. Stammering, "President Qian." It turned out that the staff member was Madonna, who had recently been dismissed from innovation. After leaving that company, she had chosen to enter the sales industry. "Do you know me?" Yu inquired, unable to recall having met her before. Madonna's initial excitement faded instantly upon noticing Jian Ran and Yu's fingers interlaced, a sight that ignited a fierce jealousy within her. Chapter 35. Displaying affection, Jian Ran sensed the venomous glare Madonna directed towards her and tightened her grip on Yu's hand. "Miss, could you please assist me in selecting a few men's scarves?" Madonna, seething with resentment, stood frozen, while another staff member quickly approached, sweetly inquiring, "Are these for your boyfriend? He is quite handsome." Jian Ran smiled without correcting the assumption. From the samples presented by the sales staff, she selected a simple scarf, believing its color and texture would suit Yu perfectly. "What do you think? Should we try it?" Jian Ran blinked, her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at Yu. Although Jian Ran may not be an expert in discerning fine goods, she is aware that the garments worn by Yu are all high-end, handcrafted pieces. She fears that he might decline to try them on. Holding her breath, Jian Ran awaits Yu's response, but without a moment's hesitation, he nods, saying, "All right." As the staff approaches to assist him with the scarf, Jian Ran takes it from their hands, declaring, "I can manage this." Standing at approximately 1.68 meters, Jian Ran is significantly shorter than Yu, who towers at 1.88 meters, leaving her considerably diminished even in high heels. Yu slightly bows his head, allowing Jian Ran easier access to drape the scarf around him, their faces drawing close enough for them to feel the warmth of each other's breath. Initially focused, Jian Ran finds herself flustered as Yu's breath brushes against her neck, sending shivers through her, causing her fair complexion to flush. Nearby, Madonna watches with envy, her hands clenched at her sides, wishing to push Jian Ran away from Yu. Noticing Madonna's jealous gaze, Jian Ran thinks to herself how this person never changes, always coveting another's partner. With a subtle smile, she leans in and plants a gentle kiss on the corner of Yu's mouth while adjusting the scarf. Yu appears momentarily startled, and Jian Ran steps back, blushing as she asks, "Do you like it?" While she inquires about the scarf, Yu naturally interprets it as a question regarding her kiss. "I do," he replies, his voice deep and alluring, a faint smile warming his usually stoic features. "Then let us take this one," Jian Ran says, turning her face away, unable to meet his gaze. Priced at 999 yuan, Jian Ran would have previously balked at such an expense, but for Yu, she splurges this time. The staff, delighted by such a willing customer, cheerfully suggests, "Madam, we have a couple's version of this scarf. Would you like to choose one as well?" Without a moment's thought, Jian Ran quickly declines. The thought of purchasing another scarf at the same price would mean sacrificing a significant portion of her salary, a prospect that pains her. As she declines, Yu interjects, "Please bring the ladies' version for my wife to try." The salesperson, hearing this, promptly presents the women's scarf, realizing they are a married couple. "This scarf is a special couples edition we launched this year, previously unavailable," they inform. It is said that salespeople possess a keen acumen, and this statement rings true. It is always pleasant to flatter customers. Yu has owned scarves before, crafted by his family's workshop, of a quality far surpassing these so-called designer labels. He takes the scarf and wraps it around Jian Ran, her fair skin contrasting beautifully with the gray-blue fabric, making her look even more radiant, evoking an irresistible desire to kiss her. In a reciprocating gesture, Yu leans in and kisses the corner of her mouth, then huskily asks, "Do you like it?" Jian Ran initially nods, then shakes her head. Yu chuckles at her response and adds, "Wrap both scarves for us." Jian Ran seizes his hand but falters under his questioning gaze, ultimately conceding. Spending 20,000 yuan on 2 scarves will be a lavish expense. But she rationalizes that she can save for a year to make it back. She cannot allow him to think her stingy. Yu, accustomed to having an assistant handle payments, rarely carries cash or cards, thus lacks the instinct to pay himself. As Jian Ran swipes her card, he does not mention his own, besides his lack of payment awareness. He has given her a supplementary credit card and entrusted her with a salary card, allowing her full discretion over her spending. After Jian Ran completes the transaction, Qinwei realizes she did not use his card. His expression darkens, and he turns away, seemingly upset. Watching a considerable sum deducted from his bank account, Jian Ran feels a twinge of pain, but is oblivious to Qinyue's emotions. However, meeting Madonna's envious gaze rekindles her sense of worth regarding the expenditure. "Qinyue, shall we go?" she suggests, linking her arm with his, continuing, "Do you truly not recognize that salesperson?" Qinyue replies nonchalantly, "I know many people. I cannot remember them all." Jian Ran chuckles. What a heartless man. Though she verbally chastises him, inwardly, she feels jubilant. Madonna, who had sought to approach Qinyue, only to be disregarded, feels a sting sharper than a slap to her face. Indeed, Madonna glares at their retreating figures, her heart filled with resentment upon hearing Qinyue's words of unfamiliarity. "Madonna, regardless of your past, you must remember that the customer is king now that you work in our store. Do not throw a tantrum," the store manager admonishes. Observing her frustrated demeanor, Madonna, silent and biting her lip, fixates on Jian Ran and Qinyue's figures, her mind racing with malicious intentions. One day, she vows to trample this woman, surnamed Jian, beneath her feet. Qinyue, a titan of the business world, possesses not only a sharp commercial acumen, but also the ability to discern the thoughts of others. He is aware that Jian Ran intentionally showcased their affection for others and willingly played along. Seeing her joyful makes him happy as well. However, despite his amusement, Qinyue does not overlook the fact that Jian Ran did not use his card. With a serious expression, he inquires, "Why didn't you use the card I gave you?" He assumes she chose not to. The difference of 2 yuan from 20,000 is trivial, but this is her first gift to him. How could she use his money? Jian Ran pouts, "Because this is a gift for you, and I wanted to pay for it myself." It adds sincerity. Chapter 36. Urgent Matters. Qinyue is thoroughly pleased with Jian Ran's answer, and, in front of everyone, embraces her head and gently kisses her lips. Surrounded by onlookers, Jian Ran feels exceedingly shy, pushing against him, yet he holds her tighter, pressing her body against his. Qinyue, typically appearing refined and graceful, possesses an unexpected strength that makes it impossible for Jian Ran to break free. What has gotten into him lately? He seems to be acting out of character, leaving her struggling to keep up with his pace. Just as Jian Ran wishes to disappear, Qinyue finally releases her, stating, "This is a token of my gratitude." Jian Ran feels flustered. This token lacks monetary value, and she wishes for something more substantial. However, upon turning and catching sight of 2 furious gazes in the distance, she reconsiders. Nestling closer to Qinyue, this man is her husband, and sharing their affection requires no concern for others' perceptions, especially that of the meddlesome Madonna. As Jian Ran burrows into his embrace, Qinyue wraps his arms around her and softly asks, "I've set my time aside for you tonight. What would you like to do?" "Let me think," Jian Ran replies, tilting her head in earnest contemplation of their plans. At that moment, Qinyue's personal phone rings, and he says, "Please wait a moment. I need to take this call." Jian Ran nods. "All right." As Qinyue steps aside to answer the phone, Jian Ran glances around and spots a juice bar nearby, where she decides to purchase 2 cups of fresh orange juice. After completing her purchase and collecting the drinks, Qinyue returns hastily, apologizing, "Jian Ran, I have an urgent matter to attend to and cannot accompany you any longer. I will have someone take you home." Jian Ran understands Qinyue's busy schedule and kindly replies, "You go ahead. I can manage to take the subway or a taxi back myself." Without further ado, Qinyue picked up the phone and dialed Lu Yong, clearly stating his address and requesting Lu Yong to escort Jian Ran home. After hanging up, he added, "I may not return tonight. You should go back and rest early. There's no need to wait for me. And do not meet Gu Nanjing again." Jian Ran nodded, but before she could respond, Qinyue had already hurriedly departed. This was the first time she had ever seen him in such a rush since they met. Why was he so eager to leave? The only thought that crossed Jian Ran's mind was Gu Nanjing. Remembering Gu Nanjing's words and that piercing gaze from earlier, Jian Ran felt a surge of anxiety. She hastily dialed Qinyue's number, but it was continuously busy. After several attempts, she still could not reach him. "Madam, I have come to escort you home." Lu Yong arrived shortly thereafter. Jian Ran hung up and urgently inquired, "Assistant Liu, what happened with Qin? Did Gunan Jing do something to innovation again?" Liu Yong reassured her, "The president will be fine. Gunan Jing cannot pose a threat to innovation, so do not worry." As Liu Yong was the most trusted person by Qin Yu, Jian Ran understood that expecting to extract specific information from him was futile. She tried to reassure herself, believing in Qin Yu's ability to handle matters concerning Gunan Jing, yet unease lingered. Once in the car, she opened her phone and attempted to call Qin Yu again, but the line remained busy. Growing increasingly anxious, she rifled through her contacts for a number she had received earlier that afternoon, hesitating whether to call it. After much contemplation, Jian Ran ultimately decided to put away her phone. Qin Yu had explicitly instructed her not to see Gunan Jing again. She was unwilling to displease him. Meanwhile, Qin Yu sat in a Bentley driven by the seasoned chauffeur Lao Wei, swiftly heading towards the largest entertainment venue in Jiangbei Mais. Lao Wei had been driving for Qin Yu for 2 decades and had witnessed his growth. Glancing through the rearview mirror now, he noted the dark expression on Qin Yu's face, which was a rare sight unless the young lady at home had stirred up trouble again. The last time Qin Yu had been this furious was half a year ago when she first entered the entertainment industry. After more than half an hour, they arrived at Mais. When Qin Yu exited the car, his expression had softened somewhat, yet it still bore an unmistakable aura of detachment. A young man, probably in his 20s, rushed toward him, exclaiming, "Young master, you have finally arrived. Where is Perilous?" As they walked, Qin Yu inquired, "Where is she?" "She is in the VIP room on the 3rd floor, Spring Night Hall," the young man responded eagerly, leading the way. Upon hearing the name Spring Night Hall, Qin Yu's brow furrowed even deeper, and he quickened his pace. Upon entering such a vibrant establishment, the pungent scent of alcohol assaulted his senses, and he was met with couples entwined in passionate embraces. A vein throbbed on his forehead, and he felt an overwhelming urge to raze the place to the ground and start anew. "Young master, the elevator is this way," the young man said cautiously. Qin Yu glanced around before following him into the elevator, ascending to the 3rd floor and heading straight for the VIP room named Spring Night Hall. In his eyes, such places were rife with contamination. If possible, he would have suspended his breathing entirely. The young man, having grown up in the Qin household, was well aware of Qin Yu's aversion to filth, leading him to declare, "Young master, Perilous is inside." As the door swung open, the scene that greeted Qin Yu made him inhale sharply. Had he not possessed a solid upbringing, he would have rushed in to expel the group of men within. In the center of the room, a woman clad in a tank top and hot pants, heavily made up, was dancing intimately with a man. Several men lounged on the sofa, some whistling and others cheering, their eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. Qin Yu, shedding his suit jacket, strode over and pulled the scantily clad woman into his embrace. Draping his jacket over her shoulders as he coldly asked, "Do you even realize what you are doing?" The woman blinked her beautifully shaped eyes and, with a playful grin, grasped Qin Yu's chin, teasing, "Leo, why are you here? You didn't come to watch me dance, did you? I can dance just for you right now." Qin Yu dismissed her wandering hands and lifted her, his expression devoid of any desire to engage in conversation. "Friends, I must take my leave. We shall play another day," he announced to the men in the room as he held the woman tightly, who, undeterred, blew kisses to the man behind them. Qin Yu shot her a fierce glare, restraining her hands to prevent any further antics. Chapter 37. Troublemaker Qin Xiaobao. "Leo, why are you silent? Are you upset to see me? After such a long time. You don't even miss me. I've decided I won't like you anymore. I shall abandon you." She laughed heartily, continuing, "Leo, if I no longer like you, what will you do? You might end up alone for the rest of your life, because no woman would want to be with such an icy block as you." With that, she clucked her tongue, expressing her exaggerated sympathy for his plight. Qin Yu, maintaining a steady gait, carried her into the elevator, still refusing to acknowledge her. The woman persisted, "You're 28 years old. Why haven't you found a girlfriend to take care of you? Are you trying to let the Qin family die out? Or do you truly intend to heed your grandfather's wish and marry me?" "Be quiet," Qin Yu ground out through clenched teeth, wishing he could toss her out onto the street to fend for herself among the strays. Despite his irritation, he held her firmly yet gently, adjusting his jacket around her to prevent any indiscretions. "Leo, put me down. I can walk by myself." As they exited the main hall of Mais, the girl wriggled in his arms, attempting to escape. Qin Yu glanced down at her, warning, "Try moving again and see what happens." Ignoring his caution, she lifted her head, pouting, "Come on, give me a kiss." Jian Ran frowned, loosening his grip as if to throw her off. The girl quickly wrapped her arms around his neck, declaring, "If you don't kiss me, I'll find another man to kiss me. I'll mess around with them. You could just watch." Jian Ran clenched his jaw. The girl continued to provoke him. "You can take me back now, but if you can't tie me up, I'll surely find a way to escape. Who knows what I might do?" As she spoke, her beautiful eyes darted leftward, spotting a figure with a camera, and she smirked mischievously. Jian Ran tightened his grip, his gaze resolute. If not for his concern about his mother's health, he would have sent this audacious girl back to America bound and gagged. He knew well that her reckless words could very well translate into actions. He could not be by her side at all times. What if she did something reckless while he was away? "Are you not going to kiss me?" She clung to him, seizing the moment to plant a kiss on his cheek, then glanced at the figure in the distance, satisfied with the thumbs-up gesture. She was certain that, with the help of her accomplices, tomorrow's headlines would scream about the rising star Polaris and her scandalous rendezvous with a man, embellishing the details as much as possible. She was determined to stir up some rumors and gauge his reaction. With her objective achieved, the girl settled down, leaning against Jian Ran and soon drifting into a deep slumber. After gently placing her in the car, Jian Ran swiftly took the seat beside her. As soon as he settled down, the girl nestled into his embrace, finding a comfortable position as if she were a child once more, relying on him. Observing her small face, which resembled that of a little calico cat, Jian Ran sighed silently, his gaze softening considerably. Truly, she is a troublesome little girl. The driver, Lao Wei, discreetly glanced at them through the rearview mirror, pondering that only this little lady could leave their composed young master in such disarray. The driver inquired, "Young master, where are we headed?" Jian Ran replied, "Back to Shangtian Yujingbei." The Qin family's previous stronghold was not in Jiangbei, and they lacked a permanent residence there. The apartment where Jian Ran and Jian Ran currently resided was purchased prior to his arrival in Jiangbei, intended for temporary living. Yujingbei is a premier villa area developed by Shangtian Real Estate in Jiangbei, situated in the coastal district, built near the sea. Due to its prime location and picturesque surroundings, the villas had skyrocketed in price even before construction began, yet many still clamored to purchase one. However, merely having wealth did not guarantee a purchase. They selected buyers based on their family background. The most enigmatic villa in Yujingbei was named Nuo Yuan, shrouded in mystery as it was designed and crafted personally by Jian Ran. Nuo Yuan began renovations a year and a half ago, taking nearly a year to complete, and was now ready for habitation. Jian Ran originally intended to move in with Jian Ran in a few days, but unexpectedly found himself carrying this mischievous little girl instead. Upon arriving at the villa in Yujingbei, several servants greeted them with warm smiles. "Young master, Mississippi. Prepare some clean clothes and tidy her room. Warm up her bedding," Jian Ran instructed, striding towards the indoor heated swimming pool with the girl in his arms. Standing by the pool's edge, he tossed the girl into the water with a flourish. Splash! "Help! Help!" she cried, flailing about before managing to stand in the shallow end. She lifted her head, her eyes glaring. "Are you trying to drown me?" Jian Ran settled onto a nearby lounge chair, elegantly crossing his legs. "Look at yourself. You've turned into a sight. Neither here nor there, always causing a ruckus." Ignoring him, she grabbed the ladder to climb out. Jian Ran's voice turned stern. "Stay put. Who told you to come up?" The girl pouted on the verge of tears. "I'm already 18. What right do you have to control me?" Jian Ran scrutinized her. "You're 18? That makes you an adult? Dressed like that, running around?" Although she felt dissatisfied, she dared not climb up again and instead obediently returned to the water. "I'm cold. You realize you're cold dressed like that? Brother, you still remember I'm your brother? I thought you had forgotten your surname was Jian." Mentioning this, Jian Ran felt a headache coming on. "Brother," the girl whimpered, rubbing her eyes, her lips pouting as tears streamed down her cheeks. "I'm really cold." Jian Ran, hard-hearted, demanded, "First, tell me, do you realize your mistake?" The girl lowered her head, biting her lips stubbornly. Jian Ran raised an eyebrow, sternly declaring, "Have you forgotten the etiquette lessons from childhood? Can adults ignore those speaking to them?" Chapter 38. The stern brother of the girl lifted her head, indignantly asserting, "I'm 18. I'm no longer a child. Why can you do as you please while I must be controlled?" Jian Ran replied firmly, "Just because you still know to call me brother. Just because you're my brother, does that mean I can be thrown into cold water? Just because you're my brother, does that mean you can treat me like this?" As she spoke, the girl burst into tears, her small frame shaking with sobs. Crying "Want help." With this attitude, I could make you reflect in solitude for 3 months and copy the 4-character classic 300 times. Knowing this little girl was merely feigning pity, Jian remained resolute, unwilling to be swayed by her facade. You all don't like me. You all want to abandon me. You always bully me. The more she spoke, the louder her cries became. Do not divert the topic. We are discussing tonight's events. Jian emphasized an undeniable fact. You're the one bullying me. The girl wiped her tears, glaring at Jian with her reddened eyes. Jian snapped. Qin Xiaobao. Qin Xiaobao rubbed her eyes furiously, screaming back. So what? Am I not allowed to speak up when I'm bullied? Get yourself sorted. You'll return to America tomorrow. Learn proper etiquette, understand the importance of hierarchy, and learn what is right and wrong. If you don't grasp it well, you won't be allowed to step outside. With that, Qin stood up and turned to leave, offering her no chance to argue. Qin Xiaobao, flailing in the water, exclaimed, Qin, how can you do this? I'm 18. I'm an adult now, and you cannot interfere with my freedom. Qin paused, turning back, addressing your elder by name, without respect. Will earn you a month of reflection and an additional 100 copies of the 4-character classic. Qin 5 months. Qin Xiaobao shouted furiously. Yet she no longer dared to speak defiantly. She understood that her brother was unyielding. While the family elders might forgive her, he would never relent. He had always been strict, forbidding her from this and that. You must stand properly, sit properly. If you fail, you will learn etiquette again. When she was younger, he had time to supervise her, but now she was 18 and he was 28. Why did he not pursue romance instead of meddling so much? Such a hard-hearted man. How could he punish a stunning beauty like her? No wonder he had never attracted any girls. Miss, the young master does all this for your own good. Aunt Lu, the housekeeper, approached with a smile. He cares for you deeply. How could he bully you? Aunt Lu, even you are defending him. I wish I were dead. Qin Xiaobao fumed, plunging her head underwater. If her freedom was restricted, what would happen to her budding acting career? Aunt Lu chuckled gently. Miss, please come up. If you don't, you might catch a cold, and that means taking medicine. Hearing the mention of medicine, Qin Xiaobao splashed her way back to the edge and let Aunt Lu drape a bathrobe over her. Aunt Lu added, Miss, let me accompany you to freshen up. Perhaps I can persuade the young master to lessen your punishment. Qin Xiaobao dared not entertain this thought. She had never escaped his grasp since childhood. Yet now that she was an adult, she resolved to fight for her acting career. After freshening up, Qin Xiaobao changed into a cozy little bear pajama set. At just 18, her beautiful, rosy face was exceptionally charming. She pressed her ear against the study door, listening for a moment, then inhaled deeply and knocked softly. Upon hearing come in, she bravely pushed the door open. Approaching Qin Yu's desk, she lowered her head obediently. Brother. Qin Yu looked up, his face free of heavy makeup, appearing much more agreeable, his voice unconsciously softening. What is it? Nothing, Qin Xiaobao replied, running to his back, playfully punching his shoulders. You've been working hard. Let me help you relax. Qin Yu brushed her hands away. If there's nothing, go to bed early. We have an early flight to America tomorrow. Brother, I just signed a contract for a period drama. Everything is set. I'm just waiting to join the crew, Qin Xiaobao said, grinning boldly. The young lady has finally come to understand the principle of adaptability after enduring years of pressure. I will arrange for someone to assist you with these matters. Qin Yu had no intention of relenting. The children of the Qin family must never step into the murky waters of the entertainment industry. In just half a year, she dares to don such attire and engage in provocative dances with men. Were she to have more time, one cannot predict the action she might take. Qin Xiaobao, anxious, bit her small tiger teeth and reiterated, I have already signed a contract. If I breach it, the penalty is tenfold. I said I will handle it. Qin Yu replied sternly, embodying the authoritative tone of an elder reprimanding a disobedient child. On what grounds do you? She began, but Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, effectively silencing her. If you wish to return, then return. I will inform grandfather. You only know how to bully me. Let him properly express my grievances. Realizing that Qin Yu would not yield, Qin Xiaobao decided against further futile efforts and contemplated alternative strategies. She absolutely would not return to America. She needed to devise a plan to remain here, ensuring her rigid brother would not catch her. After Qin Xiaobao left, Qin Yu dialed an internal line, instructing Aunt Lu to prepare a bowl of ginger soup for Qin Xiaobao, ensuring she would not catch a cold. After meticulously giving instructions, he returned to his work, finishing around 1 in the morning. Before retiring to his room, He visited Qin Xiaobao's chamber, tucking the small girl, who had half her body exposed outside the covers, snugly into bed, pulling the blanket over her. When will you grow up? When will you cease to cause others concern? Qin Yu gently caressed her forehead, his eyes filled with an unprecedented softness, his tone brimming with affection. He added, get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow I will send you back to America. I am too occupied to attend to you. After adjusting the covers once more, Qin Yu departed. Zhang Yinbei. As he reached the door, Qin Xiaobao, still in slumber, murmured this name, causing Qin Yu's expression to darken ominously. The following day, seated in the living room with a newspaper, Qin Yu awaited Qin Xiaobao's awakening for breakfast when Aunt Lu rushed downstairs in a panic. Young master, the young lady, is missing. Missing? Qin Yu inquired without lifting his gaze from the newspaper. Yes, young master, Aunt Lu nodded frantically. Ensure Zhong Kuan remains vigilant. If anything arises, notify me in advance. Should another incident like yesterday occur, I will ensure she's brought back, even if I must resort to binding her. Qin Yu set the newspaper aside and proceeded to the dining room. Understood, Aunt Lu responded repeatedly. Qin Yu leisurely finished his breakfast, then had driver Lao Wei take him to innovation technology. Just as he left, Qin Xiaobao swaggered down from upstairs, embracing Aunt Lu affectionately. Thank you for your tremendous help. Aunt Lu, I truly adore you. Aunt Lu, still shaken, replied, you nearly scared me to death. I thought young master had discovered our deception. He is no fortune teller. How could he possibly know I was upstairs? As Qin Xiaobao donned her sun hat and sunglasses, she declared, Aunt Lu, I'm off. After I finish this film, I will take you out for a treat. Miss, you should have breakfast before you leave. Aunt Lu called, but Qin Xiaobao had already dashed away. Having narrowly escaped Qin Yu's grasp, she wished to linger no longer in that place. Outside the villa, a discreet silver Bentley was parked, easily overlooked. Upon seeing Qin Xiaobao rush out, driver Lao Wei glanced at Qin Yu's expression in the rearview mirror. Young master, should we assign more people to accompany the young lady? Qin Yu rubbed his temple, his gentle gaze following the increasingly distant figure. Have Zhong Kuan accompany her. We must prevent a repetition of last night's events. Afterward, Qin Yu made another call, assigned the best agent in the company to Perilous, and send 2 astute assistants her way. Most importantly, we must strictly control the nature of the script she accepts. Kissing scenes are absolutely off limits. That girl is up to her usual tricks. I can see through her intentions. However, as she mentioned, she is now of age and has her own aspirations. As her brother, I should allow her the freedom to explore, rather than constraining her as I have in the past. Having been unable to reach Qin Yu by phone and worrying about his well-being, Jian Ran had a restless night. This morning, she rose early, sporting dark circles under her eyes as she arrived at the office. Upon reaching the first-floor lobby, rather than heading upstairs immediately, she found a seat, wishing to verify that Qin Yu was indeed well. After waiting for approximately half an hour, employees began to trickle in, and eventually, Jian Ran spotted Qin Yu entering with Lu Yong and Su Hui. Relieved to see that he was unharmed, Jian Ran quietly blended into the crowd, pretending not to notice him. Good morning, Mr. Qin. Everyone greeted as they busied themselves with their tasks. Qin Yu's gaze swept across the room, quickly landing on Jian Ran, whose pallor was concerning. He glanced at Su Hui, who instantly understood his unspoken message and smiled. Jian Ran, Mr. Qin would like to discuss a project with you. Please join us. Caught off guard by the sudden invitation, Jian Ran hesitated, fully aware that Qin Yu had no real business with her. Yet she could not voice that in front of so many people. Reluctantly, she approached and entered the elevator with him. Although the spacious elevator could accommodate several individuals, Jian Ran felt uncomfortable under the collective scrutiny. If it were just her and Qin Yu, she could have initiated conversation, but with Lu Yong and Su Hui present, she was at a loss for words. Su Hui, perceptive as ever, pressed the button for the nearest floor. Mr. Qin, Lu Yong and I need to consult with Manager Su from the PR department, so we will exit here. As the elevator doors opened, they hurriedly stepped out, leaving Qin Yu and Jian Ran alone. Inside the elevator, Qin Yu regarded Jian Ran, remaining silent for a long moment before finally speaking. Did you not sleep well last night? Jian Ran kept her gaze lowered, refusing to respond. Qin Yu gently pulled her into his embrace, a smile illuminating his golden-rimmed glasses. Did you miss me that much? Jian Ran pushed him away. Who misses you? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, reaching to stroke her head. Really? You didn't miss me? Jian Ran swatted his hand away. Don't be silly. There are cameras. Qin, undeterred, retorted, so what? Jian Ran shot him a glare and pressed the button for the 19th floor. Being seen with him at work would only lead to rumors of her being a homewrecker. Qin suddenly yanked her back. Then why did you not sleep well? Why do you think? The very mention of her sleeplessness left Jian Ran feeling aggrieved. She had been anxious all night, believing he was caught up in some entanglement with Gu Nanjing, while he had the audacity to question her lack of rest. Are you upset because I didn't accompany you last night? Qin speculated, noticing her irritation. Just then, the elevator chimed as it reached the 19th floor, and the doors opened. Jian Ran bit her lip, casting a resentful glance in Qin direction before turning to leave. Alone in the elevator, Qin lips curled into a smile. He had never anticipated that Jian Ran would become so dependent on him in such a short span of time. Following Gu's announcement of the termination of their collaboration with innovation technology, many companies previously engaged with innovation openly and covertly indicated that upon concluding existing projects, they would not seek future partnerships. Companies that had once collaborated seamlessly were now withholding new orders, plunging the business department, where Jian Ran worked, into a notably bleak period. With old partners refusing new contracts and new ventures meeting closed doors, the atmosphere was decidedly grim. The entire business department was rather idle. During her free time, Jian Ran decided to revisit previous projects from innovative technology to glean some insights and enhance her own skills. Suddenly, a voice erupted in the office, capturing everyone's attention. Jian Ran looked up to see the new intern, Feng Jingjing, covering her mouth while exclaiming with a mix of excitement and distress. Lin Mei, who thrived on lively commotion, hurried over to inquire about the commotion. Feng Jingjing pointed at her computer screen, exclaiming, a Weibo post. My newly admired goddess, Perilous, is in a relationship. How could she fall in love so quickly? I just started to like her, and now she's in a romance? Perilous? The very same Perilous who recently starred in a wildly popular youth idol drama? Lin Mei scrolled through several photos and remarked, hey, that man's silhouette looks familiar. Chapter 40. Encountering Gu Nanjing again. Is that President Qin? Lin Mei squealed, as if she had discovered a new continent. Doesn't that profile resemble our President Qin? Despite her usual disinterest in entertainment gossip, Jian Ran felt an involuntary urge to check Weibo. The news of Perilous' romance had soared to the top of the trending topics, accompanied by several images. The first photo depicted her nestled quietly in a man's embrace. The second suggested they were kissing from behind, and the third showed the man carrying her into a mansion. Although only a silhouette of the man was visible, it felt strikingly familiar to Jian Ran. She had seen him that very morning. She reassured herself that merely a silhouette could not definitively identify the man as Qin. However, it was not just Jian Ran who thought the figure resembled Qin. The entire office shared the same sentiment. What solidified Jian Ran's conviction was the silver-gray suit draped over the woman, Qin's signature attire. One she had seen him wear exclusively during their acquaintance. The discussion among her colleagues intensified. Could it be that our President Qin's wife is this 18-year-old star? 18 is still below the legal marriage age. It shouldn't be the case. Nowadays, it's not necessary to have a marriage certificate to be considered a couple. As long as they live as such, it suffices. Exactly. Some couples have certificates, but lack genuine intimacy. They are merely a facade. The fervent chatter felt as if it were aimed directly at Jian Ran. She managed a bitter smile, wondering if her fate was forever entwined with betrayal. In her view, despite the absence of affection in her marriage with Qin, they bore the title of husband and wife, which warranted loyalty to one another. Yet, merely a month into their marriage, he had already strayed, leaving her, the one bearing the title of his wife, in a state of anguish. Jian Ran felt as though the air in the office had come to a standstill. Her heart felt constricted, making it difficult to breathe. She excused herself to Zhao Junqing, requesting a day off to gather her thoughts and confront the reality of her marriage with Qin. On the bustling streets, surrounded by people with clear destinations, she wandered aimlessly, uncertain of her path. From her initial confusion upon arriving in Jiangbei to the gradual sense of belonging she had developed over the past 3 years, she had strived to forget her painful past. Yet, those memories resurfaced unexpectedly, forcing her to relive the hurt and betrayal. Just as she was beginning to confront her past, another shocking revelation struck her unexpectedly. Jian Ran told herself that since this was a loveless marriage, She might as well pretend to be oblivious and continue living as they had for the past month, like polite strangers. However, she possessed her own pride. The thought of feigning ignorance about the situation was simply unbearable. Ran. A powerful force suddenly pulled Jian Ran, and she lost her balance, landing firmly in a man's embrace. Gu Nanqing glared at her, seething. "What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Jian Ran pushed him away, but he tightened his hold. 3 years ago, when she was abandoned by her closest confidant, she had never considered ending her life. How could she entertain such thoughts over a man she barely knew, like Qin Yu? Gu Nanqing stated, "If I hadn't caught you in time, you would have dashed into oncoming traffic." He had instructed his men to watch over Jian Ran, so when she emerged from innovative technology, he received the news and rushed over. "What does it matter to you?" she retorted, struggling against him. Ran, I will not let you go." He cherished the faint scent that lingered on her, reminiscent of the beautiful moments from their initial romance. Even though she was married, he believed he could persuade her to divorce. By any means necessary, Gu Nanqing was determined to reclaim Jian Ran. "Gu Nanqing, I beg you, please do not appear before me again or intrude upon my life." Jian Ran ceased her struggle, her words laced with fatigue. Gu Nanqing continued to profess, Ran, the one I have always loved is you. This time, I genuinely wish to bring you back. If you return with me, I will resolve the issues at Innovative. At his words, Jian Ran felt an unexpected surge of strength and abruptly pushed him away. Biting her lip to suppress tears, she murmured, "Gu Nanqing, do you want me to lay bare my past wounds before you to be satisfied?" Ran. Gu Nanqing looked at her with pained eyes. "Do not call me that." Jian Ran inhaled deeply, closed her eyes, and when she reopened them, she felt utterly depleted. "Gu Nanqing, think carefully. Do you truly believe we can return to what we once were?" Gu Nanqing replied, Ran, as long as you are willing, we can go back. I am now capable. My family no longer controls me. Huh? Gu Nanqing, are you genuinely naive or merely feigning ignorance? Jian Ran laughed bitterly, tears streaming down her face. Ran, I know your concern lies with me and Jian Xin, but I did not marry her. After gazing at Jian Ran for a long time, Gu Nanqing spoke slowly. Upon hearing his words, Jian Ran felt an even deeper disdain for him. Are all men so heartless and ungrateful? Gu Nanqing, I implore you, do not show your face to me again. Let me live my life. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. She sought solitude to contemplate her path forward, wishing to avoid any encounters with anyone. Li Gang approached Gu Nanqing, saying, "Young Master Gu, Miss Jian has walked away. Would you like to follow her?" "What good would it do to follow? No matter what I say, her stance remains unwavering." Gu Nanqing sighed, then asked, "What about the issues at Innovative Technology? If Innovative Technology cannot secure new projects, it faces a dead end." Li Gang's excitement was palpable as he elaborated on how many smaller companies were reluctant to collaborate with Innovative Technology after the Gu family's intervention, severely impacting its business. This was the most satisfying task Li Gang had accomplished since working alongside Gu Nanqing. "What news from the Qin side?" Gu Nanqing inquired of Li Gang, his gaze fixed on the figure of Jian Ran, growing more distant. Li Gang responded, "Strangely enough, that Qin fellow seems entirely unconcerned about this matter. It's unclear what his intentions are." Gu Nanqing withdrew his gaze and scrutinized Li Gang. "You believe he is unperturbed?" Li Gang replied, "Perhaps he is still unaware of the serious consequences he faces for offending you." Gu Nanqing stated, then continued to apply pressure on me. He believed that only by cornering the individual surnamed Qin would he compel him to seek his assistance. With just a hint that the surname Qin should divorce Jian Ran, he could grant him clemency, and that would suffice. Jian Ran ambled along, stopping intermittently, until she arrived at the renowned gourmet street in Jiangbei City. The street offered delicacies from across the nation, and as she ventured deeper, she sampled a variety of snacks. After satisfying her hunger, the perplexing thoughts that had troubled her began to clarify. Why should she inflict emotional distress upon herself? That evening, she resolved to have a candid discussion with Qin Yu. If they could continue together, they would. If not, a simple farewell would suffice. There was no need to complicate matters. Upon returning home, she opened the door, and Mian rushed over, circling around her and barking a few times to express his longing for his mother. Jian Ran lifted Mian and affectionately rubbed her cheek against his head, saying, "Little Mian, Mommy knows you miss me." Mian barked again, this time more insistently, wanting to convey just how much he yearned for his mother. You can play by yourself. Mian Mian, Mommy will prepare dinner. She set Mian Mian down, giving his head another gentle pat. Despite having eaten her fill, dinner still needed to be made. After all, Qinyu had yet to eat. She had promised that as long as their marital status remained intact, she would strive to be a competent wife. As Jian Ran was nearing completion of the meal, Qinyu returned from work. He entered the kitchen and announced, "Jian Ran, I'm back. The dishes are ready. They'll be served shortly," she replied, glancing back with a smile. Soon, 2 dishes were placed on the table, and Jian Ran served Qinyu a bowl of rice. He looked at her and asked, "Aren't you eating? I had lunch outside." She paused before adding, "You go ahead and eat. I have something to discuss with you afterward." Without waiting for Qinyu's reaction, she left for the balcony in the living room, where she watered the plants with a watering can. Their residence consisted of 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, a kitchen, and 2 bathrooms, covering approximately 160 square meters. The living room and master bedroom were spacious, both featuring scenic balconies, making it a bit excessive for just the 2 of them. Jian Ran had lived there for over a month, yet had never cleaned the rooms herself. Someone came to maintain the space while they were away. Initially unaware of this arrangement, she had assumed the place remained tidy due to their limited occupancy. It wasn't until Mian Mian arrived, looking particularly clean and fluffy the next day, that she realized Qinyu had organized for someone to take care of the cleaning during their absence, leaving the place impeccably spotless. As she watered the flowers, Mian Mian hopped around her feet, trying to catch her attention. She looked down and couldn't help but laugh. "Silly Mian Mian, stop jumping. You're Mommy's treasure. How could I not see you?" After finishing his meal, Qinyu approached, observing the joyful interaction and hesitating to interrupt. Feeling his gaze upon her, Jian Ran turned to meet his deep, inscrutable eyes and smiled. "Are you full?" "Yes," he nodded, standing beside her. "What did you want to discuss?" Jian Ran gazed at him, her smile gentle and inviting, her eyes reflecting the calmness of autumn waters. "Qinyu, I understand that our marriage isn't rooted in love. If one day you find someone with whom you wish to spend your life, please be direct with me. We can part amicably." Having articulated her thoughts, Jian Ran felt an immense weight lifted from her shoulders. Ling Feiyu often remarked that Jian Ran was stubborn, resolutely fixed on her beliefs. In matters of study, work, and love, once she set her mind to something, she would strive for excellence. Having committed to marrying Qinyu, she had intended to pursue a fulfilling life together. Now that issues had arisen between them, she did not wish to endure until the situation spiraled out of control before seeking a resolution. Drawing from her past experiences, Jian Ran believed that proposing a separation sooner rather than later would be beneficial for both her and Qinyu. "Jian Ran, you called her name." His gaze profound and inscrutable. "Do you think marrying you is merely a game?" Jian Ran scratched her head. "I don't know." Before she could finish her sentence, Qinyu pressed her against the wall, his fervent lips claiming hers. Jian Ran's eyes widened in astonishment as he covered her eyes with one hand. He trapped her between himself and the wall, kissing her fervently, their lips and tongues entwined, gradually overwhelming her senses. Initially, Jian Ran attempted to push him away, but soon she softened, clutching his shirt tightly and even awkwardly kissing him back. Qinyu emanated a subtle, pleasant fragrance, detectable only when she was in close proximity. Gradually, she felt as though she could hardly breathe, overwhelmed by his kisses. She had never fathomed that a man who appeared so refined and gentle could possess such intensity. One kiss left her breathless. Finally, Qinyu paused, gazing at her slightly swollen lips, and spoke in a husky, alluring voice. "Jian Ran, you are the one I wish to spend my life with." Having lived for 28 years, every endeavor he undertook was driven by a clear purpose. In the 6 years since taking over the family business, he had devoted himself entirely to work, with little time to contemplate personal life or relationships. Upon meeting Jian Ran and choosing her as his wife, he had made a resolute decision to spend his life with her, a determination unwavering and without doubt. "No, Qinyu, you may be misunderstanding my intent," Jian Ran replied, biting her lip to regain her composure. Qinyu remained silent, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "What I mean is that while our marriage lacks love, mutual loyalty is still essential. If you have someone on the side and then come to me expressing a desire for a lifelong commitment, it would render me a laughingstock and diminish my respect for you." Jian Ran discovered she could be quite articulate in front of Qinyu. "Do you truly not trust me?" he asked, and without waiting for a response, he grasped her head and kissed her fiercely once more. Chapter 42. It was all a misunderstanding, Jian Ran. Do you not trust me at all? Qin Yu's gaze was deep and inscrutable, seemingly harboring a multitude of complicated emotions. Confronted with his intense stare, Jian Ran began to doubt whether she might have overanalyzed his actions, wondering if she had jumped to conclusions based on mere appearances. Yet, upon further reflection, she hesitated again, just as she had never suspected Gun Nanqing of betraying their love. The eventual outcome had left her discredited and forced to leave her hometown. Jian Ran did not wish for history to repeat itself. While there were no emotional ties between her and Qin Yu at present, she believed that parting ways early would be preferable to enduring a more painful separation later. After careful contemplation, she said, Qin Yu, it's not that I am unwilling to trust you. Rather, I simply cannot bring myself to believe in you completely. Besides, since we have no emotional connection and only a handful of people are aware of our marriage, a divorce would hardly impact either of us. Furthermore, with your status, remarrying post-divorce would pose no challenge. As she articulated these sentiments, her tone was rational and composed, devoid of emotional turbulence, though internally she felt quite the opposite. Throughout this period, Qin Yu had epitomized the ideal husband in her mind, and she had believed they could forge a lasting partnership. Is this how you truly perceive our relationship? Qin Yu inquired, frowning darkly. Jian Ran bit her lip and nodded. Suddenly, Qin Yu grasped Jian Ran's head, leaning down to bite her lip, drawing her blood like a vampire, the metallic sweetness soon enveloping their mouths. Jian Ran, in pain, attempted to push him away, but resorted to pinching him with all her might. Though Qin Yu felt the sting, he still refused to release her. After what felt like an eternity, when Jian Ran thought she might suffocate in his embrace, he finally let go. His gaze was deep and inscrutable. Qin Yu, do you believe this will resolve our issues? We are adults now. Please confront the problem directly instead of evading it. Jian Ran's tone was firm, yet her eyes remained soft as they looked at him. Having finally expressed her thoughts, she sought a clear answer, but he chose to evade the issue in this manner. Her calm demeanor and indifferent tone infuriated Qin Yu, who had assumed their marriage, devoid of love, would not be so easily shaken. He could not comprehend why she had suddenly mentioned the word breakup. Jian Ran, it seems you have never truly listened to my words, he coldly remarked before turning to enter the study. Jian Ran stood there, momentarily stunned by his retreating figure. His words? He had not spoken many, yet most of them lingered in her memory. On the second night of cohabitation, he had earnestly discussed with her that no matter what occurred in the future, they should never casually mention breakup. Qin Yu was not an impulsive man. His actions were always deliberate and considered. Jian Ran hesitated, wondering if she had indeed overthought the situation. Perhaps the figure she had seen merely resembled Qin Yu, but was not him at all. She pulled out her phone, scrolling through Weibo, only to find that the news which had been trending earlier that morning had vanished without a trace, leaving her to question if the events had been mere figments of her imagination. How peculiar! Jian Ran could hardly believe it. Continuing her search online yielded no results. Was it truly all a figment of her mind? Meanwhile, in the study, Qin Yu received a call from Su Huai, who informed him of the rumors surrounding Qin Xiaobao. Fortunately, the situation had already been handled by Shang Tian Entertainment. He should have anticipated that Qin Xiaobao, the troublemaker, would not act without reason. It appeared he had been unwittingly outmaneuvered by the girl. However, he now understood why Jian Ran had spoken as she did. His previously troubled heart lightened considerably. Just as Jian Ran was deliberating her next steps, Qin Yu emerged from the study, a hint of a smile gracing his handsome features, leaving Jian Ran baffled. Is it because of the news from this morning? He asked. Jian Ran nodded. He chuckled. Do you think the man in the photo is me? Jian Ran replied. Isn't it you? Approaching her, he firmly pulled her into his embrace. Do you still remember the irresponsible sister I mentioned? Jian Ran certainly recalled, remembering how he had spoken of her with a pained expression, indicating he had endured much worry over his sister. Realization dawned upon her. Are you saying that the girl named Perilous is your sister? So, can I interpret your earlier anger as jealousy? Qin Yu did not answer, but instead posed a question, a smile dancing at the corners of his lips. Jian Ran was momentarily speechless, feeling embarrassed for having stirred up trouble without understanding the situation, falling far short of the standards of a good wife. Qin Yu's deep, rumbling laughter filled the air. So, do you still wish to be angry with me? Jian Ran remained silent, obediently nestling into his embrace, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, cautiously wrapping her arms around his waist. Lowering his gaze, He gently held her chin, urging her to look up at him. Answer me. His warm breath brushed against her face, causing her delicate features to blush involuntarily as she softly murmured, I'm not angry. I'm just sad. Qin Yu understood her, knowing she had been hurt deeply and must harbor some doubts and fears. He pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. Jian Ran, never fear. Every word I have spoken to you holds true. I'm not. Jian Ran whispered timidly. He had promised not to force her into anything against her will. Yet she wasn't unwilling. She simply felt apprehensive. Her hesitant demeanor was awkward yet endearing, making Qin Yu chuckle softly again. He inquired, what are you not? I still have business to attend to tomorrow. I should rest now. Jian Ran hastily fabricated an excuse to escape. Qin Yu possessed an undeniable charm, and when he was tender, he was utterly disarming. Before she was genuinely prepared to be his wife, Jian Ran deemed it safer to keep her distance, lest she be consumed without realizing it. Chapter 43. Conspiracy and scheming in the late autumn night. A biting chill permeated the air. A relentless wind, cunning and treacherous, always struck when one lowered their guard, devouring the last vestiges of summer and leaving a shiver in its wake. Yet, in Jiangbei, this vibrant city that never sleeps, the cold seemed to hold no sway. Even in the deep of night, the streets bustled with crowds, unyielding to the piercing winds. A Starbucks in Jiangbei was equally lively, a breeding ground for gossip, petty tales, and even more biting sarcasm and scheming than the cold itself. In a corner, two inconspicuous women were engaged in conversation. Madonna handed a scarf, identical to the one Jian Ran had purchased, to Su Yui. Cousin, it's getting cold. I picked this out for you. It's a limited edition from this brand. Only 6 exist in the entire city. Su Yui examined the logo on the scarf, her brow furrowing as she refrained from accepting it. You just changed jobs and are short on funds. Why waste money on such frivolities? I haven't done much for you since you took care of me at Innovation Technology, so consider this a small token of my appreciation, Madonna said sweetly, pushing the scarf closer to Su Yui. Su Yui glanced at the expensive scarf, still refusing to take it, her tone cool as she replied, if you need my help, just ask. I'm your cousin, and I will do my utmost to assist you. She knew Madonna too well. If there were no ulterior motives, she would never spend such money on her. The scarf appeared light, but who knew its true weight when held? Su Yui's rigid and dismissive response left Madonna feeling somewhat embarrassed, forcing a smile as she said, you know, I was dismissed from Innovation All because of that wretched Jian Ran. As she mentioned Jian Ran, Madonna's expression twisted into one of rage, the smile vanishing as she seethed. If it weren't for her scheming behind the scenes, I would never have ended up like this. Su Yui had anticipated Madonna would bring up her dismissal, but was taken aback by her tendency to shift blame onto others. With a resigned sigh, she replied coldly, while I don't often interact with the business department, I do know Jian Ran isn't someone who stirs up trouble. As for your dismissal, you alone know the reasons. Su Yui, although typically supportive of Madonna at work, stood on the side of righteousness when it came to matters of principle. Cousin, what you see is merely her facade. You have no idea how shameless she truly is. Madonna glanced around before lowering her voice. She was driven out by her family in Kyoto for seducing her fiancé. These matters pertain to others' private lives and belong to the past. Moreover, without first-hand knowledge, who can truly comprehend the intricacies involved? Su Yui was disinclined to engage with Madonna's remarks. Noticing Su's reticence, Madonna mistakenly believed that Su had wavered and continued. You say even her family has abandoned her. One can only imagine her character and the secrets she harbors. Su Yui abruptly interjected, cutting off Madonna's tirade. Is this why you summoned me? If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, she began to rise. Sensing Su's intent to depart, Madonna hastily grasped her arm, exclaiming, Cousin, wait. She quickly produced her phone, presenting the photos she had clandestinely taken days prior, smirking as she said, Cousin, look, this isn't mere slander. This woman is fully aware that President Qin is married, yet she still attempts to seduce him. Su Yui cast a glance at the image, which depicted a couple holding hands, the man tall and handsome, the woman slender and graceful. The woman gazed into the distance with bright eyes, while the man's gaze seemed fixated upon her, an exploration devoid of crudeness, soft and delicate, captivating in its essence. Surprised by the photograph, Su Yui was taken aback. Not for any other reason, but that it was the first time she realized such a lofty and aloof individual as President Qin could possess such a gaze. and that Jian Ran beside him appeared so strikingly beautiful. Noticing Sue's momentary distraction, Madonna assumed she had made progress and quickly added, "Cousin, I have more information. If you were to disseminate this through the internal email at the innovation company, revealing her true nature to everyone, would President Jian still desire her? Would she dare remain at innovation?" Startled from her reverie, Sue AI sighed deeply and shook her head. "Dan na, these are others' private affairs, and we have no right to intervene." Madonna, fixated on undermining Jian Ran, paid no heed to Sue's words. Sue firmly rejected her once more, feeling a swell of indignation as she tightened her grip on Sue AI's hand. "Cousin, you're the only one who can assist me. This is a trivial matter for you. Why won't you help?" When she was dismissed previously, this cousin had offered no assistance, yet now, when all she sought was a small favor, Sue remained unyielding. This struck her as utterly unreasonable. Sue AI resolutely shook her head again, freeing her hand from Madonna's grasp, and turned to retrieve her bag from the chair. Witnessing Sue's intent to leave yet again, Madonna, infuriated, stamped her foot and exclaimed, "Whose cousin are you, anyway?" "Sue Hatet." Glancing back with a cold, detached gaze, "I will not assist you in this matter. My final advice is to refrain from foolish actions. Focusing on work is the path you should pursue." As Sue AI departed, Madonna trembled with rage, her once beautiful visage contorted into a fearsome grimace, akin to a vengeful spirit. At that moment, Sue AI represented her only glimmer of hope. Without her help, how could she possibly devise a plan to expel Jian Ran from innovation technology? That day at the mall, witnessing the affectionate exchange between Jian Ran and Jian Yu solidified her resolve. She would do whatever it took to ensure Jian Ran faced difficulties. It was unjust that everything should be claimed by that woman. What merit did she possess? Always consumed by work, devoid of warmth, presenting a facade of integrity while undoubtedly engaging in sordid affairs behind the scenes. Why should everyone rally to her aid? What was she, after all? Misma, if Manager Sue is unwilling to assist you, I shall. Just as Madonna felt the world conspired against her, a gentle voice emerged from behind. She turned, momentarily stunned, before quickly regaining her composure and coldly retorting, "It's you." The man smiled casually as he approached, nonchalantly picking up an expensive scarf from the table, remarking, "Such a lovely scarf. It's truly a shame that Manager Sue does not appreciate it." He draped the scarf around his neck, grinning, "See? It seems to suit me better." Madonna regarded him thoughtfully as the vibrant scarf adorned him like a flame, radiant and striking, akin to a beacon in the darkness. Perhaps this was her singular opportunity to trample Jian Ran beneath her heel. She had to seize it tightly. Thus, she queried, "Do you understand the significance of this scarf to me?" He squinted slightly, fixing his gaze on her. "I dare to wear the scarf. How could I be unaware of its significance?" Madonna, perplexed, replied, "We have had no previous interactions. Why do you wish to assist me?" He elegantly adjusted the scarf around his neck, smiling with effortless confidence, "Because I simply adore this scarf." Momentarily taken aback, Madonna was about to inquire further when he continued, "I am familiar with the information you hold. It can be traced back to its source through the email. Manager Sue is not foolish and would never proceed recklessly. However, I possess a better solution." Upon hearing this, all of Madonna's previous concerns vanished as she eagerly pressed, "What is this solution?" "You must seek out a particular individual." He produced a business card from his bag, handing it to her. "Once you locate him, he will guide you on what to do next." "Understood." Madonna cautiously accepted the card, feeling its weight in her hand. She gazed at it with fervor, as if it were a sword poised to pierce Jian Ran's heart. Meanwhile, Jian Ran, relieved from work obligations, had taken an early rest after a shower. Yet sleep eluded her, prompting her to message Ling Feiyu, who was far away in America. Her slender fingers danced across the screen as she typed, "Feiyu, how have you been over there these past few days?" A prompt reply came, "Eating well, having fun, and my beloved man is by my side every day. Would you say this life is good?" Hearing Ling Feiyu's cheerful tone lifted Jian Ran's spirits, and she responded, "Then stay there a bit longer and enjoy your time with Cheng Shuyang." Just after sending her message, Jian Ran received another from Ling Feiyu. Ran, I'm curious about your progress with Mr. Qin. Have you too?" Knowing Ling Feiyu's tendency for mischief, Jian Ran quickly interrupted, "I am inquiring about your matters." Ling Feiyu's voice message soon followed. "I am also asking about your relationship with Mr. Qin." Jian Ran, aware that revealing the lack of progress in her relationship would prompt a lecture from Ling Feiyu, contemplated her response carefully, ultimately typing, "Everything that should happen has happened." Despite being half a world apart, Jian Ran felt as though her small deceit had been uncovered, prompting her to burrow deeper beneath her covers. Just as her message was sent, Ling Feiyu's voice flooded in. Ran, quickly tell me, what is it like being together? Does he take good care of you?" Jian Ran felt her cheeks flush and heart race. Ling Feiyu, with her seemingly innocent demeanor, asked questions that left her feeling bashful. Embarrassed, she hesitated to reply, while Ling Feiyu bombarded her with a flurry of messages. Ran, let me tell you, relationships are a two-way street. Don't always passively accept his kindness. You must also show affection towards him to strengthen your bond. Ran, as time passes, feelings can wane, especially since you and Mr. Qin are not united by love. There is no emotional foundation. You should frequently compliment him to foster your relationship. Jian Ran understood that relationships require mutual effort. Yet she found herself at a loss when it came to articulating her feelings for Qin. Perhaps it was best to let things unfold naturally. Meanwhile, Ling Feiyu's voice message continued unabated. Ran, reply to me quickly. Tell me how it feels to be with him. Are you growing fonder of this man? Jian Ran remained silent, prompting Ling Feiyu to bombard her further. It's been ages since I first started dating. Otherwise, I wouldn't be bothering you. By the way, does Mr. Qin cook? Does he help with laundry? And so many other things you know. Just listening made Jian Ran blush to the point where she wished she could burrow into the ground. However, Ling Feiyu remained oblivious, chattering away. Ling Feiyu continued, Ran, do you have plans for children? If you're not ready for kids, you must be cautious. You must ensure that no surprises occur. Jian Ran sent another ellipsis in response. Ling Feiyu added, if you happen to conceive, raising a child will consume your entire life. If you choose not to have the child, the emotional toll on a woman can be immense. In truth, Jian Ran had never contemplated the idea of children, as her relationship with Qin Yu had not yet reached that stage. However, if the opportunity arose for her to have a child with Qin Yu in the future, she mused that she would likely choose to keep it. A man like Qin Yu would surely raise a child to be as exceptional as he was, and she couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be to have a son who resembled him. Suddenly realizing what she was thinking, Jian Ran quickly glanced at the door, fearing that Qin Yu might walk in and uncover her thoughts. Ling Feiyu's voice message came through again. Ran, hurry and tell me. I need to go shopping and might pick up a big gift for your Mr. Qin. Always the doer, Ling Feiyu was determined to act on her words. Jian Ran shook her head in exasperation. Feiyu, you really don't need to buy us gifts. Ling Feiyu teased. Are you afraid I might discover your Mr. Qin's clothing size? Just as Jian Ran was about to respond, she heard the sound of the door opening, causing her to hastily exit WeChat and stiffen under the covers. Qin Yu approached and lay beside her. What size? And nothing. Jian Ran stammered, embarrassed, thinking it impossible to share that she had just been discussing him with a friend. Chapter 45. A cold shower. Jian Ran discreetly glanced at Qin Yu, who wore a white bathrobe loosely tied at the waist, the fabric slightly parted at the chest, revealing his sun-kissed, firm torso. She pondered whether he wore anything underneath. Lost in thought, she swallowed hard. What is the matter? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, amused by her scrutiny. His deep, alluring voice interrupted her vivid daydreams, jolting her back to reality. Jian Ran was startled by her own thoughts about him, her cheeks burning with heat. Feeling embarrassed, she turned away. I'm going to sleep. Qin Yu shifted closer, placing his hand on her forehead and gently turning her face towards him. Your face is so red, and your forehead feels hot. Are you unwell? He leaned in close, his unglasses-wearing visage appearing softer, his eyes deep and alluring, exuding an extra hint of sensuality compared to the daylight. Jian Ran's heart raced, and her mind spiraled into confusion. She shook her head, mentally chastising Ling Feiyu for corrupting her thoughts with her suggestive chatter. Seeing Jian Ran's peculiar behavior, Qin Yu expressed concern. Jian Ran, I'm Yufine. It's late. You should sleep, she replied hurriedly. Jian Ran had always found Qin Yu's voice enchanting, especially when he called her name. Yet tonight, she wished he would refrain from using such a melodious tone. Little did he know that just hearing him call her name in such a captivating way made her feel reckless. An audacious thought crept into her mind. Since Qin Yu was her legal husband, why not take the plunge? Startled by her own daring contemplation, she scolded herself, realizing that Ling Feiyu must have cast a spell on her to entertain such notions. Watching Jian Ran shake her head and mumble to herself, Qin Yu found her antics amusing. Jian Ran, what are you? I'm fine, really. I'm not thinking of anything. Don't say such things. Before Qin Yu could finish, Jian Ran interjected frantically, leaving him even more perplexed about her behavior. As Jian Ran nestled deeper into her blankets, trying to create distance between them to prevent any loss of control on his part, Qin Yu swiftly pulled her back into his embrace, declaring, "Sleep well." Jian Ran, now unable to move, breathed cautiously, lying stiffly against Qin Yu's chest, her face pressed against his warm skin, feeling the heat radiating from him. The room fell into a tranquil silence, during which Jian Ran could distinctly hear the rhythm of Qin Yu's deepening breaths and accelerating heartbeat. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, prompting her to lift her head and gaze at him, only to find his eyes ablaze with an intensity that threatened to ignite her very being. Summoning her courage, she reached out to caress his sculpted face. "Don't move." Qin Yu caught her hand, his voice hoarse enough to make Jian Ran's throat ache in sympathy. "Qin Yu, actually," Jian Ran began, but before she could finish, he abruptly pushed her away and left the room. Watching his retreating figure, Jian Ran murmured the words she had left unspoken. "Actually, I would be willing." Unaware of her sentiments, Qin Yu entered another bathroom and turned on the cold water, standing under the shower. Even though Jiangbei City, located in the south, wasn't as frigid as the northern regions in late autumn, taking a cold shower at night required considerable fortitude. As the cold water cascaded over him, Qin Yu's thoughts were consumed by Jian Ran's shy and charming visage. Lost in reverie, he found the water no longer icy enough and wished he could plunge into an ice-cold pool. There was a more gratifying solution, returning to the room and allowing Jian Ran to quell the fire she had ignited within him. However, Qin Yu refrained from doing so. Although Jian Ran was his wife, and their union was a natural progression, he respected her autonomy. Without her explicit consent, he would never force her into anything. After spending considerable time in the shower, he felt somewhat cooled down. He then stepped onto the balcony, lighting a cigarette and taking several puffs. Even he was puzzled by his inability to maintain control around Jian Ran, despite his usual self-discipline. Once the cigarette was finished, he lit another, and soon the ashtray was filled with remnants of several cigarettes. Perhaps it was precisely because Jian Ran held the title of his legal wife that he found himself responding to her presence in such a manner. After finishing his smoke, Qin Yu returned to the bathroom to rinse his mouth several times until the taste of tobacco was gone before heading back to the room. Inside, Jian Ran had already drifted into a peaceful slumber, her breathing steady and slow, her lovely face adorned with a gentle blush, exuding warmth and beauty. How ironic it was that she had stoked his desires, yet here she was sleeping soundly while he endured a cold shower for half an hour. Suddenly, Qin Yu felt a strong urge to lift the very culprit responsible for his cold shower and subject her to the same. However, instead of lifting Jian Ran to take a cold shower, he lay down beside her, pulling her into his embrace and drifting off to sleep. That night, Qin Yu hardly slept at all, while Jian Ran enjoyed a deep, peaceful slumber, even dreaming a beautiful dream. Upon waking and recalling her lovely dream, Jian Ran turned her gaze toward the balcony window, only to see Mian squatting there, with no sign of Qin Yu. How could the man who always read the newspaper there every morning suddenly vanish? Filled with confusion, Jian Ran turned back and noticed someone lying beside her. He had his eyes closed, his complexion flushed, and his breathing a bit rapid, despite being married for so long. This was the first time Jian Ran had woken up while Qin Yu was still asleep. Qin Yu, like a biological clock, was always punctually awake and asleep, never deviating from his routine. Could it be that Qin Yu was ill? Concerned about his health, Jian Ran quickly reached out to touch his forehead. But as soon as her fingers made contact, she recoiled from the heat. "Qin Yu, wake up, please wake up." Jian Ran gently patted his face, and seeing no response, she increased the pressure slightly. Chapter 46. Severe fever in her worry, Jian Ran inadvertently struck him harder than intended, resulting in a sharp sound. She winced at the pain in her hand. "Jian Ran?" Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes, his voice hoarse and low, bloodshot eyes glaring with intensity. "Qin Yu, you have a high fever. Please get up, we need to see a doctor." Jian Ran grasped his arm, attempting to pull him up, but he was too heavy for her to manage. Qin Yu furrowed his brow and shot her a glance before slowly closing his eyes again, slipping back into a drowsy state. "Qin Yu, don't sleep. You can't sleep anymore." Unable to move him herself, and realizing his consciousness was fading, Jian Ran hastily grabbed her phone to call for emergency assistance. Just as she was about to dial, an incoming call interrupted her, displaying the name Su Huai on her screen, a number she hadn't saved. However, there was no time to ponder. She answered hurriedly, Su, assistant. Without waiting for Jian Ran to finish, Su Hui urgently inquired, Mrs. Qin, is Mr. Qin with you? Every morning, Qin Yu would rise early to handle urgent matters across the ocean via video call. Yet this morning he was nowhere to be found, with many decisions awaiting his input. Both his work and personal phones were turned off, and only then did Su Hui resort to calling Jian Ran. Assistant Su, you're calling at the right moment. Qin Yu has a high fever, and it's quite serious. I was just about to call for emergency help. In the face of urgency, Jian Ran remained remarkably calm, clearly articulating the situation. Mrs. Qin, there is no need for you to call for an ambulance. I'll send someone immediately. With that, Su Hui hung up. Jian Ran tossed her phone aside and hurried to the kitchen to fetch some ice from the refrigerator, wrapping it in a towel to apply to Qin Yu's forehead, hoping it would help reduce his fever. Upon returning to the bedroom, her phone rang incessantly again. Jian Ran picked it up to find it was Su Hui calling once more. She answered and heard Su Hui say, Mrs. Qin, Mr. Qin is allergic to penicillin, so please ensure he doesn't come into contact with it. Jian Ran nodded, responding, understood. Su Hui hung up again, her demeanor lacking the usual professionalism. But Jian Ran paid it no mind. Holding the ice towel against Qin Yu's forehead with one hand, she tightly grasped his larger hand with the other. Qin Yu, does this feel any better? Knowing he couldn't hear her, Jian Ran still hoped for a response. After a while, she removed the ice pack and instinctively leaned down to rest her forehead against his. The warmth of his body radiated through their skin, creating a moment that was both tender and reluctant to part. This was the first time Jian Ran had looked at Qin Yu so closely and earnestly. He was truly an exceptionally handsome man. His chiseled features resembled a finely crafted piece of art, every contour imbued with elegance and poise, striking yet meticulously refined. How could someone be so extraordinarily beautiful? Even with his eyes closed, he stirred something deep within her. Perhaps she was so engrossed in her observation that she failed to notice when Qin Yu opened his eyes. Upon awakening, he immediately caught sight of Jian Ran's earnest gaze, and he couldn't help but ask, have you finished staring? His sudden voice was like thunder in Jian Ran's ears, causing her to blush deeply and become momentarily frozen. It was only then that she realized how close they had become, their noses nearly touching, their body warmth mingling, breaths intermingling, and while Qin Yu's gaze was gentle, it pierced her heart like a sword. As she gasped softly, instinctively recoiling as if struck by electricity. Yet, Qin Yu was unwilling to let her slip away so easily. Like a swift predator, he swiftly cupped her head, pulling her toward him and kissing her fiercely. His movements were so rapid that Jian Ran had no time to react. Their lips met, pressing together passionately. In that moment, time seemed to blossom into something sweet and fragrant, her heart captured once more. It was unclear how long it lasted before Qin Yu finally released Jian Ran, who was gasping for breath. He gently cradled her face, his rough fingertips brushing over her swollen, moist lips, and he smiled softly. Jian Ran was still panting. Everything had happened so quickly that she hadn't even had the chance to savor the moment before it ended. She stared wide-eyed at Qin Yu in disbelief, her lips parting as if to speak, but he pressed a finger to her lips, silencing her. I need to rest, he said with a smile, before turning away and sinking back into slumber. Jian Ran felt a mix of confusion and amusement as she watched Qin Yu drift back to sleep, standing there awkwardly for a moment. Just then, the doorbell rang loudly, a sound like music to her ears, relieving her of her dazed state. She hurried to the door, only to hear Qin Yu's low, sultry voice behind her. Put on a jacket. Jian Ran paused and turned back. Qin Yu remained with his eyes shut, quiet as if he had never spoken. Still in a daze, Jian Ran eventually raised her hand to touch her slightly tingling lips, murmuring softly to herself, Okay, I understand. Glancing down at her pajamas, she realized they weren't suitable for visitors, so she quickly donned a jacket before heading to the door. Peering through the peephole, she saw Su Hui and Lu Yong had arrived, so she hastily opened the door. As soon as the door swung open, Su Hui and the others rushed inside, dashing toward the bedroom without so much as a greeting. Jian Ran was taken aback and quickly followed, only to find a doctor preparing to inject Qin Yu with a syringe. What are you doing? Jian Ran exclaimed. bewildered by the sight of these unfamiliar figures in white coats administering an injection to her unconscious husband. Before she could process the situation, Su Huai stepped in front of her, saying, "Jian Ran, they are Mr. Qin's personal doctors. They have been with him for many years and understand his health condition well. Please do not interfere." Jian Ran failed to notice the change in how Su Huai addressed her, nor the coldness in her tone. Her only concern was for Qin Yu's safety. Watching the doctors bustle around while she felt utterly helpless, she was disheartened to be treated like an outsider, unable to approach. Biting her lip, Jian Ran felt a pang of sadness, realizing that everyone around Qin Yu seemed to know him intimately, while she, as his wife, was left in the dark. After administering an injection, the doctors carefully lifted Qin Yu onto a stretcher they had brought, swiftly carrying him away. The speed at which they moved was astonishing. Before Jian Ran could collect her thoughts, Qin Yu had already been taken from her. Chapter 47. A husband ill yet unable to accompany Jian Ran snapped back to reality and hurried to follow, but Su Huai blocked her path. "Jian Ran, we will take care of Mr. Qin. There is no need for you to worry. You should go to work." Su Huai's words stung Jian Ran, making it clear that she was being treated like an outsider. Her husband was ill, and she felt as if she had just been dealt a resounding slap in the face. Jian Ran realized that she had never truly entered into Qin Yu's life. His background, his work, and everything about him seemed utterly unreachable. Now, with Qin Yu unwell, she could not even fulfill her role as his wife by caring for him. She began to question whether Qin Yu was truly her husband. Biting her lip, her heart grew heavier with worry for Qin Yu and a sense of helplessness. Wang Wang. The perceptive Mian sensed Jian Ran's distress and nuzzled against her feet, barking softly as if to comfort her. Jian Ran knelt down, gently stroking Mian's head. Mian, Uncle Qin is sick, and yet Mommy cannot be by his side to take care of him. Do you think Mommy is useless? Wang. Mian barked a few times and licked Jian Ran's hand, offering comfort in its own way. Thank you, Mian. Jian Ran patted Mian's head. Sweetheart, go play. Mommy needs to prepare for work. Innovation technology was currently facing turbulent times. The affairs with the Gu family and Xing Huai had yet to settle, and now Qin Yu was ill. While significant decisions were beyond Jian Ran's purview, she could at least complete her responsibilities diligently, alleviating some of Qin Yu's burdens. Recently, due to a downturn in business, the morale of the employees at Innovation Technology had plummeted, and the atmosphere in the office was far from cheerful. Jian Ran was uncertain whether Qin Yu was unable to confront the Gu family or if he was biding his time for the right moment to retaliate. Colleagues were engaged in idle chatter or scrolling through Weibo, with no one appearing to take their work seriously, which was quite concerning. With a silent sigh, Jian Ran composed herself, opened her work computer, and prepared to embark on a new day of tasks. She began by reviewing several client files, then proceeded to make calls in hopes of securing meetings to discuss collaboration projects. However, her attempts were met with excuses of busy schedules, leaving her feeling disheartened. The majority of the morning passed in a haze of disappointment and worry for Qin Yu's condition, until around 10 o'clock when his call came through. Seeing the familiar number on her screen, Jian Ran's hand trembled slightly as she swiped to answer, her anxiety causing her to fumble. Finally connecting, she heard Qin Yu's low, somewhat hoarse voice. "Jian Ran, where are you?" "At the office," she replied, her tense nerves finally beginning to ease upon hearing his voice. However, silence lingered on the other end, as if he had no intention of continuing the conversation. After a moment, Jian Ran was about to speak when Qin Yu said, "Then continue working." "Qin Yu," she called out, biting her lip. "Are you feeling any better?" "I won't die." His voice was cold, almost excessively so, causing Jian Ran to feel both aggrieved and angry. She bit her lip in frustration and replied, "As long as you're not dying, that's good enough. I'll get back to work now." The man on the other end grunted indifferently before abruptly ending the call, staring at the darkening screen. Jian Ran felt as if her heart had been tightly constricted, struggling to breathe. After worrying for him all morning, she had yet to inquire about his condition, and he had hung up on her. Fixating on her phone screen, it lit up again, this time with a call from Su Huai, urging Jian Ran to come to Xingtian Hospital. Renowned as a prestigious private hospital, it boasted superior medical equipment compared to the First People's Hospital in Jiangbei, with prices to match. Although she was still upset about Qin Yu's earlier demeanor, she knew she had to see him in good health to find solace. After concluding her call with Su Huai, Jian Ran took leave to return home and prepare a light vegetable porridge, suitable for someone recovering from high fever. Arriving at Shengtian Hospital just past 1 in the afternoon, Jian Ran was met by a vigilant Su Huai who had been waiting outside the security office. Mrs. Qin, I apologize if my words this morning seemed lacking in tact due to my concern for Mr. Qin's safety. Su Huai greeted her with a smile. No witties, Jian Ran replied, though her concern lay not with Su Huai's attitude, but rather her own helplessness as Qin Yu's wife in his time of illness. Having been married, they should be the closest of companions, yet this morning made her feel as though she were a stranger to him. After a brief walk, they reached Qin Yu's hospital room. This is Mr. Qin's room. I won't intrude, Su Huai said. Jian Ran nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your help. The door was ajar, and peering through the gap, Jian Ran noticed a middle-aged woman, likely in her 50s, preparing food for Qin Yu. The woman skillfully arranged an assortment of delicacies from an elegant food container, indicating she was accustomed to such tasks. Feeling inadequate with the simple food she had brought, Jian Ran instinctively hid the container behind her. Upon entering, the woman turned to her, her gaze lingering on the food container with a hint of curiosity. The room was a suite, furnished comfortably with all necessary amenities. Not spotting Qin Yu in the living area, Jian Ran hesitated before asking, Is Qin Yu here? After sizing her up for a moment, the woman pointed toward the inner room. The young master is in there. Thank you. Jian Ran smiled politely and placed her food container on the nearby coffee table before heading to see Qin Yu. In the inner room, Qin Yu was seated on the bed, dressed in a hospital gown, and 4 drip in his left arm while he read a newspaper with his right hand. Qin Yu, Jian Ran called, but he did not look up, seemingly unaware of her presence. After a pause, he finally glanced at her, his eyes cold and calm behind gold-rimmed glasses. What are you doing here? He had suffered a high fever to the point of losing consciousness, and yet this woman had the audacity to be at work, leaving him to fend for himself. His demeanor suggested he was not pleased with her presence, which made Jian Ran anxious. Pressing her lips together, she replied, Assistant Su asked me to come see you. If Assistant Su hadn't made that call, would she have come at all? Qin Yu frowned, his voice even colder. You've seen me. Now you can return to work. Oh, all right. Jian Ran forced down her feelings of grievance, nodded with a smile, and turned to leave. To her surprise, Qin Yu's irritation deepened as he watched her retreating figure, his expression darkening as he nearly crumpled the newspaper in his hand. Just as she reached the door, Jian Ran halted, inhaled deeply, and turned back, glaring at him. Qin Yu, you absolute jerk. She had worried for him all morning, and now that she finally saw him, he wanted her to leave. He often claimed to be her husband. What kind of husband dismisses his wife when he is unwell? Jian Ran found herself increasingly heartbroken and filled with anger. The more she thought about it, the more her emotions surged, her nose tinged with sadness, and 2 crystalline tears slipped uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. She raised her hand and wiped them away fiercely, biting her lip. Qin Yu, go to hell. It doesn't matter if you die. Just pretend I never met you. Jian Ran's sudden outburst left Qin Yu momentarily stunned, and amidst his shock, he noticed the tears falling from her eyes. An inexplicable pang twisted in his heart, a sensation of pain spreading within him, one he had never felt before. He recalled the time she was detained at the police station due to Gu Nanqing's interference. She hadn't shed a tear then, but now. Come here. Qin Yu's voice softened unconsciously, and he beckoned her with a wave of his hand. If you let me go, will I just leave? Do you think I'm that easy to dismiss? Jian Ran, equally stubborn, was not about to let him call her back so easily. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. Aren't you coming? Jian Ran ignored him, rubbing her eyes forcefully, cursing herself for shedding tears in front of this man. When did she become so sentimental? Then I'll come over, she said defiantly. Qin Yu pretended to remove the 4 needle from his arm. What are you doing? Are you trying to kill yourself? Jian Ran exclaimed, rushing over to stop him. If I die, won't you become a little widow? Qin Yu said seriously, although a hint of amusement danced in his golden-framed eyes. You. Jian Ran was taken aback, realizing this man could be quite charming when he wanted to be, though he maintained a serious demeanor. Qin Yu gently brushed his thumb across her cheek, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Tell me, why are you crying? Jian Ran bit her lip and replied fiercely, I'm afraid you'll die, and I'll become a little widow. Qin Yu chuckled softly, wrapping her in his arms, whispering, Silly girl. You are the silly one. Your whole family is silly. Jian Ran wanted to retort, but his embrace was so tight, as if he intended to meld her into his warm chest. How could he be so strong? With just one hand, he held her tightly, and no matter how much she struggled, she could not break free. "Don't move," his deep voice resonated above her head, carrying a captivating rasp. The simplicity of his command rendered Jian Ran utterly powerless to resist. Qin Yu smiled contentedly, resting his chin atop her head. Her hair was smooth, soft, and bore a faint, pleasant fragrance that was comforting. Meanwhile, Jian Ran felt a mix of dismay at her own easy submission and an involuntary smile forming on her lips. His breath brushed against her, his heartbeat beside her, inexplicably reassuring. "Young master, the meal is ready." Aunt Shun, responsible for Qin Yu's meals, awkwardly interrupted, and upon seeing the two in an embrace, quickly retreated. "Will you join me for dinner?" Qin Yu asked, releasing Jian Ran. She nodded. Refusing the nurse's help, the labor fell to Jian Ran, who held the bag high in one hand while balancing the stand with the other, as Qin Yu truly acted like a wealthy master, shirking all responsibility. Once everything was set, Jian Ran finally sat across from Qin Yu, who beckoned her, "Come sit beside me." Jian Ran instinctively glanced at the woman arranging the food, sensing her disapproval, and chose to remain seated. Qin Yu's long fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. His eyes narrowed in thought until Aunt Shun finished serving. "Aunt Shun, you may leave now," he instructed. Aunt Shun opened her mouth to say something, but, knowing Qin Yu's temperament, simply nodded. "Young master, young mistress, enjoy your meal." The term young mistress nearly made Jian Ran spit out the water she had just sipped, her delicate face flushing with embarrassment. Noticing her surprise, Qin Yu continued. "That was Aunt Shun, who has always prepared my meals. You can call her Aunt Shun from now on." With a loyal driver, Wei, and devoted assistants like Su Huiyi and Lu Yong, alongside Aunt Shun's care, it was clear that Qin Yu hailed from an affluent family. He mentioned previously conducting business abroad, but what kind of business could he possibly engage in that seemed more formidable than that of a tech conglomerate CEO? "Come sit beside me and help me with the dishes," Qin Yu urged again. "But your right hand is functional," Jian Ran murmured. The was in his left arm, and he had just held her tightly with his right. Why could he not serve himself now? "I usually eat with my left hand," Qin Yu replied, his voice tinged with mild dissatisfaction, yet a playful smile lingered at the corner of his lips. Jian Ran realized he had a knack for spinning tales. She had never seen him eat with his left hand before. However, considering his condition, she decided to indulge him, for as he said, if anything were to happen to him, she would indeed become a little widow. Chapter 49. My wife Jian Ran rose to sit beside Qin Yu, surveying the table laden with over a dozen dishes, most of which were spicy Sichuan cuisine, entirely unsuitable for someone recovering from a high fever. Her gaze landed on a bowl of beautiful, inviting black sesame porridge. Although she knew nothing of medicinal cuisine, she understood that black sesame was meant to nourish and replenish. Surely, she could not allow Qin Yu to consume this while still unwell. Typically, he preferred lighter fare, so why was he served such heavy dishes now? After a thorough examination, Jian Ran turned her questioning eyes toward Qin Yu. "Are you certain these dishes were prepared by Aunt Shun?" "No," Qin Yu replied, his gaze deep and warm upon her. "I have already eaten. These were specially prepared for you." Jian Ran was taken aback. "For me?" Qin Yu nodded. His simple statement dispelled the clouds of doubt that had lingered in Jian Ran's heart. It turned out that while she worried for him, he had been thinking of her as well. "Thank you." Jian Ran smiled at Qin Yu and picked up her chopsticks to eat. Today, due to her worries about Qin Yu, she had little appetite for breakfast, and lunch had been delayed until now, leaving her quite hungry. Thus her eating demeanor was far from graceful. Qin Yu's penetrating gaze remained fixed on her, and after a moment, he asked, "Have you been wrong today?" Jian Ran was not one to cry easily. Yet Qin Yu vividly recalled the moment she had shed tears, sensing she must have faced some grievance. She paused in her actions, shot him a glare, and said nasally, "I have been wronged. Tell me about it. If anyone dares to bully you, I will help you retaliate." Although Qin Yu's words seemed playful, he observed every subtle change in Jian Ran's expression. "The person who has wronged me is you," Jian Ran wanted to exclaim, but reconsidered, revealing that would not help her situation. Suddenly, a knock interrupted their conversation. Lu Yong entered, placing a document before Qin Yu. "President Qin, this document requires your signature." Lu Yong flipped through the pages for Qin Yu to review, engaging in conversation in English. Jian Ran did not fully grasp the details, but caught snippets about an acquisition. As the two conversed, Qin Yu quickly signed his name, Liu Qin, and Lu Yong gathered the documents before exiting. Qin Yu's eyes casually landed on a thermal container on the coffee table. He had a vivid recollection of it, as it was the same one Jian Ran had used to prepare seaweed rolls for him. What is that? He cast his gaze towards the insulated container resting on the coffee table and gently inquired. Jian Ran followed his gaze and spotted the container she had brought, hesitatingly muttering, "No, it's nothing." Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, silently scrutinizing Jian Ran. Feeling flustered under his gaze, she eventually confessed, "It's the vegetable porridge I prepared for you. I worried you might not take to it, so I didn't bring it out." Qin Yu cleared his throat and said with utmost seriousness, "Jian Ran, you are not me. How can you presume to know what I may or may not like? You never asked me, nor did you provide me the opportunity to choose. How could you so easily make decisions on my behalf?" At that moment, having decided to marry Jian Ran, he was prepared to embrace all aspects of her, both the good and the bad. Yet recently, he sensed her disbelief in him, her lack of trust, and her persistent doubt. Jian Ran lowered her head, resembling a child who had erred, and softly replied, "I want to make decisions for you without consulting you from now on." Seeing Jian Ran sulking like a chastised little wife, Qin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. "I happen to be hungry. Please fetch it and serve me a bowl." "All right." Jian Ran brought the container closer, serving the porridge while saying, "This is the Gailon porridge. It might be a bit bitter. I hope it's not an issue for you. I'm not picky." Qin Yu was not generally fussy. He simply did not mind what Jian Ran prepared. He could eat whatever she made. Just like the last time when he knew he was allergic to onions yet still consumed them, ending up spending the night in the hospital receiving for treatment. Since their marriage, he had earnestly endeavored to be a good husband. "Is it delectable?" Jian Ran asked, her smile beaming as she watched him. "Quite good." Qin Yu generously praised her, taking another hearty spoonful. Witnessing him relish the porridge she had personally made filled Jian Ran's heart with sweetness, as if they had drawn closer once again. Though Qin Yu seldom showered her with flattering words, he would prepare gloves and hot water bottles for her when he learned of her cold hands and feet, caring for her through his actions. During this period, she had slept soundly each night, no longer awakening from the chill that had previously plagued her. As Qin Yu savored the porridge, Su Huai and a doctor knocked and entered. The doctor was one Jian Ran had met earlier that morning, the one who had administered Qin Yu's injections. The doctor's eyes swept over Jian Ran before settling on the bowl of porridge Qin Yu was eating. "Young master, your high fever has yet to subside, and there is a risk of complications. I must request that you refrain from consuming any food not prepared under our meticulous standards. A bacterial infection would be detrimental." Hearing the doctor's words, Jian Ran felt a surge of discomfort. It was clearly an insinuation that her cooking was unclean. Yes, she acknowledged that she had known Qin Yu for a shorter time than them. They had been by his side for years, forming a deep bond with him. But she was Qin Yu's wife. Just as Jian Ran felt increasingly despondent, Qin Yu suddenly enveloped her in an embrace, his low, steady voice resonating in her ear. "Assistant Su, Dr. Liang, allow me to formally introduce my wife, Jian Ran." "My wife, Jian Ran." The simplicity of those 5 words struck Jian Ran's heart, causing it to soften like gentle water as she gazed quietly and tenderly at Qin Yu. Indeed, from the day they registered their marriage, Jian Ran was no longer Miss Jian, but rather Mrs. Qin. Qin Yu turned to her, his gaze considerably softened. "Jian Ran, Assistant Su and Dr. Liang have been working alongside me for many years. While our relationship may appear professional, we are, in truth, friends. They're like family to me." Though Qin Yu's words were sweet, they reiterated the nature of their true relationship. Su Huai and the others, who had been with him for years, were treated like friends and family, yet Jian Ran was his wife. Dr. Liang realized he had overstepped and awkwardly smiled, saying, "Hello, Mrs. Qin." Jian Ran smiled back politely, "Hello, Dr. Liang." Su Huai added, "This morning, in my eagerness, I spoke to Mrs. Qin rather brusquely. I hope you can forgive me." Su Huai and the others had been by Qin Yu's side for years, showcasing strong capabilities and earning his trust. Over time, they had become almost like family. Because they understood him so well, knowing he rarely fell ill, they recognized the severity of his condition when he did. Thus, the earlier incident occurred. As Jian Ran was about to speak up, Qin Yu interjected, "Jian Ran, do you know what a marriage certificate truly represents?" Jian Ran was taken aback, unsure of what Qin Yu intended to convey. He glanced at Su Huai and Dr. Liang before continuing. Legally, when two individuals obtain a marriage certificate, it signifies that they are entrusting their lives to one another. Should I fall gravely ill today and require a family member's signature for treatment, the person authorized to sign for me would be you, Jian Ran. To Jian Ran, registering their marriage simply meant embarking on a journey together. If they could continue, they would, and if not, they would part ways. She had never fathomed that, in Qin Yu's eyes, a marriage certificate bore such profound significance. He was willing to entrust his life to her. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Su Huai and Dr. Liang exchanged glances, realizing he had a valid point. In an emergency, Jian Ran was indeed the only one who could act. Qin Yu then urged, "Hurry and change my fore. Once done, you all can leave. Don't disturb me unless necessary." Yes. The doctor swiftly replaced Qin Yu's fore bag and administered oral medication, stating, "Young master, this medication contains a small amount of a sedative. You should rest after taking it." Once the doctor and Su Huai departed, Qin Yu's intense gaze fixed upon Jian Ran as he patted the space beside him. "Come lie with me for a while." "Okay." Jian Ran moved closer, settling beside him. As soon as she lay down, Qin Yu's long arm encircled her, burying his head in her shoulder, inhaling her unique fragrance. Jian Ran did not resist, allowing him to hold her. "Waking up today without seeing you left me feeling unexpectedly disappointed." His deep, alluring voice resonated above her, sending her heart racing and her cheeks flushing. Though his words were not overtly romantic, they stirred her heart more than any sweet nothings could. Jian Ran speculated that Qin Yu must have been quite the charmer in the past. However, with his allure, he likely had a throng of admirers flocking to him. Without responding verbally, Jian Ran gently wrapped her arms around his lean waist, nuzzling her face against his chest. "Qin Yu, I will not let you down again." Should a similar situation arise in the future, Jian Ran vowed she would not allow anyone to take Qin Yu from her. She would be by his side as his devoted wife, caring for him. Qin Yu remained silent, as Jian Ran nestled in his embrace for quite some time. Feeling fatigued to the point of cramping, she discreetly glanced up at him, only to find he had already drifted off to sleep. The doctor had mentioned that the oral medication contained a sedative, allowing him to rest well to aid his recovery. Jian Ran cautiously removed Qin Yu's arm from around her and gently shifted, seeking a more comfortable position beside him. To her surprise, even in his deep slumber, Qin Yu instinctively tightened his hold on her. Unable to suppress a smile, Jian Ran's lips curled upwards, her arms around Qin Yu instinctively tightening as well. Today, a light rain fell, causing the temperature to drop several degrees in an instant, as if winter had officially arrived. However, Jiangbei City remained unaffected by the cold air. Instead, it was bustling with unprecedented activity. Following the announcement that Liu Qin, the current leader of Shengtian, would relocate the domestic headquarters to Jiangbei, business elites from all over the country flocked to the city, creating an atmosphere of lively excitement that added a unique charm to the chilly winter days. Shengtian's decision to develop in Jiangbei, along with the transfer of its headquarters from Kyoto, indicated that this location was indeed a lucrative opportunity, promising even greater business prospects. Some individuals came to assess the market, while others sought a meeting with Liu Qin in hopes of establishing a collaboration with Shengtian. Among those eager to meet Liu Qin was Gu Nanqing, the young heir of the Gu family. He sought to gain his father Gu Shuren's greater trust and acquire more power, and the most direct and effective way to achieve this was through a partnership with Shengtian. Despite sending numerous invitations through his secretary, he consistently received the same response. Liu Qin was busy and currently unavailable. After several attempts, Gu Nanqing's patience began to wane. Observing Gu Nanqing, who sat at his desk with a furrowed brow, Li Gang hesitated before finally speaking up. "Young Master Gu, I've heard that the queue to meet Liu Qin has extended to 3 months ahead. It truly is challenging to secure an appointment. It is not a matter of personal bias against us." 3 months? "We must consider any alternative routes to meeting him sooner," Gu Nanqing replied. Recently, he had taken over some of the Gu family's business, but many senior executives seemed less than impressed with him. Thus, he was eager to meet Liu Qin to forge a partnership that would prove his capabilities to those who underestimated him. Li Gang pondered for a moment before saying, "Young master, I've recently come across some rumors, though their veracity is uncertain." Gu Nanqing shot him a cold glance. "Speak plainly, do not play coy in front of me." Li Gang continued, "The Qin family is discreet, and no media outlet has ever captured a photograph of Liu Qin. His romantic life has been a subject of intrigue, yet no one has managed to uncover any details. However, I recently heard that Liu Qin has a penchant for the fair sex, with rumors suggesting he has entertained multiple women in one night. Upon hearing this, Gu Nanqing's eyes sparkled with interest, though he remained skeptical of the gossip. Where did you hear this information? Chapter 51. Liu Qin's affection for women. How did such explosive news about Liu Qin, a man eluding the media's grasp, come to light? Who possessed the audacity to disseminate such information? The Qin family, a prestigious lineage, both wealthy and esteemed, has always upheld decorum, and for years, there have been no negative rumors associated with them. Whether they are exceptionally discreet or genuinely virtuous, the Qin family emanates an aura of understated sophistication. Upon hearing this news, Gu Nanqing felt a surge of excitement, tempered by a hint of apprehension. If the rumors held any truth, he could have Li Gang find several attractive women to cater to Liu Qin's tastes. However, if the gossip proved false, he risked humiliation by presenting women to Liu Qin, potentially backfiring on himself. Therefore, before proceeding, Gu Nanqing needed to ascertain the source and credibility of this information. Understanding Gu Nanqing's concerns, Li Gang recounted his findings. Young master, upon hearing the news, I dispatched someone to investigate. Gu Nanqing eagerly inquired, what did you discover? He was hopeful that the rumors were true. If a few women could sway Liu Qin, it would be a remarkable opportunity, and he believed he had a distinct advantage in this regard. I followed the leads and traced it back to Xingtian Entertainment. It originated from a cast member of a production, Li Gang explained, quickly retrieving his phone to show a photograph of a rising star named Perilous. The image depicted a woman with heavy makeup, obscuring her true appearance. Yet her features suggested she was quite beautiful. Perilous claims to be Liu Qin's girlfriend. Initially, we thought she was merely inflating her status, but she produced a photograph with Liu Qin, reportedly taken at the Qin family's mansion in America. Find the other photos. I want to see them, Gu Nanqing urged, his excitement mounting like a life buoy in turbulent waters. Li Gang quickly flipped through his phone until he located 2 more images. Young master, do you think this mansion resembles the descriptions we've heard from the media? Gu Nanqing requested Li Gang to transfer the photos to a computer for a closer look. The mansion depicted was not ostentatious. Rather, it exuded a sense of a serene, leisurely lifestyle. This matched the prior media descriptions, and given the Qin family's discreet nature, he was confident it was indeed their residence in America. The other image featured a man in a blue suit, exuding an air of dignified authority. His handsome features clearly indicated he inherited the Qin family's remarkable genes. At around 28 years old, it could only be Liu Qin. Despite the efforts of numerous media outlets to capture a photograph of Liu Qin, it was a mere young actress who had unveiled this revelation. This could not be a coincidence. Gu Nanqing stood up, brimming with enthusiasm. Find a way to bring this Perilous to me. I must confirm this directly. Having faced repeated rejections in their attempts to meet Liu Qin, Gu Nanqing suspected they had simply failed to appeal to his interests. Now, armed with this thrilling tidbit of information, he was determined to seize the opportunity. Li Gang appeared hesitant. Young master, when I received this news last night, I tried to invite her, but she is quite the temper and was unyielding. Unyielding? You cannot persuade a mere girl? Gu Nanqing scoffed. Must I personally extend the invitation? Li Gang wiped the sweat from his brow. That girl is connected to Liu Qin. We must tread carefully. I shall meet her myself. If she possesses those photographs, it indicates a relationship with Liu Qin is significant. Gu Nanqing thought, realizing this could be his chance to connect with Liu Qin. Make the arrangements. As Li Gang turned to fulfill his master's orders, Gu Nanqing called out, regardless of the credibility of this rumor, find several attractive women to present to me. Diverse choices, as one of them may surely captivate Liu Qin. Li Gonggrind, young master, rest assured, I excel in this area. I will ensure they are all exquisite beauties. You might even get a first taste yourself. Gu Nanqing, exasperated, hurled a teacup at Li Gang. How is it that I am surrounded by fools like you? Young master, you used to. Li Gang started, but was quickly silenced by Gu Nanqing's fierce glare. Let's change the subject. In your heart, there is only our Miss Jian Ran. What did you say? A thought flickered in Gu Nanqing's mind. Although it was rather despicable, it manifested vividly in that moment. Young Master Gu, what do you wish for me to say? Li Gang inquired cautiously. Who were those people they had previously collaborated with? And who was Liu Qin from Shengtian? With his status, what sort of woman had he not encountered? Ordinary women could hardly catch his eye. Gu Nanxing dispelled the unwarranted thoughts from his mind and stated, when you seek someone, use the second Miss Jian as a standard. Young master. Li Gang wanted to say more, but was silenced by a cold glare from Gu Nanxing. He could only mutter silently in his heart, questioning whether his master was truly not making it difficult for him by seeking someone as stunning as Miss Jian. Had it not been for Gu Nanxing's profound feelings for her, perhaps he could have simply offered her up, thereby sparing himself the trouble of searching. Suddenly alarmed by his own thoughts, Li Gang instinctively glanced up and patted his chest to calm himself. If his master were to discover his musings, he would surely face dire consequences. Unbeknownst to Li Gang, Gu Nanxing harbored similar thoughts. His mind was filled with memories of Jian Ran, her affection during their past romance, and her current life as someone else's wife. The Jian Ran of the past had been wholly devoted to him, and he could not shake his lingering attachment to her. Chapter 52. A reunion of friends. The current Jian Ran, although still captivating, no longer bore any trace of his presence in her eyes. The thought that Jian Ran's heart now belonged to someone with the surname Qin ignited an inexplicable fury within Gu Nanxing. What right did a man who could only afford a dilapidated car worth mere hundreds of thousands have to marry his Jian Ran? Why was she so resolutely devoted to him? The flood of emotions surged within Gu Nanxing, predominantly stemming from the feeling that something that was rightfully his had been seized by another. In his life, Gu Nanxing had never encountered something he desired, yet could not attain. He was determined to reclaim Jian Ran from Qin. He remarked, with innovation reaching such heights, "Why has that Qin fellow not made a move? What is he playing at? Have I overestimated him, or is his true strength merely feeble?" Li Gang flattered, "Young master, Gu Corporation is among the top in the country. Once our news spreads, many companies will hesitate to partner with innovation. Given the circumstances, it would be miraculous for innovation to recover." Initially, Gu Nanxing had reservations regarding innovation, but recent observations suggested that it was not as formidable as he had presumed. Ran, why burden yourself with such a useless man? Return to me. I can provide you with everything you desire. Is that not preferable? Gu Nanxing muttered, ignoring Li Gang's presence. Li Gang interjected, "Young master, should I remind that Qin fellow? I worry he may be too dull to realize your true intention behind suppressing innovation is to bring the second Miss Jian back to your side. Arrange a meeting with him." Gu Nanxing's eyes glimmered with a ruthless light. "I wish to make him understand the disparity between us. My woman is certainly not someone like him can possess." Days had passed since Qin Yu's fever had subsided, and he had been away on a business trip for several days. Yet, Jian Ran seemed trapped in the events of that fateful day. She recalled how peculiar Qin Yu had been, his voice unusually alluring and his gaze unprecedentedly gentle. That day, she had offered to lie down with him, but ultimately, she fell into a deep slumber, sleeping longer than he did. Upon awakening, she found herself gazing into his deep, complex eyes. When she attempted to speak, he suddenly leaned in and kissed her fervently, restricting her breath. In that moment, he uttered, "Jian Ran, are your lips made of poppy?" At that time, Jian Ran innocently inquired about his meaning, but upon meeting his mischievous smile, she quickly understood that poppies were poisonous and once indulged, one could never escape their allure. Reflecting on Qin Yu's words, Jian Ran instinctively pressed her lips together, still feeling the tingling sensation from when he had gently bitten her. "Jian Ran, what on earth are you thinking?" Ling Feiyu's thunderous voice jolted Jian Ran back to reality, where she found her friend glaring at her in discontent. Jian Ran hastily poured her a cup of tea. "My dear, you've worked hard. Have some tea to soothe your throat." Ling Feiyu settled opposite Jian Ran, taking a sip of tea, yet her eyes never strayed from Jian Ran. "Look at you, smiling like a lovesick fool. You're just a step away from plastering 'I am in love' on your forehead." Ling Feiyu had a particularly loud voice, oblivious to the presence of others around them. As expected, her words drew the attention of nearby patrons. Jian Ran shot her a glare. "Miss Ling, could we be mindful of our image and not turn ourselves into a spectacle?" While Ling Feiyu shrugged off her outerwear, she shot a stern look at the men who had been staring at them. "With such a beauty like you here, their hungry gazes are inevitable. You were just too preoccupied with your own man to notice." Upon entering the dining hall, Ling Feiyu's first glance was not for Jian Ran, but to gauge the men's reactions. Following their gazes, she quickly spotted Jian Ran nestled in a corner. her gentle smile immersed in her own blissful reverie, oblivious to the prying eyes around her. Witnessing Jian Ran in such a state of love indicated that she had truly moved on from the shadows of her past relationship. Ling Feiyu was genuinely happy for her. "Looks like the only way to keep you quiet is to order more dishes," Ling Feiyu quipped. Jian Ran handed her the menu. "I've ordered a mixed hot pot. You can choose the dishes. Beef tripe, duck intestines, enoki mushrooms, these were essential for hot pot." Ling Feiyu rattled off no less than 10 dishes in one breath, showcasing her seasoned foodie expertise. Since high school, the two had explored various eateries, even writing posts about their culinary experiences, which caught the attention of a food column editor who offered them a food review segment. Having known each other for nearly a decade, Ling Feiyu held significant importance in Jian Ran's life, far surpassing that of a mere classmate or friend. After placing the order, Ling Feiyu pulled a beautifully wrapped gift box from her bag. "Here, you little rascal, this is especially for you. I hope you like it." Jian Ran eagerly reached for the exquisitely packaged gift. "Let me see what you brought me." Ran, this is a surprise for you. Open it at home." Ling Feiyu quickly intervened. If Jian Ran were to unwrap it now, they would undoubtedly attract the attention of the entire restaurant. Jian Ran, unsuspecting, set the box aside and refilled Ling Feiyu's tea. "Didn't Ti Chang Shuyang say he would return with you? Why are you here alone? Shengtian is such a vast company. Applying a transfer back home isn't a simple matter. The approval process is exhausting," Ling Feiyu replied, frustration evident in her tone. What a ridiculous company. Had it not been for the generous treatment at Shengtian and the considerable difficulty in securing a position there, she would have certainly urged her partner to seek alternative employment. Jian Ran smiled lightly. "How about I lend you Mian Mian for a few days? Are you suggesting Mian Mian accompany me? Or do you think Mian Mian feels like a third wheel at home?" As she spoke, Ling Feiyu scrutinized Jian Ran closely. "You sly girl, I've noticed your complexion has improved significantly. It seems your partner is treating you quite well." Upon mentioning Qin Yu, Jian Ran's face instantly flushed, involuntarily recalling the risque stories Ling Feiyu had shared that fateful night. Observing Jian Ran's rosy cheeks, Ling Feiyu playfully tapped her forehead. "You timid girl. Just mentioning a man and you turned bashful. Feiyu, can we refrain from discussing men and switch to a different topic?" Jian Ran wished to divert from the subject of Qin Yu, fearing that she might inadvertently reveal too much and earn Ling Feiyu's reprimand. As she spoke, she busily added vegetables to the pot. "Considering you've flown for over 10 hours, let me treat you to dinner tonight." "How considerate of you." Ling Feiyu smiled, then added, "I haven't met your partner yet. Are you not planning to introduce us?" "I had intended to, but our schedules have never aligned, and he is currently away on a business trip," Jian Ran replied as she served a dish into Ling Feiyu's bowl. Just then, Qin Yu's call came through. Jian Ran smiled gently. "He calling. I'll take this." On the line, Qin Yu's voice remained as deep and alluring as ever. "Why are you out so late? Where have you been?" Though it sounded somewhat reproachful, Jian Ran perceived it as concern, smiling as she replied, "I'm out having hot pot with Feiyu." After a brief silence, Qin Yu inquired, "Where are you eating?" "At Haidaleo on Science Park Road." Jian Ran paused before adding, "You don't eat hot pot, but I could invite you next time." "All right, I understand. Please continue your meal." Jian Ran wished to converse further with Qin Yu, but he seemed disinterested, prompting her to say goodbye and end the call. She overlooked a crucial point. While Qin Yu was away on business, it was unlikely he would know she hadn't returned home yet. Yet he had asked why she hadn't Jian Ran, "Why do I feel like you're just a meek little wife in front of your partner, unable to even boast?" Ling Feiyu remarked, having caught Jian Ran's expressions and tone. Surprised by the shift, Jian Ran too found it peculiar. She could be quite assertive in business discussions, yet with Qin Yu, she became bashful and faltered in her speech. When Jian Ran was dating Gu Nanjing, Ling Feiyu had never seen her blush. Logically, that was Jian Ran's first love, a scenario where girls are typically more shy. Yet back then, Jian Ran had been wild and unrestrained, resembling a boy. Ling Feiyu mused that perhaps Qin Yu was indeed the destined one for Jian Ran. No matter how strong a woman may be, when she encounters someone who truly cherishes her, she naturally exhibits the demeanor of a tender-hearted woman. After finishing their hot pot, the hour was late, and as Jian Ran and Ling Feiyu donned their coats, their conversation continued. Jian Ran wore a striking orange-red coat that accentuated her fair complexion, lending her an enchanting radiance. Ling Feiyu, walking beside her, lavished compliments that nearly lifted Jian Ran's spirits to the heavens. Just as they chatted merrily, Li Gang and his associates blocked their path. "What are you doing here?" Ling Feiyu inquired. Li Gang had been associated with Gu Nanjing for years. Both Jian Ran and Ling Feiyu recognized him, but had never paid much attention to him, knowing him merely as Gu Nanjing's subordinate. With Li Gang's presence, it was likely Gu Nanjing was also nearby. Ling Feiyu, unaware that Jian Ran had already met Gu Nanjing, cast a worried glance at her. Jian Ran. Jian Ran smiled reassuringly. "Silly girl, don't worry. Iem me fine." Li Gang addressed Jian Ran directly. "Miss Jian, young Master Gu would like to invite both of you for a drink. May I have the honor of your company?" Jian Ran replied with a smile. "Please inform young Master Gu that we are unavailable, and kindly ask him to refrain from disturbing our lives in the future. Miss Jian, young Master Gu has instructed me that if I cannot secure your presence, I am to sever one of my own fingers as a token of my failure. Have a heart for me." Although Li Gang's words were pitiable, his demeanor remained arrogant. Hearing this, Ling Feiyu snapped, "Tell that beast Gu Nanjing to go to hell. After such shameless acts in the past, he still has the audacity to appear before Jian Ran. Do you believe I want to slice him to pieces?" Jian Ran quickly restrained Ling Feiyu, shaking her head. "Feiyu, calm down. That beast dares to seek you out. How can you expect me to stay calm?" As her anger escalated, Ling Feiyu finally sensed something amiss. "Jian Ran, are you all right?" Observing Ling Feiyu's agitation contrasted with Jian Ran's calm demeanor, it was as if Gu Nanjing had never existed in her life. "Then it seems you both are unwilling to assist me," Li Gang said, shaking his head regretfully. "However, young Master Gu must see you tonight, so I shall have to impose." With that, he gestured and several men surrounding them advanced. Jian Ran and Ling Feiyu instinctively moved to shield one another. Jian Ran discreetly signaled to Ling Feiyu, who understandingly retreated behind her. Jian Ran faced Li Gang, her smile soft yet firm. "Li Gang, we are old acquaintances, are we not? Does that imply Miss Jian is willing to accompany us?" Li Gong inquired. Jian Ran nodded, maintaining her smile, with young Master Gu being so considerate. How could I refuse such a grand invitation? While Jian Ran engaged in verbal sparring with Li Gang, Ling Feiyu discreetly dialed 110. After confirming the call went through, she pulled Jian Ran back, raising her voice. "Jian Ran, you cannot go with them. I trust we live in a lawful society. They wouldn't dare to kidnap us outright." Jian Ran understood Ling Feiyu's signal, realizing the police had been contacted, and stated, "Feiyu, they indeed intend to abduct us. However, their target is me. This is 200 Science Park Road, not far from your home. You should return and not worry about me." Li Gang responded, "Miss Jian, if you claim we are kidnapping you, it may force our hand. Brothers, please escort Miss Jian to the vehicle. Who dares to touch her?" As those men closed in, Jian Ran shed her previous gentle facade, her voice fierce and commanding, startling those who approached her. However, intimidation could only last so long, and they could only hope that patrolling officers would arrive before they were taken. Li Gang urged, "Brothers, please escort Miss Jian to the car. Let us see who dares to touch her." A deep, cold voice resonated from behind them, sending chills down their spines. Upon hearing the voice, everyone turned in unison to behold a man in a silver-gray suit standing resolutely behind them. His eyes, framed by golden spectacles, appeared to hold a faint smile. Yet that smile emanated an unsettling chill, prompting an involuntary desire to retreat. Li Gang was the first to regain his composure. "Ah, I thought it was someone of significance. It's merely Qin, the CEO of Innovation Technology. How fortuitous that my young master wishes to meet you as well. Thus, you shall accompany us." Qin Yu, however, did not spare a glance at Li Gang, gliding gracefully and steadily towards Jian Ran. He reached out to gently caress her head and remarked, "I told you to stay indoors at night, yet you persistently disobey. You must be punished." His voice remained as deep and alluring as ever, devoid of any noticeable emotional fluctuation. It was not that he lacked emotion altogether. Rather, his feelings were exclusively directed at Jian Ran. Observers might interpret his demeanor as a silent admonition. Neglecting to return home after work and wandering out so late would surely result in his retribution. Upon hearing Qin Yu's voice, all of Jian Ran's fears and anxieties dissipated instantly. She looked up at him with a smile, their gazes entwining in the air, neither willing to look away. After a prolonged moment of eye contact, Jian Ran suddenly remembered that Qin Yu was supposed to be on a business trip. How could he possibly be here? With a mind full of questions, she parted her lips to inquire, but Qin placed a finger on her lips, silencing her. Whatever you wish to say, we shall discuss it later. Jian Ran acquiesced, gently nodding. Meanwhile, Li Gang seethed with rage, feeling utterly disregarded as his companions retreated. He bellowed, "You lot, take this pair of shameless lovers to see young Master Gu. He will reward you handsomely." Perhaps it was Qin Yu's formidable presence that rendered Li Gang's subordinates too intimidated to approach. Not only did they hesitate, but Li Gang himself trembled inwardly, perplexed as to why the seemingly minor president of an innovative technology firm possessed such an overwhelming aura. Though he had not uttered a word or made any move, Qin Yu exuded an air of superiority that made him seem larger than life. Li Gang, trying to bolster his courage, told himself that Qin Yu was merely a small-time president of an innovative tech firm. There was no reason to be afraid. Yet, he still lacked the audacity to confront him. Regret washed over him for his earlier decision to invite Jian Ran back as a surprise for Gu Nanqing, as it now placed him in a precarious situation. He felt humiliated at the thought of fleeing from Qin Yu, yet attacking him felt equally daunting. Even Ling Feiyu, who typically had a fiery temperament, was rendered speechless by Qin Yu's presence. How could such an extraordinarily handsome man exist in this world? She gazed at Qin Yu, unconsciously swallowing hard. He was far more striking in person than in photographs. Were it not for his relationship with Jian Ran, she might have impulsively thrown herself at him. At that moment, a patrolling officer, having received a report, arrived promptly on scene. Without seeking clarification, he quickly assessed the situation and deemed Li Gang and his associates as the troublemakers. The lead officer declared, "Since you seem to enjoy causing a ruckus, why don't you come with me to the station for a cup of tea?" Li Gang, realizing the officer's intent, retorted arrogantly, "Do you even know who I am? You think you can invite me for tea? You must be out of your mind." The officer, a young man, was undeterred. He embodied the youthful audacity of a bull that fears no tiger. Regardless of who Li Gang was, he was determined to apprehend him and deal with the consequences later. "Go ahead and arrest me," Li Gang challenged, extending his hands in a gesture that invited handcuffs. "Come on, if you have the guts, do it. Let us see who ends up regretting this." Li Gang had previously relied on his connection to Gu Nanqing to evade trouble in the capital, where his status afforded him some leeway. However, he failed to recognize that in Jiangbei, he was merely another small-time player, and his bravado did not hold sway here. The lead officer promptly cuffed Li Gang, stating, "Let us see who ends up with a misfortune, old man." The other officers swiftly apprehended Li Gang's companions as well. As they departed, the lead officer kindly advised, "With looks like yours, it's wise to stay indoors at night to avoid attracting the attention of unsavory characters." Jian Ran felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she discreetly glanced at Qin Yu. His expression remained calm and composed, much like usual, which provided her with some solace. She quickly introduced her best friend, "Qin Yu, this is my closest confidant, Ling Feiyu." Qin Yu smiled, polite and courteous. "Miss Ling, it is a pleasure to meet you." After a prolonged silence, without a reply from Ling Feiyu, Jian Ran turned to see her friend staring blankly at Qin Yu. Jian Ran felt humiliated. When had Ling Feiyu ever been so flustered? How could she lose her composure before Qin Yu? In a moment of desperation, Jian Ran pinched her. Ling Feiyu finally snapped out of her stupor, exclaiming, "Wow, you're incredibly handsome." Jian Ran sighed inwardly. She regretted admitting that Ling Feiyu was her best friend. Perhaps she should have pretended not to know this embarrassing girl. "Miss Ling certainly has a bold personality. It's no wonder you two are such good friends," Qin Yu remarked, surprising Jian Ran with his lengthy response to a stranger. His unusual behavior made her feel he was subtly mocking her, implying that like attracts like. Ling Feiyu chimed in, "Mr. Qin, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I have heard so much about you. You are even more handsome in person than in photos." Qin Yu chuckled. "Does Jian Ran often speak of me?" Ling Feiyu nodded eagerly, of course. She is finally in a relationship, and, as her only friend, she has to tell me everything. She mentioned we are dating? Qin Yu's gaze shifted to Jian Ran, who was visibly blushing, her face radiating warmth. "Feiyu, you've had too much to drink. Keep your mouth shut," Jian Ran admonished, pinching Ling Feiyu again. "It's late. I should take you home now." "Mr. Qin, did you drive here?" Ling Feiyu disregarded Jian Ran's warning, insisting, "If you did, could you give me a ride home? I'd love to share what Jian Ran has said about you." Jian Ran initially had no objections to Qin Yu driving Ling Feiyu home. However, The thought of Ling Feiyu's penchant for indiscretion filled her with dread. Chapter 55. Do you want a date? Jian Ran attempted to intervene, but felt powerless, as any excuse she offered would fall on deaf ears. Thus, the current situation found Qin Yu driving, with her in the passenger seat and Ling Feiyu in the back, who was busily commenting, "You're so lucky, Jian Ran. You can't deny it. You've stumbled upon a man who can afford such a luxurious car. You must have accumulated good karma in your past life." Jian Ran wished she could seal Ling Feiyu's lips with duct tape, even contemplating tossing her out of the window. Yet, she knew she must maintain her composure in front of Qin Yu, forcing a smile while inwardly scolding her troublesome friend. Having received several near-murderous glares from Jian Ran, Ling Feiyu remained oblivious, continuing her chatter. Leaning slightly forward in her seat, she asked, "Mr. Qin, you and Jian Ran have been registered for quite some time. When do you plan to hold the wedding?" Hearing this, Jian Ran quickly interjected, "A wedding is merely a formality. It doesn't really matter if we have one or not. I think things are perfectly fine as they are." Given that they had been registered for quite some time, without any mention of a wedding from Qin Yu, Jian Ran assumed he had not considered it either. She believed that the essence of their relationship was far more significant than any ceremonial display. Ling Feiyu, however, was taken aback. "Jian Ran, have you lost your mind? You do not hold a wedding. Rather, the two of you quietly register your marriage. Who would know that you, Jian Ran, are indeed his wife, Qin Yu? What if he were to publicly seek another woman on that day? You might end up being labeled as the mistress." Jian Ran's initial engagement to Gunan Jing was not made public, which allowed others to seize the initiative, leading her to be scorned as the true fiancée. At this moment, Ling Feiyu mentions the wedding to remind Jian Ran not to repeat past mistakes. "Feiyu, please stop," Jian Ran interjects. Ling Feiyu understands Jian Ran, just as Jian Ran comprehends Ling Feiyu's intentions. However, she desires not to bring past events into her current life, believing instead that Qin Yu will not turn into someone like Gunan Jing. Suddenly, Qin Yu, who had been driving silently, interjects, "Jian Ran, I sincerely apologize. I always thought that marriage was merely a matter of registration, overlooking the significance of a wedding and a marriage. I will give the matter of the wedding serious consideration moving forward. It is generally accepted that marriage entails a wedding, yet for someone like Qin Yu, who is consumed by work, this had not crossed his mind. Had Ling Feiyu not brought it up today, he would not have contemplated making it known to everyone that Jian Ran is his wife through a wedding ceremony." After Qin Yu speaks, Ling Feiyu refrains from continuing, feeling a surge of anger towards Jian Ran for her lack of memory regarding past tribulations. As they near their residence, Ling Feiyu speaks again, "Mr. Qin, could you kindly pull over? I wish to purchase some items from the convenience store." "Of course," Qin Yu replies, slowing the vehicle and parking. Before the car comes to a complete halt, Ling Feiyu exclaims, "You troublesome girl, I feel unwell. Please buy me a packet of that." This pretext allows her to send Jian Ran away, disregarding Qin Yu's opinions on her actions, for he is not her man. Once Jian Ran departs, Ling Feiyu's demeanor shifts to one of seriousness. "Mr. Qin, may I speak with you earnestly for a moment?" Qin Yu glances at her through the rearview mirror, nodding politely, "Miss Ling, please proceed." Ling Feiyu turns to look outside, confirming Jian Ran has entered the store before saying, "Jian Ran is a good girl. Please cherish her and do not let her suffer any further harm." Qin Yu nods in acknowledgement. Ling Feiyu continues earnestly, "Mr. Qin, I do not understand why you assumed another's identity to go on a blind date with Jian Ran. I do not wish to pursue this matter. As long as you treat her well, I will keep this to myself and never mention it to her." Qin Yu turns to her, expressing sincerity, "Thank you." Ling Feiyu takes a deep breath and adds, "In the past, Jian Ran was quite naive. A little kindness from others would lead her to give her all. Over these 3 years, she has changed significantly, and no one can penetrate her heart anymore. So please, do not hurt her." Ling Feiyu has much more to say about Jian Ran, but ultimately holds her tongue, believing Qin Yu is already aware of Jian Ran's past. After seeing Ling Feiyu off, Jian Ran breathes a sigh of relief, thinking that if that girl stayed any longer, she might bring up all sorts of chaotic matters. As Qin Yu drives Jian Ran home, they remain silent. Jian Ran attempts to initiate conversation several times, but swallows her words upon seeing his aloof expression. Qin Yu is indeed a multifaceted man. At times he is gentle enough to melt one's heart, while at others he is as cold as ice, keeping others at a distance. After spending over half an hour returning home, upon stepping through the door, Qin Yu abruptly changes from his cool exterior. turning and pinning Jian Ran against the door. Ah! Jian Ran gasps in surprise, a mix of fear and anticipation coursing through her. However, Qin Yu simply gazes at her intently for a long moment before asking, Jian Ran, do you wish to date? I do not. She responds hastily, shaking her head vigorously, eager to deny any desire for romance. Qin Yu observes her as she closes her cherry-red lips, then, with a swift motion, pulls her closer, as if to kiss her. Jian Ran instinctively closes her eyes and tilts her head back, yet she finds herself waiting for an action that does not arrive. Slowly, she opens her eyes to see Qin Yu deep in thought, regarding her with an intense gaze. This mischievous man is truly infuriating. Why tease her with such actions if he does not intend to kiss her? Do you truly not wish to date? He reiterates, having watched her for a long time. Chapter 56. A special gift. Jian Ran muses that if Qin Yu wishes to date, he should simply say so. Although such behavior is quite childish, she is willing to indulge him. Yet, thinking and acting are two separate matters, and she remains coy, shaking her head. I worry that you may want to date, but I lack the time to accompany you, which would only lead to disappointment. Now that I hear you do not wish to, I feel relieved. With that, Qin Yu releases her, turning gracefully to change shoes and enter the study. And then there is silence. How can he treat her this way? Jian Ran longs to pounce and chomp down on him, wanting to convey that such treatment is unacceptable. She cannot discern whether Qin Yu truly lacks emotional intelligence or merely pretends to. Sometimes he utters words that warm her heart for half a day. At other times, his comments leave her bewildered. Bark, bark, bark. Mian has been there for quite some time, yet her mother remains oblivious, prompting her to make some noise to gain attention. Jian Ran shakes the gift box in her hand, teasingly saying, this is a gift from Aunt Fei Yu for Mom, not from Mian. Ooh. Mian whimpers sadly. Do not be upset, Mian. Jian Ran comforts, patting her head as if soothing a child. Come on over and help Mom unwrap the gift to see what Aunt Fei Yu has brought. The exquisitely packaged gift box reveals layers of wrapping as Jian Ran unwraps it. Upon opening, she is taken aback to discover that it contains an assortment of condoms, various sizes and flavors. Jian Ran had thought that Ling Fei Yu had forgotten, yet here she is, having actually bought them and packaged them so elegantly, leaving Jian Ran completely unprepared. A note inside reads, Little girl, indulge in the most primal pleasures with your man. Jian Ran, a deep, sultry voice suddenly calls from behind, startling her and causing her to nearly drop the gift box. She quickly clutches it to her chest, flustered as she stammers. What do you want? Speak quickly. If Qin Yu were to see that she held condoms, it would surely leave him with a poor impression of her as a restless woman. She genuinely wishes to build a life with him and does not want to tarnish her image in his eyes. If you wish to date, just say so, and I will make time for you, Qin Yu states before turning back to the study. Jian Ran never intended to pursue a romantic relationship. She had never thought of such a thing. It was he who perpetually posed the question. Wait a moment. Why does it seem as if the situation has flipped, with her now being the one wanting to date, while he appears to be the passive party? Jian Ran feels the urge to confront him, to teach him a lesson, yet her courage fails her. Jian Ran found herself disinclined to pay any heed to Qin Yu. Her foremost concern was how to manage the hot potato in her possession. She stealthily returned to her room and sought out a place she deemed sufficiently discreet to conceal the items. Just as she finished hiding them, her phone vibrated. A glance at the screen revealed a familiar number, likely belonging to Gu Nanjing. She had previously and emphatically urged him not to intrude upon her life. Yet he appeared impervious to her requests, even sending Li Gang to abduct her that day. Had it not been for Qin Yu's timely arrival, the potential consequences were too grim to contemplate, and she was grateful for his intervention. After a moment's reflection, Jian Ran answered the call, and Gu Nanjing's voice, laced with contrition, echoed in her ear. Ran, I must apologize. I had no knowledge of Li Gang's actions today. He acted on his own accord, attempting to bring you to me. Gu Nanjing, there is no need for your apologies. Simply refrain from disrupting my life in the future, Jian Ran replied. Whether or not Gu Nanjing had indeed instigated Li Gang's actions was secondary. She merely wished to sever all ties with him. She was averse to seeing his face, to recalling the unpleasant memories it evoked, and most importantly, she did not want Qin Yu to misunderstand her. Ran, though Li Gang's actions were not my directive, you have been constantly on my mind, Gu Nanjing resumed with his emotional overtures, causing a shiver to run down Jian Ran's spine. Enough, Gu Nanjing. If you wish to be nauseating, do so to yourself, but please do not involve me. Ran. Gu Nanjing hesitated before tentatively inquiring. Do you happen to know Liu Qin, the head of Xingtian? Jian Ran snorted dismissively. Liu Qin? I am merely an innovative employee. How could I possibly know the head of Xingtian? You overestimate me. Gu Nanjing retorted. You truly do not know Liu Qin? Previously, the chief of the Jiangbei Public Security Bureau, Chun Sheng, had personally come to the police station to release Jian Ran. Now, he had ordered an investigation into Li Gang and his associates. What could have been a minor altercation had escalated into a criminal case. Gu Nanjing pondered how someone as seemingly unconnected as Qin Yu could influence Chun Sheng. After conducting discreet inquiries, he received whispers from the police that pointed to Liu Qin of Xingtian. How could Liu Qin be involved in Jian Ran's affairs? Gu Nanjing contemplated, recalling rumors of Liu Qin's penchant for beautiful women. It was plausible that this elusive figure had taken an interest in Jian Ran. Might Qin Yu, in an attempt to ingratiate himself with Liu Qin, be willing to offer his own wife to another? The more he entertained this thought, the more convinced he became of its potential truth. Jian Ran was meant to be his. He could not allow Qin Yu to gain the upper hand. Jian Ran, bewildered by Gu Nanjing's line of questioning, replied firmly, Gu Nanjing, do not speak of nonsense. I have made it very clear that I do not know anyone named Liu Qin. At that moment, Qin Yu entered, catching the tail end of Jian Ran's words. Why was she mentioning Liu Qin? His gaze fixed on her, filled with deep scrutiny. Caught conversing with Gu Nanjing, Jian Ran felt no guilt, but worried about Qin Yu's possible misinterpretation. She quickly ended the call and smiled at him, saying, It was Fei Yu checking to see if we had arrived home. Her explanation was overly transparent, and with just a lingering gaze, Qin Yu could discern the truth behind her call. Chapter 57. Block. Qin Yu narrowed his golden-rimmed eyes and stated assertively, Block that person's number, from now on. You are not to accept any calls from him nor meet with him. Concerned that Jian Ran, having been deeply hurt in the past, might still hold onto vestiges of that connection, he felt compelled to help her decisively sever ties with that unwarranted sentiment. His words were commanding, yet Jian Ran found no offense in them. She obediently retrieved her phone and blocked Gu Nanjing's number. After doing so, she showed it to Qin Yu. See, I have blocked him. I will not see him again. Good, Qin Yu replied, his gaze lingering on her, a subtle glimmer of something unspoken in his eyes. I forgot to mention something earlier, and I wish to rectify that now. May I? What is it? Do you require my assistance? Jian Ran inquired innocently, unaware of what Qin Yu was referring to. I particularly need your help, Qin Yu said, leaning closer to her, a smile gracing his lips as he cradled her face. Jian Ran, feeling a bit vexed, protested, Qin Yu, this childish game has been played once. Any further attempts are truly juvenile. She assumed he was merely pretending to kiss her. But before she could finish her thought, he captured her lips passionately. Their lips entwined, breaths mingled, and the intensity of his kiss grew overwhelming, as if he wished to consume her entirely. Jian Ran, feeling weak in her limbs, clutched at his clothing, willing to be swept away into a new, fantastical realm. Yet, the fervent kiss was abruptly halted, and as she lingered in the warmth of his embrace, Qin Yu had already released her, wiping his lips, still tinged with her essence. He said, I must return to work. You should rest. Jian Ran stood there, momentarily dazed, before slowly regaining her senses. What a person. It's always like this. She realized that Qin Yu's earlier statement about forgetting something pertained to a kiss that had been overlooked upon his return from his business trip. As she pressed her lips together, still warm from his kiss, a wave of melancholy washed over her. Would their tender moments truly be infinite? As long as Gu Nanjing remained in Jiangbei and the matters at innovation remained unresolved, Jian Ran's heart would remain restless. She feared that the warmth of their current days might be shattered, returning everything to its original state. In a luxurious suite of a five-star hotel in Jiangbei, Gu Nanjing was infuriated, having smashed several phones in frustration. Last night, not only had Jian Ran hung up on him, but she had also blocked him. Did she truly leave him no chance whatsoever? Was he destined to merely witness Jian Ran becoming Qin Yu's woman? No. Gu Nanjing screamed internally, adamant that he would not allow that Qin character to take advantage of the situation. He was determined to reclaim Jian Ran, should she remain obstinately unaware. He would not shy away from employing certain tactics. He could not afford to let the likes of Qin benefit. Li Gong, Gu Nanjing bellowed. After the outburst, he recalled that Li Gang had been apprehended by the police, leaving him powerless to extricate him, a thought that filled him with rage. Another associate, tasked with handling Li Gang's matters, rushed in. Young Master Gu, do you have any instructions? Have we arranged a meeting with that star, Polaris? Regardless of whether Polaris was linked to Liu Qin, Gu Nanjing would not let a single opportunity slip by. The man who had taken over Li Gang's duties, Hong Linjiang, was sent by Gu Nanjing's father, Gu Shiren. More seasoned than Li Gang, he was far more astute in his dealings. Young Master Gu, she has agreed to meet us. But the location is at her discretion, and it will take us about half an hour to reach, Hong Linjiang informed him. Gu Nanjing strode forward. Let us go immediately. Having wasted enough time, he was eager to meet Liu Qin, to secure the collaboration, and to hasten his success in front of his father. Aging. As he entered the hotel lobby, a gentle voice called out to him, halting his steps. Hearing a sound, Gu Nanjing turned around, his brow slightly furrowing. Your health is poor. Why are you here instead of resting at home? Ah Jing, the woman stepped toward him, smoothing his suit jacket. You've been out for quite a while, and your family is worried about you. That's why Dad sent me to take care of you. You needn't come to serve me. Go rest. I still have matters to attend to. Gu Nanjing grasped her hand, his tone remaining gentle. Ah Jing, I know the true reason for your visit to Jiangbei. The woman replied with a bittersweet smile, her voice soft and melodious, her expression evoking sympathy. What do you know, being merely a woman? Gu Nanjing retorted, his annoyance evident. Yet, he could never bring himself to utter harsh words to her, for he always saw Jian Ran's shadow in her presence. Ah Jing, I know I am useless for not being able to bring our child into this world, and now it seems I can never. At this, tears glistened in her eyes, a droplet escaping down her cheek, intensifying her heartbreaking appearance. Why are you crying? I do not blame you. Gu Nanjing's face reflected helplessness as he embraced her. The woman lifted her gaze from his embrace, her big, watery eyes blinking as she spoke softly. Ah Jing, you are the eldest son of the Gu family. You cannot remain childless. Therefore, regardless of the means you wish to employ, I am willing to assist you. Jinxing, are you speaking from the heart? Even if that person is Ran. Gu Nanjing felt a rush of joy and surprise, soon replaced by a sense of inevitability. After all, this woman could never bear children again after her miscarriage, and it was not his fault for seeking someone else to continue the family line. Jinxing nestled closer, gently nudging him. Some things may not yield the desired effect when you undertake them. I may achieve different results. I know her temperament better than you do as her sister. Are you implying? Gu Nanjing found it hard to believe Jinxing meant what he hoped she did. If so, he might have a greater chance of reconnecting with Jian Ran. I will find time to meet Ran. Jinxing dropped a bombshell, ensuring Gu Nanjing was firmly in her grasp. Xingxing, you are too good to me. Gu Nanjing embraced Jinxing tightly, as if envisioning Jian Ran waving at her. He kissed her forehead. As long as you can help me with this matter, I promise to treat you well in the future. Chapter 58. Fiancé, Jinxing, your affairs are my affairs. It is only natural for me to assist you. Jinxing smiled sweetly, exuding a delicate, frail beauty as if a mere breeze could whisk her away. Gu Nanjing supported Jinxing, his smile warm and considerate. Since you are here, stay comfortably. Once we have resolved our matters, we shall return to Kyoto together. All right, I will heed your wishes. Jinxing nodded thoughtfully. Gu Nanjing added, then I shall accompany you to your room. Jinxing shook her head. But you have matters to attend to. You need not concern yourself with me. I can return to my room alone. As soon as Jinxing spoke, Gu Nanjing kissed her fervently, whispering, Xingxing, you are always so considerate. How could I not cherish you? Jinxing smiled gently, her delicate hand lightly patting Gu Nanjing's chest. As your fiancé, it is my duty to care for you and alleviate your worries. Just do not resent me for being overly concerned. Unable to resist, Gu Nanjing kissed her again. I shall have someone escort you upstairs to rest. Given your health, do not wander around. Jinxing gazed at him, affection gleaming in her eyes. I wish to see you leave. Then I'll take my leave. You should head upstairs soon. After a few more reminders, Gu Nanjing finally departed. Watching Gu Nanjing's receding figure, Jinxing's smile faded, her hands clenched in a fist at her sides, murmuring, Ah, Jing, I have stayed by your side for 3 years. Because of your miscarriage, you remain infatuated with her. What am I to do? In Jiangbei City, at a luxurious restaurant, Qin Xiaobao glanced at the menu, noting the exorbitant prices of the dishes. She beckoned the waiter, beginning to order the most expensive items, quickly tallying over a dozen dishes. Beside her, Zhong Kuan attempted to speak several times but ultimately restrained himself. Qin Xiaobao understood his thoughts. He likely wanted to admonish her for ordering so lavishly, fearing it would be a waste of money. After all, the young master's wealth did not come easily. She ought to be frugal, or he might refuse to fund her next project. Qin Xiaobao was well aware that the people surrounding her were sent by Liu to monitor her, not truly her allies. It was bad enough that her rigid elder brother watched her closely. Now, those around her were equally controlling, leaving her with no freedom. Moreover, who said she intended to use Liu's money? She had no intention of relying on him. Still seething from the day, he callously tossed her into the swimming pool, nearly drowning her. Determined to retaliate, she spread rumors about Liu's infatuation with women, aiming to keep them at bay from him. She wanted them to realize the value of having her as a sister who cared for him. However, she never anticipated that her casual gossip would attract the attention of Gu Nanqing, the eldest son of the Gu family. Her only impression of Gu Nanqing was that one of the screenwriters under his company, Yu Ma, was a plagiarist, stealing others' plots while defensively claiming it was a homage to classics. Qin Xiaobao had witnessed shamelessness before, but nothing compared to this. Even more infuriating was that Gu's entertainment company not only tolerated this behavior, but actively promoted it. Qin Xiaobao abhorred such blatant disregard for integrity, so she resolved to seize this unexpected opportunity. As she contemplated, the person seeking her out approached. Spotting Gu Nanqing in his black suit, exuding a facade of propriety, Qin Xiaobao inwardly scorned him. Despite her disdain, she maintained a cheerful demeanor, waving. "Gu Xiao, over here." Gu Nanqing glanced her way, subtly furrowing his brow. Qin Xiaobao understood he must attest her appearance. She admitted that her face had been deliberately enhanced. The heavy makeup was so pronounced that when she smiled, it seemed to cascade off her face, a truly spectacular sight. As an unrivaled beauty, if she did not disguise herself, it would be a tragedy to attract the attention of someone as unscrupulous as Gu Nanqing. "Are you Polaris?" Gu Nanqing scrutinized her, clearly disbelieving that Liu Qin would be drawn to such a girl, whose face was caked in makeup, resembling a clown. Qin Xiaobao smiled, her eyes sparkling. Yes, that's me. So what do you think? Now that you see such a big star, do you want to take a picture together?" Gu Nanqing scoffed inwardly, genuinely uninterested in such a big star. Ignoring her thin frame and heavily made-up face, he stated his purpose directly. "Polaris, my secretary should have informed you of the reason for my invitation." Qin Xiaobao's makeup was so excessive that it seemed more suited for a horror film. Gu Nanqing's refusal to turn and walk away already demonstrated remarkable restraint. Qin Xiaobao blinked her alluring eyes. "Isn't it customary to discuss business while dining? I have already ordered the dishes. Surely you must let me eat my fill first." Gu Nanqing said, "You can tell me the information I seek while you eat. After all, I will cover all expenses." "You will cover the expenses?" Qin Xiaobao leaned closer, deliberately flaunting her rosy cheeks before Gu Nanqing. "Even if I eat to the point of bursting, it won't cost you much. Do you think you can extract the information you want from me like this? State your conditions." Gu Nanqing subtly stepped back. The heavy scent of her makeup was quite nauseating. Qin Xiaobao raised a finger, indicating a number. "For this amount, I can provide you with any information you desire. 100,000? 100,000? Do you think I'm a beggar?" Qin Xiaobao waved her hand in front of Gu Nanqing, clarifying, "I mean 1 million. You are asking for too much." The voice belonged to Hong Linjiang, who stood behind Gu Nanqing. "Gu Xiao, are you the one in charge, or is it the person behind you calling the shots?" Qin Xiaobao was one to provoke trouble without fear. Aside from Qin Yu, she had never feared anyone. If she could secure a collaboration with Shang Tian, 1 million would indeed be insignificant. The key was whether this girl could provide useful information. Chapter 59. Never seen her compliant, Gu Nanqing scrutinized Qin Xiaobao for a long time. Surely, a naive girl wouldn't dare to play tricks. "I can give you 1 million, but if you dare to pull any stunts." He trailed off, knowing that leaving it unspoken often yields unexpected results. Gu Nanqing beckoned his assistant and began to write out a check for 1 million, saying, "Now you can speak." Qin Xiaobao sat beside Gu Nanqing, feigning mystery. "Let me tell you, Liu Qin is actually quite the womanizer. He was once involved in 2 deaths. Of course, this information has been sealed by the Qin family. so it's impossible for it to reach the outside world. What he did in the past is irrelevant. I only want to know how to meet him and what type of woman he prefers. As Qin Xiaobao leaned in, Gu Nanqing recoiled, almost pinching his nose to avoid the cloying scent of her makeup. Men, of course, prefer beautiful women. After a moment's thought, Qin Xiaobao continued. He will be attending a charity gala in a couple of days. You could seek him there. Regardless of Gu Nanqing's belief, Qin Xiaobao persisted. Don't think Liu Qin is so impressive just because he is the head of Shangtian. At times, he is just an ordinary man. Men have desires and emotions. After all, however, while Liu Qin may be ordinary at times, he is not just any man, and his standards for women are undoubtedly higher than those of the average man. Without giving Gu Nanqing a chance to interject, Qin Xiaobao paused before continuing. Beauty is one aspect, but temperament is equally important. If you can find a woman who excels in both appearance and demeanor to present to him, it would mean an influx of wealth for you. If you cannot find someone suitable, then seek someone of my caliber. Find someone as beautiful as me, and I guarantee there will be opportunities. Qin Xiaobao rambled on, but Gu Nanqing only remembered a few key phrases: the charity gala and women of beauty and grace. Women of grace. Gu Nanqing pondered these words, unconsciously envisioning the slender figure of Jian Ran. Though Jian Ran was not as vibrant as she once was, she exuded a refined elegance, with every smile and frown reflecting the accumulation of time, every tear and anger showcasing her maturity. If Jian Ran was once a budding flower, now she had blossomed, standing proudly on the branch. Such a flourishing and mature beauty, yet she did not belong to him. But she ought to be his. He was meant to be hers. If it weren't for the pressure from their parents, if it weren't for that detestable Qin U.S. interference, how could he have lost her? How could he? As these thoughts consumed him, Gu Nanqing couldn't help but clench his fists, a murderous intent flashing across his face. He was no longer the powerless youth who had once cowered before his parents. He would no longer allow anyone to bully Jian Ran. He had to have her. If he couldn't have her, then he would destroy her. With this thought, Gu Nanqing released his pale grip and smiled at the strangely made-up face of Polaris, saying, "Are you certain Liu Qin will attend the charity gala?" His smile was radiant yet unervingly sinister. Qin Xiaobao felt a chill run down her spine, inexplicably disgusted. Liu often wore an inscrutable smile, but it was always backed by a confidence that commanded submission. But Gu Nanqing's smile, why did it seem so cunning and insidious, with a hint of lewdness? Once again shivering in her heart, Qin Xiaobao wanted nothing more than to escape from this repugnant weasel, so she quickly pulled her bright red lips into a smile, saying, "Since I dare to take your 1 million, I naturally have full confidence. Do you think I would dare to play tricks before you, a mere star?" Seeing Qin Xiaobao's certainty, Gu Nanqing fell into contemplation. In recent days, he had indeed heard rumors of a charity gala being organized by the social elite of Jiangbei City. But he had not heard that Shangtian's Liu Qin would be attending. If what this little girl said is true, then he would have a chance to meet Liu Qin and find a way to collaborate with Shangtian. The only course of action now was to quickly scout for women of grace to please Liu Qin. He just wondered if that foolly gang had found a suitable candidate yet. Noticing Gu Nanqing's prolonged silence, Qin Xiaobao grew impatient and asked, "Gu Xiao, are you satisfied with this information?" Gu Nanqing gazed at Qin Xiaobao for a long time, attempting to discern any other information from her heavily made-up face. However, all he could see was her palpable impatience, devoid of any other clues. After much deliberation, he could only rise, saying, "Enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave. Should this matter come to fruition, I will reward you handsomely. Gu Xiao, don't forget to settle the bill before you leave." Qin Xiaobao waved the check at Gu Nanqing, her smile reminiscent of a blooming flower, appearing to be a money-loving girl. Once Gu Nanqing departed, Qin Xiaobao felt like dancing with joy. Liu Qin was a quintessentially rigid man, despite achieving fame at a young age and ruling over a commercial empire. He lived a life akin to a monk, wholly abstinent, having lived for over 20 years. He had only dated a girlfriend for a brief period of 1 or 2 months about 3 or 4 years ago, barely meeting twice before she abandoned him for his unavailability. Qin Xiaobao suspected that her foolish elder brother simply did not know how to woo a woman, leading to his fiancée's emotional desolation. Reflecting on the past, Qin Xiaobao felt a pang of sympathy for Qin Yu. If he never attracted a woman's affection and failed to pursue them, it seemed the Qin family's lineage would end with him. In this light, her spreading rumors was truly an effort to preserve the Qin bloodline. After having endured in silence for a long while, Zhong Kun could no longer restrain himself. Polaris. If the young master finds out about your antics, he might just drag you back to America. Zhong Kun's mention of the topic ignited Qin Xiaobao's ire. Zhong Kun, how dare you bring up the idea of dragging me back? If it weren't for you spilling the beans last time, would Leo have caught me? Polaris. Last time you clearly asked me to call him. How come the blame is now on me? In the recent incident, it was evident that Qin Xiaobao had attempted to leverage Qin Yu to create a scandal for that man. Now, only days later, she was refusing to take responsibility and was shifting the blame onto him, making him feel quite wronged. Chapter 60. Mrs. Qin, Mr. Qin calls you to dinner. The dishes have arrived. Come sit with me and eat. Qin Xiaobao almost forgot that the farce she staged was solely to stir rumors about Qin Yu, and she felt a twinge of guilt for wronging Zhong Kun. In the Qin household, it was unprecedented for the master and the servant to dine at the same table, and Zhong Kun dared not break this tradition, remaining standing. Miss, please take your time. I will eat later. Miss, indeed. Sit down and eat with me as you should. Qin Xiaobao insisted, picking up her chopsticks and digging in. Besides, there is so much delicious food. I cannot possibly finish it all alone. It would be a shame to waste it. Zhong Kun interjected. The Qin family has a rule. No talking while eating. If the young master saw you like this, you would have to learn proper etiquette again. Qin Xiaobao nearly choked on Zhong Kun's words. The Qin family had its rules, but they were not at home. Must she strictly adhere to them? With a twinkle in her dark eyes, she threatened, if you keep invoking the family rules, I will send you to Africa. Seeing Zhong Kun finally quiet, Qin Xiaobao relished the exquisite dishes, savoring every bite. Leo, no matter how formidable, could not control her forever. Moreover, a bevy of alluring women awaited him. It had been some time since any new collaborations were signed, and innovation technology was shrouded in unprecedented gloom. Everyone was distracted, uncertain of the future, and hardly in the mood to work. With Zhao Junqing absent from the office, the entire business department languished in idleness, with few genuinely engaged in their tasks. Wang Weiming was engrossed in a phone call, seemingly enamored, spouting sweet nothings that made Jian Ran cringe. Lin Mei and Feng Jingjing sat together, scrolling through Weibo, loudly discussing their finds, evidently oblivious to the fact that it was work hours. Is Liu Qin truly so handsome? Although his features are quite rugged, he seems less like a businessman and more like a soldier. Liu Qin is indeed handsome, but he pales in comparison to our President Qin. Is it not true that all men with the surname Qin are exceptionally good-looking? Liu Qin appears principled. Yet rumors suggest he is quite the womanizer, which starkly contrasts with our President Qin's unwavering loyalty to his wife. Lin Mei and Feng Jingjing continued their animated discussion, each offering opinions on the two men, blissfully unaware that the Liu Qin in the pictures was not the genuine article, but rather a ploy devised by Qin Xiaobao. Since Liu Qin's arrival in Jiangbei, news related to him had been incessant. Even Jian Ran, who had not been following closely, had heard much about him, his swift rise to prominence, his decisive demeanor in the business realm, and his notorious reputation with women. In truth, such a person seemed so far removed from the likes of Jian Ran, an ordinary individual. Yet, whenever she encountered news of him, she could not help but recall the past, when Gu Nanxing had shone just as brightly and commanded attention. But what had been the outcome? Even now, the memories left a bitter taste in her heart. Power, wealth, status, fame. She was an ordinary person, seeking none of these. All she desired was a quiet life with Qin Yu, a life of tranquility, forever. Thinking of Qin Yu, a sweet smile unconsciously graced Jian Ran's lips. Although both were men, compared to Liu Qin's audacious exploits, her Qin was like a monk in his restraint. They had shared the same bed for quite some time. Yet nothing had transpired. To be honest, she could feel his yearning every night. In the stillness of the night, they lay side by side, even the faintest breath resonating clearly. Occasionally, there would be accidental brushes, whether intentional or not, sparking fleeting moments of electricity in the darkness. At those times, Jian Ran could distinctly hear his increasingly heavy breaths and her own racing heartbeat. Jian Ran could not define her feelings. She seemed to both anticipate and shy away. His sudden presence had colored her dull life. Yet this abrupt happiness and completeness made her uneasy. Could it be merely a dream? Even though his heavy breaths were real beside her and her racing heart was undeniable, she lacked the courage to embrace this sudden reality. Moreover, looming in the background was Gu Nanxing, brandishing a gun, revealing her ugly scars and mocking her naivety. Qinyu. The thought of Gu Nanxing made Jian Ran softly recite these two names she had uttered countless times before. The syllables danced on her tongue, effortlessly rolling off her lips. So simple, yet imbued with profound confidence, as if a single thought could encompass an entire world. Buzzing, as if responding to Jian Ran's call. Her phone on the desk suddenly vibrated, startling her and causing her to lose grip on the mouse. It was during work hours. What was she thinking? Annoyed, she picked up her phone, only to find it was Qinyu calling. Upon answering, she heard his deep, melodious voice. "What are you doing?" "Nothing much," she replied, flustered. "Oh." His deep voice resonated, each syllable twisting in a way that made her heart skip a beat. Jian Ran felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Her cheeks flushing, yet she feigned composure, asking, "Is something the matter?" "Mrs. Qin, it's time to eat," he stated calmly, his tone unwavering. Yet Jian Ran could detect a hint of amusement beneath his words. He called her Mrs. Qin, serious yet playful. Unable to contain her laughter, her eyes sparkled with joy. Her tone brightening. "Mr. Qin, at your service." Following her words, there was a moment of silence on the other end. Suddenly, Jian Ran felt a wave of panic, fearing she had said something amiss. Just as she was about to clarify, his deep, resplendent voice returned. "Shall we go together?" he asked, his tone imbued with a softness and caution Jian Ran had never encountered before. He awaited her response, hoping for her agreement. In that instant, Jian Ran longed to disregard everything else and rush to his side to boldly declare, "I am Mrs. Qin." Chapter 61. A hands-on guide to peeling shrimp. Yet Jian Ran still lacked the courage. "Just a fraction more. You go ahead. I still have some matters to attend to. Please grant me a little more time to accept this." On the other end, there was another silence, and after what felt like an eternity, she finally heard him murmur, "All right." Jian Ran sighed in relief, exchanged a few casual words with Qinyu, and then ended the call. It was now 11:30, and several colleagues were preparing to step out for lunch. As she set her phone down and began gathering her things, she was unaware of Qinyu, who had just put down his phone outside the business department. The office at Innovation Technology was primarily composed of glass cubicles, allowing for a clear view of the interior from outside. At that moment, Qinyu stood outside the business department, quietly observing Jian Ran. He had been there for some time, watching her lost in thought, her expressions shifting from sunny to stormy. He could not help but wonder, what was she thinking? Did it concern him? By some inexplicable impulse, he pulled out his phone and dialed her number. Initially flustered, she then turned beet red, followed by a radiant smile that could rival summer blooms. He had seen many beautiful women in his life, but none had smiled as beautifully as Jian Ran, her brightness dazzling. In a moment, he found himself entranced by her smile. Qinyu yearned to possess that smile, to proclaim to the world that she was his. Out of politeness, he inquired about her feelings. Beyond the glass, he perceived her hesitation, which suddenly stirred an inexplicable discomfort within him. She declined his offer, refusing to reveal their relationship to the public. He longed to disregard all those peculiar promises and boldly declare her as his wife. Yet he couldn't bear to put her in a difficult position. Thus, he relented. "All right." Her sigh of relief etched itself into the depths of his dark eyes. After completing her official duties, Su Huiyi approached Qinyu and softly asked, "Mr. Qin, should we invite your wife to join us?" In the office, Jian Ran was still tidying her belongings. Qinyu silently observed her for a moment before turning to Su Huiyi and saying, "Let's go. No need to wait." By the time Jian Ran arrived at the private room of By Her restaurant, Qinyu had been waiting for quite some time. Upon opening the door, she beheld Qinyu seated elegantly by the window, his posture impeccable. He seemed lost in thought, the sunlight streaming through the window, illuminating his forehead and casting a soft glow on his profile, accentuating his strikingly handsome features. The scene before her resembled a painting. However, inexplicably, Jian Ran discerned an undercurrent of loneliness within the artwork. She felt an irresistible urge to approach him from behind and embrace him tightly. Yet, before she could act, Qinyu had already noticed her presence. He turned his face towards her and smiled. "You're here." The sunlight danced in his eyes, resembling a sea of stars. Jian Ran felt her cheeks flush, hastily diverting her gaze from his captivating stare. She replied softly and took a seat opposite him. Their meal consisted of seafood, steamed scallops with snow fungus, curry crab, 3-flavor tofu, stuffed bitter melon, and salt and pepper managed shrimp. 5 dishes, each varying in flavor, perfectly catering to their palates. Jian Ran had a fondness for seafood, though regrettably, her hometown of Kyoto, being inland, offered little. After moving to Jiangbei by the coast, she had made up for lost time in savoring seafood. As she surveyed the array of dishes, she cast a slightly surprised glance at Qinyu. Whether by coincidence or some other reason, he seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of her preferences, akin to a long-time acquaintance. Is something wrong? Qinyu inquired, puzzled by her gaze. Nothing, Jian Ran replied, taking a spoonful of tofu into her mouth, relishing the rich flavors, and smiled contentedly. However, her curiosity lingered. How do you always know what I like? Because I've done my research on you. The latter part of the sentence got stuck in his throat, and he could not bring himself to voice it. He had indeed devoted considerable effort to learn about Jian Ran, understanding her past and her preferences. But were these truly the reasons behind his relentless pursuit of her happiness? Noticing his hesitation, Jian Ran blinked. It's nothing. I'm just glad you like it. Qinyu replied, unable to comprehend his own feelings and thus choosing to change the subject. His reply felt overly formal and stiff, leaving Jian Ran unsure of how to respond. She simply murmured a thank you and bowed her head to continue eating. The two of them sat in silence, consuming their meal without knowing how long the quietude lasted. Suddenly, Qinyu broke the silence, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Don't you like mantis shrimp? Jian Ran paused, realizing she had served herself everything but the mantis shrimp. He was observant enough to notice even that. I do, she said with a smile. She adored the salt and pepper mantis shrimp and could easily devour a plate on her own. However, while delicious, preparing them was quite a hassle, and their appearance was less than appealing. Hence, she preferred not to eat them in front of Qinyu. But Qinyu thought otherwise. He knew the mantis shrimp was delectable yet cumbersome to peel. Every time he dined with Xiao Bao, she would insist on her mother helping her, as she could never manage it herself without hurting her fingers. Their mother indulged her, always peeling an entire plate for her. Jian Ran claimed she liked it but refrained from eating it, perhaps for that very reason. Contemplating this, Qinyu donned a disposable glove, took a mantis shrimp, and attempted to peel it while reminiscing about his mother's peeling technique. He had never enjoyed mantis shrimp himself, so he struggled to find the right method. Observing his clumsy attempts, Jian Ran couldn't help but chuckle, receiving a playful glare from Qinyu. Come help me, he requested. Jian Ran picked up another mantis shrimp, ready to demonstrate, but Qinyu interjected, hand in hand. He spoke with such ease, as if it were a matter of course. Jian Ran gazed into his starry eyes, feeling her cheeks flush once more. It was merely peeling a shrimp. Why was she blushing? She shook her head, dismissing her strange thoughts, and moved closer to Qinyu. Standing next to him, she leaned down to grasp his hand, guiding him through the process. Insert the chopstick here and push firmly, and the meat will come out. She earnestly instructed him, and upon succeeding, she looked triumphantly at her pupil, only to find him staring intently at her, seemingly oblivious to the task at hand. Their proximity was so intimate that Jian Ran could see her own blush reflected in his eyes, filled with a glimmering light. Embarrassed by his gaze, she quickly averted her eyes and feigned calmness, muttering just like this. Before she could finish her sentence, Qinyu unexpectedly pressed his lips softly against her cheek. The cool touch was fleeting, like a dragonfly skimming the water. It ignited a warmth that radiated deep within her. Aren't we supposed to be eating shrimp? She said, covering her flushed face with her hands, feeling slightly vexed. Qinyu raised an eyebrow, his starry eyes shining with a playful gleam, and seriously replied, You are more delectable. Once again, his earnestness bordered on the mischievous. Even during a meal, he found ways to tease her. Jian Ran shot him an exasperated glare and stormed back to her seat. In her frustration, she disregarded her image and began devouring the mantis shrimp with gusto. However, she had yet to quell the embarrassment from his unexpected kiss. Meanwhile, the serious yet playful Qinyu smiled as he placed several perfectly peeled mantis shrimp in front of her. Here, eat, he said with a smile, as if offering an apology for the sudden kiss. The beautifully peeled mantis shrimp left Jian Ran at a loss for how to respond to Qinyu, so she buried her face in her plate. Qinyu, on the other hand, sat beside her, quietly peeling one shrimp after another, a smile lingering on his lips. After a while, he said, Tomorrow, I'll take you to pick out a formal dress. Jian Ran, finishing the last shrimp, blinked in confusion. Why? I'm taking you to a banquet. A banquet? For what purpose? Qin Yu elegantly wiped his hands with a napkin, then looked directly into Jian Ran's eyes, smiling as he declared, to tell them that you are Mrs. Qin. His eyes sparkled like a sea of stars, and she found herself utterly captivated. The following day, as soon as work concluded, Jian Ran prepared to accompany Qin Yu to select her dress. As the banquet was scheduled for 9 in the evening, Qin Yu first took Jian Ran to buy her restaurant to have a light meal. However, Jian Ran, much to Qin Yu's chagrin, refused to eat anything, merely sipping water slowly. At the table, Qin Yu observed her with dissatisfaction as he savored his meal. "Aren't you going to eat?" Jian Ran glanced at the colorful and aromatic dishes before her, took another sip of plain water, and stubbornly replied, "I'm not hungry." "Is that so?" Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical of her words. Jian Ran knew she could not hide the truth, and, with a slight shake of her head, confessed, "No, thank you. A gown is quite unforgiving to one's figure. What if I indulge too much and end up with a prominent belly, bringing you embarrassment?" In response, Qin Yu chuckled lightly, dismissing her concerns. "I won't mind. As for others, what do their opinions matter to us?" His sincerity made Jian Ran chuckle softly, and she countered, "But what if I grow old and lose my beauty? Would you still accept me?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yu paused for a moment, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Aging and losing one's beauty, he found it difficult to envision Jian Ran in such a manner, especially as she sat before him, radiantly smiling. Yet if it were to happen, would he truly reject her? Noticing his prolonged silence, Jian Ran feigned disappointment and inquired further. "Never," he replied swiftly this time. "I am older than you. When your hair turns gray, I shall be equally aged." He paused, meeting her gaze squarely, and added, "That would be quite fine." "Quite fine," he said simply. Yet Jian Ran grasped the deeper meaning behind his words. "When your hair turns gray, mine shall too. If we can rely on each other through that, it would indeed be wonderful." A gentle smile graced her lips, filling her heart with warmth, and she softly replied, "Yes." Since Jian Ran opted not to eat, Qin Yu swiftly finished his meal and took her hand, driving towards the gown shop they intended to visit. The driver navigated for about half an hour before stopping before a villa devoid of any signage. This solitary villa, surrounded by no neighbors, was a rarity in the bustling city of Jiangbei. The building, characterized by its Italian Gothic architecture, showcased distinct ribbed vaults and stained glass, forming its primary decor. The entrance bore no sign, making it impossible to discern that it housed a private fashion studio without guidance. Jian Ran, once a student of fashion design, although having stepped away from that field due to past events, still held a keen interest in it. She was familiar with the various studios in Jiangbei, each with its unique style, yet she had never heard of this particular one. Now, standing before this exotic villa, she paused, contemplating. Qin Yu took her hand and pushed open the grand door. Upon entering, Jian Ran was astounded by the opulence of the interior, glancing nervously at Qin Yu. Such lavish decor must come at a hefty price, she thought. Sensing her apprehension, Qin Yu tightened his grip on her hand reassuringly, softly saying, "It's all right. This place belongs to a friend of mine." Jian Ran felt slightly reassured, intending to say more when a Gothic-clad foreign girl approached them. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, resembling a delicate doll. She gracefully curtsied to Qin Yu, exuding an elegance akin to that of a princess, entirely unlike a mere attendant. "Mr. Qin, buongiorno," she greeted. Qin Yu nodded slightly, returning the courtesy. They conversed in Italian, a language Jian Ran did not comprehend. And just when she felt lost, the beautiful foreign girl turned to her, curtsied again, and awkwardly spoke in accented Chinese. "Mrs. Qin, hello." Jian Ran smiled politely, "Hello." The girl seemed to take a liking to her, her smile growing brighter as she introduced herself. "My name is Julie. Today, I will be your guide to the clothing." Though her Chinese was not particularly fluent, her friendly demeanor was endearing. After her introduction, Julie led Qin Yu and Jian Ran deeper into the villa. The spacious interior was adorned with various famous artworks, and the rooms were filled with an array of historically rich artifacts. The villa felt less like a fashion studio and more akin to a museum, showcasing the owner's profound cultural depth. As they ascended a long spiral staircase, Julie remarked, "The garments are on the second floor." While climbing, Jian Ran noticed the absence of other staff or customers. It struck her as peculiar. Was this truly a shop? The second floor's decor diverged from the first. The artworks and antiques were absent, replaced by a vast array of fabrics and countless garments, resembling a sea of clothing. Jian Ran felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing the abundance of attire. No matter how much time had passed, her passion for fashion design remained undiminished. She longed to pick up a brush once more and create the perfect wedding gown for herself. In the past, she had attempted to do so, but that dream was shattered by the collective betrayal of loved ones. Since then, the thought had never crossed her mind again. Unable to contain herself, she turned to Qin Yu, may I once again take up the brush for you? Sensing her gaze, Qin Yu turned to meet her eyes. He was aware of her past talent as a fashion designer, and the turmoil from 3 years prior that had led her to abandon that dream. Betrayal from family and lovers. How had this fragile figure endured such suffering? A pang of heartache coursed through him. He vowed never to let anyone harm her again. Give it a try, he encouraged. Choose what you like. Jian Ran nodded, diving into the ocean of garments. Mermaid skirts, short puff dresses, pleated tulle skirts. Each piece of exquisite design left her in awe, eliciting her admiration. She eagerly sought the logos of these creations, curious to discover the designers behind them. But after searching in vain, she found no labels, much like the villa itself. What's wrong? Don't you like them? A large hand suddenly rested on her waist, and a deep, soothing voice reached her ears, causing her to shiver slightly. She shook her head. I love them very much. Then why not try one on? Qin Yu inquired, resting his forehead against hers. I'm not sure what to choose, Jian Ran murmured, playfully nuzzling against his neck. Mr. Qin, could you only pick one? His heart fluttered at her soft voice, and he could not resist leaning down to plant a gentle kiss by her ear, replying in a slightly husky tone, all right. With that, Qin Yu released Jian Ran and began earnestly selecting garments for her. He scanned the surroundings, but found nothing that captured his attention. After a moment, he turned to Julie beside him, asking, where's Ivan's butterfly love? Ivan said it's not for you. It's reserved for his bride. Julie replied hesitantly. Give it to me, Qin Yu commanded, his voice firm yet calm. Julie pouted slightly, but, under Qin Yu's unwavering gaze, complied and went to retrieve the piece named Butterfly Love. Meanwhile, Jian Ran could not help but ask, Ivan, the Italian designer? Qin Yu nodded, yes, that one. A thunderclap of realization struck Jian Ran. Ivan was her idol. She had almost gone to Italy to apprentice under him had her father not opposed it. Now, she was to wear the attire designed for Qin Yu's wife by Ivan himself. Who exactly was Qin Yu to be friends with such a renowned designer? Just as Jian Ran was coming to terms with her astonishment, Julie returned with Butterfly Love. As the dress unfolded before her, she was struck once again by its beauty. It was truly a dress worthy of its name, Butterfly Love, and could not be more fitting. The skirt cascades elegantly, its layers unfolding without a hint of heaviness. The unique shade of light gray, bordering on white, captivates the eye, while the soft, airy fabric imbues the dress with a dreamlike allure. The skirt is adorned with vividly animated butterflies, some fluttering upwards, while others appear to be descending, reminiscent of a poignant tableau of life and death among butterflies. The butterflies soar with determination, yet for what purpose? Qin Yu gazes at the dress with satisfaction, nodding approvingly before affectionately ruffling her hair, urging her to try it on. Jian Ran, momentarily taken aback, nods in a daze and follows the reluctant Julie into the fitting room. The process of changing attire unfolds smoothly. The dress, seemingly tailored just for her, fits perfectly. Any excess would be loose, any lack would be tight. Even the begrudging Julie gasps in admiration as Jian Ran dons the Butterfly Love, playfully nudging her, exclaiming, show Mr. Qin. Jian Ran looks at her reflection and nods in agreement. As she steps out, Qin Yu's gaze immediately finds her. His eyes, framed by golden glasses, narrow slightly, their depth and complexity obscuring his thoughts. He had once inquired of Ivan why the dress was named Butterfly Love, questioning if it was solely due to the abundance of butterflies. Ivan, sipping coffee and casting a disdainful glance, had retorted, can you not see the butterflies desperately pursuing something? What is it they seek? Today, Qin Yu finally discovers the answer. The butterflies, in their relentless quest, chase after the beauty of a young maiden, sacrificing their brief lives in the process. Such is the essence of butterfly love. Under Qin Yu's prolonged scrutiny, Jian Ran feels a touch of discomfort. Embarrassed, she chuckles nervously, asking, is it not flattering? Qin Yu shakes his head, remaining silent, and gestures for her to come closer. As she approaches, he gently rests his hand on her shoulder, whispering softly in her ear, you are exquisite. Such candid praise flushes Jian Ran's fair cheeks with a rosy hue. Just as she is about to express her gratitude, Qin Yu continues earnestly, I truly wish for no one else to behold you in this manner. His sincerity mirrors that of a child safeguarding a cherished treasure. Jian Ran cannot resist teasing him. Should I change into something else? Absolutely not. Qin Yu decisively declines, turning to Julie, instructing her to inform Ivan that he wishes to procure the gown. Should there be any charges, they are to consult Assistant Sue. Jian Ran has never witnessed such an audacious side of Qin Yu. She surmises that he must share a close bond with Ivan, shedding the aloof demeanor often adopted in business dealings with strangers. As they depart, they remain oblivious to the astonished gaze cast upon Jian Ran from the rooftop terrace, a gaze filled with shock and admiration, as if the dress had finally found its rightful owner. Chapter 64. A stunning debut at the Charity Gala. The Charity Gala unfolds upon the picturesque Jian Ran Mountain in Jiangbei City. Though modest in size, it may only be deemed a hill. The scenery is breathtaking, embodying the adage, in spring, blossoms abound. In autumn, the moon shines. In summer, gentle breezes blow. In winter, snow blankets the earth. Each season presents a unique vista, making it a distinctive landmark amidst the bustling city of Jiangbei. Yet, the mountain was not originally named Jian Ran. Legend has it that decades ago, the heir of the Shang Tian family encountered the daughter of the Zhan family here. At that time, the peach blossoms were in full bloom, and the charming Zhan Yan, in the prime of her youth, captivated the heart of the Shang Tian heir with a mere smile amidst the floral splendor. Subsequently, the heir purchased the mountain, renaming it Jian Ran, and constructed an opulent villa as a testament to their love. Regrettably, they relocated to America, and due to Zhan Yan's frail health, seldom returned to reside there. However, their son, Liu Qin, understanding his parents' concern about the house's solitude, organizes a charity gala each time he returns to Jiangbei, seeking blessings for his parents. This renowned charity gala naturally attracts a plethora of social elites, yet invitations are exclusive, with each guest meticulously selected. Thus, those fortunate enough to attend feel an immense honor, a validation of their status. Occasionally, however, uninvited individuals manage to infiltrate the event, such as Gunan Jing, who now finds himself mingling amidst the gala. Lacking an invitation, he expended considerable resources and flattered various individuals to acquire a mere scrap of an invitation, finally breaching the upper echelons of Jiangbei society. Gunan Jing seizes the opportunity to engage with anyone present, treating the venue as if it were his own domain. Consequently, when Qin Yu and Jian Ran make their entrance, Gunan Jing, preoccupied with currying favor among the crowd, immediately spots them, arriving late to the gathering. Qin Yu and Jian Ran command attention as they enter. Conversations cease, and a hush falls over the room for the briefest of moments, followed by a wave of hushed gasps. No florid language could adequately capture the awe inspired by this striking pair. Qin Yu, tall and handsome, clad in a perfectly tailored suit, exudes an air of noble composure that silences the hubbub, as though a sovereign had graced the event. Beside him stands Jian Ran, delicate and endearing, her laughter captivating, her eyes shimmering with a gentle glow. Adorned in the butterfly love, she resembles a flower in full bloom, radiant and captivating. Together, they stride into the venue, occasionally exchanging glances, his gaze steady and tender, hers reflecting contentment and security, as if they possessed the world in that moment. The crowd cannot help but marvel at their ethereal connection, a true celestial couple. Even Gu Nanjing cannot deny this reality. He has long recognized Jian Ran's beauty, akin to a clear spring water flowing gently. Yet he had not anticipated that she could radiate such breathtaking beauty, one that could render the butterfly's sacrifice for companionship. Qin Yu, with his understated yet commanding presence, perfectly complements Jian Ran's allure, enhancing her beauty further. Unconsciously, Gu Nanjing's grip on his wine glass tightens, his knuckles whitening as he contemplates seizing Jian Ran back, determined to assert her belonging to him. The once lively atmosphere of the gala seems to fade into silence, leaving Gu Nanjing isolated in his fury, blinded by the sight of Qin Yu and Jian Ran's shared moments, which now feel like a mocking taunt. No, he cannot remain passive any longer. He must take action to ensure that Qin Yu feels the sting of his inadequacy in this upper echelon. The time for subtlety has passed. Tonight, is the night he will make it clear that this social circle is not one a mere upstart like Qin you can infiltrate. Gunan Jing raises his glass, downing the red wine in one gulp before retreating to a shadowy corner, biding his time for the perfect moment to strike. Since leaving Kyoto, Jian Ran has not attended such a lavish charity gala. Now, confronted by the opulence and the upper crust of society, a flutter of anxiety stirs within her. Years ago, she had attended a similar event, accompanied by her father, who had chosen her gown without regard for her preferences. His sole aim in bringing her to such gatherings was to expand her social circle, ensuring that, should any misfortune befall the Gu family, the Jian family would have alternative options. Thus, even as his daughter, her attire was selected with the intent of revealing as much as possible, fearing that the affluent might overlook her presence entirely. It was precisely due to such occurrences that, when the subsequent incident transpired, the distinguished individuals of Kyoto displayed photographs from that year's banquet featuring Jian Ran, insinuating that the second daughter of the Jian family had long been of such dubious character, known to allure men with her appearance, and now even attempting to seize her own prospective brother-in-law. In those moments, Jian Ran had resisted, yet each time her father would unleash a torrent of curses, even resorting to physically assaulting her frail mother, leaving her battered and bruised. Her mother, weak and ineffectual, could only weep silently, too fearful to struggle or retaliate, not even daring to utter a plea for mercy. Thus, Jian Ran fought back, resisted and pleaded, employing various methods to thwart her father's tyranny. But he, emboldened by his alliance with the Gu family, only intensified his punishments. She could not save her mother. This continued until her relationship with Gunan Jing was solidified, at which point her father began to temper his behavior. At that time, she naively believed Gunan Jing to be her savior. Reflecting on this, Jian Ran could not help but steal a glance at Qin beside her. Under the warm glow, his eyes sparkled with a dazzling brilliance, making the stars within them shine even more brightly. Qin, could you be my hero? Riding upon a rainbow, vowing a lifetime of devotion? As if sensing Jian Ran's gaze, a pair of warm, strong hands gently encircled her waist, drawing her closer to him. Qin turned his head, gazing at her tenderly, softly saying, "I am here." "Yes, you are." Jian Ran instinctively straightened her back and lifted her chin. Chapter 65, Encountering Scoundrels. Hey, long time no see. A middle-aged man, seemingly in his 50s, approached Qin, greeting him with a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Uncle Lu." Qin nodded slightly, responding courteously. The two exchanged a few words, seemingly concerning Qin mother. Jian Ran couldn't help but eavesdrop, eager to learn more about Qin family affairs. Unfortunately, in the brief exchange, the elders spoke at length, while Qin merely offered succinct replies. It appeared that Qin was indeed a man of few words, especially in social situations. He seemed to converse a bit more when with her. Jian Ran pondered whether it was her loquacious nature that compelled him to speak more than usual. "Who is this?" The middle-aged man's attention suddenly shifted to Jian Ran. She smiled politely, contemplating how to respond, when she heard Qin say, "This is my wife." You are married? How come I never heard about it?" Uncle Lu exclaimed, astonished. Compared to Uncle Lu's surprise, Jian Ran felt a tumult of emotions at Qin introduction, joy intertwined with deep unease. This Uncle Lu clearly knew Qin family. Did this mean he had informed them of their relationship? But would Qin family accept her? Could they truly remain together until the end? "Not bad, kid. She's quite beautiful. But such a sudden marriage. Your father doesn't know, does he?" I thought he always wanted you to marry Xiao Bao." "Uncle Lu," Qin interjected suddenly, his tone sharper than before, "I have business to attend to. I must take my leave." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Qin hurriedly took Jian Ran's hand and departed. Yet, Jian Ran had caught the tail end of Uncle Lu's comment. "Marry Xiao Bao, what does that mean?" But before she could inquire further, several men approached Qin to greet him. However, Jian Ran had lost her interest in their conversation, as the phrase "marry Xiao Bao" echoed ominously in her mind, refusing to dissipate. "Mr. Qin, Mr. Tang, and the others have been waiting for you inside for quite some time," Lu Yong informed. Qin nodded and turned to Jian Ran, noticing her lost in thought, and asked, "What's wrong?" Jian Ran snapped back to reality, quickly shaking her head and offering an awkward smile. "It's nothing." Qin frowned, seemingly unconvinced by her response. He lowered his gaze to her feet, but due to her long skirt, he could not see them. He then lifted his head, speaking gently. Wearing high heels for too long can be tiring. There's a rest area over there. You should sit for a while. Qin Yu's demeanor was tender and considerate, and Jian Ran could detect no hint of deceit or insincerity in his profound eyes. She felt a pang of regret for letting a mere comment cast doubt over everything. Had he not already married her? What more was there to question? Resolving herself, she nodded and smiled at him, saying, "I'm not a child. I can take care of myself. You go on with your business." To be honest, Jian Ran did not want to become overly dependent on Qin Yu. If he were to leave her now, what would she do? A woman's excessive reliance on a man could lead her to gradually lose herself. Her own family served as a prime example. It was said that when her mother married into the Jian family, her relationship with her father was quite harmonious. But over time, her mother's lack of assertiveness led to her current plight. From a young age, Jian Ran often witnessed her mother weeping silently in her room, vowing that when she grew up, she would protect her mother and sister. Yet, those she wished to protect ultimately discarded her like a forsaken pawn, as if they had never cared. Jian Ran was reluctant to dwell on unpleasant memories, yet for some reason, she found herself reflecting on them more frequently of late. Watching Qin Yu's departing figure, she silently clenched her fists. She did not wish to be shackled by the past. Now, she had him. The banquet continued, music and neon lights dancing in tandem, the hum of conversation creating a lively atmosphere. This circle of elite society was not particularly vast. Many were familiar faces. Jian Ran, a relatively unknown presence, had caused quite a stir upon entering the venue with Qin Yu. After his departure, some cast curious glances in her direction, observing from afar. Yet no one approached her. Tonight, they were not the most striking couple, as the true star was the legendary head of the Shangtian group, Liu Qin, who had yet to make an appearance, shrouded in mystery. Unbothered, Jian Ran settled into the lounge area. Hardly had she taken a seat when a staff member approached her with snacks and tea. "Mrs. Qin, these were prepared for you by Mr. Qin. Please enjoy." Jian Ran nodded and smiled. "Thank you." It seemed Qin Yu had been thinking of her all along, ensuring she had refreshments since she had not eaten dinner. Now, past 9 in the evening, Jian Ran indeed felt hungry and could not resist taking a piece of the delectable pastry. It was delicious, crisp, sweet, and fragrant. She reached for another piece, but just as she bit into it, a figure sat down across from her. "Ran, our fates are truly intertwined. I never expected to encounter you here. Or did you come specifically for me?" "You, what are you doing here?" Jian Ran furrowed her brow at the unexpected arrival of Gunan Jing. Her earlier delight in the pastry instantly soured. Gunan Jing smiled lightly, his gaze arrogant and disdainful. "Shouldn't it be me asking why you are here?" Jian Ran found Gunan Jing's smile utterly irritating, yet she could not conjure a valid rebuttal. His presence was hardly surprising. The Gu family was indeed a notable name in elite circles, while she was merely an inconspicuous employee. However, she had no desire to engage with this man. Once her idealized hero, he was now the person she least wished to see, like a malignant tumor, bringing disaster upon contact. Resolute to ignore him, she stood to leave. But Gunan Jing seized her arm. "Ran, sit down. I wish to speak with you." Gunan Jing deliberately raised his voice, drawing the attention of those nearby. And in an instant, she found herself the center of attention once more. Jian Ran, not wanting to become the subject of ridicule, reluctantly sat down, coldly stating, "Gunan Jing, I have nothing to discuss with you. Please do not disturb my life any further." Upon hearing this, Gunan Jing smiled faintly. Suddenly, he stood up, looking down at Jian Ran, and then flashed a smile he believed to be charming, saying, "But I do have something for you. Follow me." This smile, arrogant and lewd, made Jian Ran feel a wave of nausea. Chapter 66. Unveiling the scars. Jian Ran wished to sever all ties with him and remained seated, unyielding. "But I do not wish to listen. Do you believe I could have Qin Yu crawling out tonight?" Gunan Jing coldly retorted before turning to leave. His threat caused Jian Ran's earlier resolve to crumble instantly, considering Gunan Jing's propensity to act upon his words. She could hardly bear to imagine what he might do to Qin Yu. Reluctantly, she followed him. The banquet hall was on the second floor, with a balcony adjacent to the lounge. The lighting was dim, yet Gunan Jing had already identified this secluded spot, leading Jian Ran there. She glanced around. Although the balcony was poorly lit, passers-by occasionally wandered by, which gave her a semblance of security. Thus, she followed him. Gunan Jing turned to scrutinize her, taking in every detail. "Ran, you look even more beautiful than before. His self-proclaimed romantic words only nauseated Jian Ran further. She longed to turn and leave, but feared what Gu Nanjing might do to Qinyu. She chose instead to maintain her indifference, refusing to even spare him a glance. Seeing her cold demeanor, Gu Nanjing's anger flared once more, and he sneered. Qinyu is merely a small-time president of an innovative technology company. Many can easily trample him beneath their feet. Do not naively think that just because he brought you to this banquet, he is one of the elite. Jian Ran had never regarded being part of the elite as something admirable. She longed for a tranquil life, free from schemes, betrayal, and the painful memories of the past, simply to live quietly with Qinyu. Noticing her silence, Gu Nanjing assumed he had swayed her and pressed on. You should know that since the Gu family announced the cessation of collaboration with innovation, many companies have been reluctant to partner with them. Do you know why? Because innovation will never surpass the Gu family. Qinyu is destined to be crushed beneath my heel. Jian Ran was indifferent to Qinyu's status, knowing only that he was her husband. Even if Gu Nanjing spoke the truth regarding the financial disparity between innovation and the Gu family, it mattered little to her. In her heart, she valued Qinyu's character and intellect, which far exceeded Gu Nanjing's. When Jian Ran remained silent, Gu Nanjing realized she was not moved, but simply unwilling to engage with him. He clenched his fists, sneering. Did you know your sister Jian Xian has also arrived in Jiangbei? Your father sent for her. Suddenly hearing the name she had desperately tried to forget tightened Jian Ran's heart, stirring both pain and bitterness as memories surged unbidden. She recalled that day vividly when her sister had knelt crying, pleading for her forgiveness, insisting that she should not have been involved with Gu Nanjing, nor should their parents have discovered it. The Gu family and their father could not see the anguish in Jian Ran's heart, flocking instead to protect that person. She could scarcely recall their words, except for one from Gu's mother. Xin, you are with child. Even if you disregard your own well-being, you must think of the baby. It was then that Jian Ran realized, rather belatedly, that her sister was not only with her fiancé, but also carrying his child. She unconsciously tightened her grip on the wedding dress design she had just completed, intended as a surprise for Gu Nanjing, only to be met with this shocking revelation. Subsequently, she found herself branded as the shameless woman who had stolen her sister's fiancé, subjected to public scorn and relentless scrutiny, leaving her afraid to step outside. I know you must not want to see her, but you are blood sisters. You cannot avoid her for your entire life. Gu Nanjing continued to ruthlessly unearth her wounds, fully aware of the pain he inflicted. Sister? My sister has been dead for 3 years. To her, those who had betrayed her held no significance. They were no longer connected to her. Your sister is dead in your heart. Gu Nanjing shot back, his voice laced with mockery. What about your mother? Is she also like your sister in your eyes? He spoke slowly, each word dripping with venom, causing Jian Ran's heart to twist painfully, leaving her utterly speechless. Gu Nanjing continued. After you left, your mother was heartbroken, bedridden for 3 years. The thought of her mother lying in a hospital bed for 3 years struck Jian Ran like a blow, recalling how her mother used to stroke her head, saying, Our Ran is the most understanding. She has always been my little darling, and when she grows up, she will be even more caring. Jian Ran vividly remembered her mother's helpless yet pained expression when she was wronged 3 years ago. Her mother had genuinely cared for her, but in her helplessness, could only sit and cry through the night. She had pleaded with her father to stop pressuring her, begged Gu Nanjing to spare their sisterhood, and implored the Gu family to leave Jian Ran alone. Yet despite her mother's swollen eyes and hoarse voice from crying, no one came to her aid. Jian Ran ultimately left Kyoto amidst chaos, fleeing far away. Perhaps her mother fell ill because she felt incapable of protecting her daughter, feeling worthless and helpless. Jian Ran fought back tears, overwhelmed with sorrow for her mother, the one who loved her most dearly. Even if she had not managed to prevent the turmoil of the past, Jian Ran could never blame her mother. You know what your family is truly like. Your mother has been in the hospital for 3 years, without the support of the Gu family. Could your family afford it? Gu Nanjing continued, each word piercing Jian Ran like a dagger. For 3 years, she had deliberately avoided concerning herself with the affairs of the Gu and Jian families, nearly severing all ties with Kyoto. Thus, she remained oblivious to her mother's illness. Jian Ran could blame her father's heartlessness and Jian Xin's betrayal, but she could never bring herself to condemn her mother. Struggling to suppress her tears, her body trembled slightly. Gu Nanjing took the opportunity to embrace her, gently patting her back. Ran Ran, do not be sad. I'm still here for you. No matter what, I will always be your steadfast support. Suddenly enveloped in Gu Nanjing's embrace, Jian Ran pushed against him, yet he held her tighter, threateningly whispering, Ran Ran, if you do not behave, what will happen to your mother? Chapter 67. The threat. Jian Ran's body went rigid at his words. Was Gu Nanjing truly threatening her with her mother's life? How could he? Anger surged within her, causing her to forget her struggle as she glared at him, her eyes ablaze with hatred, as though she could shatter this shameless man before her. Yet Gu Nanjing remained unfazed by her fury, boasting, Ran Ran, how much does innovation earn in a year? What can your president earn? That man named Qin can offer you nothing. Return to my side, and I promise you won't have to work so hard every day. How arrogant did Gu Nanjing believe himself to be, thinking all women relied solely on him for their survival? Jian Ran longed to slap this conceited man, to strike him until he was unrecognizable. Normally, she would have acted on this impulse, but the thought of her mother in the hospital and Qin Yu's safety rendered her resolve weak and futile. Ran Ran, come back to me. Let us start anew. Gu Nanjing pressed her head into his chest, speaking earnestly. Assistant Su, please escort Mrs. Qin back to the lounge. Jian Ran was on the cusp of resistance when a voice, icy to the core, abruptly echoed behind her. This voice was all too familiar. How many times had it bestowed upon her hope, warming her during her darkest moments? Yet now, it pierced through her like a cold arrow aimed straight at her heart, sending chills through her being. Startled, Jian Ran instinctively shoved Gu Nanjing aside, escaping from his embrace, only to find herself staring into the indifferent eyes of Qin Yu. His gaze, dark and devoid of light, held a tempest of emotions swirling beneath the surface. Jian Ran felt as if she were about to be engulfed by the turmoil in his eyes. She longed to explain herself, yet no words escaped her lips. At that moment, Su Hui hurried over, urging, Mrs. Qin, please accompany me to the lounge. Jian Ran remained still, stubbornly fixated on Qin Yu. Desperate to convey her thoughts to him, she wished to elucidate the truth. Since Qin Yu's appearance, their gazes had been locked, as if no one could intrude upon their world. Gu Nanjing, feeling increasingly overlooked, could no longer tolerate the tension and boldly stepped in front of Jian Ran. Qin, if you're brave enough, come at me instead. Bullying a woman is no real skill. His voice rang out, seeking Qin Yu's attention. However, Qin Yu paid him no mind, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Jian Ran. They exchanged glances, yet neither could decipher the other's thoughts. Assistant Su, Qin Yu's voice thundered after a prolonged silence. Jian Ran yearned to speak with him, but this time, he turned his head, refusing to look at her. Surrounded by people, Jian Ran had no desire to engage in a confrontation with Qin Yu here, nor to provide Gu Nanjing with amusement. Reluctantly, she followed Su Hui away, planning to find a moment later to clarify everything with Qin Yu. As Jian Ran departed, Gu Nanjing chuckled, Qin, you must have seen her attitude. She has someone else in her heart. Why force her to stay by your side? Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, coldly regarding Gu Nanjing. Despite his silence, his presence far surpassed that of Gu Nanjing. Each encounter left Gu Nanjing with the unsettling sensation of being consumed by Qin Yu's formidable aura. Why does a mere company president possess such overwhelming gravitas? Gu Nanjing pondered in vain, unable to match Qin Yu's imposing presence. Gu Nanjing decided to seize the moment. Qin, if you divorce Jian Ran, the Gu Corporation will retract its previous statements. The collaboration between innovation and Xing Hui can proceed as planned, and you can maintain your position as president. What if I refuse? Qin Yu replied, a slight smile gracing his lips, as nonchalantly as if discussing the weather. Those unfamiliar with him might perceive his tone as casual, yet Lu Yong, who had been by his side for over a decade, recognized this as true anger. Very few occurrences could elicit such a faint smile from Qin Yu. Lu Yong recalled the last time it happened was when Polestar was wronged, and Qin Yu had smiled similarly at her tormentor, who seemed to have vanished long ago. Oblivious. Gu Nanjing boasted, Jian Ran and I grew up together, childhood sweethearts entwined in love for many years. We cannot be apart. He continued, unaware that Qin Yu's smile was fading. After a long silence, Qin Yu's voice turned icy. So what? Jian Ran is my wife. Gu Nanjing, still unaware of his precarious position, retorted, what of it? She only holds me in her heart. She is merely upset with me now. Once her anger subsides, she'll return my side. Proposing divorce now would be far better than her casting you aside in the future, preserving your dignity. Qin Yu nodded, as if finally grasping the stakes. Gu Nanjing assumed victory was at hand, only to witness Qin Yu's smile return, this time resembling the gentle breeze of early spring, warm on the surface yet chilling at its core. What if I have no desire to? Qin Yu asked, his gaze fixed on Gu Nanjing, a glimmer of something sinister lurking within. You. Gu Nanjing was caught off guard by Qin Yu's sudden shift in demeanor, feeling as though he had struck nothing but air. He had never been confronted like this in Kyoto. How could a mere president be so audacious? His fury surged, and he could no longer contain it, ready to charge forward. Yet before he could take a step, a burly man blocked his path. Upon closer inspection, Gu Nanjing recognized him as Qin Yu's subordinate and bellowed, "Get out of my way." But the man remained resolute. "Mr. Liu," Qin Yu finally spoke. "Yes, President Qin," the man replied respectfully, standing firm before Gu Nanjing. "Please escort Mr. Gu out," Qin Yu commanded. "Understood." Liu Yong stepped forward, nodding politely to Gu Nanjing before coldly stating, "Young Master Gu, you are not welcome here. Please leave." Before Liu Yong could lay a hand on him, Gu Nanjing erupted, "What the hell gives you the right to throw me out? Who do you think you are? Do you fancy yourself Liu Qin?" Gu Nanjing had never faced such humiliation, his rationality slipping away as rage consumed him. He swung his fist, aiming not at Liu Yong, but at the unmoving Qin Yu. Chapter 68. Unable to restrain as Gu Nanjing's fist approached, Qin Yu remained unperturbed, his expression tranquil. Just as Gu Nanjing's punch was about to land, Liu Yong seized his wrist tightly, the pressure causing a sharp crack of bones. "Let go. What do you think you're doing?" Gu Nanjing roared, flames of fury igniting within him. "Qin, are you seeking death? Do you think your surname grants you the privilege of being Liu Qin's guest? I can make you disappear from this world forever." Observing Gu Nanjing's furious outburst, Qin Yu appeared detached, merely spectating a chaotic performance that held no relevance to him. He had no desire to continue watching. With a cold glance at Gu Nanjing, he turned to leave. Gu Nanjing, desperate to prevent Qin Yu's departure, could not allow him to walk away unchallenged. He swung another fist at Liu Yong, who deftly evaded the strike and retaliated with a swift kick to Gu Nanjing's abdomen. The pain elicited a torrent of curses from Gu Nanjing. "Qin, stop right there. Let us settle this one-on-one." Liu Yong burst into laughter. "Young Master Gu, I advise you to cease while you can. If President Qin decides to intervene, you might just lose your life." Gu Nanjing, still unyielding, assumed Liu Yong was jesting and swung his fist once more. As before, he failed to connect, only to receive another punch in return. The pain of the blows was manageable, but the true injury lay in his pride. Gu Nanjing, born with a silver spoon, had never endured such indignity. Even Qin Yu's subordinates showed him no respect. After enduring several punches, the security personnel, who typically appeared only after the chaos, finally arrived. "Mr. Liu, we apologize for our tardiness." Liu Yong released Gu Nanjing and turned to the security team. "What kind of operation is this? Are you allowing uninvited riffraff to enter? Is this a charity?" "Mr. Liu, enough." Liu Yong waved his hand, dismissing them. "Who dares to make a move? I am Liu Qin's invitee. Who dares to touch me?" Gu Nanjing was consumed by anger, entirely disregarding the security personnel's demeanor towards Liu Yong. He foolishly hoped to enlist Liu Qin from Shangtian as his ally, oblivious to the fact that the individual he had offended was none other than the business magnate he had long aspired to associate with. Liu Yong scoffed. "You should have a word with the young master of the Gu family about who wished for his departure. Mr. Gu, Liu Qin does not welcome you. Kindly leave at once, or we shall be forced to escort you out." The earlier altercation had already drawn considerable attention, and now the security's loud remarks caused whispers and pointed fingers directed at Gu Nanjing. Undeterred, he retorted, "Do you even know who I am? I am Gu Nanjing, the young master of the Gu family in Kyoto. Dare you expel me? Just wait and see. We do not recognize the young master of the Gu family. We only acknowledge Liu Qin of Shangtian. Mr. Gu, we kindly ask for your cooperation, or we shall not be courteous any longer." The security's words stung more than a slap to Gu Nanjing's face, and in that moment, he realized he had suffered a significant blow, losing both face and, more importantly, leaving a negative impression on Liu Qin. To preserve future collaboration with Shangtian, Gu Nanjing resolved to bide his time and settle the score with the Qin family later. As Gu Nanqing was escorted through the hall by the security personnel, all eyes were on him, and the sounds of laughter echoed in his ears, rendering him a complete fool in the evening spectacle. He clenched his fists, a malevolent glint flickering in his narrowed eyes, vowing silently that Jian Ran and Qin Yu would soon regret their lack of discernment. In the lounge, Qin Yu lingered at the door for nearly a minute before finally entering. Upon seeing him, Su Hui tactfully exited and closed the door behind her. Qin Yu swiftly locked the door, his gaze dark and brooding as he focused on Jian Ran. Jian Ran attempted to explain, but the intensity of Qin Yu's glare rendered her speechless. It felt as if something was lodged in her throat, the very act of speaking threatening to shatter her composure. "You can explain. I am listening," Qin Yu prompted after a prolonged silence, unable to bear the weight of waiting any longer. What could she possibly say? Should she recount the turmoil at home, seeking his pity? Yet what would that achieve? Would it compel him to seek justice against the formidable Gu family? Furthermore, regardless of the hidden truths, she had indeed broken her promise to him. She had vowed never to see Gu Nanqing again, yet here she was caught in the act. Moreover, Gu Nanqing had just held her in his embrace. She owed him an explanation, but the true reason felt too painful to share, and she was unwilling to fabricate a lie. Time stretched on in the heavy silence, and Jian Ran found herself at a loss for words. She glanced at Qin Yu, whose once bright eyes were now clouded with tumultuous emotions, dark waves crashing relentlessly. For a fleeting moment, she wished to succumb to that turmoil, to escape the complexities of the world. Yet, she did not, nor could she. "I don't," she began, only to falter once more. The memories of past events threatened to tear open her healing wounds, especially now that the one who had inflicted pain upon her stood before her again. That moment felt like the sounding of a horn, breaking the stillness. After enduring the lengthy silence, Qin Yu could no longer withstand the tension. He suddenly reached out, pulling her into his embrace, his right hand firmly gripping the back of her head, followed by a passionate kiss. A wave of intense fear washed over Jian Ran as she struggled against him, rejecting his advances, her sobs escaping her. In those days, she had envisioned countless scenarios of them together, but never had she imagined it would manifest in such a cold and hurtful manner. With him, she had experienced a sense of security she had not known before, moments that filled her with happiness. She had believed he was the one she could trust unconditionally, the one with whom she could forge a future. "Qin Yu, please stop," she pleaded through tears, her voice thick with despair. Her tone was hoarse, and exhaustion weighed heavily upon her. The fierce kiss abruptly ceased, the grip that had confined her loosening, granting her freedom. Qin Yu opened his eyes, gazing at her. Chapter 69. A familiar yet strange call. Jian Ran wept, tears cascading down, landing on the now ruined fabric of her dress, a stark reminder of his transgressions. Her tear-filled eyes reflected his disarray, and for a moment, Qin Yu found himself momentarily stunned. Was the frantic figure in Jian Ran's eyes truly himself? How had he lost control so completely? He could not fathom it. With a deep sigh, he cautiously approached Jian Ran, gently kissing away her tears. The bitterness of her tears seeped into his heart, leaving a profound sense of sorrow. "I'm sorry," he uttered, having expressed his remorse. Qin Yu turned and hurriedly exited, slamming the door behind him, severing Jian Ran's view of him, lowering her gaze to the torn remnants of her dress. She felt a fresh wave of sorrow, threatening to unleash more tears. Taking a deep breath, she fought against the urge to cry, resolutely stifling her tears. Leaning against the door, she tilted her head back, cradling her face in her hands, inhaling deeply once more. Qin Yu, the man who had suddenly intruded into her life without warning, had gradually become significant to her. She began to care for him, to ponder his opinions about her, and to worry whether he would understand her past. Now, she lacked the courage to reveal the events in Kyoto, uncertain of how he would perceive her upon learning the truth. Would he, like so many others, misjudge her and look down upon her? Jian Ran felt an unsettling uncertainty, which made her refrain from discussing her troubled family background, fearing that the revelation might signal the end of their relationship. In the stillness, her phone buzzed on the coffee table, startling her. Dragging her gown, she picked up the device, noting an unfamiliar string of numbers on the screen, indicating that the caller was not saved in her contacts. Yet, the sequence resonated with her. It belonged to someone once dear to her. The phone continued to ring, and despite her inner turmoil over whether to answer, she ultimately resolved to hear what the caller had to say. At the last moment, she swiped to accept the call. When the line connected, silence enveloped them, allowing the sound of breathing to fill the void. Eventually, it was the caller, Jian Xing, who broke the quiet. Ran Ran, are you free tomorrow? Let us meet somewhere. Jian Xing's gentle voice flowed through the receiver, as enchanting as it had been years ago. Jian Ran recalled Ling Feiyu once describing Jian Xing's voice as one crafted to seduce men over the phone, explaining how quickly Gu Nanqing had fallen under her spell. Ran Ran. Jian Ran remained silent, and Jian Xing tried again to call her name. 3 years ago, upon discovering that Jian Xing had orchestrated the online harassment against her, Jian Ran had vowed that she no longer had a sister. The woman she once knew had died then. Now, 3 years later, receiving Jian Xing's call stirred a mix of resentment, hatred, and a myriad of emotions that had gradually faded with time. Why punish herself for someone else's misdeeds? That was the mantra Jian Ran had adopted. Ran Ran, I wish to discuss matters concerning our mother. Suddenly hearing Jian Xian mention her mother, she was reminded of her mother, who lay bedridden, while she herself had been indifferent and uninformed for the past 3 years. In comparison to her mother's lack of choice in her situation, her own neglect felt all the more egregious. After some deliberation, Jian Ran ultimately acquiesced. She needed to ascertain her mother's health status. I perused some recommendations and learned of a restaurant on Peace Road in Jiangbei known for its exceptional Beijing cuisine. How about we dine there tomorrow at noon? Tomorrow is Saturday, and with Jian Ran having the day off, she readily agreed. After hanging up the phone, Jian Ran stood before the mirror, observing herself. The strap of her gown had been torn by Qin Yu, exposing her fair shoulder. If anyone were to see her in such a state, it would undoubtedly provoke unflattering rumors, and thus, she could not possibly venture out like this, with no spare clothes available. She needed to devise a way to manage her appearance to avoid drawing attention. As a fashion designer, Jian Ran had often spent her time cutting and tailoring fabric, honing her practical skills. Modifying her dress seemed entirely feasible. She quickly conceived an idea, fashioning a small shawl into a bow and securing it to the strap, effectively concealing the tear while also hiding the mark Qin Yu had left on her neck. Satisfied with her DIY creation, she ensured there was nothing amiss before she stepped outside. To her surprise, she found Qin Yu standing at the door, seemingly having just arrived. Their eyes met, and an awkward silence enveloped them, neither knowing what to say. Finally, Jian Ran broke the silence. I think I should head back. She lowered her gaze, unable to confront his eyes, feeling an inexplicable aversion within her. He acknowledged softly, reaching out to grasp her hand, leading her away. Although she wished to shake off his grip, she restrained herself, reminding herself that she was indeed his wife. The recent events could easily be interpreted as him exerting his rights as her husband. As she rationalized her thoughts, Qin Yu guided her into the car. The driver, Lao Wei, cautiously glanced at the two silent figures in the back seat through the rearview mirror and asked, "Young master, where to?" "Home," Qin Yu replied curtly, closing his eyes against the seat. While he appeared composed on the surface, tumultuous emotions roiled within. He was perplexed at his own inability to control his feelings in Jian Ran's presence, a stark contrast to his usual self-discipline. Just a moment more, and he might have mirrored the actions of those who had wronged her. Had her tears not fallen in time, he feared he might have committed an irreversible act of harm. Thankfully, nothing of the sort transpired, and they could still continue their lives together. Chapter 70. A change within himself. He had just smoked several cigarettes in the corridor, hoping to clarify his thoughts. Each drag was heavy, and soon one cigarette was reduced to ash, prompting him to light another. Perhaps it was Jian Ran's unwillingness to provide an explanation that incited his anger. As her husband, he would have believed her no matter her words, yet she could not even offer him a single answer. What was so appealing about that man named Gu? Why, after having hurt her, did she still maintain ties with him? In Qin Yu's perception, Gu Nanjing was a reckless scion, oblivious to the consequences of his actions. He had never regarded Gu with any seriousness. Yet he found the reality that Jian Ran appeared to favor Gu over him utterly confounding. The notion of childhood sweethearts, of such pure affection, lingered in his mind, but wasn't that all in the past? He understood fully that Jian Ran was now his wife, destined to share her life with him. Qin Yu was bewildered by the sudden surge of possessiveness he felt, a sentiment entirely foreign to him. so intense it left him astonished. In that moment, his mind was consumed by a singular desire to completely possess this woman, to claim her as his own so that she could never escape him again. How naive and ludicrous such thoughts seemed. Yet they surged forth in his mind with an urgency that left him no time to collect himself. At 22, he had taken over the vast business empire of Sheng Tian from his father, deftly navigating challenges without losing his rationality. Yet now, he found himself unable to fathom the root of this newfound, fierce possessiveness toward Jian Ran. Was it merely because she held the title of his wife? Or was there something deeper at play? Inside the car, silence reigned. Qin Yu kept his eyes closed, while Jian Ran gazed out the window, both ensnared in their own private worlds. Often, it was Jian Ran who initiated conversation, aware of Qin Yu's cool demeanor and sparse words. The likelihood of him starting a dialogue was minimal. Jian Ran did not mind taking the initiative. In a shared life, one must be active while the other remains passive, a balance that sustains longevity. However, today she found herself disinclined to engage, uncertain of what to say and reluctant to even look at him. Their silence persisted until they arrived home, where Qin Yu retreated to his study as per usual. Jian Ran changed out of her gown, seeking needle and thread to meticulously repair the damaged areas. Drawing from her experience in fashion design, she infused a touch of her creative spirit into the mending process. Perhaps it was disrespectful to the original designer, but in that moment, her traditionally sensible self faltered. Over the years, she had deliberately chosen a career far removed from fashion design, striving to suppress her passion for it, yet the love for her craft remained ingrained within her. Unsure whether the gown was purchased or rented, she resolved to tidy it up before taking it for cleaning the following day. After showering, she noticed it was nearly 1 a.m, yet Qin Yu remained in the study. As was her habit, she climbed into bed, unaware of how much time had passed. In a drowsy state, Jian Ran felt the bed shift gently as Qin Yu lay beside her. He drew her into his embrace, murmuring her name, Jian Ran. In truth, Jian Ran had never been in a deep sleep. She had woken the moment he settled beside her. Though she remained silent, yet when he held her close, her body instinctively stiffened, memories of the evening's events flooding her mind. His earlier fierce and domineering actions made her feel as though she were in the clutches of a ravenous demon. Jian Ran. Qin Yu wished to apologize for what had transpired that night, yet he felt that words of remorse were ultimately futile. Many could utter sweet phrases, but actual change was another matter entirely, rendering him speechless, especially upon seeing the evidence of his actions on her neck and collarbone. The marks he had left were stark and haunting, silently conveying his brutal transgressions. Jian Ran. He called her name softly once more. Jian Ran shifted, removing his hand and creating distance between them, calmly stating, "It's late. Let's sleep." Her composed detachment tugged at Qin Yu's heart, stirring feelings he had never encountered before. Qin Yu remained silent, merely observing her silhouette, unable to fall asleep for quite some time. They refrained from discussing the events of the evening banquet, as if by ignoring them, they could maintain the facade of their previous, tranquil existence. Yet, they were unaware that some matters are best addressed openly. Avoiding them only serves to lay a powder keg for the future. The following day, Jian Ran awoke late, the sun already high in the sky. It was the weekend, after all, and with no obligations demanding her attention, indulging in a leisurely slumber was the epitome of enjoyment. Upon opening her eyes, her instinct led her to the window, where she spotted a person and a dog. However, today, Qin Yu did not hold a newspaper. He stood by the window, silently gazing outside, lost in thought. Mian squatted at his feet, occasionally rolling on the ground, perhaps seeking attention out of sheer boredom. Qin Yu turned to her and softly remarked, "You're awake." His captivating voice reached Jian Ran's ears, prompting her to nod in response without uttering a word. Mian scampered over, and Jian Ran embraced it, gently stroking its head. "Sweetheart, Mommy is on vacation today. I can spend time with you now." Mian barked joyfully, nuzzling against Jian Ran in apparent delight. "Get ready, and I'll wait for you to have lunch together," Qin Yu added. After a brief pause, he suggested, "How about we take a stroll this afternoon?" Having been married for quite some time, it was rare for Qin Yu to be free on weekends. Apart from their previous visit to Beehive Villa, they typically spent their weekends at home. Chapter 71. Who was the clown during the weekend? While Qin Yu worked in the study, Jian Ran comfortably settled on the balcony with a book. Though this may seem monotonous, she relished the tranquility, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Today, however, Qin Yu unexpectedly proposed a walk. Was he apologizing for last night's events? Regardless of his intent, Jian Ran chose to interpret it as such. Forcing a smile as she replied, "I have a meeting at noon. Can we go out later?" "All right," Qin Yu nodded, saying little else before turning his gaze back outside. Observing his solitary figure, Jian Ran felt a pang of sympathy and quickly added, "I'll just be talking to someone. It won't take long." Her purpose in meeting Jian Xin was straightforward, to inquire about her mother's well-being, with no intention of engaging in a lengthy conversation. Qin Yu turned back, his deep eyes shimmering with a hint of light. "Shall I accompany you after lunch?" His tone was interrogative, awaiting her response. Jian Ran instinctively felt reluctant to involve Qin Yu in her past, which was marked by painful memories. Qin Yu represented her present and future. She wanted to handle her past alone, ensuring he remained untouched by its remnants. Yet, she was reluctant to refuse him, caught in an internal struggle over how to articulate her thoughts. Just then, Qin Yu spoke again. "Go wash up. I'll head out first and wait for you to have lunch." He approached, scooping Mian up and carrying it into the living room, where he placed it on the sofa, his intense gaze fixated upon it. Mian, sensing the scrutiny, instinctively fought back, yet as the barking continued, it gradually softened, realizing the man before it was rather formidable. If it could speak, it would surely plead with its mother to whisk it away from such a stern figure. This man was intimidating. Why did he regard it with such a fearsome expression? Defeated, Mian scurried off to seek its mother's protection. However, as it fled, Qin Yu swiftly retrieved it, imitating Jian Ran's gentle touch as he patted its head. "Be good," he coaxed. Mian lay still, fearful of the imposing man who seemed capable of inflicting harm. Qin Yu's gentle patting was a stark contrast to his usual demeanor, as he had never interacted with such creatures before. Accepting this little one was solely due to Jian Ran's deep affection for it, treating it as if it were her child. Over time, he discovered that these small beings were not as bothersome as he had initially thought. At times, they could even be quite endearing, especially when they delighted Jian Ran. Jian Ran emerged from her wash, witnessing the poignant scene. Mian, looking utterly aggrieved, squatting beside Qin Yu, who was tenderly stroking its head. Initially, she had worried about Qin Yu's acceptance of Mian, but her observations suggested that he simply preferred to keep his feelings hidden. He likely held affection for Mian after all. After all, how could anyone resist such a charming creature? Mian, what are you playing at with Uncle Qin? Jian Ran approached them, affectionately ruffling Mian's fur. "Uncle Qin?" Qin Yu frowned at the title, his brow furrowing slightly. "Jian Ran, I am your husband." Uncertain as to why he felt the need to emphasize this, Jian Ran gazed at him in confusion and nodded. "I know." Was she insinuating that his actions from the previous night were legitimate? Why was she dwelling on last night's events? They had agreed to move forward and maintain their harmonious life together. Jian Ran wished to chastise herself for her thoughts. Qin Yu fell silent, and Jian Ran cradled Mian. "Come on, Mommy will fetch you something to eat. Once you're full, we can go shopping together." Lunch was a simple affair, prepared by Aunt Shun, consisting of home-style dishes that were surprisingly delightful, and Jian Ran enjoyed her meal. In contrast, Qin Yu barely touched his food, his gaze occasionally lingering on Jian Ran's face. Often, she wore a gentle smile, speaking softly, imparting a sense of serene tranquility, as if nothing could disturb her peace. "Jian Ran, I'll drive you over later," Qin Yu finally voiced after a long internal struggle. "Okay," Jian Ran replied absent-mindedly, continuing her meal without lifting her head. The previous night's charity banquet had attracted all the prominent figures from Jiangbei, yet Gu Nanjing had been ousted. Even without the media present, the incident quickly circulated within social circles, reaching Gu Nanjing's ears. It wasn't merely gossip. He had sent someone to investigate, keenly interested in how others perceived him after the debacle. Unfortunately, the news was unfavorable. Whispers of his lack of decorum, breeding, and manners reached him, with the most damaging being that he had offended Liu Qin of Shangtian. Last night marked the first time in over 20 years that Gu Nanjing had been humiliated, and not just in private but before a crowd. Such a disgrace was unbearable for anyone, let alone him. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, resembling a volatile fireball on the verge of eruption. Just then, Hong Lin Jiang burst in, shouting, "Gu Xiao, we have a major situation. What's all the fuss about? What could possibly be worse?" Gu Nanjing retorted, his irritation palpable. Hong Lin Jiang thrust the Jiangbei Morning Post into Gu Nanjing's hands. Look, Yi Shi is actually stepping forward to collaborate with Chuangxin. Yishi. Gu Nanjing glanced at the newspaper, his fury flaring. What is Yi Gu Cheng's scheming this time? The Gu family was a top-tier enterprise in Kyoto, while Yi Shi represented the southern faction. In Gu Nanjing's view, if Sheng Tian were to select a partner for collaboration, it would most likely be one of these two. Over the years, the Gu and Yi families had engaged in partnerships. Although not friends, they shared a cooperative relationship. Why would Yi Gu Cheng choose this moment to meddle in his affairs with Chuangxin? What capabilities did that small company possess? Was he attempting to display magnanimity to impress Sheng Tian's Liu Qin, thereby enhancing the chances for collaboration between Sheng Tian and Yi Shi? As Gu Nanjing contemplated, his phone suddenly rang. Just by the sound of the ringtone, he knew it was his father calling. Taking a deep breath, he answered, "Dad, you rascal. What on earth have you been up to in Jiangbei during this time? Why are you causing such commotion? You better come back immediately." Before Gu Nanjing could even finish his greeting, he was met with a torrent of scolding. Having never been berated like this by his father before, he felt a surge of anger, which he naturally redirected towards Qin Yu and Jian Ran. If it weren't for that Qin fellow scheming behind the scenes, how could his company have suddenly sought cooperation with Chuangxin? Moreover, he would not have been left in such a disgraceful state at the charity gala hosted by Sheng Tian. Clenching his fists, Gu Nanjing imagined the newspaper in his hands was Qin Yu, wishing he could strangle him. Aging, what happened? Jian Ran, who had already overheard the situation, feigned ignorance. After all, men are often drawn to naive women. Thus, she endeavored to present herself as a sweet and understanding fool in Gu Nanjing's presence. Although Gu Nanjing was brimming with anger, upon seeing Jian Ran's face, a flicker of hope emerged, and he forced a smile, inquiring, "When did you arrange to meet Jian Ran?" "Yes, I've already set it up. We're having lunch together today," Jian Ran replied, her smile gentle and warm, seemingly unbothered by Gu Nanjing's thoughts of another woman. "You're quite capable. You truly deserve to be my supportive partner," he said as he wrapped his arm around her. "Let us go. We should head over now." Jian Ran stopped him, aging. "There are some things you might say that she could overhear, but if you go, it could ruin my plans." Jian Ran had discreetly manipulated those around Gu Nanjing, keeping his every move under her control. She understood well that Gu Nanjing had yet to win over Jian Ran, who regarded him with the indifference of a stranger. Her true intention in inviting Jian Ran was known only to herself. She would not allow Gu Nanjing to jeopardize her schemes. Arriving early at the agreed location, she ordered several dishes that Jian Ran favored. While waiting, Jian Ran reminisced about the past. That year, she was 8 and Jian Ran was 6 when they moved to a new home with their father. Encountering the 10-year-old Gu Nanjing, their father had repeatedly instructed them to win over the eldest son of the Gu family, to cater to him in every way, forbidding them from upsetting him. Jian Ran took these words to heart, diligently attending to Gu Nanjing whenever he was around, being cautious and respectful. However, young and unaware, Jian Ran had never heeded their father's warnings and had even bitten Gu Nanjing once. Surprisingly, after that incident, their relationship began to improve, with Gu Nanjing vowing that anyone who bullied Jian Ran would have to answer to him, treating her with exceptional kindness thereafter. At that time, Jian Ran could not comprehend why Gu Nanjing favored Jian Ran. She stood right before him, yet he seemed incapable of seeing her. Their father intentionally encouraged her to approach Gu Nanjing, hoping she would capture his heart and eventually become the Gu family's matriarch. However, Gu Nanjing's gaze was solely fixed upon Jian Ran, always bringing her along wherever he went, leaving no room for Jian Ran. As years passed, they matured. Their father aimed to cultivate her into a more capable individual, not merely for her own sake, but to assist Gu Nanjing in the future. Thus, he arranged for her to study economics in the United States, preparing her to integrate fully into the Gu family. Yet, in her second year abroad, news arrived that Gu Nanjing had become engaged to Jian Ran. He was the man she had always longed for, and their father had always told her she would be his bride. How could he be engaged to Jian Ran? As she awaited her academic success to return and become Gu Nanjing's beautiful bride, she received such disheartening news from afar. At that moment, it felt as if the sky had fallen, and her heart ached with waves of despair. Her pain persisted until another man entered her life. She had never encountered someone so refined, cultured, and handsome. With just one glance, she was captivated. After some inquiry, she discovered he was a doctoral candidate in finance at Harvard, named Qin Muji, yet knew nothing else about him. Eventually, she met him at a debate competition, seizing the opportunity to draw his attention. Finally, she managed to speak with him, pursuing him actively, sending emails, and even becoming his girlfriend. Ironically, he was always busy, and during their 2 months as a couple, she had only seen him twice, once at a school event and once during a brief coffee meeting that ended abruptly due to his commitments. Despite their relationship, he had never even held her hand. Perhaps she was merely a fleeting thought in his mind, and her belief that they were truly together was simply her own delusion. When she returned home, she never saw him again. Yet, compared to a man of such exceptional qualities, it was power she truly sought. Gu Nanjing was the real prize she had always desired to marry. On the day of her return, Jian Ran was preoccupied with her design work and asked Gu Nanjing to pick her up. It was then that she learned from Gu Nanjing that Jian Ran spent her days consumed by studies and work, rarely finding time for him, let alone deepening their relationship. Gu Nanjing merely complained, but Jian Xian recognized her opportunity. As long as there was a rift between him and Jian Ran, she could slip into that gap. Thus, she devised a plan. On a scorching summer day, she feigned a fainting spell, collapsing into Gu Nanjing's arms. The natural collision of their mature bodies ignited sparks, and before returning home, they first visited a hotel. Time and again, as he called out Jian Ran's name, she remained unbothered. After all, it was she who lay beneath him. If Jian Ran wished to focus on her studies and work, then Jian Xian, as the elder sister, could take on the burdens her sister was reluctant to bear. Once the first step was taken, subsequent occurrences would follow suit effortlessly. Chapter 73. Anyone could be disgusting. Jian Ran entered the restaurant and spotted Jian Xian lost in thought from a distance. After 3 years apart, Jian Xian's appearance remained unchanged, delicate and fragile, as if a gust of wind could carry her away. As Jian Ran approached, Jian Xian looked up and smiled. Ran, you're here. Yes, Jian Ran responded coldly, realizing she could remain so composed upon seeing Jian Xian, as if the person before her were not the instigator of past grievances 3 years prior. Jian Xian remarked, I ordered your favorite crab roast shark fin and stir-fried cucumber sauce, along with. I've already had lunch. You mentioned wanting to discuss our mother-s matters. Just speak plainly. Jian Ran interrupted without mercy, observing Jian Xian's disappointed expression without a hint of regret. Years ago, Jian Xian had knelt before her with similar pleading eyes, yet what followed? The past was behind them, and although Jian Ran wished to forget Jian Xian's previous wrongdoings, they lingered in her memory. This time, it was our father who asked me to find you. Jian Ran was unwilling to engage in trivialities, and thus Jianxing had no desire to utter any more meaningless words. A cold smile played upon Jian Ran's lips. Father? She was almost on the verge of forgetting that she had a father at all. Jianxing continued, Father hopes you will return to Kyoto with me and cease your wandering. And what else? Jian Ran inquired with indifference. She had been away from Kyoto for 3 years, and no one had inquired about her. Now, with Gu Nanqing's arrival, it was evident that her so-called father wanted her to return. It was easy to deduce the underlying motives. Ran, Jianxing bit her lip, tears of grievance welling in her eyes. I lost my child, and I can no longer bear any more. I cannot continue the Gu family's lineage. So he wants me to return? To bear children for the Gu family? Jian Ran articulated this with remarkable composure. She appeared calm, yet her heart ached. Even if she was reluctant to admit it, that man was still her father. She longed for him to love his wife and daughters like other fathers, to live harmoniously as a family, rather than seeking fame while ignoring his wife and treating his daughter as a mere tool. Jian Ran speculated that when Jianxing had a relationship with Gu Nanqing and bore a child, her father must have been aware of it. After all, she was merely his daughter. Marrying into the Gu family was a matter of status, as long as one could climb that great tree. Although she was betrothed to Gu Nanqing, their relationship had made little progress due to her youth and busy schedule. Her father had even hinted that she should consummate their union sooner rather than later to secure the man's heart. Jian Ran held her own convictions, believing that if a relationship relied solely on physical intimacy to endure, then such affection could hardly flourish. Thus, she consistently left her father speechless. Jianxing soon became pregnant with Gu Nanqing's child, which must have been monumental news for their father. Once Jianxing bore the Gu family's offspring, it would solidify the connection between the Jian and Gu families, making it impossible for anyone to look down upon the Jian family again. Consequently, when they informed her of the annulment of her engagement to Gu Nanqing, her father remarked, "Who can blame you for being useless? As a woman, you cannot even bear children." Now that Jianqing had lost her child and could no longer conceive, their father had set his sights on Jian Ran. The very thought was repugnant. Jian Ran said, "Please return and inform him to forever abandon any thoughts of me. I, Jian Ran, have long ceased to recognize him as my father." Jianqing spoke softly, Ran, "I know you have always been a strong and independent girl. You will not be manipulated by our father." Jianqing understood Jian Ran's nature all too well. Jian Ran was fierce and would not tolerate any form of injustice. If she could openly reject her father's words, how could she ever accept the betrayal of Gu Nanqing? Jianqing had initially dared to take such drastic measures, knowing that once Jian Ran discovered Gu Nanqing's betrayal, she would never forgive him. Because she understood Jian Ran's decisive character so intimately, Jianqing was certain that Jian Ran would not heed their father's arrangements or return to Kyoto with her, which was precisely why she had come to Jiangbei to persuade her. While claiming to convince Jian Ran to return, she was, in truth, there to ascertain Jian Ran's true feelings. As Gu Nanqing's fiancée, she could not conceive. She could allow any woman to bear his children, but that woman could never be Jian Ran. If Jian Ran were to return to Kyoto and back to Gu Nanqing's side, then Gu Nanqing would surely no longer notice Jianqing. Their father had always acted according to the whims of the Gu family. If Gu Nanqing favored Jian Ran, their father would only see her, leaving Jianqing with no place in the Jian family. The events Jian Ran had endured 3 years prior could well become Jianqing's own future reality. She could not allow Jian Ran to return. Jian Ran sensed that Jianqing still had more to say, but chose not to inquire. She would listen if Jianqing wished to speak. And if not, she had no interest in knowing. Jianqing retrieved her handbag from the chair, deliberately displaying the logo of a luxury brand. A small bag worth tens of thousands. In contrast, Jian Ran's bag was from an obscure domestic brand, easily purchasable for a few hundred. Jianqing flaunted her bag for a moment before producing a bank card from within and sliding it across the table to Jian Ran. This card contains 5 million. 5 million is sufficient for someone to relocate to a modest city, purchase a home, and live comfortably without the need to work for a lifetime. Jian Ran found it laughable and smiled gently. Jianqing, do you think 5 million can simply send me away? Jianqing blinked in surprise, adopting an innocent, helpless expression as she gazed at Jian Ran. Jian Ran continued, "If I were to return to Kyoto and bear a child for Gu Nanqing, how could the Gu family ever treat me poorly? Perhaps the elder of the Gu family would generously grant me some shares for the grandchild, and at that moment I, as the mother, would hold significant value. Would I truly fall short of your 5 million if they wished to repulse her? Then Jian Ran was more than capable of playing the same game, and she would not be inferior to Jianqing in any regard. Ran, how can you?" Jianqing's smile faltered, her expression shifting to one of sorrow, as if she were on the verge of tears. Chapter 74, I am already married. Do not feign pity before me. I am not a man who can be swayed by such tactics. Looking at Jianqing's face filled Jian Ran with disdain. She paused before adding, "Jianqing, I merely wish to convey that if you all regard Gu Nanqing as a treasure and desire to bear him children, then do so without involving me. The only reason I agreed to meet you is to inquire about our mother's well-being." Mother. Jianqing swallowed the words she had almost uttered. If she were to reveal their mother's true condition to Jian Ran, given Jian Ran's temperament, she would undoubtedly take drastic measures to return to Kyoto. Once Jian Ran returned, their father would surely do everything in his power to keep her there, facilitating her union with Gu Nanqing. Realizing this, Jianqing swiftly changed her tune. "Mother has been well. She asked me to convey a message to you. She wants you to listen to father's arrangements." Jianqing was acutely aware of Jian Ran's vulnerability, while Jian Ran may disregard their father. A part of her heart would always hold space for their mother. Of course, their mother had never uttered such words. Jianqing deliberately distorted the truth to ensure Jian Ran would harbor resentment towards their mother, thus extinguishing any desire to return to Kyoto. Did she truly say that? Jian Ran recalled the scene of their mother tearfully speaking 3 years prior. Indeed, how could it not be something their mother would say? 3 years ago, had she not urged Jian Ran to yield to her sister? Jian Ran's heart ached suddenly. Though she had vowed not to care, she still felt the pain and longing. During countless midnight reveries, she would dream of her mother gently stroking her head, whispering, Ran Ran understands best. Mother loves Ran Ran the most. Mother also asked me to tell you to temper your disposition. The past is the past and should not be held onto for a lifetime. After all, we are sisters. What difference does it make who bears Gu Nanqing's child? Jinxing articulated each word slowly, observing every subtle change in Jian Ran's expression. As she observed Jian Ran's eyes shift, revealing an unmistakable sorrow that no amount of effort could conceal, Jinxing knew she had succeeded. At that moment, she once again pushed the bank card towards Jian Ran, continuing, Ran Ran, I know your character. I would never force you to do anything against your will. Take this card. Go to a place where no one can find you, and you will no longer suffer harm. Ultimately, Jinxing's true intention was to ensure her own departure from Jiangbei. 3 years ago, Jian Ran had been compelled to leave Kyoto, departing in such a pitiful state. 3 years hence, she vowed never to tread the same path as 3 years ago. The current Jian Ran was no longer someone who could be easily wounded by Jinxing. With a playful smile, Jian Ran remarked, 5 million? You think 5 million could persuade me to leave Jiangbei? You underestimate me, Jian Ran. If you truly wish for my departure, then present me with 10 million. Only then will I heed your wishes and go wherever you desire. Since when have you transformed into this? Jinxing was taken aback, as if Jian Ran's demeanor was an unforgivable sin in her eyes. What do you expect me to be? Should I wait foolishly for you to ensnare me, only to comply obediently? Jian Ran mercilessly recounted Jinxing's past misdeeds. Without granting Jinxing a chance to respond, she continued, Miss Jian, you need not worry about Gu Nanqing's intentions towards me. I must inform you that I am married. My husband is currently waiting for me outside. I shall take my leave now. With that, Jian Ran seized her bag and departed, not even glancing at the dishes Jinxing had ordered, however appealing they may have seemed. No matter how delectable the food, sharing a table with someone detestable would ruin one's appetite. Conversely, even the most unappetizing fare could be savored in the company of a beloved. Jian Ran is married? Jinxing stood in stunned silence for a considerable time, and when she finally regained her composure, she rushed to the window. She witnessed Jian Ran approach a man, who took her bag and gently brushed his hand against her hair. Jian Ran smiled at him and adjusted his scarf. A matching scarf. Jinxing had to admit that the moment she first laid eyes on Jian Ran, she noticed how her temper had mellowed over the years, yet this transformation only amplified her allure. Every gesture of Jian Ran conveyed that she had thrived in the past 3 years. Could this happiness be attributed to this man? She watched as the man wrapped his arm around Jian Ran's waist, and they departed together. His silhouette seemed vaguely familiar. Had she encountered him before? Where are you taking me? Qin Yu led Jian Ran along for quite some time in silence, without revealing their destination. Jian Ran, feeling uncertain, couldn't help but inquire. To a place every girl longs to visit. He replied nonchalantly, glancing at her. Though it was winter, Jiangbei's weather was relatively mild. The sun shone brightly, perfect for a stroll. Following the events of the previous day, Jian Ran instinctively sought distance, while Qin Yu felt compelled to mend his missteps. Thus, he decided to take her out, albeit without a clear idea of where to go. He sought suggestions from Assistant Sue. She suggested that shopping would be a favorite among girls, followed by romantic endeavors. Unfamiliar with what constituted romance, Qin Yu opted for shopping, which posed no pressure for him. He would simply buy whatever Jian Ran fancied. A shopping plaza? Jian Ran accurately pinpointed Qin Yu's intended destination. Indeed, it seemed true that girls had an affinity for shopping. Pingyi Road, adjacent to Jiangbei's most renowned pedestrian street, boasted a myriad of goods and delightful snacks. Anything one could imagine could be found here. The most significant aspect was that this shopping area offered products across all price ranges, a so-called one-stop shopping experience. Jian Ran had no particular items in mind to purchase, yet which woman truly intended to buy something while shopping? It was merely an outing. Grateful for the rare opportunity to spend the weekend with the aloof CEO, she felt no reason to decline. Each time Qin Yu visited Jiangbei, he arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Though he had been here numerous times, he remained unfamiliar with the locale. More importantly, as a busy executive, he scarcely had time to wander aimlessly. Thus, he had Assistant Sue compile a brief travel guide for him. Step 1. What to do first. Step 2. What to do next. Assistant Sue presented Qin Yu with a detailed itinerary in report form. Qin Yu regarded this assistance as a matter of course, oblivious to the smile Assistant Sue wore while preparing it. Chapter 75. Shopping encounter with colleagues in the professional realm. Qin Yu commanded respect as a formidable business magnate. Yet when it came to charming a lady, he displayed a certain ineptitude. The initial step was to dismiss the driver and any assistants, allowing the two of them to stroll leisurely while nurturing their bond. Consequently, Qin Yu sent the driver and assistant away and took Jian Ran's hand for a walk, although he found himself at a loss for conversation. "Do you like it?" he inquired. His tone was laced with caution and trepidation. Should Jian Ran express disinterest, he would be at a loss for how to lift her spirits. Jian Ran nodded. "You said this is a place every girl enjoys. As a girl, of course, I would like it." After her words, she flashed him a radiant smile, indicating her satisfaction. Qin Yu softly hummed in response. Yet he sensed that Jian Ran's smile lacked its usual authenticity. They continued their leisurely stroll in silence. "Will you find a doll to shop with me?" As Qin Yu refrained from initiating conversation, Jian Ran sought to create a dialogue. "Not at all," he replied succinctly. If he found it tedious, he would not have invited her to join him. His terse response effectively stifled the conversation. Jian Ran mused to herself about how aloof he truly was. She scratched her head, striving to conjure another topic, but found none suitable, and thus they continued to walk in silence. After a while, they arrived at Jiangbei's most famous snack street. Jian Ran tugged on Qin Yu's arm. "Shall we explore this street of snacks?" Qin Yu nodded. The weekend crowd was abundant, and the snack street was bustling with people. Each stall was teeming with patrons, necessitating a queue to make a purchase. The aroma of food wafted through the air, and Jian Ran felt an irresistible craving for grilled squid. She pulled Qin Yu into the throng and joined the line, eagerly explaining, "This place's grilled squid is exceptionally delicious. I guarantee you'll want more after trying it." Qin Yu, possessing a penchant for cleanliness, refrained from consuming anything prepared by others, especially from street vendors. While Jian Ran detected a delightful flavor, Qin Yu perceived only potential contamination. The stalls lined the narrow walkways, rife with dust and bacteria. How could he possibly enjoy such fare? However, seeing Jian Ran so enthusiastic, he felt reluctant to dampen her spirits. Since she wished to indulge, he resolved to accompany her for this one occasion. After several minutes in line, Jian Ran finally procured 4 skewers of squid. She handed one to Qin Yu. "Here, try it. It's on me." Qin Yu accepted the skewer, but hesitated to take a bite. Jian Ran eagerly took a bite herself, nodding vigorously in approval. "It's truly delicious." Qin Yu suppressed his aversion and took a tentative bite. The flavor was tolerable, yet he couldn't overcome his mental barrier, leading him to feel as though he had consumed a mouthful of germs. Despite his distaste, he chose not to show it. Observing his manner of eating, Jian Ran couldn't help but marvel at how remarkably graceful he appeared, even while consuming street food, exuding an elegance akin to fine dining. Watching his composure contrasted with her own indulgent enjoyment made her wonder if she could maintain her dignity in such moments. Lost in her thoughts, Qin Yu suddenly reached out, his rough thumb brushing against her lips. "You've got oil on your mouth. Will you look down on me for that?" Jian Ran, oblivious to her own unsightly eating habits, boldly inquired. "Not at all," Qin Yu replied with the same simplicity. Yet beneath his calm exterior, his heart raced. He yearned to replace his fingers with his lips in that intimate moment. Satisfied with his response, Jian Ran smiled, snatched the skewer from his hand, and tossed it into a nearby garbage bin, asking, "What else would you like to eat?" Initially, Qin Yu perceived all these offerings as unappetizing. However, with Jian Ran's company, he found himself reconsidering their appeal. Thus, he replied, "I'm not picky. Anything will do." "Jian Ran? President Qin?" Lin Mei's voice suddenly resonated behind them, startling Jian Ran, who instinctively took 2 steps back, widening the distance between herself and Qin Yu. Upon turning around, she found Lin Mei and Feng Jingjing hand in hand, gazing at her and Qin Yu with a look of curiosity. "Mr. Qin, Jian Ran, are you two shopping together?" Lin Mei, known for her straightforward nature, spoke her mind without hesitation. Jian Ran was at a loss for words, denying it would undoubtedly hurt Qin Yu, while admitting it seemed too daunting. She unconsciously bit her lip, her heart racing with confusion, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. At that moment, Qin Yu's deep voice reached her ears. "Jian Ran, Assistant Su is coming soon. You should tend to your own matters." "Oh," Jian Ran replied softly, stealing a glance at Qin Yu, who always came to her rescue just when she needed it most. He understood her fear of acknowledging their relationship, aware that she wished to climb the corporate ladder on her own merit, without the scrutiny of others whispering behind her back. With a calm demeanor, he nodded slightly and turned to leave, not sparing a glance at Lin Mei and Feng Jingjing. Jian Ran, you're really not shopping with Mr. Qin? As soon as he departed, Lin Mei inquired. Mr. Qin is a married man. How could he possibly be shopping with Jian Ran? Feng Jingjing chimed in, ostensibly supporting Jian Ran, but her tone carried a hint of bitterness. Jian Ran managed an awkward smile, remaining silent, a wave of inexplicable sadness washing over her. Lin Mei tugged at Jian Ran's arm. Since you're alone, why not join us for shopping? Without waiting for Jian Ran's agreement, the oblivious Lin Mei dragged her along. Faced with an array of snacks, clothing, and accessories, Jian Ran found herself lacking the enthusiasm to browse, her thoughts consumed by Qin Yu's lonely gaze from earlier. He had taken the rare opportunity to shop with her. Why should she squander this precious time due to her unfounded timidity? Lin Mei, Feng Yingying, I'm sorry, but I have to leave early, Jian Ran expressed, eager to be with Qin Yu instead of continuing with them. Are you not going to shop with us? Lin Mei asked, disappointment evident in her voice. Feng Jingjing quickly nudged Lin Mei. Jian Ran, go ahead and handle your business. You don't need to accompany us. Okay. Jian Ran nodded and walked away. As she disappeared from sight, Lin Mei shot a glare at Feng Jingjing. Why did you just nudge me? Can't you see? Feng Jingjing, watching Jian Ran fade away, wore an enigmatic smile. Just wait and see. Someone in our department is about to rise. Chapter 76. How wonderful it is to have him around. Feng Jingjing silently added in her mind that both of them wore limited edition couple scarves from a certain brand. It was absurd to think they just happened to cross paths. Lin Mei scratched her head, beginning to grasp the situation. Jian Ran hurriedly retraced her steps to the spot where she had parted ways with Qin Yu. She had never felt such an urgency to see him before. Arriving at the designated location, she found no trace of him. Anxious, she remembered her phone and quickly dialed. Qin Yu's deep, alluring voice responded, What's wrong? Where are you? I'm where we just separated, but I can't find you, Jian Ran replied, her voice tinged with urgency. There was a brief pause on the other end before he asked, Why did you come back? Without thinking, she answered, Because I wanted to shop with you. Then she heard him ask, Aren't you afraid anymore? Jian Ran pressed her lips together, responding softly, Aren't you here with me? With you around, I'm not afraid. Silence followed, heightening her anxiety. Where are you? She pressed. Qin Yu's soothing voice came through again. Look back. Upon hearing this, Jian Ran turned around and saw Qin Yu standing a few steps behind her, silently and gently watching her. At that moment, her heart inexplicably settled. He strode forward, wrapping her in his embrace with a tender gesture, gently ruffling her hair, silently affirming, I've always been here. If she chose to look back, she would see him waiting patiently. In that moment, warmth flowed through Jian Ran, and she nestled against him like a little kitten. How wonderful it was to have him around. To the outside world, goose suppression appeared to wreak havoc on innovation, prompting many employees to seek new opportunities. However, the upper management of innovation remained unperturbed, as if the flames of this turmoil had not reached them. In the 23rd floor CEO office, Qin Yu stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his piercing gaze surveying the bustling metropolis below. Innovation technology had been established relatively early, but had seen slow progress. Had they not acquired the land and built this towering edifice years ago, their circumstances might have been considerably worse. Over the past years, Jiangbei City had experienced rapid economic growth, with soaring property prices. The innovation building, located in the heart of the city, had become a coveted piece of real estate, its current market value skyrocketing compared to when it was first built. The reason Sheng Tian acquired innovation technology was not for its products, but for the highly sought-after land. Knock, knock. Lu Yong entered. Mr. Qin, everything is proceeding according to your plan. Many companies have taken the initiative to terminate their contracts with innovation, ensuring that we avoid unnecessary work with those indecisive firms. Qin Yu replied lightly, offering no further insight into his thoughts. Lu Yong hesitated before asking, Should we announce Sheng Tian's acquisition of innovation internally? Announce it, Qin Yu stated decisively. Lu Yong paused before continuing, Mr. Gu Nanjing from Gu's wishes to meet with you. Qin Yu turned to Lu Yong, his tone cool and detached. I don't meet with anyone from Gu's. Have you not remembered? Lu Yong understood that Gu Nanjing had truly provoked their president. Dealing with someone like Gu Nanjing was as simple as a flick of Qin Yu's wrist. Meanwhile, Gu Nanjing was still seeking a way to meet Liu Qin. unaware that he had already crossed paths with him and made quite a poor impression. The most foolish person is one who, having already lost, still believes they are in a position of advantage. Liu Yong added, Polaris recently spread some unfounded rumors, implying that you are fond of women, and Gunan Jing is considering sending one your way. At the mention of Qin Xiaobao, a flicker of emotion crossed Qin Yu's otherwise calm demeanor. He sighed softly. Have someone keep an eye on that girl. She must not create any more chaos. If I catch her again, I will have to take her back to America. Only that little girl from the Qin family would dare to cause such a ruckus, tarnishing their president's image, while he could only sigh in resignation. As soon as the news of Sheng Tian's acquisition of innovation technology was released from the executive office, the entire organization erupted in excitement. Their excitement stemmed not only from the fact that a giant conglomerate had acquired innovation, but also because all current employees would retain their positions, with benefits and salaries set to improve based on seniority and performance. Oh my goodness, we had been acquired by Sheng Tian 6 months ago. Originally, Mr. Qin was the figure sent by Sheng Tian to take charge of innovation. Indeed, the most fortunate aspect is that we can continue our work in innovation, with Sheng Tian as our formidable backing, no longer fearing any bullying from the Gu family. Typically disinterested in gossip, Jian Ran engaged in lively discussions with her colleagues for a while before returning to her desk. Sheng Tian had acquired innovation technology 6 months prior, rendering Gu Nanqing's influence ineffective against it. For Jian Ran, this not only meant job stability and a pay raise, but also an end to her worries about Gu Nanqing daring to act against Qin Yu. It was truly exhilarating news. The cloud of gloom that loomed over her colleagues dissipated in an instant, with everyone exuberantly celebrating this monumental announcement. Not only did they avoid the need to transition to a new job and adapt to a different environment, but future employee benefits would also be improved. Who could remain composed in such circumstances? Sheng Tian Group, a conglomerate so coveted that many would vie for a position within its ranks. This development felt like an unexpected windfall for the longtime employees of innovation. Gu Nanqing's previous antics now appear to be those of a mere jester, as Qin Yu maintained a composed demeanor. Little did she know that with Sheng Tian as his robust support, he had no reason to fret. Sheng Tian was a coveted ally for many, and for the esteemed Gu family, it was a towering pinnacle that could only be revered from afar. Consequently, Gu Nanqing's past actions seemed trivial, and any future collaboration with innovation would likely be out of reach for him. Chapter 77. Stay with me. Double salary. As this explosive news spread, the business department anticipated an influx of work. Just thinking about it brought joy to Jian Ran. She straightened her attire, preparing to present herself in the best light for the new role ahead. In her excitement, Jian Ran did not forget about Qin Yu and quickly sent him a WeChat message, playfully noting, I see you already knew Gu's influence wouldn't affect innovation. Why didn't you tell me? Her message carried a hint of playful reproach, though she was blissfully unaware of it. Qin Yu responded promptly, trust me. Indeed, he had urged her to believe in him from the start. However, her excessive faith in the Gu family's power had hindered her complete trust in Qin Yu. Jian Ran's fingers danced over her screen as she sent another playful message. You rascal. Soon, she received a brief reply from Qin Yu. Seeing such a succinct response, Jian Ran couldn't help but roll her eyes. What did that imply? Was an admission of guilt for being a rascal, perhaps even a cool, aloof one? Despite its brevity, Qin Yu's reply brought a smile to her lips and a sweetness to her heart. Unbeknownst to her, the man she was messaging wore a similar smile, his eyes sparkling like stars with a hint of mirth. Shortly after, the HR department announced that all employees would have a day off, followed by a company dinner at the Baihe restaurant, inviting everyone to celebrate and encouraging them to come back in peak form for their new roles. Notably, President Qin would also be in attendance. Such generous gestures could only be afforded by a super wealthy company like Sheng Tian. This naturally recalled the recent lavish employee retreat to Bihai Mountain Villa. Colleagues cheered for President Qin, for Sheng Tian, and for innovation technology. Amidst their celebrations, they began tidying their things. The female employees were particularly eager to return home and beautify themselves, as opportunities to present themselves before the esteemed president were rare and precious. While Jian Ran was clearing her desk, her phone buzzed with a WeChat message from Qin Yu. Come up. Come up? She pondered, suspecting he wanted her in his office. Yet, she wondered what he could possibly need her for. Unable to pinpoint a reason, she slowed her pace. intending to wait for her colleagues to leave before quietly heading to Qin Yu's office. Jian Ran, shall we walk together? Lin Mei inquired as she passed by Jian Ran's desk. Before Jian Ran could respond, Feng Jingjing rushed over, pulling Lin Mei away. Jian Ran is busy. Come with me instead. Once finished tidying, Jian Ran glanced around to ensure her colleagues had all departed before picking up her bag and leaving her office. At the elevator, she checked once more to confirm no one was around. Seeing the coast was clear, she stepped inside and pressed the button for the 23rd floor. Despite her caution, she could not escape the gaze of a pair of watchful eyes lurking in the shadows. Those cold eyes followed her as she entered the elevator and observed the indicator light halt at the 23rd floor. A message was swiftly sent. Our plan can commence. Upon reaching the 23rd floor, Jian Ran cautiously peeked out of the elevator to confirm her solitude. Mrs. Qin, you need not worry. Everyone has gone home. Su Huai greeted her with a smile. Jian Ran awkwardly returned the smile. Are you and Assistant Liu the only ones working overtime with President Qin? Su Huai answered with a chuckle. President Qin is still busy. How can we take a break? Do you know why he called for me? Jian Ran inquired, feeling hesitant to disrupt Qin Yu if he was occupied. Well, that's a matter between you two. President Qin wouldn't share that with us, Su Huai replied, leading Jian Ran towards Qin Yu's office. Su Huai's demeanor was confident, causing Jian Ran to blush involuntarily. The office area was now deserted, with the executive office being the only one left unoccupied. Jian Ran reflected on how considerate Qin Yu was to remain at work while his other secretaries enjoyed their time off, though she had no idea what he was busy with. If she did, she certainly wouldn't be just a mere employee in the business department. Su Huai added, President Qin is in his office. I want to accompany you inside. Okay, Jian Ran nodded. It was Jian Ran's first time in the president's office. Although the man seated within was her husband, a tinge of awkwardness lingered in her heart. She politely knocked on the door, and upon hearing the invitation to enter, she stepped inside. Qin Yu was on a phone call, and upon seeing her, he gestured for her to wait a moment. Engaged in a conversation entirely in English, filled with technical jargon Jian Ran could not comprehend, she found herself surveying the office. The decor mirrored the neat and simple style she associated with Qin Yu. After a few minutes, he concluded the call and turned to her. Why don't you sit? In Jian Ran's eyes, this was the president's office. He hadn't invited her to sit, and as a mere employee, she felt too timid to take a seat unbidden. Did you need something? She countered, casting aside his question with one of her own. Did he really need a specific reason to seek her out? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, stating, overtime. You wanted to work overtime here? Jian Ran pointed to herself, emphasizing, I'm an employee in the business department, not your secretary. Double salary, he replied succinctly, glancing at her before returning to his work. Double salary. That phrase was undeniably enticing. For the sake of money, Jian Ran acquiesced, smiling as she asked, what can I do? Keep me company, Qin Yu said, not lifting his gaze. Upon hearing this, Jian Ran felt her cheeks warm, likely turning crimson. His tone was commanding. Yet to her ears, it sounded sweet, and she whispered in a voice only she could hear, oh, okay. Jian Ran hoped for more time by his side, to understand him better, allowing their future together to flourish in deeper harmony. Now, being able to stay by his side while also receiving a double salary is indeed a fortunate circumstance. How could she possibly object? However, Qin Yu is genuinely overwhelmed with work, leaving him little time to attend to her, as calls come in incessantly. Chapter 78. Feed me at this moment. Jian Ran finally comprehends why Qin Yu predominantly communicates in English during work. He originally belonged to Shang Tian. It is evident that his capabilities have been acknowledged. Given his appointment as the president of innovative technology by Shang Tian, observing Qin Yu's recent performance, it is clear that he is exceptionally competent. Lost in thought, Jian Ran's gaze fixates on Qin Yu's face, unable to look away. He perpetually wears a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, seldom removing them except when he sleeps. With glasses, he appears mature and composed, while without them, he seems somewhat softer. Nevertheless, whether adorned with glasses or not, he cannot conceal his inherent elegance and the striking beauty that could incite envy among gods and mortals alike. Suddenly, Jian Ran recalls a popular online quip. A man in glasses appears refined and genteel, captivating hearts with his seemingly cultured appearance, while in reality, he may be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Memories of a charity gala flood her mind, where Qin Yu had genuinely frightened her, embodying that very notion. No. She quickly shakes her head, chastising herself for such thoughts. Having chosen to forget that day's events, she should not indulge in such frivolous musings. Engrossed in her thoughts, Jian Ran remains oblivious to the gentle gaze Qin Yu has cast upon her. Her head shakes, her hands pat her face, her brows furrow, and her lips pout. Her expressions are a vivid testament to her immersion in her own reverie. Qin Yu watches her, curiosity piqued. What could her inner world possibly entail? Would she permit him to step inside and take a glimpse? Perhaps it is the intensity of Qin Yu's gaze that finally jolts Jian Ran back to reality. She raises her eyes to meet his, only to swiftly avert her gaze, instinctively wishing to evade his scrutiny. What are you thinking? In nothing. Upon hearing her denial, Qin Yu refrains from probing further, redirecting his attention to his work. While Qin Yu is occupied, Jian Ran feels it inappropriate to disturb him, opting to sit quietly. However, it is not long before Su Huai arrives with a box of pastries and milk, smiling as she presents them to Jian Ran. Mrs. Qin, this is what President Qin asked me to prepare for you. Gratefully acknowledging Su Huai, Jian Ran approaches Qin Yu's desk with the pastries, cheerfully inquiring, "Would you like to have some?" Qin Yu responds with that simple nasal sound. Jian Ran nudges the plate closer to him, then have a bite before getting back to work. Even machines cannot operate continuously for 24 hours, let alone you, a human. Feed me. Without lifting his head, Qin Yu utters those words. Feed you? How can he deliver such an ambiguous request with such solemnity? It leaves her pondering whether he is oblivious to the suggestive implications of the act or if he is merely teasing her. Her heart races uncontrollably. Yet, looking at Qin Yu, who remains engrossed in his work, it is apparent he harbors no ulterior motives. He merely requires his hands to be free. Fine. Jian Ran concedes that she has overthought yet again. She picks up a piece of cake and holds it to Qin Yu's mouth. Here, open wide. Qin Yu's focus remains on the data displayed on his computer screen, yet he obediently opens his mouth and takes a bite. He devours a significant portion, leaving only a small remnant. Once he finishes, Jian Ran offers him another piece. Uncertain if it is intentional or accidental, he bites down, inadvertently nibbling her fingers as well. He does not apply much pressure. It is akin to a gentle suckling of a babe, sending a tingling sensation coursing through Jian Ran's entire being. Startled, she withdraws her hand, her cheeks flushing once more. Finally, Qin Yu's gaze shifts from the screen to Jian Ran, and he casually remarks, "Are you teasing a monkey?" Jian Ran. Did she once again misinterpret his intentions? Perhaps he does not harbor the thoughts she attributed to him. She extends another piece of cake. Then have another one. Isn't it rather boring to stay here with me? Qin Yu does not take another bite. Instead, he poses a question. Not all. Being home alone isn't much better. Here, I can at least converse with you, Jian Ran replies, feeling there is no downside. The most compelling aspect remains his earlier mention of the double salary. Jian Ran. Qin Yu calls her name. His voice is magnetic and charming as ever. Having spent 2 to 3 months together, she still finds the way he pronounces her name delightful. As the sound escapes her lips, Qin Yu reaches out and pulls her onto his lap. Jian Ran gasps, instinctively placing her hands against his chest, her body rigid with shock. Her voice trembling as she protests, "Qin Yu, not here. Not here. What do you mean by that?" He gently brushes aside the stray hairs from her forehead, his eyes fixed on her with a serious intensity. Jian Ran. Initially, she thought he was about to repeat his actions from that night. But observing Qin Yu now, it seems he has no intention of pursuing anything untoward. Once again, she has overthought the situation. How could she dare to tell him what not to do here? In the past, when she wished to evade questions, Qin Yu would always be understanding, never pressing her for answers. Today, however, Qin Yu seems determined to extract from her what she means by not here. Held firmly in his embrace, and experiencing such closeness for the first time, Jian Ran's mind becomes a whirlpool of confusion, leaving her at a loss for excuses. At this moment, she wishes she could retreat into her own shell, escaping the need to respond. Qin Yu's gaze remains unwavering, focused and earnest, seemingly communicating through his eyes that he will not relent until he receives an answer. Jian Ran longs to flee, but escape proves impossible. His arm, though seemingly light upon her waist, possesses an undeniable strength that renders her unable to break free. After a futile struggle, Jian Ran surrenders. Perhaps her mind is hazy, but under Qin Yu's watchful gaze, she reaches up, wrapping her arms around his neck, and kisses him. No, it is not merely a kiss, it is a bite. As if avenging that night, seeking to return all he had done to her. In matters of romance, Jian Yu lacks experience, yet in the realm of business, he is a formidable top-tier boss. With only a moment's hesitation, he seizes the initiative, kissing her fiercely. Suddenly, a knock reverberates through the room. Lu Yong pushes the door open, President Jian. The two, caught in a passionate embrace, instantly part ways. Jian Ran desires to escape, but Jian Yu holds her firmly in place, his tone darkening. What is it? Chapter 79. What does not here mean having been by Jian Yu's side for over a decade? Lu Yong knows that after knocking, entering without a response is permissible. In all those years, they had never anticipated witnessing such an intimate and suggestive scene in Jian Yu's office. Yet, despite never having encountered such a scenario, Lu Yong's quick reflexes kick in. Nothing, he hastily declares, closing the door behind him as if fleeing. Should he dare to mention anything? He knows well that their president would find a way to retaliate. Do not be deceived by the seemingly noble and elegant demeanor of their president. His true methods are chillingly ruthless. While others may be unaware, those who have been with him for years are all too familiar. What happened? Su Hui's voice calls out from behind Lu Yong. I fear I may not live for long, he laments. Recalling the dark glare Jian Yu had directed at him moments ago, Lu Yong can already foresee a long period of uncomfortable days ahead. Although it was not his intention to sabotage the president's endeavors, the fact remains that he did cause disruption, and their esteemed president would not concern himself with the reasons behind it. Su Hui shot him a glare and remarked, What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Yong, with his head hung low, sorrowfully lamented, I just ruined President Jian's plans. He will surely make me work overtime, possibly to my demise. Su Hui patted Lu Yong on the shoulder and raised her thumb in admiration. Knowing Mrs. Jian is inside, and yet you dared to enter without summons. I commend your audacity. What? Lu Yong felt unjustly treated, recalling how President Jian never engaged in anything beyond work within the office. Su Hui rolled her eyes at him, her expression conveying a sense of deserved reprimand. After being by President Jian's side for over a decade, your professional growth has been remarkable. But when did your emotional intelligence decline to match his? This was a blatant mockery of President Jian's lack of emotional awareness. Meanwhile, the president, who was the target of their jest, was lost in a tender embrace, momentarily setting aside work to savor the beauty of the moment with Jian Ran. Jian Yu cradled Jian Ran's head and kissed her once more, this time with a gentler touch. He softly pressed his lips against hers, savoring the unique flavor they possessed. Jian Ran, her hands draped around his neck, instinctively tightened her grip, her eyes closed as she absorbed the sensations of his kiss. She sensed that Jian Yu's kissing lacked technical finesse. Instead, he was expressing his affection in his own distinctive manner. While kissing her, she could feel the inherent dominance within him, yet also his tender care and attentiveness towards her. Having been married for merely 3 months, the likelihood of truly understanding one another in such a brief time was slim. Nonetheless, Jian Ran chose to believe that Jian Yu was someone she could trust for a lifetime. She believed that if they both opened their hearts, they would surely reach a lasting conclusion. Reflecting on the recent events of the banquet, Jian Ran recalled how Jian Yu had given her a chance to explain herself. Yet she found herself unable to articulate her thoughts. She surmised that his outburst stemmed from seeing Gu Nanxing holding her, mistakenly believing there was something between them. However, he did not jump to conclusions based solely on that sight. He had allowed her the opportunity to clarify. It was her inability to explain and her refusal to let him into her heart that incited his anger. No man would relish witnessing his wife in such close proximity to another man. Lu Yong had once placed his hand on her shoulder at the office, and Jian Yu had been unequivocal about his feelings. As her husband, he would feel jealousy if he saw her in such an intimate embrace with another man. If Jian Yu felt envious over an inconsequential figure like Lu Yong, how much more so would he feel regarding Gu Nanxing, with whom she had once been engaged? Had circumstances been different, she might have ended up marrying Gu Nanxing instead of Jian Yu. Jian Yu's outburst was a manifestation of his jealousy, which perhaps was not rooted in love, but rather in his role as her husband. His ability to rein in his temper indicated that he did not wish to hurt her. With this realization, Jian Ran's earlier discomfort and fear dissipated. This formidable man, though often reticent and seldom uttering sweet words, provided her with a profound sense of security whenever she was near him. On the day of their blind date, He had told her that they were adults and should not believe in the existence of love in this world. Thus, their marriage was devoid of romantic affection. Yet, despite the absence of love, Jian Ran had felt Qin Yu's care and affection during their time together, even in the minutiae of daily life. He had never vocalized his concerns, yet she felt them genuinely. For instance, knowing her aversion to the cold, he had secretly prepared gloves and various warming devices for her. One night, she awoke to find his foot enveloping hers, a silent transfer of warmth. It was through these small gestures that he expressed his concern. Such a thoughtful man had become her husband. How could she fail to cherish him? No, she would not allow anyone else to claim him. Now that they were married, he was solely hers. With this thought, Jian Ran's slender arms slipped from his neck and wrapped tightly around his lean waist. If he was reticent, she resolved to take the initiative. Just as Jian Ran reached this conclusion, Qin Yu released her, observing her flushed cheeks and slightly swollen lips. He planted a gentle kiss on her cheek, his rough fingers caressing her lips, his piercing gaze resting quietly upon her. Jian Ran felt shy under his gaze, but did not shy away. Instead, she held his gaze steadily. The depth of his eyes sparkled brighter than anything she had ever witnessed, and in that moment, they contained only her, making her feel like his one and only. However, as Jian Ran reveled in this idyllic scene, Qin Yu's deep, alluring voice cut through the moment. "What did you just say about not being here?" Jian Ran, flustered, grabbed a piece of pastry and stuffed it into Qin Yu's mouth, tried to escape his embrace while casting him a reproachful look. Did he not realize that she was reluctant to answer that question? To avoid responding, she had resorted to the art of seduction. How could this man persist in his inquiries? Just when she resolved to take charge and actively embrace their life together, she found herself confronted by this frustratingly obtuse man. Seeing Jian Ran's irritated demeanor, Qin Yu chuckled softly. Jian Ran. Was he mocking her? Despite her irritation, she could not help but acknowledge that he looked remarkably handsome when smiling, a sight captivating enough to hold her gaze and prevent her from wanting to share it with anyone else. Just as she was about to descend into another spiral of thoughts, Qin Yu approached her, gently ruffling her hair and asking, "Can we go home now?" What did this man mean by that? Taken at face value, it was a simple invitation to return home together. Yet when paired with his previous comment about not being here, the implication became rather ambiguous. Jian Ran shot him an exasperated glare. "Speak plainly. Don't be so ambiguous with your words and make me guess." Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. What ambiguity? Confronted with his sincere, unclouded gaze, Jian Ran felt reassured that he was indeed merely suggesting they go home, realizing once more that she had overthought the matter. "It's nothing," she blushed again, recognizing that her imagination had run wild. To mask her thoughts, she linked her arm with his. "Let us go home." Home. Their shared home. Meanwhile, Gu Nanqing received internal news indicating that Shang Tian had acquired innovation 6 months prior. His recent declaration that Gu's company would no longer collaborate with innovation effectively forfeited any chance of working with Shang Tian. Yi Guocheng of the Yi family was unafraid to offend Gu's company and pursued collaboration with innovation, suggesting that Yi's family had long been privy to this information. Hong Linjiang observed Gu Nanqing with concern. "Gu Xiao, we should return to Kyoto. This matter is best left for Gu Zong to handle. You may not possess the capacity to manage it." Hong Linjiang withheld the latter part of his thoughts. Gu Nanqing, infuriated, shouted, "Return? Return to what?" Before coming to Jiangbei, he had assured the shareholders that this trip would secure a partnership with Shang Tian. Now, not only had he failed to meet with Liu Qin, but he had also stumbled significantly due to the issues surrounding innovation technology. He had no face left to return home. To return to Kyoto in splendid fashion, one must exert additional effort and find a way to meet Liu Qin, even if it requires kneeling in supplication for a chance at collaboration. In her quest to approach Liu Qin, Gu Nanqing contemplated employing the allure of beauty. Unfortunately, the uselessly gang not only failed to locate the individual in question, but also landed himself in prison. Gu Nanqing insisted, "You must come up with a plan to extricate Li Gang." When it came to matters of seduction, Gu Nanqing trusted Li Gang far more than the assigned Hong Linjiang, whom he dared not utilize lightly. "Very well, I shall devise another scheme," Hong Linjiang replied, departing at once. Once Hong Linjiang was gone, Gu Nanqing slammed his fist onto the desk in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it! How could we not have discovered that the force behind Qin is Shang Tian?" Suddenly, everything became clear. If Qin Yu was indeed associated with Shang Tian, then Chief Chen Sheng of the Jiangbei Public Security Bureau would undoubtedly extend him favor. Since Qin Yu was linked to Sheng Tian, he would also attend the charity gala hosted by Liu Qin. It was precisely because of his ties to Sheng Tian that he remained unfazed upon learning of the Gu family's withdrawal from their collaboration with Chuangxin. Had he known earlier that the individual named Qin was affiliated with Sheng Tian, he would not have made such a hasty decision, which now bound him. Aging. Jinxin approached Gu Nanqing from behind, gently massaging his back and softly advising, "Do not let anger consume you. It is detrimental to your health." "How did your conversation with Ran Ran go?" Gu Nanqing, still agitated, replied tersely. Jinxin, undeterred, maintained her gentle smile. "Aging, you are well aware of Ran Ran's temperament. If she is unwilling to do something, no one can force her. I asked you to persuade her because I believed you could succeed. Now, you merely offer me these futile remarks." Gu Nanqing began to reprimand her, but mid-sentence, an idea sparked in his mind. Wasn't he seeking a beauty? The woman before him was indeed a vivid embodiment of allure. Although Jinxin did not possess the stunning beauty of Jian Ran, she was undeniably charming in her own right. Particularly when they engaged in their intimate moments, Jinxin's performance could only be described as enchantingly seductive. Gu Nanqing believed that sometimes a man's attraction to a woman extends beyond mere physical appearance. Prowess in bed also holds significant importance. Reflecting on this, Gu Nanqing swiftly altered his demeanor, cradling Jinxin's face and saying, "Xin, I have encountered numerous challenges in recent days, and my emotions erupted. Surely, you can empathize with me." Jinxin smiled. "As your fiancé, if I did not understand you, who will? I currently face a very challenging predicament. Would you be willing to assist me?" Gu Nanqing's eyes gleamed with hope. If Liu Qin could take a liking to Jinxin, the prospect of collaboration would be within reach. Jinxin nodded. "Speak, and I shall do my utmost." "Xin, allow me to savor your essence once more." Gu Nanqing swept Jinxin into his arms and strode towards a room, where soon the sounds of their mingled breaths filled the air. Occasionally, one could hear Gu Nanqing calling out the name Ran Ran, while Jinxin, her eyes covered by him, could only listen to his utterances of another's name. From their first encounter until now, during each intimate moment, Gu Nanqing would cover her eyes or shield his own, always invoking the name of someone else. Initially, Jinxin was indifferent, as this man had been taken from Jian Ran. Later, she felt a pang of jealousy. But now it mattered little. Regardless of the name on his lips, the one he truly desired was her, and only her. Over the years, Jinxin was the sole woman publicly acknowledged as the future daughter-in-law of the Gu family, the only one Gu Nanqing had officially recognized as his fiancée. Who could possibly rival her? Jian Ran? Huh. Jinxin laughed and cried simultaneously, fearing that after tonight, there would be no refuge left for Jian Ran in Jiangbei. She did not wish for such an outcome, for Jian Ran was her own sister. Yet, Jian Ran's stubbornness and refusal to heed advice compelled her to force a confrontation, ultimately leading to her disgraceful departure. Before returning home, Qin Yu accompanied Jian Ran to the supermarket to purchase the meat and vegetables for lunch. At the entrance, a stall selling roasted chestnuts caught Jian Ran's eye. She loved them and always bought some when visiting. The vendor, a friendly middle-aged woman, recognized Jian Ran from her frequent visits. While filling Jian Ran's bag with chestnuts, the woman inquired, "Dear, is that behind you your boyfriend or your husband?" Women are naturally curious, especially when it comes to a striking couple, and this was no exception. Upon hearing the question, Jian Ran instinctively turned to glance at Qin Yu. He patiently stood by her side, carrying her bags without a hint of impatience. Turning back, she smiled at the vendor, declaring, "He is my husband." The moment those words escaped her lips, Jian Ran felt as though she possessed the entire world. It was a joy to proclaim proudly that he was her husband. The chestnut vendor continued, "Sweetheart, many men are willing to accompany you to buy groceries, but few will do so consistently. When you find one, hold on tight. Don't let anyone take him away, or you'll be left in tears." "Yes, I understand." Jian Ran nodded earnestly, thanking the vendor. Indeed, such a wonderful man must not be allowed to slip away. The vendor's words resonated like a parentess advice, reminding Jian Ran of her own mother. Her mother had genuinely cared for her, often expressing her hopes when Jian Ran agreed to become engaged to Gu Nanqing. Ran, I do not wish for you to marry someone wealthy. I only want him to treat you well and cherish you. But I cannot decide for you." At times, Jian Ran longed to call her mother and share the news that she had found the person she wished to spend her life with. Yet, she lacked the courage. Perhaps it was not her own bravery she lacked, but rather the fear of what her mother might face upon receiving the call. Look at how good that husband is, always accompanying his wife to shop. After walking a short distance, the vendor's booming voice reached their ears. Jian Ran glanced up at Qin, smiling. Someone is praising you again. Qin, with one hand carrying bags and the other clasping Jian Ran's, simply replied, yes. Jian Ran rolled her eyes, questioning the need for such coldness. Winter's chill was already biting. Did he intend to turn into a human ice sculpture and freeze her? Just as her frustration peaked, she heard him say, because you are also quite remarkable. At his words, Jian Ran's lips curled into a smile, her brows lifting in delight. They were both exceptional, which is why, amidst countless individuals, they had chosen each other even before love had blossomed. Jian Ran gazed at Qin, straightened back, cautiously linking her arm through his, reminding herself to take a step forward. Perhaps a different horizon awaited her. Mr. Qin, Mrs. Qin, greetings. A sweet voice chimed, and a doll-like Julie skipped over, beaming as she greeted them. Where's your husband? Qin, aware that Julie's appearance meant Ivan was nearby, watched as she pointed to a car not far off, saying in broken Chinese, he asked me to get the butterfly. The vehicle was parked just a short distance away. Its window rolled down. As Jian Ran cast her gaze, she could clearly discern the man seated in the driver's seat, with his tousled black hair and deep brown eyes, as if he had not tended to his appearance for several days. His features bore the distinctive charm of an Italian, with pronounced cheekbones and a prominent nose. Sensing Jian Ran's scrutiny, the man turned his head, their eyes met, and he then broke into an enigmatic smile. Jian Ran felt a tad uncomfortable under his gaze and hastily redirected her attention towards Julie, saying, I should have returned the gown myself. And here you are. Come to fetch it. I truly appreciate your help. Not at all, Julie replied, delighted to be away from the villa for a change. It was a rare opportunity, and she was far from feeling inconvenienced. Ivan remained in the car, and Qin did not approach him to greet, although they were ostensibly good friends. Neither seemed inclined to acknowledge the other. Jian Ran couldn't help but glance back at Ivan, the renowned Italian designer who was her idol. However, this Ivan was somewhat different from the charismatic and sunlit figure depicted in online images. The man before her exuded a sense of rebelliousness. Years ago, Jian Ran had harbored the greatest aspiration of traveling to Italy to study under Ivan. To enable her dream, her mother had sold a cherished emerald bracelet, passed down through generations, to fund her journey. As long as it brings you joy, my dear, anything I do is worthwhile, her mother had said. Yet, her father intercepted the funds, dictating her academic path against her wishes, compelling her to abandon her dream of becoming a wedding dress designer. Ultimately, the money meant for Jian Ran's education was diverted to support Jian Xian's studies in the United States, leaving Jian Ran bereft of her opportunity. Now, her idol was mere feet away, almost within reach, evoking a complex mix of excitement and longing. She yearned to approach Ivan and inquire if he was still accepting apprentices, offering her services without pay, merely for the chance to work alongside him. Yet, she subdued this impulse. After all, she was not alone. And any decision she made must consider Qin Yu's feelings, for selfishness was not an option. After retrieving the gown, Jian Ran escorted Julie downstairs. Due to a minor incident that evening, she had restitched the dress and felt compelled to apologize to the original designer. As she approached the vehicle, the man inside spoke up, Mrs. Qin, your man is rather unappealing. Here I am, yet he pretends not to see me. Jian Ran was taken aback by the fluency of this mixed-blood individual's Mandarin and replied, that's just how Qin Yu is. He generally prefers silence. Please don't take offense. Take offense? I have no interest in engaging with him. Ivan smirked. Considering how lovely you are, I shall lend him the gown for a day without charging rent. Jian Ran responded with a smile. Thank you. Ivan continued. How courteous of you, Mrs. Qin. Yet, your Mr. Qin, despite our familiarity, carries a perpetual frown. Who is he trying to impress? Chapter 82. Schemes at dinner. The staff gathering for innovation technology was held in a spacious multifunctional restaurant at the Lily Pavilion, accommodating over 200 guests. 10 tables were set, with the CEO and top executives seated at the head table, while others were arranged in descending order of rank. A colossal LED screen adorned the wall, continuously showcasing the latest promotional advertisements for innovation. It seemed that since being acquired by Xingtian, the company's promotional image had elevated significantly. In essence, innovation had become a subsidiary under the auspices of Shengtian, a powerful entity that ensured its safety from hunger and bullying. Dinner commenced at 7 in the evening, with guests arriving around 5, indulging in merriment, singing, and dancing. Jian Ran arrived somewhat late, just as most attendees had gathered. Since Qin Yu had asked her to wait for him, she obliged and entered together with him. However, he had to attend to urgent matters and left with his assistants, Lu and Su. Having come to terms with certain realizations, Jian Ran no longer feared the exposure of her relationship with Qin Yu. They were legally married. Why should their union evoke the secrecy of an affair? Initially, she had hesitated to disclose their marriage to colleagues, fearing gossip and further attacks. Yet, recent encounters with the past had proven many fears exaggerated. She could now face Gunan Jing, who had betrayed her, and even confront Jian Xian, who had wronged her, with newfound composure. Hearing her mother's hurtful words no longer pierced her heart as they once had. She understood she was not alone. With Qin Yu by her side, she felt emboldened. Jian Ran, you finally made it, Lin Mei exclaimed, momentarily pausing her duet with Wang Wei Ming upon spotting Jian Ran. You've missed quite a bit of fun. Indeed, I see you all have been enjoying yourselves, Jian Ran replied with a smile. Yes, we had a splendid time. Just waiting for you, Feng Jingjing chimed in, leaning closer to Jian Ran and whispering, I haven't mentioned a word about that day. Jian Ran smiled in gratitude. Thank you. Zhao Junqing, who had been mingling with the management team, approached with a drink. Since everyone is here, let me raise a toast to all of you. Manager Zhao, your scarf matches Jian Ran's, albeit in a different color. I recall this design was a city-wide limited edition. By the time I sought to purchase it, it was already sold out. Feng Jingjing, a local with an affluent background, was well-versed in luxury fashion. Zhao Junqing adjusted her vibrant red scarf, smiling, indeed. It cost me half a month's salary. By the way, Jian Ran, how much did you spend on yours? For me, it was quite expensive. My heart ached when I swiped my card, Jian Ran confessed. Initially, she had intended to buy just one for Qin Yu, but ended up purchasing 2, which had indeed caused her distress at the checkout. Given that you typically carry non-luxury bags, I'm surprised you splurged on a scarf. Zhao Junqing remarked with a knowing smile before turning away. Jian Ran discerned the veiled insinuation, but remained unfazed. She had nothing to fear as she conducted herself with integrity. Jian Ran, why not sing a song? Lin Mei urged, handing her the microphone. Which song would you like to perform? I can help you choose. After a moment's contemplation, Jian Ran replied, Let us go with Xiao Sa Zhou Yi Hui. She intended to use this song to bid farewell to her past grievances, affirming that no one could harm her again. As the introduction began, everyone joined in, swaying to the rhythm. However, just as Jian Ran was about to begin singing, the largest LED screen on the wall transformed from a promotional advertisement into a series of photographs. Jian Ran, look at the big screen. Hearing Lin Mei's voice, Jian Ran lifted her gaze. The screen was filled with images of her and Qin Yu together. Some captured him gazing tenderly at her, others showed her smiling at him. And there were even photos of Qin Yu kissing her, a myriad of moments. Had she not seen these photographs today, Jian Ran would have been unaware of the sheer joy she had experienced in her relationship with Qin Yu. Yet, the images appeared to be taken from a hidden angle. They were not pictures she and Qin Yu had posed for, sending a chill down her spine. Who could have taken these photographs? The first person that came to her mind was Ma Dana. Ma Dana had always harbored jealousy towards her, constantly scheming against her, and had the best opportunity to stalk and capture candid shots. Beside Ma Dana, who else could it be? Jian Ran contemplated every possible individual, oblivious to the myriad of peculiar gazes directed her way. Jian Ran, how could this happen? Lin Mei tugged at Jian Ran's arm. Initially, the audience viewed the earlier photographs as mere snippets from a romantic drama. However, as the slideshow continued, the tone shifted dramatically, revealing compromising images of Jian Ran in a low-cut outfit, photographs of her being escorted into a hotel by a stranger, and numerous scandalous headlines that even her future brother-in-law would covet. Jian Ran stared at those images, at the accusations hurled at her. Scenes from 3 years ago resurfaced in her mind. The betrayal of a lover that rendered her the outcast of the Jian family, her father unable to feign affection any longer. Her sister, Jian Xian, had weaponized the internet, inciting the public to dox her, resulting in her being cornered and assaulted. Ultimately, she was forced to leave Kyoto, the place of her birth and upbringing. Alongside Ling Feiyu, she arrived in Jiangbei, where they both endeavored to carve out a life for themselves. Just as they began to see some success, those malevolent individuals and their misdeeds once again assailed her. Clenching her teeth and fists, Jian Ran vowed this time she would not allow them to triumph. Chapter 83. The shameless mistress, the multitude of scrutinizing gazes, the incessant whispers, the pointed fingers. The scene seemed to revert to 3 years prior. The cacophony of insults, accusations, and derision echoed all around. Those who were entirely uninvolved and ignorant of the truth stood up to condemn her based solely on snippets of gossip. They positioned themselves atop their moral high ground, self-righteously casting aspersions upon others, oblivious to the fact that they were merely following the crowd to inflict harm. The colossal LED screen continued to broadcast Jian Ran's humiliating past, and the eyes of hundreds of company employees were fixated upon her. Once again, she found herself the target of derision. Dogs truly cannot change their nature. Knowing that President Qin is married, she still engages in such behavior. At last, someone broke the silence, triggering a cascade of discussions. Indeed, one should never judge by appearances. How deceptive they can be. Yes, she seemed like a decent girl, yet turns out she is that kind of person. President Qin must be unaware of her past. If he knew, he wouldn't associate with such a woman. Other comments Jian Ran heard were no longer capable of inflicting harm, but one particular statement struck her to the core. Regardless of how others perceived and spoke of her, she remained indifferent. However, she deeply cared about Qin Yu's opinion and whether he would believe in her. She had always refrained from discussing her past with him, especially not about her family, precisely because of the shame associated with her history, her family, and her relatives. Qin Yu was so exceptional in every conceivable aspect. His eloquence, demeanor, competence, intellect, and looks all rendered him a paragon of excellence. At times, Jian Ran felt as though Qin Yu was a rare artifact displayed in a museum, something beautiful to behold yet forever out of reach. She did not want Qin Yu to look down upon her, nor did she wish for him to disdain her family, or to perceive her as a woman who casually entices men. How would Qin Yu view her? Would he regard her the same way these others did? As she pondered, she overheard someone call out, "Manager Zhao, Jian Ran is your department's employee. Please say something." Zhao Junqing, reluctantly pushed by the crowd's encouragement, took the stage with a microphone and said, "Jian Ran is a member of the business department, and her work performance speaks for itself. As for her private life, that is her own affair, and I have no authority over it. It is often said that the first bird to stick its head out gets shot." Zhao Junqing was not foolish. Even if she had a hand in this affair, she remained in the shadows, unwilling to offend anyone. The one to expose the truth would be that foolish Madana, who was willing to pay any price to take revenge on Jian Ran. After today's uproar, Jian Ran would no longer be able to show her face at Chuangxin Technology, and her superior could simply continue as an uninformed bystander. Post-incident, she would still be the manager of the business department. With the acquisition of Chuangxin by Sheng Tian, that managerial position was all the more critical for her, and Jian Ran was an existence she could not tolerate. Wang Weiming shook his head in disappointment as he looked at Jian Ran, his eyes seemingly conveying that he once regarded her as a goddess, only to discover she was that kind of woman who had engaged in such shameless acts. Feng Jingjing silently observed Jian Ran, her slightly upturned lips betraying her true thoughts as she awaited the unfolding drama. The gazes of other colleagues in the business department were similarly fixed upon Jian Ran, all watching with the anticipation of a spectator to show. Jian Ran. Lin Mei looked at her, gently tugging at her sleeve. Is this all true? Is it really true? Some things were initially fabricated, yet when repeated enough, how can anyone discern the truth? Jian Ran took a deep breath, straightened her back, lifted her chin, and in her 5-inch heels, walked onto the stage, positioning herself beneath the LED screen. With a faint smile gracing her lips, she surveyed the audience who were eager to see her humiliation. Indeed, the disdainful and contemptuous glances cast her way made her feel as though she were a most heinous criminal. She grasped another microphone and, maintaining her smile, addressed the crowd. "I do not care who orchestrated today's events from behind the scenes. I shall reserve the right to pursue legal accountability." "Ha, Madonna." Having arrived at some point, scoffed derisively, "You once seduced your future brother-in-law, entered a hotel with a man, and now you're trying to lure a married man?" Upon hearing Ma Dana's voice, Jian Ran turned her gaze, her expression a mix of amusement and disdain. Ma Dana felt a chill at Jian Ran's stare and quickly averted her eyes, continuing, "You shameless harlot, how dare you speak of holding others legally accountable? If anyone should be sued, it is you, the disgraceful mistress." So it was indeed Ma Dana scheming in the shadows. Yet Jian Ran believed that Ma Dana alone could not be responsible. There had to be more. But who could that person be? Her gaze shifted to Zhao Junxing beside her, recalling the words Zhao had uttered moments earlier. However, both Zhao Junxing and Ma Dana were individuals she had only recently met in Jiangbei, given their backgrounds. It should have been impossible for them to unearth such intricate details about her past. They must have someone else backing them. Could it be Gu Nanxing? Or perhaps Jian Xin? Though Gu Nanxing was a petty person, he lacked the audacity to incite public opinion against a powerless woman. Moreover, today's events bore an uncanny resemblance to those of 3 years ago, and the director behind that performance. Jian Xin, Ohat Dan Xin, you truly are a wonderful sister. Clinging to the last vestiges of sisterly affection, I refrained from confronting you directly, leaving home to seek a new life. Why then must you pursue me so relentlessly? Do you not realize that even a cornered rabbit will bite? Jian Ran narrowed her eyes slightly, shaking her head in a bitter smile, when suddenly someone shouted, "A woman like you should just resign and leave. Spare us the embarrassment." Once again, voices rose. Manager Zhao remained indifferent, and the HR department was reluctant to wade into murky waters. It was suggested they wait for General Qin to arrive and handle the situation. Hearing this, Jian Ran's body trembled involuntarily, although a smile lingered on her face. Her heart was gradually engulfed by panic and chaos. Yet, beyond the turmoil, an overwhelming sense of hatred surged within her. How would Qin Yu perceive her? Would he believe she was the kind of woman they claimed? Had her hard-won happiness to be so cruelly extinguished by her sister's machinations? Chapter 84. Relationship exposed in that moment. Jian Ran found herself questioning the purpose of her years of silent endurance and suffering. She had once thought that by escaping her unfeeling family, she could finally find peace. But now, Gu Nanxing relentlessly tormented her, while Jian Xin schemed in the shadows, like malevolent spirits from the depths of hell, slowly eroding her happiness. How could they? At this juncture, Madonna approached Jian Ran, lowering her voice with a smirk. "Jian Ran, I told you, no matter the cost, I will ensure you suffer." Madonna's triumphant laughter pierced Jian Ran's heart. While Jian Xin and Gu Nanxing could inflict pain because she had once cared for them, what about you, Madonna? Did she even have the right? With a scoff, Jian Ran raised her hand and struck Madonna fiercely, leaving 5 red marks across her cheek. Madonna, clutching her stinging face, glared at Jian Ran with venom. "You filthy bitch. Do you dare hit me again?" But before she could finish, Jian Ran retaliated with another slap. Sometimes words failed, action spoke louder. With 2 slaps exchanged, Madonna was not one to back down easily. She lunged at Jian Ran, seizing her hair and yanking it with force. Jian Ran gritted her teeth against the pain, but held back a cry. Observing the situation, she noted that Madonna was shorter than her but wore higher heels, a potential advantage she could exploit. Though Jian Ran appeared slender, years of self-reliance had imbued her with unexpected strength. As they tussled near the edge of the stage, Jian Ran pushed with all her might, causing Madonna to wobble and, unable to regain her balance, tumble off the stage. In her fall, however, Madonna clutched Jian Ran's hair, dragging her down as well. Fortunately, the entire multifunction hall was carpeted, and the fall was less painful than anticipated. Madonna stood up and declared, "We have many married women here, surely some with unfaithful husbands. Don't you all despise such mistresses?" Knowing she couldn't take Jian Ran down alone, Madonna aimed to incite public outrage, rallying others to her cause. With her background in public relations, and Zhao Junxing fanning the flames beside her, some bystanders were roused to join in. "Shameless. Just leave, mistress." A chorus of insults echoed in Jian Ran's ears and heart. When she fell, she had twisted her ankle, and it took several attempts to stand. The injury was to her left foot, leaving her to bear her weight on the right. The scene eerily reminded her of 3 years prior. Once again, she could only watch as others hurled insults, powerless to act. As she observed and listened, her vision blurred. "Assistant Sue, what is going on?" A low, chilling voice cut through the chaos, and everyone turned to see Qin Yu striding in with Lu Yong and Su Huai. Upon hearing his voice, Jian Ran quickly adjusted her hair and stood tall, resolute not to lose face before him. Meanwhile, Madonna and Zhao Junxing exchanged glances, their lips curling into smug smiles. Qin Yu's arrival signaled the beginning of the real drama. The thought of Jian Ran being abandoned and scorned by him delighted Madonna. Qin Yu, clad in a tailored silver-gray suit, maintained an air of calm and elegance as he approached. Instinctively, the crowd parted, their eyes fixated on him as he moved. Yet, his gaze was solely on Jian Ran, who stood at the center of the storm. He noticed her clenched fists, her pale lips, and her feigned smile, an illusion of indifference. Although she appeared to smile, Qin Yu perceived the silent tears she held back, yearning to wipe away her hidden sorrow. Jian Ran, in turn, gazed at him, not directly, for fear of encountering his disdainful gaze or hearing hurtful words. Yes, she was afraid, and thus, she dared not meet his eyes. She sensed him drawing closer, closer. Finally, he stood beside her, calling her name as he'd done countless times before. Jian Ran. She replied softly, as always. Yet she couldn't bring herself to meet his gaze. You have me. His rough yet gentle hand caressed her cheek, and he pressed a tender kiss to her forehead. His voice low and soothing. Jian Ran, look at me. In that moment, all surrounding sounds faded, and every eye was riveted on the two of them. General Qin, look at the big screen. See what she has done, and you will understand the truth of her character. Madonna, witnessing Qin Yu's sympathetic gaze toward Jian Ran, momentarily lost her composure and shouted out. Qin Yu turned slightly, fixing his piercing gaze on the speaker, a chilling light flickering in his eyes. Assistant Liu. Just a glance from him sent Madonna stumbling back, silenced by fear. Liu Yong stepped forward. General Qin, I will ensure a thorough investigation into today's events. My wife's reputation cannot be tarnished by these lowly individuals. Wife. The crowd gasped at Liu Yong's words, eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be that Jian Ran was truly the one he referred to as his wife? Jian Ran bit her lip, finally meeting Qin Yu's gaze, wanted to smile. Yet tears betrayed her, cascading down her cheeks. Seeing her in distress tightened Qin Yu's heart. He leaned down to kiss her tears, but with each kiss, her tears only flowed more freely, continuing for quite some time. Chapter 85. You cannot afford to offend Mrs. Qin. After a moment, Qin Yu raised his head, surveying the assembled crowd, his expression as frigid as the bitter weather. Madonna, sensing the tide turning, attempted to slip away. Miss, you have harmed my wife. Do you think you can leave unscathed? Qin Yu's voice rang out, and immediately, security personnel blocked Madonna's path. General Qin, it wasn't Timmy who hurt your wife. It was she, Madonna stammered, but under Qin Yu's icy glare, she quickly fell silent. He continued, Liu Yong, I do not wish for anyone involved to remain in this company. Those who slander my wife will face the corresponding legal consequences. With that, he took Jian Ran's hand, ready to leave. As she stepped forward, a sharp pain shot through her injured ankle, causing her to cry out. What's wrong? Qin Yu inquired immediately. I twisted my ankle, Jian Ran replied, sniffling. No sooner had she spoken than Qin Yu knelt before her, removing her high-heeled shoe in full view of everyone, lifting it into his hands. As he rose once more, he effortlessly swept her up in his arms, disregarding the presence of onlookers, and strode away with purpose. Jian Ran nestled her head against his chest, reminiscent of a small kitten seeking comfort. 3 years prior, during a tumultuous event, no one stood by her side. She had turned away in utter disarray, alone. Today, facing a similar situation, she found herself accompanied by Qin Yu, who willingly became her steadfast support. It was a stroke of fortune in her life to encounter him amidst the vast sea of humanity. Only when Qin Yu's figure, cradling Jian Ran, vanished from sight did the crowd come to their senses, their expressions filled with astonishment. Had their esteemed president just declared Jian Ran to be his wife? Lin Mei widened her eyes, gazing in the direction of Qin Yu and Jian Ran, and with a dawning realization, remarked, so the Mrs. Qin mentioned in the internal company emails is none other than our Jian Ran from the business department. Wang Weiming recalled Jian Ran's words from earlier, where she had claimed to be married. It turned out her husband was indeed their illustrious president. After the initial surprise, a wave of anxiety washed over everyone, particularly those who had recently partaken in the verbal assault. Su Huai trailed after Qin Yu, while Liu Yong remained to manage the aftermath. The company had intended to host a delightful gathering for its employees, yet had been derailed by a chaotic spectacle. Liu Yong surveyed the scene and remarked, If you all enjoy causing a ruckus so much, then there's no need for a meal. He added that they would discuss the events of the day one by one. Liu Yong then turned to Madonna, a cold smile gracing his lips. Is Mrs. Qin someone you can provoke? He advised her to be more discerning in her future endeavors. Realizing she had stirred a hornet's nest, Madonna felt a surge of panic and quickly sought help from Zhao Junqing. Zhao Junqing, cunning as a fox, had already devised an escape plan before confronting Madonna. Should Madonna falter, she would undoubtedly drag Zhao down with her. Thus Zhao left no evidence linking her to Madonna. Even if Madonna accused her, there would be few who would believe her. Zhao Junqing coolly addressed Madonna. Miss Ma, did you need something? The chill in her tone made Madonna acutely aware of her stance. Without proof of collaboration, should Zhao deny any involvement, Madonna would only embarrass herself. With no support from Zhao, Madonna searched the crowd for Su Yui, but upon catching her gaze, Su quickly averted her eyes, unwilling to assist. Liu Yong wasted no time in calling the police, handing the matter over to them for investigation while they awaited the outcome. Offending Mrs. Qin would likely result in serious repercussions for those who had acted maliciously, with some facing potential jail time. The Baihe restaurant was conveniently located adjacent to the Innovation Company, merely a few minutes' drive from home. After the driver, Lao Wei, dropped them off, Qin Yu continued to carry Jian Ran, her high heels in hand. As they made their way back, while waiting for the elevator, they encountered an elderly couple residing across the hall. With their children living abroad, the couple often felt lonely. Hence, they displayed great warmth towards the young pair. Having lived there for nearly 3 months, Jian Ran would occasionally exchange pleasantries with them. The elderly couple stared intently at Jian Ran, causing her to feel bashful as she buried her face deeper in Qin Yu's embrace, reluctant to lift her head. The elderly woman, beaming, remarked, "My dear, why are you so shy? There's nothing wrong with being held by your husband. In our day, your uncle carried me several streets." The woman's animated words drew a cough from the older gentleman beside her, who appeared less than pleased. Jian Ran noted the dynamic. The woman was talkative while the man was more reserved, often blushing from her playful remarks. Stealing a glance at Qin Yu, she could only discern the sharp contours of his jaw, unable to gauge his emotions or thoughts. He had remained silent throughout their journey home, his embrace firm yet tender. Inspired by the woman's words, Jian Ran found herself reflecting on the comfort of being held by her husband. Encouraged, she raised her head, smiling at the elderly woman. "Thank you. I understand now." With that, she wrapped her arms tightly around Qin Yu's slender waist, nuzzling against him once more. Feeling a sense of relief, she remained unaware of the slight flush that graced Qin Yu's cheeks. Upon returning home, Qin Yu gently placed Jian Ran on the sofa and turned to retrieve ointment for her sprained ankle. He knelt before her, carefully removing her socks. Her feet were delicate and fair, exuding a youthful charm. His warm hands enveloped her ankle, applying gentle pressure as he massaged it before applying the ointment. Observing his focused demeanor, Jian Ran bit her lip, her gaze shimmering with emotion as she asked, "Qin Yu, do you truly not care about my past?" Qin Yu looked up at her, reaffirming, "Jian Ran, I have long stated that your past is irrelevant to me. What matters is your future, our future." What was she to do? Jian Ran felt tears welling up. Though not typically one to cry, she found herself wanting to weep in Qin Yu's presence, as if to lay bare all her grievances. Yet, she ultimately stifled her tears. She could not cry. She needed to smile more in front of him. She looked at him and smiled. "Our future," Qin Yu replied. "Together, we will forge our future." Jian Ran nodded earnestly. Yes, in the future, there would be both him and her. Chapter 86. Mr. Qin cooks with her ankle sprained. Jian Ran found herself unable to cook, and dinner remained unprepared. Qin Yu graciously offered to take on the culinary duties himself. Seated on the living room sofa, Jian Ran occasionally glanced toward the kitchen, observing the diligent figure of the man within, clad in loungewear and a knitted cardigan, with sleeves rolled up and a cartoon apron that appeared comically small on his tall frame. He was embarking on his first solo culinary endeavor since their marriage. It was evident that he had little experience in the kitchen, and after a considerable time with little progress, Jian Ran felt a twinge of urgency. She hobbled to the kitchen door. "Qin Yu, perhaps I should help." Qin Yu turned to her, frowning slightly. "Stay seated and relax." Jian Ran remained steadfast, pressing her hand to her stomach while gazing at him with longing. "I'm quite hungry." Setting aside the knife, Qin Yu approached her with a serious expression and lifted her effortlessly. "Be obedient." Seizing the moment, Jian Ran leaned in to plant a quick kiss on his cheek. Beaming at him, "Why not bring me a stool? I could direct you." Taken aback by the unexpected kiss, Jian Ran paused momentarily, but complied, placing a chair at the kitchen door for her to sit. "Start by rinsing the rice and putting it in the pot, then wash and chop the vegetables. This way, when the dishes are ready, the rice will be cooked too," Jian Ran instructed. Without a word, Jian Ran diligently followed her directions, every step executed with precision. Watching him, Jian Ran felt a pang of unfairness. How could the heavens gift a man with such striking looks and an equally brilliant mind? Despite this being his first foray into cooking, his movements betrayed a remarkable familiarity, as if he were a seasoned chef rather than a novice. Such talent was a rare gift, no matter the task. He grasped it with ease, even his knife skills exuding an undeniable allure. Jian Ran sighed in awe at her incredible fortune to have encountered such an exceptional man. "Jian Ran, there are things I wish to discuss with you," she began, seizing the opportunity to share some past experiences now that they had the time. In the present day, past events have been unveiled before a multitude of witnesses. Jian Ran must have caught wind of some of it. If she continues to feign ignorance and withholds the truth from him, it would indeed be indefensible. Moreover, she has resolved to forge a life together with him. Thus, clarifying past matters would be the most sincere way to open her heart to him. Turning to Jian Ran, he observed her grave expression and surmised the gravity of what she wished to convey. Prior to their marriage registration, he had diligently investigated every aspect of her past, down to the elementary school she attended. He yearned to pretend he was oblivious, but could not bring himself to deceive her. "Jian Ran, I am aware of everything in your past." "You know everything?" Jian Ran exclaimed, astonished. The realization that her entire history, her family, and all the unfavorable aspects of her life lay bare before this man made her heart ache unexpectedly. Just as sadness began to envelop her, she heard his deep, melodious voice. "What you have not done remains undone. Regardless of how others may slander you, you are still the best, Jian Ran." His tone was serious and earnest, laced with an underlying tenderness for her. 3 years prior, she had been schemed against by Jian Xan, forced to leave her hometown. Apart from Ling Feiyu, everyone had branded her as the woman who seduced her future brother-in-law, labeling her as a promiscuous woman. Now, 3 years later, at last, there was someone who, after learning about that incident, confidently affirmed that she was still the best Jian Ran. And this person was her husband, the man who vowed to share his life with her. Hearing Jian Yu's words, Jian Ran's spirits lifted, and she beamed with joy, suddenly spreading her arms wide. "Will you embrace the best Jian Ran?" Jian Yu wanted to hold her, yet his hands were stained with oil from the meat he had just sliced. In the brief moment of hesitation, Jian Ran had already risen, limping over to him, wrapping her arms around his waist. Her head nestled against his back as she rubbed against him playfully. "Then, Mr. Qin, please promise me to treat the best Jian Ran well, and do not be kind to any other woman." "Be careful with your foot," Jian Yu warned. "You focus on your cooking, and do not mind me," Jian Ran retorted playfully. The problem was that her soft body pressed against him, especially her feminine curves, made it rather challenging for him to concentrate on his cooking, no matter how strong Jian Yu's resolve. Being teased so innocently by this little woman stirred a desire within him. He gently removed her hands and turned to face her, his expression serious. "Do you still wish to eat?" Jian Ran nodded eagerly. "Then sit properly and do not disturb me again," he instructed sternly. "Yes, sir," she replied with a cheeky salute, then limped back to her seat. Observing her excitement, it was evident that the afternoon's events had not dampened her spirits. She felt no fear, for Jian Yu was by her side. Before long, the meal prepared by Jian Yu was ready, and its appearance was quite appealing. Jian Ran quickly picked up her chopsticks to taste it. Not only did it look good, but it also tasted decent, prompting her to question, "Mr. Qin, is this truly your first time cooking?" "Indeed," he replied with a soft hum, offering no further comment. "It's so cold," Jian Ran suddenly remarked. Jian Yu hurried to fetch a coat from the bedroom and draped it over her shoulders. "If you're cold, you should wear something warmer." Silly man, she thought, as she meant that she was cold, yet he seemed oblivious to her hint. Jian Yu's expression darkened as he placed more food into her bowl. "Focus on your meal." It was nearly 10 at night, and Jian Ran was indeed hungry. She picked up her chopsticks and began to eat, occasionally glancing at Jian Yu. At the dining table, Jian Yu was always quiet, engrossed in his meal. A few times, Jian Ran attempted to engage him in conversation, but ultimately gave up. When she finally set down her chopsticks, she remarked, "Mr. Qin, your cooking is quite good. Keep it up, as long as you enjoy it," he responded, and, after finishing, He began to clean up. It was hard to imagine that a man like the once indulged young master Sheng Tian would willingly do such domestic chores for a woman. If his two closest friends were to witness this, they would likely find it utterly amusing. Chapter 87. Gratitude in Love. That night, a gentle rain began to fall. Jiangbei City, a southern locale, experienced a sudden drop in temperature due to the northern cold front. While the southern weather was not as frigid as the north, it lacked the comforting heating systems, leaving them to endure a few chilly days each year, enviously watching their northern companions. Jian Ran wrapped herself in a thin blanket, nestled comfortably on the sofa, engrossed in an entertainment program. The lively debates unfolding on screen ignited her passion. Once upon a time, she had been the captain of the university debate team, and whenever she took the stage, victory was assured, earning her the title of debate goddess among the male students. While Qin Yu toiled away in his study, only Mian kept Jian Ran company. As she became increasingly animated by the debates, she yearned for someone to converse with, but found none. Instead, she chatted with Mian, who could only respond with adorable barks. She cradled Mian in her arms, pointing at the debaters on the screen, proudly declaring, Mian, let me tell you, when I participated in debates back in school, I was far more impressive than they are. Wong. Mian barked, oblivious yet obliging. Jian Ran continued. Those debaters would tremble with fear at the mere mention of my name. Mian, clearly uninterested, whimpered in protest, ready to sleep instead of endure her mother's chatter. Why doesn't Mommy go find Uncle Qin to talk? Why must she cling to me? It seemed to lament. Little one, are you truly unwilling to keep Mommy company for a while? Jian Ran gently ruffled Mian's head. All right, I won't trouble you anymore. You go to sleep. Mian nuzzled her one last time before scampering off to its little bed. Alone again, Jian Ran continued to watch television, yet her attention remained on the study, waiting for Qin Yu to emerge. After a considerable wait, still no sign of him, she decided to take matters into her own hands. Contemplating her next move, Jian Ran made a cup of warm milk, carrying it to the study and knocking on the door. Receiving no invitation, she entered unceremoniously. Mr. Qin, you must be quite tired, she offered, presenting the warm milk with a playful demeanor. I made this for you. Please have a cup. Why aren't you asleep yet? Qin Yu inquired, his focus on his documents, not bothering to look up. Because I'm cold and can't sleep, she replied, though her words carried a deeper implication. Qin Yu glanced at her. She wore a cartoon-themed pink pajama set that accentuated her fair complexion, making her appear even more enchanting. After a momentary gaze, he returned his attention to the computer screen, choosing to ignore her. Jian Ran limped closer and began to massage his shoulders. Mr. Qin, I learned some massage techniques. Would you like a try? Jian Ran, stop fooling around, he admonished, his tone heavier than usual, hinting at annoyance. In truth, Jian Ran had never seen him like this during their time together, and she found his demeanor surprisingly endearing. Yes, it was quite adorable. She leaned in closer, swiftly planting a kiss on his cheek before proudly raising her pink lips, exuding an air of defiance, as if to say, I will kiss you. What do you do about it? Qin Yu endured, not out of reluctance, but rather due to other reasons. After several playful provocations from Jian Ran, if he continued to tolerate her, he would no longer be considered a man. Just as Jian Ran was reveling in her triumph, he swiftly pulled her into his embrace and kissed her decisively. From the outset, Jian Ran was entirely defenseless, for she was utterly inexperienced in matters of kissing. Although Qin Yu was also inexperienced, he possessed an innate understanding as a man, as if he were born to navigate such encounters with an air of expertise. His kiss was assertive from the very beginning, leaving Jian Ran breathless and yearning to escape. However, before she could flee, Qin Yu abruptly released her. His voice low and husky. Jian Ran, I still have some work to attend to. She could sense his lingering desire for her, yet he chose to halt. Jian Ran, although bold, could not directly convey her thoughts. Qin Yu, I wish to bear your children. I will drink the milk. You should go to sleep first, and I will join you shortly, he stated, his voice slightly hoarse, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Oh, then I shall head to bed. The first attempt had ended in failure, leaving Jian Ran feeling quite vexed and embarrassed. Having come this far, how could this man remain oblivious? Did he truly require a cold shower to awaken his senses? With her head hung low, she walked away, mentally berating him. Foolish man, truly a foolish man. Such a man deserves to remain a bachelor for life. Once Jian Ran left, Qin Yu found it impossible to concentrate on work. A man of his intelligence certainly understood the implications of Jian Ran's sudden intrusion into his study, her overtures and attempts at flattery. Yet, he did not wish to engage today. The incident from earlier in the day had once again torn open the wounds Jian Ran had painstakingly healed, thrusting her back into the eye of the storm and forcing her to relive the betrayals and pain of 3 years prior. At that time, she had not surrendered, nor had she cried or screamed, refusing to reveal her inner vulnerability to others. She appeared rational and graceful, yet internally, she was as helpless and fearful as she had been 3 years ago. At the moment when Jian Ran needed someone to stand behind her and offer strength, her husband emerged, standing by her side, providing her with the most robust support, pulling her from the mire and allowing her to step into the sunlight once more. To protect and cherish her, these were his duties as a husband, yet Jian Ran did not perceive it this way. In her heart, she felt gratitude towards him. Unable to repay him monetarily, she sought to please him in the only way she could conceive, yet this cheap gratitude, this offering of herself, was not what Qin Yu desired. He sought her genuine affection, a heartfelt willingness to entrust herself to him, softly proclaiming, "Qin Yu, I wish to be your wife." His desire was that simple. Chapter 88. A lifetime of tying your tie. Upon returning to her room, Jian Ran lay in bed, unable to find sleep, feeling both shy and embarrassed. After mustering the courage to seek out Qin Yu in his study that evening, she had been rebuffed. She could not believe that Qin Yu was unaware of her intentions. His kisses had been so fervent that she had felt. Jian Ran dared not dwell further on this thought, knowing it would certainly lead to a sleepless night filled with embarrassment. Lost in her musings, Qin Yu entered the room, moving with careful caution, as if to avoid disturbing her. What noise could possibly wake her when she was already wide awake? How vexing! Qin Yu lay down beside her, pulling the blanket over her, then sighed softly. He sighed? Jian Ran, feeling frustrated, kicked him lightly. Her kick landed solidly on Qin Yu's thigh, causing him to pause momentarily before he remarked, "Don't cause a ruckus." His tone was one of gentle exasperation, akin to an elder dealing with a mischievous child. Jian Ran retracted her foot, her face flushed as she muttered, "I wasn't causing trouble." Qin Yu called her name again in a low, deep voice, pausing before adding, "I do not wish for you to act against your will. Do you understand?" Initially, Jian Ran did not comprehend, but his words illuminated her understanding. He was concerned she might desire to be with him merely because of their roles, rather than from genuine sentiment. They had been married for 3 months, and this man was still willing to uphold his promise, to wait for her to fully accept him. She turned over and nestled closer, resting her head on his arm. "Yes, I understand." Yet she was not acting against her will. Did he understand that? "Let us sleep," he murmured, gently ruffling her hair. Throughout the long night, countless couples embraced in slumber, their fiery hearts quickening in each other's presence, yet they maintained their final defenses. The next morning, Jian Ran awoke to find Qin Yu seated by the window, perusing the newspaper. Rain continued to fall, casting a gray pall over the day, and he appeared to carry an additional layer of melancholy. "You are awake," he said, as was his custom, turning to greet her warmly upon her waking. Jian Ran nodded, her thoughts drifting back to her earlier boldness, her cheeks flushing a delicate pink. He approached her, grasping her foot suddenly. Jian Ran, startled, instinctively tried to pull away, only to hear Qin Yu say, "I want to check on your foot." "Oh," she replied softly, realizing he was examining her previous injury. Qin Yu applied gentle pressure. "Does it still hurt?" Jian Ran shook her head. "Not at all. Thank you." He released her, instructing, "Go wash up. I will wait for you for breakfast." He took Mian with him, patiently awaiting her return. What an ordinary day, perhaps even mundane. Yet Jian Ran felt an immense sense of contentment. After years, she had finally discovered the warmth of home. At last, someone was willing to accompany her day and night, asking nothing in return, simply desiring to share life with her. Observing his silhouette, Jian Ran's lips curled into a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling with sweetness. At breakfast, an array of nutritious and exquisite dishes awaited her, and with her spirits high, Jian Ran found herself eating more than usual. Qin Yu set down his chopsticks early, silently watching her, as if in an instant, the Jian Ran of 3 years ago had re-emerged, the fiery, spirited woman unafraid of any challenge. This version of Jian Ran radiated vitality, drawing attention yet evoking a desire to protect her tenderly. and he was willing to be the one to cherish her for a lifetime. I've had my fill, she declared, looking up at him with a radiant smile that seemed to warm the chilly atmosphere. Yes, he replied, unable to tear his gaze from her. After a moment, he added, I will be away on a business trip for a few days. Another business trip? A sense of inexplicable melancholy washed over Jian Ran. Yet she masked it with a smile. You may go. I will have Mian to keep me company. Their gazes fell upon Mian, who barked happily in response. As if to assure her of its company, Jian Ran scooped Mian into her arms, stroking its head. Little darling, from now on, you must call him not Uncle Qin, but Daddy. If you wish to be trendy, you can call him Daddy. With that, she turned to Qin Yu, winking playfully. Can Mian call you that? Of course. This was the unspoken sentiment in Qin Yu's heart, yet he merely nodded, his expression calm, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Jian Ran, not wishing to let the matter rest, pressed, say something. Such spirited enthusiasm from her left Qin Yu at a loss, and he finally relented. It's fine. All right. Jian Ran smiled contentedly, releasing her gentle grip and preparing to tidy up before heading to work. Upon returning to her room, she found Qin Yu entering, tie in hand, about to fasten it around his neck. Jian Ran gazed at him, captivated. Noticing her stare, Qin Yu turned his head and asked, What's the matter? Jian Ran looked into his deep eyes, instinctively biting her delicate lip, her thoughts caught in a web of hesitation. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, as if 1,000 unspoken words and myriad emotions surged within her, yet they remained trapped in her throat, never to see the light of day. Qin Yu, taken aback by her gaze, assumed she was lost in trivial worries. He sighed softly, removed the unfinished tie, approached Jian Ran, and gazed firmly into her eyes, saying gently, Do not worry, I will return shortly. His voice was imbued with warmth. Jian Ran smiled at his words, aware that he had misunderstood her feelings. However, she chose not to clarify, simply nodding with a soft smile as she took the tie from his hands and delicately began to fasten it for him. I just want to tie a tie for you once. In the future, let me help you with your ties. Jian Ran lowered her head and spoke softly. In ancient times, men would paint their wives' brows for a lifetime. Today, let me tie your ties for eternity. Since last night, Jian Ran seemed transformed. She no longer dwelled on past grievances and was finally willing to confront the nature of their relationship. Qin Yu was astonished by her change, yet his heart swelled with joy, rippling through him like gentle waves, reaching the depths of his being. Jian Ran continued to concentrate on tying the bow, patiently awaiting his response. With her head bowed, her expression remained concealed, revealing only her long, fluttering eyelashes, reminiscent of delicate fans, seemingly beckoning his tenderness. Unable to resist, Qin Yu gently cupped her slender chin, leaned down, and kissed her. The kiss came suddenly and passionately, causing Jian Ran to stiffen momentarily. Yet, contrary to her usual self, she did not withdraw or refuse, but responded clumsily. Their kiss, voluntary and sweet, lingered until breathlessness compelled them to part. Qin Yu caressed Jian Ran's soft cheek, his lips gradually drifting to her ear as he whispered, Good. His voice was husky and deep, akin to finely ground gravel, carrying warmth. Jian Ran trembled, quickly lowering her head to hide her flushed cheeks, feigning concentration on tying the tie once more, although her hands trembled slightly. She truly missed the determination she felt last night to push Qin Yu into her embrace. After what felt like an eternity, Jian Ran finally finished tying the bow, exhaling a long sigh of relief, and playfully winked at Qin Yu, amused by her antics. Qin Yu affectionately shook his head before planting a gentle kiss on her rosy cheek. Thank you, Mrs. Qin, he said. Jian Ran beamed, glancing at the neatly tied bow, and was reminded of a line of poetry, a ribbon entwined with golden threads, binding hearts as one. I wish to share my heart with you, tying our fates together for a lifetime, she replied with a smile. Today, the atmosphere in the office felt completely different. Jian Ran learned that the business department manager, Zhao Junxing, had been dismissed, leaving the position vacant. All eyes were on her, some filled with envy, others tinged with jealousy, yet many approached her in an attempt to forge connections. The repeated address of Mrs. Qin made Jian Ran feel particularly uneasy. While it was true that she was Mrs. Qin, in the workplace, she was merely Jian Ran, and she had no desire to be identified solely by her marital status. The title seemed to undermine her professional capabilities. Her initial reluctance to disclose her relationship with Qin Yu stemmed from such concerns, and now her fears had materialized. Feng Jingjing exclaimed excitedly, Jian Ran, with manager Zhao Gan. You're the most likely candidate for the business department manager position. To be honest, Jian Ran felt confident in her capabilities. She knew she could compete for the position based on merit. However, in the eyes of others, if she were to attain the role, it would be attributed not to her skills, but rather to her connection with Qin Yu. The entire day was consumed by interactions with colleagues she had barely known before, who now sought to befriend her. If this continued, how could she focus on her work? After work, Jian Ran did not return home, but went to the studio to confide in Ling Feiyu. Upon seeing Jian Ran, Ling Feiyu was delighted and led her into the office to show her the studio's revenue. Jian Ran, our studio's earnings have doubled this year. If we continue this way, we'll soon be able to buy a house and car in Jiangbei City. Hearing such splendid news, Jian Ran felt elated. It's all thanks to your excellent management, Ling. You deserve the credit. Ling Feiyu rolled her eyes playfully before suggesting, why don't you come back and work with me? With your talent and my business acumen, we could create the most renowned wedding dress design studio in Jiangbei. Having been referred to as Mrs. Qin all day, and having contemplated her options, Jian Ran considered returning to the studio to collaborate with Ling Feiyu. Designing the world's most beautiful wedding dress was her dream. Countless nights, she had envisioned herself standing on the highest podium, receiving the Best Designer award. She yearned to pick up the brush again and design a wedding dress for herself and Qin Yu. Before Jian Ran could respond, Ling Feiyu asked, do you remember your idol? Ivan? Of course. I have idolized him since I was 17. Jian Ran's excitement was palpable. I even saw him a few days ago. What? You met him? Ling Feiyu exclaimed, astonished. After a moment, she added, that's impossible. When I submitted your work, I left my contact information. How could he find you? What submission? Jian Ran was confused. Ling Feiyu produced a document and explained, I heard he was in Jiangbei recently, holding a small selection competition. What selection competition? Jian Ran was puzzled. Having kept up with the design community, yet she had not heard of this event. Ling Feiyu continued, it wasn't widely publicized, so not many outside the circle knew, but it was well known among designers. Many of us, including myself, submitted our designs, but he didn't choose any of them. Jian Ran nodded, that's a pity. Learning alongside Ivan would be invaluable experience for young designers. Ling Feiyu smiled. He didn't select mine, and feeling unsatisfied. I sent him the design you sketched 3 years ago. To my surprise, he was immediately drawn to it. Ling Feiyu's expression turned sour as she added, you know your designs aren't that much better than mine. Why did he choose yours and not mine? Which design? Jian Ran was utterly shocked, struggling to believe what she had just heard. The wedding dress you designed for yourself 3 years ago. Ling Feiyu observed Jian Ran's reaction and said, now that you're married, let bygones be bygones, and let us embrace a new beginning. Had this been a few days prior, Jian Ran might have hesitated, but today she was resolved. Opportunities missed years ago were not to be overlooked again. Yet, she did not immediately agree with Ling Feiyu. She needed to discuss this with Qin Yu and hear his thoughts. Just as she contemplated him, Qin Yu's call came through. Upon glancing at the screen displaying the name Mr. Qin, Jian Ran couldn't help but smile as she answered the call. Hello, Mr. Qin. Silence lingered on the other end for quite some time before his serious voice finally emerged. Hello, Mrs. Qin. What can I do for you? Jian Ran yearned to inquire if he missed her, yet she hesitated, feeling too bashful to ask directly. Chapter 90. If you dare to touch him, I will annihilate your family once again. Silence enveloped the call, lasting even longer than before. Unable to bear it any longer, Jian Ran urged, please speak. Regarding company matters, do not overthink it. I will not interfere with the position of the business department manager, nor will I allow anyone beneath me to do so, Qin Yu stated. His alluring voice resonated through the receiver, each word rhythmically striking Jian Ran's heart. He was aware of her concerns, thus he vowed not to meddle, allowing her to pursue the position through her own merit. Success or failure would be her own choice. He would not intrude in the slightest. Jian Ran nodded. I believe you. Qin Yu continued, it's cold outside. Make sure to return home early. Jian Ran chuckled softly, understood, Mr. Qin. Observing Jian Ran's phone call, addressing him as Mr. Qin with a shy, blossoming smile, Ling Feiyu felt goosebumps arise. I say, Mrs. Qin, do you flaunt your situation before me, knowing I have long been deprived of a man's affection? Feiyu, I have a question for you. Jian Ran glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping and lowered her voice. When you are with Chang Shuyong, does he restrain his desires? My desires surpass his. Ling Feiyu bluntly retorted, then suddenly recalled Jian Ran's implication. Are you suggesting your man is reluctant to touch you? Lower your voice. Jian Ran quickly covered Ling Feiyu's mouth. Although most had left for the day, the possibility of a customer walking in loomed. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Jian Ran hesitated. Actually, we haven't reached that point yet. Ling Feiyu erupted again. Jian Ran, are you sure it's not your man who has a problem? He certainly has no issues, Jian Ran affirmed. Having shared a bed with Qin Yu for so long, she had encountered certain symbolic signs. If he hasn't touched you while sleeping beside you, it means you lack femininity, and he finds no interest in you, Ling Feiyu stated bluntly. Ling Feiyu, can we still be friends? Jian Ran playfully slapped Ling Feiyu's back, pretending she hadn't spoken. Are you waiting for me then? An arrogant voice interrupted, and both women turned to see Gu Nanqing strolling in, exuding an air of disdain. Ling Feiyu's reaction was more intense than Jian Ran's. Instinctively, she stepped in front of Jian Ran and spat. Scoundrel, what do you want? Watch out, or I'll smash you with a club. Feiyu, after all this time, is this how you greet an old friend? Gu Nanqing smirked, completely disregarding Ling Feiyu's fury. Get lost. Ling Feiyu pointed towards the door. You are not welcome here. I didn't come to see you. Gu Nanqing's gaze shifted to Jian Ran. Ran, I've missed you these past few days. Recalling the earlier conversation between Jian Ran and Ling Feiyu, his eyes sparkled with desire. In his view, Jian Ran had been married to that man, surnamed Qin, for so long, yet had not consummated their relationship. If she wasn't waiting for him, Gu Nanqing couldn't think of another reason. Gu Nanqing, I wish to see you even less and hope you never return to our studio. Jian Ran pointed towards the door. You better leave immediately, or I'll call the police. Ran, are you truly going to be so heartless? Gu Nanqing feigned disappointment, shaking his head before adding. Don't think that just because innovation has been acquired by Xingtian and that man surnamed Qin has Xingtian's backing, I can't do anything about him. Ling Feiyu's anger boiled over. Scoundrel, Jian Ran, don't let yourself be upset over such a person. It's not worth it, she urged. Jian Ran remained calm, gazing at Gu Nanqing with a smile that held a hint of malice. Gu Nanqing, you have repeatedly threatened me. Do you still consider yourself a man? Huh. Gu Nanqing scoffed. Isn't that man surnamed Qin on a business trip? Do you want to see him leave alive only to return as a corpse? Oh, is that so? Jian Ran approached Gu Nanqing. So listen to me, if you dare. Before Gu Nanqing could finish his sentence, Jian Ran swiftly slapped him hard across the face. Standing before him, her typically gentle eyes now radiated a cold intensity as she glared at him. Jian Ran acted so quickly that Gu Nanqing hardly had time to react, and Ling Feiyu was taken aback as well. At that moment, Jian Ran resembled the decisive, fiery person she had been 3 years prior, never allowing anyone to intimidate her. Ran. Gu Nanqing touched his stinging left cheek, grinning in a lewd and sinister manner. You hit me. You actually dare to strike me. I hit exactly the likes of you, shameless wretch, Jian Ran retorted coldly, her lips curling slightly. Gu Nanqing, let me make myself clear. If you dare to harm even a single hair on Qin Yu, I will ensure that the entire Gu family pays for it with their lives. Her tone was fierce, laced with a chilling menace, as if she would indeed drag the entire Gu family down if he laid a finger on Qin Yu. Gu Nanqing had never witnessed such a side of her before. Even during her fiery days 3 years ago, she had never displayed such intensity. For a fleeting moment, he genuinely believed that Jian Ran possessed the capability to bring the entire Gu family to ruin. However, he quickly regained his composure. Despite her fierce temperament, she was merely a young girl, and even if Qin Yu had Shangtian as his support, they were still not strong enough to contend with the Gu family. Ling Feiyu was equally shocked by Jian Ran's boldness and, snapping back to reality, quickly grabbed her phone to call the police, fearful of Gu Nanqing's retaliation. Yet, Gu Nanqing merely chuckled coldly. Ran, we shall see. With that, he left, leaving Ling Feiyu anxious. Ran, do you think that scoundrel will? Chapter 91. Your big boss is Liu Qin. If he dares to act recklessly, I will not let him off the hook, Jian Ran said, her eyes narrowing fiercely. Continuously yielding would only embolden Gu Nanqing, and she was no longer willing to be led around by the nose. No matter how powerful the Gu family was, they could not control everything, especially in a society governed by law. More importantly, she had faith in Qin Yu. She believed in his capabilities. If Gu Nanqing dared to act, Qin Yu would not remain idle. Ran. Ling Feiyu suddenly embraced Jian Ran, patting her back reassuringly. Stay strong. Promise me. Do not let those scoundrels hurt you again. Having witnessed Jian Ran's past betrayals and suffering, Ling Feiyu understood the depth of her wounds. However, those who harmed her not only showed no remorse, but now sought her out once more, as if they wished to inflict pain upon her again. Feiyu, rest assured, no one can harm me anymore. Jian Ran smiled, her gaze clear and resolute. Because she was no longer alone, she had someone by her side who believed in her, offering support and strength. Her husband, Qin Yu, the life she had chosen, the person she had committed to, would not be allowed to be disrupted by anyone. Jian Ran had always been such a steadfast individual. On her way home, she purchased a bottle of pepper spray to carry with her, just in case. Jian Ran did not want Qin Yu to be hurt. She aimed to protect herself diligently. By safeguarding herself, she could prevent Qin Yu from facing threats, allowing him to focus on his work without the burden of worrying about her. Upon returning home, Mian rushed over, barking excitedly. Jian Ran scooped her up. My dear, you must be hungry. She had refrained from staying overnight at Ling Feiyu's place because this little creature needed someone to care for her. Mian barked again, as if to confirm her hunger. Jian Ran placed her on the dining table, fetched her bowl, and prepared her meal. Little one, eat well. Mian whimpered affectionately before starting to gnaw on her bone. Jian Ran gazed at Mian, her eyes softening, and in that moment, Mian seemed to transform into a tiny infant, clutching a bottle and earnestly drinking milk. As she drank, the little one looked up and smiled at her, calling out Mama in a sweet, tender voice. Suddenly, Jian Ran snapped back to reality, giving her cheeks a firm pat. What was she thinking all day? The thought of having a child left her blushing in embarrassment, prompting her to dash to the bathroom for a shower. After her bath, Mian had finished eating and was happily trotting around her feet. Mian, stay still. Mama will draw your portrait. Jian Ran wished to pick up her paintbrush again, and Mian was the perfect subject to practice on. Regardless of how the artwork turned out, Mian would never judge her. Mian obediently squatted beside her, and Jian Ran focused intently on her drawing. Though her hand felt a bit rusty, the results were quite pleasing. Once finished, she waved the paper in front of Mian. Sweetheart, what do you think of Mama's drawing? Mian barked excitedly, seemingly satisfied. Thank you for your approval, my darling. Jian Ran patted Mian's head, realizing it was getting late. You should go to sleep now. It was already 11 o'clock at night. If Qin Yu were home, Jian Ran would have been in bed by now, while he remained busy in his study. She wondered if he worked late, even when traveling for business. The thought of Qin Yu made her want to call him, and before she knew it, her phone was in her hand. Why hesitate? She quickly dialed his number, and he answered promptly, his deep, melodious voice reaching her ears. Why are you still awake? If you were here, I wouldn't be able to sleep alone. She longed to say, but instead, she asked, are you still busy? Yes, Qin Yu replied softly, I have a bit of work left. Mr. Qin, is your boss Liu Qin from Shengtian? Does he pay overtime for making you work so late? Jian Ran suddenly felt a pang of dislike for Liu Qin. Why did he burden Qin Yu with such a heavy workload? He never seemed to go to bed early and had to rise early as well. Taken off guard by her mention of Liu Qin, Qin Yu paused before responding. He offers me bonuses. The more I work, the more I earn. Then earn a little less. Don't tire yourself out, she urged, knowing she could support herself. Qin Yu chuckled softly, his voice carrying through the phone. What if I told you I am Liu Qin? You are not Liu Qin, she replied, dismissing the notion. She had no interest in that notorious man. Her Qin Yu was far superior. What if I were? He persisted. There was no what if because you are not. This hypothetical scenario was untenable, and Jian Ran did not wish to engage in debate. Oddly, this man, who usually avoided such trivial conversations, seemed to be seeking an opportunity to talk with her today. He could have been straightforward. She wouldn't mind. After a prolonged silence, Qin Yu finally said, I still have work to do. Keep the phone on. Call me if you need me. Are you accompanying me in this way? Jian Ran mused, taking it as a yes regardless of his intentions. All right, she replied, and to her surprise, he echoed her response. Then keep the phone close. If I need you, I'll call. Jian Ran felt a warmth within her. With him by her side in this manner, she hardly felt cold. She lay on her bed, placing the phone beside her pillow, imagining Qin Yu lying next to her. Qin Yu. Yes? He answered promptly. Jian Ran mischievously smiled. Nothing. I just wanted to see if you could hear me. If you have something to say, just say it. I'll finish up soon. Jian Ran pondered for a moment and indeed had something to discuss with him. Thus, she asked Qin Yu, I wish to resign and join Fei Yu in running a wedding dress design studio. Would you support me? His voice, deep and resonant, reverberated through her heart as he called her name again. Every decision you make, I will respect and support. Qin Yu had always been a man of his word. And later, when Jian Ran proposed her idea, he agreed without hesitation. Chapter 92. Farewell. Mother. Though Qin Yu was not by her side, their phone call lasted through the night, allowing Jian Ran to feel as though he was indeed with her. Upon waking in the morning, the first sound she heard was Qin Yu's voice over the phone. Awake? It felt as if he were sitting by the window, waiting for her to wake, then turning to look at her. Jian Ran smiled. Yes, I'm awake. I've had breakfast prepared, he informed her. Mr. Qin, what will I do if you ever stop being so good to me? Jian Ran lamented playfully. Qin Yu was so considerate that she would gradually become accustomed to his kindness, depending on it. If one day he ceased to be so attentive, everything would return to how it was before. However, for someone who had grown used to his kindness, it would feel as though he no longer cared for her. What would she do then? As long as you are Mrs. Qin, I will always treat you well. He believed it was his duty to care for her, a mindset that was refreshingly simple. I understand. I will ensure I hold on to the title of Mrs. Qin, Jian Ran resolved, determined to maintain her position for life, with no one daring to take it from her. She acted swiftly on her decisions, submitting her resignation letter at the company that morning. With no leadership in the business department, she approached the HR department directly, and, upon seeing it was Mrs. Qin resigning, they instantly approved it without a second thought, neglecting the usual regulations regarding notice periods. Thanks to her connection with Qin Yu, the process was completed swiftly. Stepping out of the company, the frigid air hit Jian Ran, causing her to shiver. This wretched weather had dropped several degrees suddenly. Was it too much to ask for a good day? She hurriedly pulled her coat tighter around herself, determined not to catch a cold. Just as Jian Ran was about to leave, a voice that was once familiar and gentle rang out behind her, causing her to halt in her tracks. She almost believed it to be a figment of her imagination, unable to fathom that person appearing so suddenly at her side. Ran, it's me. The slightly aged voice, tinged with sorrow, reached Jian Ran's ears once more. Even though she thought it was merely an illusion, she slowly turned around. As she glanced back, she recognized the figure standing behind her. In just 3 short years, how had that person aged so much? Why had she grown so thin? Though she had always been slender, she had never appeared as gaunt as she did now, as if nothing but skin and bones remained. Jian Ran opened her mouth, intending to call out, yet the words lingered on her tongue, refusing to escape her lips. She wished to forget the events from 3 years prior when they had cast her aside like a discarded pawn, but the moment she saw her, the memories flooded back. She recalled her mother, tears streaming down her face, saying, Ran, you are more independent and stronger than your sister. Please let her have this one. Each time she remembered her mother's justification, it felt as though a knife were piercing her heart, causing her immense pain. Was it truly because of her independence and strength that she had to suffer abandonment and betrayal? Ran. The woman gazed at Jian Ran, tears shimmering in her eyes, cascading down like a string of broken pearls. After her encounter with Gu Nanjing, Jian Ran had come to a clear understanding. The heartbreak from Gu Nanjing's infidelity had pained her, but the despair from her family's attitude had been unbearable. Love might be lost, but there was always the possibility of finding new affection. However, familial bonds were singular and irretrievable once severed. Jian Ran felt a lump in her throat, her eyes swelling, tears threatening to spill as she bit her lip and tilted her head back, refusing to let them fall. Ran, we know we have wronged you. As she spoke, Jian's mother began to sob quietly. If you need to blame someone, blame me. It is entirely my fault for lacking conviction, for not being able to assert myself at home, which ultimately led to such events. I stood by helplessly as you were wronged. Jian Ran bit her lip fiercely, her hands clenched at her sides, nails digging into her flesh, yet she felt no pain. Ran, you want to even say a word to me? The more Jian's mother pondered her daughter's silence, the more sorrowful she became, eventually breaking down into loud cries. Jian Ran did not refuse to speak. Rather, she feared that once she opened her mouth, her emotions would spill forth uncontrollably, and tears would flow freely before her mother. I know. I have always known I am weak. I have been weak my entire life, unable to protect even my own daughter." Jian's mother cried, her frail body trembling. Jian Ran took a deep breath, forcing herself to harden her heart, and calmly said, "If you have come to persuade me to return to Kyoto, to take Jian Xing's place and bear Gu Nanjing's child, then you may leave." 3 years ago, Jian Xing had become pregnant with Gu Nanjing's child, and they had intended for her to marry into the Gu family according to their wishes. Now that Jian Xing could no longer bear children, they sought to bring Jian Ran back to fulfill that role. No matter what Gu Nanjing did or said, Jian Ran was utterly indifferent. Yet she never expected her mother to come all the way from Kyoto to urge her. 3 years ago, when her mother had tearfully sent her away, it was out of necessity. Now, 3 years later, was she also compelled to bring Jian Ran back to Gu Nanjing? Regardless of her reasons, Jian Ran had no desire to listen. She cast one last glance at the woman who had given her life and nurtured her, biting her lip to suppress her heartache as she turned away. She walked quickly, as if a monstrous creature were chasing her. In truth, it was her fear of losing control and crying in front of them. After running for some distance, she ultimately could not contain herself, finding refuge in a nondescript corner where she covered her mouth and wept. 3 years ago, when so many had turned against her, she had not shed a tear. She had even managed to leave with a smile. Now, as she began a new chapter in her life, the mother who had once loved her so dearly was pursuing her. Did her mother truly regard her as their daughter? In truth, Jian Ran understood all too well that in her family's eyes, especially her father's, she and Jian Xing were merely instruments for the prosperity of the Jian family. Her mother, that weak woman who had never possessed her own opinions, simply followed her husband's directives. 3 years later, when faced with Gu Nanjing and Jian Xing, Jian Ran could treat them as strangers. However, when confronted with the mother who had once showered her with love, she found herself at a loss. In the end, her compassion prevailed, and she stepped from the shadows, peering back only to witness her mother sway before collapsing to the ground. In that instant, all other thoughts vanished, and she ran back frantically. Chapter 93. The situation is grim, the patient's health had been poor, and the severe injuries had led to a temporary coma. "We must administer emergency aid immediately." The words echoed in Jian Ran's mind as she recalled the doctor's statements before entering the operating room. Thinking of the bruises marring her mother's body and her mother's sorrowful, pained, and regretful gaze pierced Jian Ran's heart, making her breath nearly cease. Throughout her life, her mother had been weak, indecisive, but the love she had bestowed upon Jian Ran was not any less than that of other mothers. Jian Ran remembered her childhood mischief. Often scraping her knees, her mother would tend to her wounds, tears streaming down her face from the pain of seeing her child hurt. Her mother was that tearful woman, one who would resort to weeping to resolve issues. Yet despite her weakness, she had stood up to Jian Ran's father countless times for her sake. Jian Ran recalled the time she had agreed to become engaged to Gu Nanjing. It was the first instance her mother had quarreled with her father. Because her mother had always loved her, when the time came for Jian Ran to hear her mother utter those words about letting her sister go, she felt it was unforgivable. Betrayals and hurts from others were merely that. Others, she could retaliate with the same vigor, even double the hurt. However, her mother was her closest kin, a part of her very being. How could she utter such words? Jian Ran cradled her face and inhaled deeply. What, after all, was her mother's purpose in coming to Jiangbei? Was it indeed, as Jian Xing had suggested, to persuade her to return to Kyoto to bear Gu Nanjing's child in Jian Xing's stead? If that were the case, her mother likely wouldn't have wept so sorrowfully or collapsed by the roadside. Jian Ran pondered deeply. Could she have misunderstood her mother? Perhaps her visit was not to urge her back to Kyoto after all. Lost in thought, her phone suddenly rang, jolting her from her reverie. When she saw Mr. Qin on her screen, she hesitated to answer, fearing she might cry upon hearing Qin Yu's voice. Staring at the number for a moment, Jian Ran took a deep breath, striving to compose herself before answering. Attempting to speak in a light tone, "Mr. Qin, is there something you need? Is it impossible to call, just to check on you?" Unbeknownst to her, Qin Yu furrowed his brow slightly at the other end, yet continued in a calm and low tone. "It's noon. Don't forget to have lunch." "All right." Although Qin Yu could not see her, Jian Ran made an effort to smile. Without initiating any conversation, they both fell into silence. "Miss Jian, the patient's condition is quite dire. Though she had temporarily regained consciousness, the state of her body suggested that she might slip back into a coma at any moment. The emergency room lights dimmed, and a doctor emerged to speak with Jian Ran. Hearing the doctor's words, Jian Ran felt a surge of anxiety. Forgetting that her phone remained connected to Qinyu, she grasped the doctor's arm, urgently inquiring, "Doctor, what do you mean by may slip back into a coma? What is my mother's actual condition?" The doctor gently removed Jian Ran's hand and sighed. "Miss Jian, please remain calm. Your mother's health is in a precarious state, as you must already be aware. In such a fragile condition, how many can withstand further harm?" Fragile condition and further harm? This implied that her mother had defied that man's wishes and had refused to return to Jiangbei, prompting him to inflict harm upon her once more. "Jian Ran, which hospital are you at?" Qinyu, having gathered much of the situation from the conversation with the doctor, pressed her for details. Jian Ran hesitated, instinctively biting her lip, as she contemplated revealing the situation to Qinyu. At this moment, she yearned for his support but did not wish to burden him with the grim reality of her family life. "Jian Ran, please tell me, which hospital are you at?" Qinyu's deep voice resonated through the phone once more. Taking a deep breath, she replied, "I am at Jiangbei People's Hospital. Jian Ran, there are doctors present. Your mother will be fine, so do not fear." Qinyu reassured her softly. Jian Ran nodded firmly. "I will hang up now." After exchanging brief pleasantries with Jian Ran, Qinyu ended the call and instructed Su's assistant, "Arrange the fastest flight back to Jiangbei." "Mr. Qin, you are returning to Jiangbei?" Su Huai was momentarily taken aback before responding, "Mr. Qin, the afternoon meeting is about to commence. This meeting is crucial for Sheng Tian's expansion in the West. If you leave now." Qinyu dismissed her concerns, continuing to issue orders. "Also, contact Jiangbei People's Hospital and ensure that the most skilled doctors are assigned to oversee Jian Ran's mother. Have her medical records sent to me before I board." "Mr. Qin, the meeting is about to start, and the top leaders from several provinces in the West are here." Su Huai attempted to reason with him. "Do you not understand what I am saying?" Qinyu halted, casting a cold stare at Su Huai. His voice, though neither loud nor soft, bore an undeniable authority that brooked no dissent. Su Huai opened her mouth to speak but fell silent, casting a furtive glance at Lu Yong, who was following closely beside Qinyu. Lu Yong, catching Su Huai's glance, hurried to keep pace with Qinyu. "Say, Mr. Qin, Sheng Tian has invested 3 years preparing for entry into the West. This meeting is critical. If you leave now, all the resources and efforts spent over these years could be in vain." Yet, Qinyu paid no heed, glancing at his watch. "How long will it take to get to the airport?" Su Huai replied, "At least half an hour at best. Book a flight to Jiangbei for 40 minutes from now." After giving this instruction to Su Huai, Qinyu turned to Lu Yong. "Let Xiao and Mo lead the afternoon meeting, and you stay to assist him." "Mr. Qin." Lu Yong hesitated, but upon meeting Qinyu's gaze, he refrained from saying anything further. Since formally taking over Sheng Tian 6 years ago, Qinyu had never made a flawed decision, nor had he acted so impulsively. What could possibly compel him to abandon such a pivotal meeting at such a critical moment? They had all witnessed his concern for Jian Ran, and perhaps it had evolved beyond mere sympathy into something deeper. After escorting Jian Ran's mother to a special ward, the doctor sighed, "Miss Jian, if your mother awakens, please ensure she is not subjected to any further stress. Domestic violence cannot be tolerated. It is advisable to seek legal protection." Jian Ran had contemplated using the law to safeguard her mother. Yet her mother had been raised with the belief that a wife must submit to her husband. Thus, regardless of how that man treated her, she had never considered resisting or pursuing legal recourse. Though her mother was not yet 50, her visage and form appeared aged beyond her years. Observing her mother lying in the hospital bed, pallid and furrowed with pain, Jian Ran could not help but gently caress her mother's emaciated face, whispering, "Mom." After 3 years, uttering this endearment brought tears to her eyes, rendering her speechless. Ran. The faint voice of her mother emerged from the depths of slumber. "Run away, quickly run." "Mom!" Jian Ran cried out, embracing her mother tightly. Ran is fine. Nothing will happen to Ran. Please, do not worry." Perhaps hearing Jian Ran's words, her mother's brow relaxed slightly, as if some of her distress had eased. Yet, her mother remained restless, occasionally startling awake and flailing her arms, incessantly calling out, Ran, run away." Witnessing her mother's anguish, Jian Ran wished to alleviate her suffering, but felt powerless to act. The sight of her mother's injuries made Jian Ran shudder to think of the life her mother had endured over the past 3 years. 3 years ago, after being wronged, she had fled, leaving her mother behind in that hellish existence, shrouded in darkness. If only she had recognized her mother's struggles and the pain behind her words, she would have insisted on leaving together. Yet, persuading her mother to leave was no simple task. Her mother feared that man and felt bound to him. "Mrs. Qin, hello." A doctor knocked and entered, nodding politely at Jian Ran. "Mr. Qin has arranged for us to discuss Mrs. Jian's condition with you. May we proceed?" Jian Ran nodded. "Please, do not conceal anything from me. I wish to know everything." The doctor glanced at Jian Ran's mother before stating, "We have just assessed your mother's condition. She has sustained external injuries that are likely to heal. However, we must address her emotional turmoil, which will require considerable time and effort to unravel." Jian Ran looked at her mother, recalling how she had urged her to run just moments ago. Surely, her mother had spent the last 3 years in torment since Jian Ran's departure from Kyoto. Reflecting on what Gu Nanjing had said earlier, it became evident that after her departure, her mother had fallen gravely ill. This was no deception. The doctor continued, "Mrs. Qin, you need not worry, Mr. Qin has arranged for the best psychologist to assist in your mother's recovery." Despite only having spoken with her briefly, Qin Yu had managed to orchestrate everything with remarkable efficiency in just a couple of hours. At that moment, even in his absence, Jian Ran felt his presence and concern enveloping her. Once the doctors left, her mother, still half-conscious, began to weep silently, murmuring, Ran, I am so sorry. I am so sorry." Her mother repeated this phrase, unaware of the deep regret she harbored over the past 3 years for failing to support her daughter. Realizing her mother was still not fully awake, Jian Ran gently pressed her hand into the blankets, striving to smile as she spoke. "Mom, I was wrong to misunderstand you. You have done nothing to hurt me." Jian Mu waved her hand weakly, still in a daze, and said, Ran, you must never return to Kyoto, never go back to that home." In that moment, a heavy weight lifted from Jian Ran's heart. She understood that she had misjudged her mother. This visit was not to persuade her to go back to Kyoto, but rather to protect her. Ran, will you forgive me, Mom?" Jian Mu suddenly opened her eyes, looking at Jian Ran with a careful and cautious gaze. If Jian Ran refused to forgive her, she feared she might lack the courage to continue living. With tears streaming down her face, Jian Ran nodded, "I was wrong to blame you. Please don't hold it against me." Jian Mu reached out to caress Jian Ran's face, smiling as she said, "My Ran seems to have grown even more beautiful. Because of her beauty, I have such a lovely daughter," Jian Ran thought, wiping her tears while smiling. Among the 2 siblings, Jian Ran resembled their mother more, while Jian Xian took after their father. Although both were attractive, Jian Ran felt she paled in comparison to her mother. In her childhood, Jian Ran often heard discussions suggesting that daughters resembling their fathers were more fortunate. Perhaps due to this belief, their father had always held higher expectations for Jian Xian than for Jian Ran. Yet, Jian Ran sensed that despite being born of the same mother, her mother's heart favored her. Ran, seeing you safe brings me peace," Jian Mu whispered with a gentle smile, her hollow eyes sparkling with light. "As long as you are well, I can rest easy." "Mom, I will be fine," Jian Ran reassured her mother, feeling a pang of sorrow as she gazed at her mother's gaunt face. Ran. Jian Mu called her name weakly, smiling before closing her eyes again. Jian Ran grasped her mother's hand tightly. "Mom, you can sleep peacefully. I will stay here with you. When you open your eyes, you will see me." Just as her words faded, there was a knock on the door. Before she could invite them in, Qin Yu entered the room. Dressed in a silver-gray suit topped with a black coat, his tall stature and graceful stride made him appear like a living work of art, captivating Jian Ran's gaze. She watched him approach until he stood beside her, softly calling her name, Jian Ran. In that moment, without hesitation, she stepped into his embrace, wrapping her slender arms around his lean waist. "Mr. Qin, how fortuitous your timing is." His presence was a balm to her fears, reassuring her in her time of need. Qin Yu held her close, gently patting her back as he spoke soothingly. "Jian Ran, your mother will be fine. Do not be afraid. I was scared, but now that you're here, I feel safe," she murmured, nuzzling against him, her voice barely above a whisper, tinged with vulnerability but also comfort. Unbeknownst to her, Jian Yu had become a source of immense security in her life. With him by her side, her heart felt anchored, as if no challenge could overwhelm her. Jian Yu remained silent, resting his chin atop her head, inhaling the fragrance of her hair and tightening his embrace. Jian Ran lifted her head slightly, asking, "Have you finished your work there?" In the West, crucial tasks awaited him, with provincial leaders anticipating his presence at meetings. His sudden departure was indeed a significant issue, prompting immediate public relations efforts to stabilize the situation as chaotic forces sought to exploit the opportunity. Fortunately, those managing affairs in his absence were trusted allies, capable of navigating complex situations. While some would undoubtedly be displeased with his absence, the team's diligence had managed to maintain order. The true test of their abilities would come with subsequent negotiations. In response to Jian Ran's inquiry, Jian Yu casually remarked, "The remaining matters can be handled by others." Relieved by his assurance, Jian Ran nestled closer. "I'm glad you finished. If you hadn't tea, I would feel guilty for delaying your work." "Indeed," he replied, caressing her face before placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Do not worry too much about your mother's condition. I have just consulted the doctor, and with proper care, she will recover swiftly." "Mr. Jian, thank you for all you've done for me," Jian Ran smiled. "Mrs. Jian, it is my duty to support you," he replied with a serious tone, though his eyes sparkled with warmth. Ran, who is he?" Jian Mu, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke up, noting the couple referring to each other as Mr. and Mrs. Jian. Jian Ran led Jian Yu to her mother's bedside, introducing him. "This is my mother." "Hello, Mrs. Jian." Jian Yu greeted politely. "Mom, this is Jian Yu. We are officially married now, and he is your son-in-law." Jian Mu regarded Jian Yu with sharp scrutiny, her gaze intense and unyielding. "Mom, what are you looking at?" Jian Ran felt a twinge of discomfort under her mother's unwavering gaze. After a long moment, Jian Mu turned to Jian Ran, saying, "I wish to speak with him alone." "Mom, what could you possibly want to discuss with him?" Jian Ran felt anxious. Glancing at Jian Yu, "Jian Ran, your mother might be hungry. Go fetch something to eat," Jian Yu suggested, leaving Jian Ran with no reason to stay. Reluctantly, she departed, casting one last glance at the two of them. Once she left, Jian Mu directly inquired, "Jian Yu, do you like my daughter?" "I do not like your daughter. The one I cherish is Jian Ran," he replied firmly, clarifying his intentions. Despite the Jian family having two daughters, he had chosen the unique Jian Ran as his wife. Hearing this, Jian Mu paused before posing another question. "Can you promise to treat her well for a lifetime?" "Jian Ran is my wife. If I did not cherish her, who else would I?" Jian Yu stood tall, his words calm yet resolute. Jian Mu scrutinized him once more before asking, "No matter her status, you will always regard her as your wife?" This was the first time Jian Yu had faced so many inquiries, yet he remained undeterred, answering each with unwavering conviction. Sensing Jian Mu's concern, he asserted, "I am marrying Jian Ran as a person. Her identity is irrelevant." "I meant her past," Jian Mu began, but before she could finish, Jian Yu interrupted, "Please, let me speak." He looked at Jian Mu earnestly. "I understand your concerns. I only wish to assure you that we share the same goal, to protect Jian Ran, not to reopen old wounds. I can clearly tell you that all I know is that she is my wife. Mother Jian has spent a significant portion of her life relying on others. Yet that does not mean she is incapable of discerning character. On the contrary, having often stood in the background, she has listened more than spoken, which has sharpened her ability to judge others. Just as in the past, when she opposed Jian Ran's engagement to Gu Nanqing and urged Jian Ran to relinquish him to Jian Xian. Her motivations were indeed selfish. She believed her youngest daughter was not worthy of someone like Gu Nanqing. More importantly, she feared that Jian Ran's strong-willed nature could lead to harm from the Gu family and that man. At that time, fleeing was indeed the best choice for Jian Ran. Now, gazing at the man before her, with his noble and elegant demeanor and strikingly handsome features, what stood out most was the sincerity in his eyes. One could feel the genuine honesty in every word he spoke. A man like Jian Yu, impeccable in appearance and character, is truly deserving of her strong and understanding daughter. Jian Ran. Chapter 96. I want to have little monkeys with you. Having just concluded a conversation with Jian Yu, Jian Ran returned with the congee she had purchased. Looking at her mother, she sweetly smiled. "Mom, I bought your favorite century egg and lean pork congee. Why don't you taste it and see which is better? The one from Jiangbei or that from Kyoto?" "Ah, my dear Ran is the most considerate. Mother Jian replied, her expression brightening significantly, perhaps due to the emotional bond she shared with her daughter. Her tone had turned gentler. Jian Ran opened her arms and embraced her mother, playfully nuzzling against her shoulder. Because you're my mother, of course I must be considerate of you. Yes, my Ran is the best. Mother Jian smiled tenderly, cherishing this closeness with her beloved daughter. Qin Yu watched the mother-daughter duo, his eyes filled with warmth as he observed Jian Ran's radiant smile. Before registering their marriage, Qin Yu had taken the initiative to investigate everything concerning Jian Ran, including her parents. It was during this inquiry that he stumbled upon the matter Mother Jian had mentioned. This incident was a lever held over Mother Jian, the reason she could not hold her head high before Jian's father. To protect Jian Ran, Mother Jian had endured years of domestic abuse and submission, a suffering that spanned over 2 decades. 20 years, what a significant span. It represents a woman's most precious years. Mother Jian had nearly sacrificed the best moments of her life for Jian Jingtian. Ran, it's getting late. You and Qin, you should head back. Come visit me again tomorrow when you have time, Mother Jian said after finishing her meal, urging Jian Ran and Qin Yu to leave. Mom, how can I leave you here alone in the hospital? Jian Ran pleaded, snuggling against her mother's shoulder. I'm not working lately anyway. I can stay and chat with you. Who need you to chat with me? Hurry back to your husband. Be careful not to let someone else take him away. Mother Jian gently patted Jian Ran's head. No, I want to stay with you, Jian Ran insisted, glancing confidently at Qin Yu. If a man can be easily taken away, then holding on to him is pointless. You child, Mother Jian sighed, poking Jian Ran's forehead. Now that you're married, why do you still speak such nonsense? Jian Ran chuckled. In front of you, I will always be your little girl. Indeed, you will always be a child in your mother's eyes, but now that you are married, you must be an adult in front of your husband. Mother Jian closed her eyes briefly, then added, promise me, Ran, that no matter what happens, you'll live well. Jian Ran nodded vigorously. Yes, Mom, I will take good care of you. We will live well together, no longer suffering at the hands of that man, and we will never again act against our hearts. Good child, Mother Jian caressed Jian Ran's head. Seeing you so happy during your visit to Jiangbei brings me great joy. You must always remain happy. With you by my side, I am certain I will be even happier, Jian Ran replied. Hearing this, Mother Jian felt a lump in her throat, nearly shedding tears. To conceal her emotions, she waved her hand dismissively. It's getting late. You two should return home now. I have a caregiver watching over me. Why is my mother suddenly sending us away? Jian Ran asked, puzzled. Qin Yu, take Ran home quickly. Don't let her bother me here, Mother Jian insisted. Mom, please, I want to stay with you, Jian Ran urged. Enough. You need to go back now. Don't linger here, Mother Jian said impatiently, not wanting to keep Jian Ran up late, fearing that her beautiful face would lose its charm. Mom, then please rest well. I'll come back first thing in the morning to keep you company. Jian Ran finally relented, agreeing to leave with Qin Yu, planning to return the following day. However, Jian Ran could never have anticipated that just half an hour after their departure, a middle-aged man would arrive at her mother's hospital room. He abruptly yanked the blanket off Mother Jian, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he coldly remarked, What did I bring you here for? Did I invite you to enjoy life? Upon seeing him, Mother Jian's expression remained stoic as she merely curled her lips into a faint smile. My daughter has grown up. She has found someone who truly loves her. You will no longer harm or exploit her. Jian's father, with a twisted expression, angrily berated. I raised her for over a decade. Shouldn't she do something for the Jian family? I arranged for her to have children with the Gu family's young master. The heir of the Gu family would possess half of the Jian family's bloodline. Isn't this a blessing from heaven? Why should she refuse? Because she is my daughter. She is a person with flesh, blood, and thoughts, not merely a tool. Thinking of Jian Ran being with a reliable man, Mother Jian continued to smile softly, feeling at peace. Even if she were to die at that moment, she had no regrets left. Her daughter would embark on a new life, one where someone would protect her well, and as a mother, she could only strive not to be a burden. Infuriated by Mother Jian's words, Jian's father violently grabbed her hair, coldly stating, Since you refuse to persuade her, I shall have to make things difficult for you. Jian Jingtian, I will not let you succeed, Mother Jian responded calmly, having anticipated such an occurrence. Jian Jingtian pressured her to convince Jian Ran to return and bear children for the Gu family. She knew that defying his wishes would lead to a life devoid of happiness, a life she no longer wished to endure. Jian Ran is her daughter, and all she desires is for her daughter to live happily, which is why she must ensure Jian Ran never returns to Kyoto, never to be exploited again. Are you hoping I will send these things out? Jian's father brandished a photograph before Mother Jian's eyes. In the past, such a gesture would have compelled her to submit. But this time, she remained unfazed, continuing to smile, as if nothing could affect her anymore. The more indifferent she became, the more enraged he grew. Gripping her tightly, he declared, "I will take you back to Kyoto. Your good daughter, if she is truly filial, will certainly come back." Chapter 97. Becoming the true Mrs. Qin. Meanwhile, Jian Ran and Qin Yu had just returned home. Upon entering, Jian Ran playfully hung on a Qin Yu's arm, mischievously winking at him. "Mr. Qin, what did my mother discuss with you just now?" Qin Yu ruffled her hair. "Do you want to know?" "Of course I do." Jian Ran nodded vigorously, nearly clinging to him. Qin Yu suddenly smiled. Guess. I can't believe this man can say such things. Just moments ago, I thought he was the best husband in the world, and now." Jian Ran decided she needed to retract that statement. He was not at all the best husband, not in the slightest. Jian Ran pouted her lips, glaring at Qin Yu with an expression that brimmed with dissatisfaction. Her naturally rosy lips, now puffed out, seemed to beckon him to come and pluck them. Lately, Qin Yu had taken great pleasure in fulfilling her whims. If she desired a kiss, he would gladly oblige. Thus, he cupped Jian Ran's face and leaned in for a gentle kiss. After brushing his lips against hers, he intended to withdraw, but Jian Ran clung to him, her cheek pressed against his chest as she murmured softly, "Mr. Qin, Mrs. Qin wishes to bear you little monkeys." After years apart, the misunderstandings with her mother had finally unraveled, and the bond between them had been restored. The man she had chosen to spend her life with had returned from afar to stand by her side, ensuring she would not face sorrow, fear, or loneliness alone. Jian Ran felt as though she were immersed in a honey pot, blissfully happy regardless of how she turned. "Jian Ran." Qin Yu seemed incredulous, his shock evident. "What did you just say? Could you repeat that? I want us to be a real couple." The moment the words left her mouth, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily raised her voice to mask her embarrassment. "Are you willing or not?" She had already expressed her desire to bear him children, yet he still seemed perplexed, as if he needed further clarification. Seeing his astonishment only fueled her frustration. She disregarded all else, wrapping her arms around him and fiercely kissing his cool lips, biting down with a wild fervor. Jian Ran's kiss was both clumsy and ferocious, lacking any finesse. Driven by her passion, she wished to offer her fullest, happiest self to her husband, to truly embody the essence of a married couple in their most joyous moments. In the future, she envisioned having many little monkeys with Qin Yu, creating a life filled with laughter alongside her mother, leaving behind the burdens of the Jian family. Yet Qin Yu hesitated. Why? Why what? Jian Ran felt exasperated by his obtuseness. "Why do you want to be a true couple with me? Is it out of gratitude, or because I want to spend my life with you? Is that acceptable?" Jian Ran vowed that if Qin Yu continued to be evasive, she would abandon the notion altogether. "As you wish, Mrs. Qin." Now understanding her intentions, Qin Yu cast aside any reservations and led her to relish their exclusive moments of love. His breath, his tenderness, his warmth, all sensations magnified infinitely, sweeping Jian Ran into an unexplored realm. She felt as though she were adrift at sea, with towering waves crashing over her, stirring her very soul. In a daze, she was washed ashore to a vast, verdant paradise adorned with blossoms. She reveled in the new experiences Qin Yu bestowed upon her, relishing the joy he brought into her life, repeatedly calling his name, "Qin Yu." Time slipped away until, just as Jian Ran felt she might be engulfed by the tempest, everything settled into tranquility. The surrounding silence rendered their heartbeats and breaths as mere whispers. Jian Ran, Qin Yu's voice, gravelly as if polished by sand, echoed above her, causing her heart to flutter. "Hold me tight." Qin Yu embraced her with fervor. Chapter 98. Bubbling Happiness. Jian Ran believed that the heavens had merely tested her, allowing her to witness the rainbow after the storm. Her mother and Qin Yu were the most beautiful rainbows she had encountered, and she was determined to pursue a life filled with happiness alongside them. Her future would include her mother, her husband, and perhaps several children. Just the thought of it filled her with joy. In contrast, Qin Yu's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. not only excitement, but a myriad of feelings. Previously, he had never entertained romantic notions with the many women who had sought his affection. However, Jian Ran was different. He had brought her home, marked her as his own, and could now care for her openly. Yet, he pondered why he desired to care for her so openly. After much contemplation, he realized it was her inherent resilience that captivated him. Tonight, he understood Jian Ran was unlike any other woman. He not only wished to cherish her, but to love her deeply. Just as he had tonight, he wanted her to be unequivocally his wife. As she lay quietly beside him, her breathing slow and calm, the mere act of gazing at her filled Qinyu with a burgeoning sense of happiness. Life is but a fleeting few decades, and having someone he wished to spend his life with was indeed a remarkable, yet simple blessing. The following day he awoke. As was customary, he had dressed and seated himself by the window to read the newspaper when he turned to watch her in silence. Jian Ran mumbled in response. How could this man appear so composed, as if the intimacy they had shared last night had never transpired? Qinyu approached her, brushing her cheek with his hand, his deep gaze piercing into hers. If you feel unwell, you need not rise. Rest at home today. I will arrange for a caregiver to look after your mother. After the events of the previous night, Jian Ran found her heart racing at his proximity. Her cheeks flushed as she struggled to find her voice. Qinyu, I'm sorry. Sorry? Jian Ran's heart sank. A strange sensation washed over her. Yet, Qinyu quickly reassured her, brightening her spirits once more. I didn't mean to hurt you. So that is what you meant, she thought, wishing he would refrain from mentioning it now, as it made her feel uncomfortably shy. The seriousness with which he addressed such a private matter felt almost absurd. Jian Ran playfully pinched his waist, you naughty man. Last night, she had gathered the courage to take the initiative, yet now, recalling her boldness made her wish to disappear. His ambiguous comments only served to deepen her embarrassment. Last night, she had been like a wildcat. Now, she could barely lift her head, let alone meet his gaze. Seeing her bashful demeanor, Qinyu couldn't help but chuckle softly, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on her flushed cheek. Then it's settled. You'll rest at home today while I fetch something for you to eat. No, Jian Ran tugged at his shirt, gazing up at him with pleading eyes. Mr. Qin, I want you to hold me. She longed to awaken in his embrace, rather than witnessing him so calmly reading the newspaper as if nothing had happened the night before. All right, Qinyu complied, enveloping her in his arms, inhaling her delicate fragrance. Jian Ran shifted slightly in his embrace, whispering, Mr. Qin, you must hold your missus. Qin like this every morning from now on. Of course, Qinyu replied softly, his eyes filled with an unshakable tenderness. Chapter 99, Mother being taken away. Where had the courage to pounce on Qinyu gone? Why, after everything, did she find herself blushing? Jian Ran was baffled by her own feelings. Eat up. Afterward, I'll accompany you to the hospital. If he didn't interrupt her thoughts, he feared she might remain ensnared in her embarrassment all day. Oh, Jian Ran nodded quietly, her cheeks still aflame. She stole a glance at Qinyu, noticing his elegant demeanor as he ate, his composure unchanged, as if the previous night had merely been a figment of her imagination. By the time Jian Ran and Qinyu arrived at the hospital, it was nearly noon. Qinyu had an important meeting to attend and could not accompany Jian Ran inside. Mr. Qin, just as he was about to leave, Jian Ran called out to him, her lips pressed together in nervousness. Qinyu turned to look at her. Is there something you need? Jian Ran took a quiet breath, gathering her courage to say, I want you to hug me before you go. What was it about today? Even a brief separation made her heart reluctant. She longed for him to remain by her side. Qinyu reached out and embraced her tightly. You should head inside now. Jian Ran turned and walked towards the hospital, but after a few steps, she glanced back to see him still standing there watching her. She smiled and waved. All the while, Jian Ran's mind was occupied with the events of last night and this morning. She had always thought happiness was far from her, only to realize that it was actually right beside her. Soon, she planned to ask her mother whether she preferred a grandson or a granddaughter. Her intention was to have 2 children in 3 years, allowing her mother to help care for them. Having children around would surely alleviate her mother's boredom. Pushing open the door to the hospital room, she found it orderly, almost as if no one had been residing there. She quickly caught the attention of a passing nurse and inquired, Excuse me, where is the patient in this room? The nurse peeked inside and replied, The patient in this room checked out last night. That's impossible. Jian Ran felt a surge of urgency upon hearing this news. Her mother had promised her she would stay in Jiangbei to live with her and never return to that dreadful place in Kyoto. How could she have suddenly checked out? Unless someone had taken her away. Jian Ran, relying on her memory, dialed a familiar number from years past. Just as she connected, Jian Tian's voice resonated on the other end. Ran, I've already taken your mother back to Kyoto. You need not worry about her anymore. If you wish, you may come home to visit. It's been 3 years since we last saw you, and your father misses you dearly. Jian Tian's words sounded innocuous enough. A father would likely say such things to his daughter. Yet Jian Ran understood that this was merely a fade of paternal kindness. His true intent was to use her mother as leverage against her. Stealing her emotions, she managed to speak calmly. Where is my mother? I want to speak with her. Your mother? Jian Tian sighed before adding. She is in poor health and unable to talk with you. Let her speak with me. Jian Ran's hands trembled around her phone, anxiety coursing through her as she feared for her mother's condition. She couldn't bear to imagine the harm her mother might suffer at Jian Tian's hands. Her mother was still healing from physical wounds, but the emotional scars were far deeper. She could not endure Jian Tian's torment any longer. Jian Tian chuckled, saying, Your mother is not in a good mental state, often speaking nonsense. To prevent any incidents, I have confined her in the storage room in the backyard. He paused before adding, You should be well aware of that storage room. It has been neglected for so long, dark and damp, infested with rats and roaches. Jian Tian, do you realize what you are doing? Imprisoning your wife is a crime. Jian Ran's anger flared, her voice rising and drawing the attention of several onlookers. Jian Tian merely smiled, saying, You can call me by my name, yet I cannot express concern for my mentally unstable wife. I do not have a father like you. Let me speak with my mother. Encountering such a father was the greatest sorrow of Jian Ran's life. A person can choose their own path and the life they wish to lead, yet they cannot choose their parents. If given the choice, Jian Ran would only want her mother. She had no desire for a father who treated family as mere instruments. Ran, if you truly wish to see your mother, then return to see her. The door of the Jian family will always be open for you. With that, Jian Tian hung up. He knew Jian Ran could not let go of her mother. With such words, he was certain she would return to Kyoto to rescue her mother. The call ended, and Jian Ran, biting her lip in frustration, could hardly bear to imagine what her mother had endured the previous night. She should have stayed to accompany her mother. She should have anticipated that Jian Tian, being more beastly than human, would not relent easily. Why had she left her mother alone in the hospital? Jian Ran was filled with self-reproach, regretting her momentary lapse in judgment that had clouded her mind, preventing her from considering the simplest of matters. Thinking of her mother's peril, her thoughts swirled in chaos. She turned in circles, desperate to call Qinyu and discuss the situation. She dialed, but there was no answer. He was likely in a meeting. Reluctantly, she sent him a message outlining the situation. She had to reach Kyoto as swiftly as possible. She must rescue her mother from the inferno, ensuring she would never again be left alone in such a dark and dismal place. After several hours and multiple modes of transportation, Jian Ran arrived at the Jian family's villa just as dusk fell. She pressed the doorbell, her heart racing with trepidation as she awaited the servant to answer the door. The weather in Kyoto was significantly colder than in Jiangbei, and having rushed without a jacket, she felt the chill gnawing at her, her teeth chattering. Having been away for 3 years, she had thought she would never return, yet here she was so easily back. The bittersweet ache in her heart, however, was beyond articulation. They say that family is the most precious bond in the world, yet within her home. What did family truly signify? Her father, her sister. They felt less significant than a complete stranger. You have the audacity to return, Jin Xing said coldly, standing at the iron gate. Are you here to dismantle this family? Open the door. I want to see my mother. Jian Ran had no intention of engaging in futile arguments with Jian Xing. Her purpose was solely to take her mother away. Leave. This family does not welcome you. Jian Xing cast a disdainful glance at Jian Ran before turning to walk away. Are you deaf? I demand to see my mother. I have no desire to return to your home. Jian Ran felt an overwhelming urge to storm in and slap Jian Xing for her previous theatrics. She had yet to settle the score with her over that. Xing heir, open the door and let your sister in. Jian Tian's voice resonated from behind Jian Xing. Jian Xing, always obedient to her father, complied without question. As soon as the door opened, Jian Ran rushed inside, intent on finding her mother, only to be blocked by two servants instructed by Jian Ran. To see your mother, you must agree to one condition, Jian Ran stated with calm authority. I will not agree to anything you propose. Looking at his face, Jian Ran felt revulsion. If it weren't for their slight blood relation, she would have spat on him. You offered yourself willingly. Do not blame others for your choices. Jian Ran sneered, then ordered, take the second young lady to her room and prepare her for the occasion. Then call to check if the Gu family's young master has arrived. Jian Ran gazed at this man before her, her supposed father, and questioned if he truly was one. If he were indeed her father, would he force her into a relationship with another man against her will? In that moment, all she saw in Jian Ran's eyes was self-interest, devoid of any familial affection. She had long understood that he was a man willing to do anything for profit. Taking a deep breath, she declared, Jian Ran, I want to see my mother. If you possess even a shred of humanity, let me speak with her. Allow me to take her away. Once you have completed your obligations with the Gu family's young master, I will arrange for you to see your mother. Jian Ran gestured to the servants to take action. Jian Ran's cold gaze swept over Jian Ran, Jian Xing, and the two servants. Suddenly, she laughed. Jian Ran, do you think you can do whatever you please? If you dare to act recklessly, I shall not allow your schemes to succeed, even at the cost of my life. No, how could she possibly consider death? She was merely uttering fierce words to intimidate them. Having just become Qin Yu's woman, she yearned to bear many little ones with him, and to bring her mother back to share a good life together. How could she sacrifice her own life to play games with these heartless individuals? Jian Ran's gaze was particularly sharp, leaving the two servants frozen in place, hesitant to approach. Ignoring them, Jian Ran strode inside. She was there to find someone, not to be bullied. Jian Ran did not concern himself further with Jian Ran, as she was already within the confines of the home, and he had no fear of her escape. He merely hoped that the young master of the Gu family would arrive, soon to take her away. Once the rice was cooked, everything would be easily managed. Turning, he met Jian Xian's resentful and sorrowful gaze and reassured her, Xian, do not worry. What we desire is her child, not her. The position of the young mistress of the Gu family can only be yours. Dad, Jian Xian blinked, tears welling in her eyes. I know you care for me the most. After all, you have only me as your daughter. Jian Ran patted Jian Xian's shoulder and added, if I did not care for you, who else could I? Dad, who is Jian Ran's biological father? Jian Xian, having received no answers from her mother, sought a hint of information from her father. She was determined not to miss any opportunity to grasp Jian Ran's weaknesses, believing that the more she held, the more advantageous her position against Jian Ran would be. Jian Ran replied, do not meddle in this matter. Your task is to keep an eye on her. Since she has willingly come to us, she cannot be allowed to escape. As for your mother's situation, do not reveal any information for now. Dad, regarding mother's issue. Jian Xian hesitated, not wishing to be unkind towards her own biological mother. Jian Ran raised an eyebrow and coldly snorted. Jian Xian bit her lip and nodded, I will keep watch over her. Jian Ran searched throughout the Jian household, but could not find her mother. If her mother was not there, where could she possibly be? After much contemplation, she could not think of anywhere else her mother might have gone. Could it be that Jian Ran had hidden her away at the Gu family? If Jian Ran truly conspired with Gu Nanjing to deceive her back, it was highly probable that her mother had been concealed within the Gu household. While she could return to the Jian family, the Gu family was heavily guarded, making entry difficult. More importantly, Jian Xian had been closely following her, making it even harder to escape. Did Qin Yu see the message she sent? How would he handle such a situation? Contemplating Qin Yu, Jian Ran found a place to sit and prepared to call him for advice. Upon taking out her phone, she realized she had forgotten to turn it on after landing. It had remained off. Turning it on, she discovered numerous missed calls, all from Qin Yu. He must be anxious since he could not reach her. Quickly, she dialed his number, but it too was off. At that moment, Qin Yu was aboard a flight to Kyoto. The events in the West had encountered some issues due to his sudden departure. This afternoon, he had engaged in a video conference with those from the West, which lasted several hours. After finishing, he saw Jian Ran's message and attempted to call her, only to find her phone still off. He had someone check the hospital's footage to ascertain the situation and subsequently contacted the airport to confirm that Jian Ran's parents had returned to Kyoto the previous night, and that she had also flown back several hours earlier. Even Gu Nanjing, who had always wanted to meet Liu Qin, had hurried back to Kyoto that very morning. With all these connections, Qin Yu quickly deduced their intentions. Thus, before boarding the plane, Qin Yu decisively instructed Sheng Tian's head in Kyoto to arrange a meeting with Gu Nanjing, stating that Liu Qin was willing to see him. Upon disembarking, Qin Yu received news from Sheng Tian's Kyoto representative, confirming a connection with Gu Nanjing. After hearing Su Huiyi's report, Qin Yu instructed Su assistant, inform Gu Nanjing that as long as he brings the second young lady of the Jian family to see me in her entirety, I will grant him whatever he desires. At this juncture, Qin Yu rushed towards the Jian household, realizing that he might be too late to prevent Gu Nanjing, and could only rely on Liu Qin's identity to intervene. Jian Tian was truly reprehensible, having committed such a heinous act against his own wife in the past. He now sought to exploit Jian Ran once more. Were it not for the potential harm Jian Ran would face should he expose the truth, he would have shattered Jian Tian into pieces. Chapter 101. Unfortunate news while in Jiangbei, Gu Nanjing had exhausted every means to meet with Liu Qin, the head of Sheng Tian. Now, back in Kyoto, Sheng Tian's representatives had proactively reached out to him, requesting he bring the second young lady of the Jian family to meet Liu Qin. Jian Ran had been in Jiangbei, and it was rumored that Liu Qin was also there. Now that she had just returned to Kyoto, Liu Qin had arrived as well. Gu Nanjing believed this was no mere coincidence. He surmised that Liu Qin had long been interested in Jian Ran, but out of consideration for her being his subordinate's wife, he refrained from acting in Jiangbei. Now that Jian Ran had left Jiangbei for Kyoto, a man with an eye for beauty would not easily let such an opportunity slip by, hence Liu Qin's pursuit. After following her, it would be inappropriate for Liu Qin to directly arrange a meeting with Jian Ran, so utilizing Gu Nanjing as a liaison was the most fitting course of action. Even if Liu Qin's subordinates discovered the matter later, he could feign ignorance, claiming he never inquired about the origins of gifts presented to him. Regardless of Liu Qin's interest in Jian Ran, Gu Nanjing only remembered one thing. As long as he brought Jian Ran to Liu Qin intact, Liu Qin would grant any wish he desired. Gu Nanjing had few ambitions. He merely wished for a partnership between Sheng Tian and the Gu family, ensuring that the Gu family shareholders would no longer underestimate him, allowing him to truly take control and wield power. Although he still felt some attachment to Jian Ran, when faced with the prospect of collaboration with Sheng Tian, Gu Nanjing chose the latter without hesitation. The Jian household was not large, merely a two-story villa, less spacious than the Gu family's servants' quarters. Jian Tian favored this location because it was situated in a wealthy area of Kyoto, believing that stepping outside would grant him an air of nobility above ordinary people. Yet in such a small space, Jian Ran searched repeatedly but still could not find her mother. She realized she had acted too impulsively. Since Jian Tian had lured her there, he must have sent her mother to another location beforehand, ensuring they would not meet again. Jian Tian would never divulge her mother's whereabouts, leaving her to seek alternative solutions. Jian Ran closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, and upon opening them, a flash of white light caught her attention. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a glimmering object lying in the grass a few steps away. Approaching, she picked it up and discovered it was a platinum ring. Jian Ran remembered that she had purchased this ring for her mother with her first earnings from a design project. Her mother had worn it continuously for years and had only shown it to her just yesterday. How could the ring have ended up here? As she wiped it, her fingers brushed against a patch of bright red blood. Had something happened to her mother? This unsettling thought filled Jian Ran with dread. At that moment, Jian Tian arrived with Gu Nanjing, who greeted Jian Ran with a sycophantic smile. Ran, go tidy yourself up. I will take you to meet someone. Jian Ran clutched the ring tightly in her palm, her resolve faltering as she could no longer restrain herself from asking, Jian Tian, where is my mother? Where have you hidden her? Jian Ran would rather believe that her mother was concealed by Jian Tian, perhaps even harmed, than entertain the horrifying thoughts that had just crossed her mind. Wan, as long as you accompany Gu Shao to meet someone, you will be able to see your mother upon your return. For anything ordered by Gu Nanjing, Jian Tian has never questioned the purpose, simply knowing to push his daughter forward. Let me make a phone call to her first. I just need to confirm that she is well. Whoever you wish for me to meet, I shall meet. With that, Jian Ran bit her lip and tightened her grip on the ring in her hand. Second miss, Madam has already left today, spoke an elderly servant who had worked for the Jian family for over a decade and had watched Jian Ran grow up. Unable to bear it any longer, he stepped forward. Jian Zhengtian reprimanded sharply. Liang Bo, what nonsense are you spouting? Liang Bo dared to speak out, clearly indicating he had no intention of continuing his service. He pointed to where Jian Ran stood and said, Madam jumped from the third floor and died on the spot. The body has already been sent to the funeral home. The words, jump from the third floor, died on the spot. Body sent to the funeral home echoed repetitively in Jian Ran's mind, drowning out all other sounds and sights. Her heart felt as though it had plummeted into a boiling cauldron, the pain sapping her of all strength. Her mother, the mother who had spoken to her with a smile just yesterday, who had promised to share a good life with her, was now separated by the cruel divide of life and death in a mere overnight span. And her so-called father, Jian Zhengtian, even withheld the news of her mother's passing, coercing her to comply with his other demands. Or his wife and children to him, merely tools for his ascent to power? Jian Zhengtian, your heart is truly ruthless, worse than that of a beast. If he clings to power so dearly, Jian Ran vowed to ruin him completely, leaving him with no chance of redemption. 2nd Mississippi. Liang Bo, thank you for enlightening me. Jian Ran bowed deeply to Liang Bo and then turned her gaze toward Jian Zhengtian. She did not cry, nor did she shout. She simply stared quietly at him. With a slight smile that twisted her delicate lips, her expression seemed both joyful and chilling, radiating an icy aura. Jian Zhengtian faltered, feeling a twinge of unease as he opened his mouth, but could not utter a sound. Gunan Jing said, Ruan, I offer my condolences for your mother's passing. After all, the dead cannot be revived. Come with me to meet someone, and afterward, we shall properly honor your mother, allowing her to depart with dignity. Whom shall I meet? Jian Ran inquired calmly. Liu Qin from Shengtian. Gunan Jing did not wish to conceal the truth from Jian Ran. After all, a man of Liu Qin's stature would not find it difficult to attract women. And in Gunan Jing's eyes, Jian Ran was no exception. Indeed, Jian Ran smiled and nodded in agreement without a moment's hesitation. Had he known she would acquiesce so easily, Gunan Jing mused he should have acted sooner in Jiangbei rather than waiting until today to meet Liu Qin. Yet, Jian Ran's true intention was not to meet this so-called Liu Qin. Her genuine aim was to escape the Jian household, that cold, unfeeling place. Her mother. With thoughts of her mother, Jian Ran clenched her fists, a glint of cold determination flashing in her eyes. Jian Zhengtian, await your reckoning. Chapter 102. Provocation. Winter in Kyoto is the epitome of cold. The temperature now dips below -10 degrees, with breath crystallizing the air. During her previous life in Kyoto, Jian Ran had not found the place particularly frigid. However, having grown accustomed to the comparatively warm climate of Jiangbei over the last 3 years, she now found Kyoto's chill unbearable, and everything felt strangely foreign, as though she had never known it. Seated in Gunan Jing's car, the heating blaring, Jian Ran still felt cold, as if trapped in an icy cellar. Shivering and pale, without a trace of color. Thoughts of her mother, the woman who had endured a lifetime of domestic abuse, flooded her mind. In her final moments, closing her eyes, Jian Ran cupped her face in her hands and took a deep breath. At this moment, her calm demeanor belied the turmoil within. She had not witnessed her mother's leap or her lifeless body, and thus, she refused to accept it as reality. Sometimes, people indulge in self-deception, clinging to hope in the absence of direct evidence. Jian Ran was deceiving herself, believing her mother was still alive, hidden away by Jian Zhengtian. Or perhaps she thought she was trapped in a dreadful dream, one from which she would awaken to find her mother before her once more. Ruan. Gunan Jing reached out, intending to embrace Jian Ran, but upon meeting her frigid gaze, he hesitated and withdrew his hand. Jian Ran shot him a cold glance before turning her attention to the window. Gazing at the fleeting scenery outside, the snowflakes danced more heavily, blanketing the streets in a ghostly white, rendering the city devoid of life. After observing Jian Ran in silence, Gunan Jing sighed deeply and said, Ruan, I must speak frankly. Liu Qin of Shengtian has taken an interest in you. He wishes to possess you. Liu Qin is interested in me? Jian Ran found this notion absurd. She had never laid eyes on Liu Qin. How could such a notorious womanizer possibly find her appealing? You might wonder how Liu Qin could know you and why he would desire you. Gun Jing smiled slightly. You ought to inquire with your husband, Qin Yu. Jian Ran raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Gun Jing continued. At a recent charity gala, why did Qin Yu bring you along? Why? After being married for so long, has he not touched you? He registered your marriage only to assume the role of an innovative CEO immediately after? When you connect the dots, it becomes clear. Sitting in Gun Jing's car, Jian Ran did not contemplate escape, for prior to their departure, Qin Yu had sent her a message instructing her to follow Gun Jing and comply with his wishes. Thus, she had done nothing but obediently accompany Gun Jing to meet the legendary Shang Tian superboss, Liu Qin. She trusted Qin Yu, believing his motives to be sound, not considering any negative implications. However, Gun Jing's words now planted seeds of doubt within her. What if Qin Yu's intentions aligned with Gun Jing's? What if he intended to relinquish her to Liu Qin merely for the sake of power? Gold, power, interest. For these intangible gains, Jian Tian could beat his wife and treat his daughter as a mere tool. In the hearts of men, are wives and daughters merely objects to barter? Jian Ran knew she should not harbor such suspicions about Qin Yu, yet she could not help but entertain them. With this thought weighing on her mind, unease settled within her. What if everything Qin Yu had shown her in these past days was a fade? What if he were just as ruthless as Jian Tian? How then would she navigate this loveless marriage? Considering these possibilities, Jian Ran felt compelled to meet Liu Qin. Only in doing so could she grasp the true nature of Qin Yu's intentions and actions, recognizing that a seed of doubt had taken root in Jian Ran's heart. Gun Jing continued. Liu Qin is the kind of man every woman dreams of. Young, handsome, and most importantly, the master of the vast commercial empire that is Shang Tian. To capture his attention is, for many women, perhaps the greatest aspiration of their lives. A mere token of his favor could suffice for a lifetime of comfort. However, your husband in name, Qin Yu, is merely a lackey under Liu Qin's command. Ultimately, he has little to offer you. While he might exploit you to gain more advantages from Liu Qin, I understand your reluctance to return to my side. Yet, this is an opportune moment for you to firmly grasp Liu Qin. He could accomplish many things for you that you cannot achieve alone. Despite my lengthy discourse, Gun Jing still observed no change in Jian Ran's expression. He added, for instance, you could request Liu Qin to do something within his means for your deceased mother. At this, Jian Ran suddenly smiled, her eyebrows curving in delight. Gun Jing, are you not afraid that I might use Liu Qin against you? Gun Jing paused, having never considered such a possibility. His thoughts were solely on the benefits he would reap from presenting Jian Ran to Liu Qin, oblivious to the fact that Jian Ran could potentially turn against him. Jian Ran continued, as long as I am unwilling, no one can force me to act against my will, not even that Liu Qin whom you all wish to curry favor with. Indeed, Liu Qin is wealthy and handsome, a man many women dream of, but does that truly matter? Although Qin Yu's status and wealth do not compare to Liu Qin's, his genuine care for her means that as long as he treats her well and shares his life with her, she will never waver in her loyalty. Jian Ran indeed wishes to accomplish certain things for her mother and to bring disgrace upon Jian Tian, yet she possesses her own methods. Who says she must rely on Liu Qin's power? Gun Jing's lengthy discourse was not intended to guide Jian Ran in using Liu Qin for her benefit. Rather, he simply wished for her to cease her life with the Qin surname. Once Jian Ran finds favor with Liu Qin, she would naturally dismiss Qin Yu. And at that moment, he would relish the sight of Qin Yu's disgrace. Gun Jing embodies the archetype of one who, unable to attain something for himself, would rather destroy it than allow another to possess it. However, Jian Ran's words made Gun Jing realize that he had merely shot himself in the foot with his earlier statements. Chapter 103. Are you Liu Qin? Contemplating that Jian Ran had yet to engage in any substantial relationship with Qin Yu stirred a restlessness within Gun Jing. Were it not for the imminent meeting between Jian Ran and Liu Qin, he would have preferred to savor the experience himself before sending Jian Ran off. Yet, he dared not challenge Liu Qin, a man he could not afford to offend within their circle. The Shang Tian Hotel, a distinctive building located in the heart of Kyoto, stands as one of the city's landmarks. Upon stepping out of the car, Jian Ran shivered in the cold air, instinctively pulling her clothes tighter around her. Gun Jing contemplated offering her his coat, but hesitated, aware that she was to become Liu Qin's woman. He could not afford to be entangled with her in Liu Qin's presence, lest he appear as a rival. Shui Xiao, the highest-ranking official of Shangtian Group in Kyoto, awaited them at the hotel entrance. Upon spotting them, he approached eagerly. Miss Jian, you have finally arrived. President Qin has been waiting for you. President Qin? Jian Ran silently repeated, the title familiar as it was often used for Qin. Yet she had forgotten that Liu Qin also bore the surname Qin. Typically, he would be addressed as President Qin rather than Liu Qin. Although Jian Ran did not find it strange that she did not recognize the highest-ranking official of Shangtian, Gunan Jing, who knew Shui Xiao, stepped forward with enthusiasm. Hello, Director Shui. Has Liu Qin arrived? Suddenly, a deep voice interrupted, drawing everyone's attention. Jian Ran turned to see Qin Yu striding toward her, removing his coat as he approached. Just as he reached her, he draped the warm garment over her shoulders and enveloped her in a firm embrace. Qin Yu, Jian Ran called his name, feeling a pang of guilt for doubting him earlier, swayed by Gunan Jing's provocative words. It became evident that he had allowed her to leave with Gunan Jing, and the one waiting for her here was he, not the fabled Liu Qin. Without uttering a word, Qin Yu gently stroked her back, offering silent comfort. Witnessing this, Gunan Jing felt the urge to intervene and reclaim Jian Ran. But he was blocked by those beside Qin Yu, unable to approach him. Frustrated, Gunan Jing shouted, Qin, remove your hands. Do you think my Jian Ran is someone your filthy hands can touch? Gunan Jing had brought Jian Ran to meet Liu Qin, and seeing his plans on the verge of fruition thwarted by Qin Yu incensed him. But the only people Qin Yu could see and hear were Jian Ran, and conversely, the only ones Jian Ran could see and hear were Qin Yu. They held each other tightly, their hearts finally at ease with one another's presence. Qin, are you deaf? Do you know whose territory this is? You dare to act recklessly in my domain? Gunan Jing bellowed, dialing for reinforcements. Kyoto was his stronghold. No one dared to disturb him here. As he saw his people arriving, he grew even bolder. Qin, get the hell out of Kyoto, and I might spare your legs. However, Qin Yu paid Gunan Jing no mind, signaling to Su Huiyi. Assistant Su, please escort Madam to the room to rest. How dare you take away someone I brought here? With a wave of his hand, Gunan Jing's men attempted to rush forward. But with only 2 bodyguards by Qin Yu's side, one blocking Gunan Jing and the other preventing his subordinates from getting close, Gunan Jing's men, despite their numbers, were swiftly subdued before they could even approach Qin Yu. The hotel security personnel remained passive, seemingly awaiting orders as they watched the unfolding situation. Gunan Jing lunged forward, desperate to reclaim Jian Ran, but was met with a punch that sent him reeling, unable to breach the barrier separating him from Qin Yu and Jian Ran. Jian Ran lifted her head from Qin Yu's embrace and looked at Gunan Jing. Thank you, Gunan Jing, for helping me leave the Jian family. Jian Ran, are you planning to burn bridges? Gunan Jing glared at her intensely. Indeed, without your assistance, Jianjing Tian would not have allowed me to depart so easily, she admitted, acknowledging her manipulation of Gunan Jing. However, Gunan Jing's willingness to be used stemmed from his intention to present her to someone else, making her response merely a matter of tit for tat. Rest in the room for now. I will handle the rest, Qin Yu said, wishing to minimize Jian Ran's entanglement with Gunan Jing. He gently ruffled her hair and spoke softly. Qin Yu. Jian Ran hesitated, unwilling to delegate everything to him. She wished to address matters herself. Yet, with a reassuring glance and another gentle ruffle of her hair, he urged her, be obedient. Those 2 simple words felt both commanding and affectionate, rendering them impossible to resist. Jian Ran nodded and followed Su Huiyi into the room. As she stepped into the elevator, ascending to the 8th floor, Qin Yu turned to face Gunan Jing, his gaze seemingly friendly, yet laced with an icy sharpness. Gunan Jing shouted furiously, what do you think you are, Qin? I swear today, I will ruin you. No one here dares to utter a word. Yet, Qin Yu merely cast him a cold glance before turning to Shui Xiao. Shui Xiao. Yes, Mr. Qin. Shui Xiao promptly stepped forward with utmost respect. Qin Yu continued. Draft a press release immediately to announce that Shangtian will never collaborate with Gu Corporation or its subsidiaries again. Engage multiple media outlets. The greater the uproar, the better. Shui Xiao nodded. Understood, Mr. Qin. Who do you think you are, Qin? Just because you think you can stop Shangtian from working with Gu Corporation. What gives you that right? Gunan Jing fumed, jumping to his feet and pointing angrily at Qin Yu. Qin Yu regarded him with a piercing gaze, sharp as an arrow, and coldly replied, because my surname is Qin. And so what if your surname is Qin? There are plenty of people with that surname. Even if you are a Qin, you cannot possibly be Sheng Tian's Liu Qin. As Gu Nanqing uttered these words, a realization struck him. Xue Zhixiao, the head of Sheng Tian in Beijing, was personally appointed by Liu Qin and held a significant position in the industry, known to answer solely to Liu Qin. Yet, Xue Zhixiao now displayed a demeanor of utmost deference towards Qin Yu, which implied. Gu Nanqing fixed his gaze back on Qin Yu, staring intently for an extended moment before tremblingly asking, could it be? Are you Liu Qin? Chapter 104. The masked smile after Gu Nanqing posed his question. He desperately wished someone would step forward to deny it. However, instead, he was met with Xue Zhixiao's voice, saying, Young Master Gu, this is our Mr. Qin. Do you have any questions? Is he truly Liu Qin, the one who oversees Sheng Tian? Gu Nanqing shook his head, hoping fervently that Xue Zhixiao would refute his claim. This man named Qin Yu happened to share the surname Qin and worked at Sheng Tian, but he could not possibly be the leader, Liu Qin. Indeed, Xue Zhixiao replied, his expression devoid of emotion, yet resolute. Impossible, impossible. How could he be Liu Qin? Gu Nanqing glanced once more at Qin Yu. Qin Yu is simply Qin Yu, merely a minor president at Innovation Technology, lacking any formidable backing. How could he suddenly be transformed into Liu Qin? If Qin, you were indeed Liu Qin, Gu Nanqing's aspirations for collaboration with Sheng Tian would be dashed. The thought of not only failing to partner with Sheng Tian, but also inciting their announcement of eternal non-collaboration with Gu Corporation left Gu Nanqing drenched in cold sweat. His position within Gu Corporation was already precarious. He could be replaced at any moment. Securing a partnership with Sheng Tian was his only hope. Now, with the impending announcement of their permanent disassociation, he would have no choice but to watch as his father abandoned him, unable to penetrate the core of Gu Corporation again. In truth, he should have realized sooner that Liu Qin was the English name of Sheng Tian's leader, a name everyone had grown accustomed to using over the years, neglecting the fact that he must also possess a Chinese name. Moreover, Qin Yu's aura, standing there without lifting a finger, yet managing to overpower everyone, was not characteristic of a minor president of Innovation Technology. He must hold another identity. Yet, he had been so self-assured or perhaps overly trusting of that fool Li Gang, never associating Qin Yu with Sheng Tian's Liu Qin. No, Mr. Qin. At that moment, Gu Nanqing felt more wretched than if he had consumed bitter herbs, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. Qin Yu coldly shot him a glance before turning to leave. Gu Nanqing wanted to pursue him, but, recalling his own actions, felt he had no face to do so. Even if he caught up, what would it matter? Young Master Gu, get lost, all of you. A bunch of good-for-nothings. I feed and clothe you, and look at what you've done for me. Gu Nanqing lashed out, kicking those nearby, venting all the frustration he had absorbed from Qin Yu onto his subordinates. Perhaps overwhelmed by shock, Gu Nanqing remained in a daze for a long while, his legs weak. As he reached the door, he stumbled and fell, landing on the ground. One of his subordinates rushed to help him, only to receive a couple of kicks in return. Get lost. All of you get out. Whoever dares to come near, I'll ruin their entire family. Xue Zhixiao observed Gu Nanqing's outburst and shook his head. If Gu Nanqing were to take over Gu Corporation, there would be no future left. Both young men, aged 28 and born into affluent families, presented a stark contrast. One was a foul-mouthed troublemaker, while the other was a composed, principled leader of Sheng Tian, executing his duties with quiet resolve. In this comparison, Qin Yu was infinitely more admirable than Gu Nanqing. Jian Ran stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. Clutching the ring she had picked up, her back straightened, her gaze fixed blankly on the expanse of white snow outside. It was as though her mother stood just beyond the glass, smiling gently at her. My dear Ran Ran is the best. Mommy loves you the most. Mom. Jian Ran rushed forward, yearning to embrace her mother, only to collide with the glass window. The pain jolted her back to reality, revealing that the scene had been a mere illusion. Jian Ran. Qin Yu entered just in time to witness the incident, his voice darkening as he spoke. Jian Ran lifted her head and smiled at him. You're back. Qin Yu regarded her, his brow furrowing, and after a pause, said, Jian Ran, you have me. I know. Jian Ran replied playfully, winking at him. Despite her smile, Qin Yu felt she appeared more sorrowful than if she were to cry. He pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly. His warmth seeped into her, alleviating the chill that enveloped her body and heart. His grip was powerful, as if he wished to merge her into himself. Though he said nothing, she sensed his concern. She gently pushed against him. Qin Yu, you're squeezing me too tightly. Qin Yu ignored her plea and eventually said, I will accompany you to the funeral home. Absolutely not. Jian Ran immediately rejected the idea without a second thought. Qin Yu released her, cupping her face. Jian Ran. Some things have already happened. You cannot pretend they haven tea. Jian Ran acknowledged her fear. She dreaded the possibility of losing her last fragments of hope. She feared confronting the truth she wished to avoid. Yet, Qin Yu was correct. Certain events had transpired, and she could not act as though they hadn't tea. She had to face them courageously. As a child, her mother often stroked her head, saying my Ran is the bravest and strongest. When you grow up, and I am not by your side, you must take good care of yourself. Now, as an adult, she could care for herself, but she longed to look after her mother. They had promised each other that once her mother was discharged, she would return home with her. Her mother had personally assured her of that. So why did she not wait a little longer? If she had just waited until Jian Ran reached the Jian family, she could have taken her mother home. Jian Ran, let us go. Jian Ran took a deep breath, raising her head to smile at Qin Yu. At that moment, Qin Yu had never detested Jian Ran's smile more. Her forced facade of strength could be directed at anyone, but in his presence, he wished for her to be her truest self. Yet, he felt helpless against her, unwilling to let her know that he had already seen through her masked smile. Regarding Jian Ran's character, Jian Jingtian had a fair understanding. He anticipated that she would visit the funeral home, so he had been waiting along the path leading to it with his men. He glanced at Jian Ran and then back at Qin Yu by her side. Qin Yu also glanced at Jian Jingtian, his gaze subtly laced with amusement, yet inexplicably sent a chill down Jian Jingtian's spine. Avoiding Qin Yu's eyes, Jian Jingtian turned once more to Jian Ran and said, Ran, 3 years ago, when you committed that act, your mother had already lost all hope in you. Now that she has passed away, you should cease to disturb her. Chapter 105. The final farewell to mother. A cold laugh escaped Jian Ran's lips as her piercing gaze turned frosty, fixated on Jian Jingtian. This was indeed her hypocritical father. She had never realized that Jian Jingtian possessed such a talent for distorting the truth. Jian Jingtian added, Jian Ran, you ought to return. I will not allow you to disturb your mother. And what else? Jian Ran remained unperturbed, her eyes locked onto Jian Jingtian. Today, she was determined to witness just how shameless Jian Jingtian could be. He glanced nervously around, unable to meet Jian Ran's unwavering stare, and after a pause, continued, if you still consider her your mother, you should show some compassion and allow her to depart in peace, so she does not linger restlessly. The mention of lingering restlessly ignited a fire of fury within Jian Ran. Were it not for Jian Jingtian, her mother would still be alive and well. It was he who had caused the demise of his beloved wife, her dearest mother. Just as Jian Ran was about to explode with rage, Qin Yu reached out and pulled her back. He gently ruffled her hair and said softly, Jian Ran, we are here to see your mother. Before their arrival, Qin Yu had anticipated that Jian Jingtian might pull such a stunt, so he had asked Su Hui to make a call to find someone. With Qin Yu's reassuring grip and his low, calming voice, Jian Ran managed to suppress her anger, glaring fiercely at Jian Jingtian. At that moment, a black car swiftly approached and came to a halt beside them, from which emerged a portly middle-aged man. Upon seeing Qin Yu, the rotund man bowed and exclaimed, Mr. Qin, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Qin Yu nodded and replied, Mr. Zhang, please lead the way. The man known as Mr. Zhang hurriedly stepped forward, saying, Mr. Qin, right this way, please. My subordinates have been remiss, and I hope you will forgive us. Mr. Zhang, you promised me. Jian Jingtian followed closely behind. But before he could finish his sentence, Mr. Zhang shot him a fierce glare. Jian Jingtian had spent his entire career seeking to ingratiate himself with the powerful, honing his skill in reading people. He had heard from Jian Xing that Jian Ran was married, but he had not bothered to investigate the identity of her husband. Jian Ran had left the Jian family in disgrace, and while it was easy for someone with her tarnished reputation to marry, finding a family wealthier than the Gu family was improbable, so he paid it no mind. However, upon seeing the man's demeanor, which exuded an undeniable air of nobility, coupled with Mr. Zhang's deference, he surmised that this man was no ordinary individual. If he was not ordinary, who could he be? What kind of influence did he wield? Compared to the Gu family? Instinctively, Jian Jingtian assessed a person based on these criteria. The power behind an individual was the standard by which he gauged whether to curry favor. Dad, what are you looking at? Has Jian Ran arrived? Jian Xing, holding 2 bottles of water that Jian Jingtian had just asked her to buy, inquired. Jian Jingtian turned a glance at Jian Xing before shifting his gaze back to Jian Ran and Qin Yu, who had walked further away. Xing, yeah? Have you seen the man Jian Ran married? Jian Xing pondered for a moment before replying. I caught a glimpse of him from a distance in Jiangbei the other day, but it was too far to see clearly. Jian Jingtian remarked. That man possesses both looks and charisma. You should go over and find a way to uncover his background. They're here? Jian Xing followed her father's gaze, spotting Jian Ran and Qin Yu walking further away. Dad, didn't you stop them? Jian Jingtian squinted slightly and replied, Mr. Zhang personally allowed them in. How could I have stopped them? Mr. Zhang personally allowed them in? Jian Xing couldn't help but glance again at the 2 figures in the distance, recalling a man she had seen a few times years ago. The silhouette of Jian Ran's husband bore a striking resemblance to Qin Muji, but it would be too coincidental for them to be the same person. Mr. Zhang guided Jian Ran and Qin Yu to the mortuary's cold storage, which resembled a vast freezer, with each body stored in a compartment. When family members arrived, they were led by staff who retrieved the deceased from their designated slots. Jian Ran had struggled to accept her mother's passing until she laid eyes on her mother's lifeless form, frozen in that small compartment, her face pale and distorted, with dried blood frozen on her forehead. Mom! Jian Ran longed to touch her mother once more, to see her up close, but her legs buckled, and her strength drained away in an instant. Had it not been for Qin Yu's timely support, she would have collapsed to the ground. Mom! Beyond that single word, Jian Ran's voice was hoarse, unable to utter another syllable. Her heart felt hollow, as if a void had opened within her, with icy winds sweeping through her soul. My Ran will surely grow up to be exceptionally beautiful. My Ran must marry a hero. The echoes of her mother's words played in Jian Ran's mind like scenes from a film. Yet, the one who had once warmed her entire childhood could no longer speak, could only stroke her head and softly murmur, My Ran. Why must the heavens be so cruel? Their emotional wounds had only just begun to heal. Just days ago, she believed their future would shine bright and be filled with happiness. She was on the verge of caring for her mother, of living a good life together. Yet now, her mother lay cold in a freezer, devoid of any future. Perhaps Jian Jingtian was right. She was the one who had brought about this tragedy. She had left Kyoto alone, leaving her mother behind in the hell that was the Jian family. Why hadn't she come sooner to take her mother away? Why had the merciless heavens denied her the chance to care for her mother properly? Why? Jian Ran, having suppressed her emotions all day, finally broke down at that moment, tears streaming down her face like pearls from a broken string. She cried out in anguish, like a trapped beast, each sound filled with despair and sorrow etched deep into her bones. Her heart felt desolate, as if nothing could ever fill the void. Qin Yu held her close, saying nothing, allowing her tears to soak his shirt. Let her cry. Perhaps that would relieve her pain. Yet, watching her weep tightened his own heart. A sensation he had never experienced before, now felt acutely through Jian Ran, and he found he did not dislike it.